Vhumad God Chapter 961 to Chapter 1043. Indeed, they could still escape from a single gold-ranked beast, but if the other party summoned another gold-ranked beast, they would be completely finished. Lin Xian's face was also cold. "You've gone too far. If you keep chasing, I'll kill you." He had already decided to fly for a while longer. If the other party still didn't give up, then he would have no choice but to summon the great dragon sword soul. Although the consequences of doing so would leave him exhausted for a while and enter a weakened state, he couldn't care less. Otherwise, if an overlord-ranked gold-ranked beast followed behind them, it would be very troublesome. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to do anything else. They might not even be able to cross the final demonic blood pool. Just as Lin Xian was about to summon the great dragon sword soul and fight for his life, he suddenly felt something move in his body. Lin Xian was surprised. He kept flying at top speed while sending a part of his soul into his body to investigate. Soon, he found the source of the trembling. It came from the mysterious small sword. The mysterious small sword usually didn't move at all. It would only move when he was in a life-and-death situation. Therefore, the trembling now made Lin Xian very surprised. However, he carefully examined it and found that it wasn't the mysterious small sword that was causing it. It was the black 10,000 beast ding inside the mysterious small sword. Seeing the 10,000 beast ding tremble slightly, Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. What's going on? He was very surprised. The slight trembling of the 10,000 beast ding inside his body attracted Lin Xian's attention. He was very excited. One had to know that the 10,000 beast ding was a complete earth-ranked artifact. Its power was unimaginable. However, at this moment, it actually made such a strange movement. Lin Xian was very surprised. Without moving, Lin Xian used sound transmission to discuss with the Crimson Dragon. Ruzalong had lived for thousands of years and had seen many things. He should know something about the situation. After hearing this, the Crimson Dragon fell into deep thought. "I don't think the 10,000 beast ding wants to attack, right?" "Attack?" Lin Xian was surprised. "That's right, the 10,000 longevity cauldron. Judging from its name, it should be related to demonic beasts. The gold-ranked demonic beast behind it is an extremely powerful existence. Who knows, it might have attracted the interest of the 10,000 beast ding." "You're still interested in the 10,000 years cauldron?" Lin Xian rolled its eyes. It wasn't even human, so why would it be interested? "Kid, don't ever look down on an earth-ranked treasure. Treasures of that level all have their own treasure spirits." "Artifact spirit?" Lin Xian was shocked. The so-called weapon spirit was an existence that was similar to a life form produced by the weapon itself. This sort of thing was only recorded in legends. It was impossible for ordinary weapons to give birth to an artifact spirit, but this was not necessarily the case for an earth-step artifact. It could be said to be a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and there was a high possibility that it could give birth to an artifact spirit. The Crimson Dragon didn't continue the discussion about the weapon spirit. Instead, it quickly said, "Boy, use your soul power to communicate with the 10,000 beast ding. Maybe you can subdue the big idiot behind us." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. Although he didn't know what the final result would be, he still decided to give it a try. After all, this method sounded a lot safer. Moreover, after summoning the dragon sword spirit, he would enter a period of weakness. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't summon the dragon sword spirit. "Qingqing, I have an idea. Maybe we can subdue the gold-ranked demonic beast behind us. But I need some time," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Morong Qingqing smiled. If others heard this, their jaws would drop. One had to know that this was a gold-ranked demonic beast. It was incomparably powerful, even Jiang Yan and the others didn't dare to fight against it. However, at this moment, Morong Qingqing was very determined to agree. Originally, Lin Xian was still a little worried, but now that he saw Morong Qingqing's confident smile, he was relieved. In a flash, he came to an open space and quickly sat down cross-legged. Then, the Crimson Dragon carefully set up a small defensive array around him. Next, Lin Xian closed his eyes and quickly channeled his soul power into his body. He tried to activate the 10,000 years cauldron. Seeing Lin Xian meditating with his eyes closed, as if he was preparing for something, Morong Qingqing took a deep breath. Her delicate little face was full of seriousness. In the next moment, she channeled the spiritual power in her body. Countless purple clouds surrounded her, as if purple clouds came from the east. Not long after the two of them landed, the gold-ranked demonic beast behind them arrived. Before it arrived, a terrifying roar could be heard, shaking the heavens and the earth. The gold-ranked demonic beast walked to a nearby mountain. It quickly uprooted the entire mountain and smashed it at Lin Xian. Boom, the huge mountain shook violently and fell with unparalleled force. Humph, Morong Qingqing snorted and waved her jade-like palm, striking out a series of palm shadows. The palm shadows carried a mysterious aura. They swept across the void and quickly tore the mountain apart. Stupid brother, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll really piss me off. Morong Qingqing's red lips moved slightly. There was a trace of coldness in her voice. The gold-ranked demonic beast couldn't understand human language. However, even if it could, it wouldn't give up so easily. Seeing that the two people in front of it finally stopped running, the gold-ranked demonic beast's huge eyes were filled with excitement. It stared at Lin Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, with a devilish light in its eyes. In the next moment, it stretched out its golden claws and clawed downward. A golden light shone. The huge beast claws tore the heavens and the earth apart. It was extremely terrifying. Before it landed, the aftershock had already split the earth into 5 bottomless cracks. Seeing this, Morong Qingqing took a deep breath. Then, her jade-like hands quickly formed a seal. Waves of terrifying aura rippled out from her jade-like fingers. Sky-flipping seal. Along with this voice, a purple seal flew out from Morong Qingqing's hand and quickly rushed into the sky. The seal grew rapidly in the air. Purple clouds surrounded it, forming 4 ferocious dragons that circled in all directions. In the next moment, the purple sky-flipping seal and the gold-ranked demonic beast clashed violently. Boom boom boom, a terrifying sound rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The wind howled and covered the entire sky. The two forces persisted in the air, resisting each other. In the end, the gold-ranked demonic beast claw became fainter and the purple light became brighter. Soon, the purple sky-flipping seal let out a low dragon roar and quickly blasted the golden palm away. Then, it rushed toward the gold-ranked demonic beast in an even more violent manner. This scene happened to be witnessed by Jiang Yan, Qi Haohou, and the others who had just arrived. Suddenly, their mouths were agape and they were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the gold-ranked demonic beast's attack could be repelled. One had to know that the gold-ranked demonic beast was no longer the demonic beast with a weakness. At this moment, Tower had completed its evolution and was a true overlord. Even so, it was still repelled. Everyone gasped and looked in disbelief at the girl who was surrounded by purple clouds. Before this, they had only paid attention to Morong Qingqing's beauty and identity. Jiang Yan and the rest did not care about the rest. However, it seemed that they were wrong. Very wrong. The beautiful girl in front of them was definitely not weaker than them. She might even be stronger, at least, they were not confident that they could repel the gold-ranked beast's attack in one move. But now, the beautiful girl in front of them had done it. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was yet to come. The cataclysmic seal's golden beast claw was repelled. Then, it attacked the gold-ranked beast with even more ferocity. Above it, 4 purple true dragons were circling around, releasing boundless light, accompanied by a series of deep dragon roars. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the cataclysmic seal hit the gold-ranked beast hard. Rumble, a thunderous sound was heard. The sky was torn apart. The terrifying purple gas was vast and mighty, drowning everything in front of it. The energy surged and the wind swept. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. All of a sudden, a golden figure flew out from the boundless purple chi and retreated continuously. Every time he took a step back, he would leave a deep footprint on the ground. What? It was repelled. That's impossible. How could a gold-ranked beast be repelled? What kind of move is that purple square seal? It's so terrifying. In an instant, Jiang Yan, Qi Hao, and the rest exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with shock. If blocking the gold-ringed beast's attack had shocked them, then repelling the gold-ringed beast had stunned them. One must know that blocking an attack and repelling a gold-ringed beast were two different concepts. They did not expect this beautiful girl to be so terrifying. She was even able to fight against a gold-ringed beast. She really repelled the gold-ringed beast. How was that possible? Jiang Yan and the rest narrowed their eyes. That purple palm seal was definitely not simple. To be able to repel a gold-ringed beast, it was most likely an earth-rank martial art. Chi Hao also frowned. Firstly, the purple palm seal was too powerful. Secondly, Morong Qingqing was the proud daughter of the House of Kings. She would definitely have an earth-rank martial art in her hands. Now, it seemed that it was very likely to be the purple palm seal. However, this gold-ranked demonic beast was not to be trifled with. Especially after its evolution, the strength it displayed was even stronger than that of an ordinary fourth-level venerable. The gold-ranked demonic beast roared angrily. Streaks of scarlet light began to appear in its eyes. It was so angry that it went berserk once again. It had no choice. That despicable brat had snatched away its vital demon core, forcing it to evolve ahead of time. And now, he was so close to obtaining the light gold demon core. That would be very useful in increasing his strength in the future, but now, it was blocked by someone. The other party was just a human girl. The gold-ranked beast did not take her seriously at all. In its opinion, it only needed one palm to tear this young man apart. However, it did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Not only did he block its attack, he even forced it back. This made it unbearable. In the next moment, the gold-colored demonic beast let out a furious roar. The gold-colored demonic aura on its body burned once again. Suddenly, even the void was distorted. Traces of golden light quickly spread out, forming a golden cloud above. Rumble, golden lightning flashed in the cloud, forming a powerful force of thunder and lightning. They intertwined and emitted a terrifying power. Soon, the golden cloud drifted toward Morong Qingqing. The thunder and lightning struck, making a terrifying sound. The entire void was covered by a sea of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, the golden cloud arrived above Morong Qingqing. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts descended. The lightning bolts were too terrifying. They contained the power of a fourth heaven venerable. They directly pierced through the void. Dozens of golden lightning bolts were as thick as buckets. They struck down fiercely like heavenly tribulations. Morong Qingqing shouted and waved her hand. The purple aura on her body quickly surged out, forming a sky full of flames that swept upward. The purple flames surged into the sky, and the heat waves were terrifying. The flames illuminated the surroundings. The endless flames combined to form purple light pillars that collided with the rapidly descending golden lightning bolts. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The two forces completely exploded, drowning the entire void. The aftermath of the energy turned into violent winds and lightning that swept in all directions. Immediately, the terrifying energy destroyed everything within 100 miles. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the defensive formation set up by the Crimson Dragon around him, which blocked the energy waves. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Seeing this scene, Yao Ben and the others in the distance felt their hearts beat wildly. Their expressions changed drastically. The battle was too terrifying. It was not something they could interfere with at all. Jiang Yan and the others also frowned. They originally planned to let Lin Xian and the gold-tier beast fight, then they would secretly intervene. However, the current situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Therefore, they did not act rashly. They only watched quietly and waited for the right opportunity. That was because they saw Lin Xian sitting there cross-legged. He did not seem to have any reaction to the intense battle. They thought that he must be preparing for something. "Humph, I don't believe that you won't make a move." Tang Er snorted coldly. His face was gloomy as he continued to wait. In front of them, terrifying energy exploded. Morong Qingqing quickly retreated like a fleeting shadow. Her face was slightly pale. It was obvious that fighting against the gold-tier beast was a great challenge for her. However, her gaze was resolute. Her body swayed and she stood in front of Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian trusted her, she would not let the gold-tier beast come close until Lin Xian woke up. On the other side, the gold-tier beast was furious. It had completed its evolution and became the overlord of the demon slayer world. Apart from the other gold-tier beasts, no one dared to go against it. However, a little human girl dared to stand in front of it. Moreover, she had blocked its path time and time again. It could not tolerate this. It roared into the sky and its huge eyes were filled with hatred. It wanted to tear the girl in front of it apart. In the next moment, the gold-tier beast unleashed its terrifying combat strength again. A vast amount of energy surged forward. It was determined to get the pale gold demon core. Morong Qingqing also shouted. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of coldness. In the next moment, her jade-like hand swayed and formed the purple seal from before. Overturning sky seal, seal. A low voice was heard. Morong Qingqing quickly waved her palm. The purple palm print formed again and floated in the sky. It emitted a hazy aura. 4 true dragons circled around, spitting out purple mist from their mouths. They formed strange symbols that were fixed in the void. The purple runes were very strange. They did not look like modern words. They should be words from ancient times. They floated in the air and emitted a mysterious aura. Thousands of purple rays of light shone down. In the next moment, countless runes flashed and spun quickly. They flew toward the gold-tier beast like shooting stars. They stopped around it and then burst into a dazzling light. Whoosh, 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 purple light appeared and enveloped the gold-ranked beast. From afar, it looked like a purple energy barrier had enveloped the gold-ranked beast. Roar, the gold-ranked beast was enraged. It dragged its huge body and slammed into the purple light barrier. Every time it slammed into it, there would be an earth-shattering sound. Not only that, every time it slammed into the barrier, Morong Qingqing's face would turn paler. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Seeing this, Jiang Yan and the others in the distance were stunned. They did not expect the beautiful girl to have such a method to seal the gold-ranked beast. If this method was used on them, no one would be able to escape. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan and the others had strange expressions. As the geniuses of the Hidden Dragon League, they had challenged the top 10 warriors of the mysterious sovereign leaderboard and succeeded. They were called the biggest dark horses. However, compared to Morong Qingqing, they seemed pale and powerless. Morong Qingqing's ranking on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard was not high. She was only in the 50s. However, her strength was terrifying. She was probably the biggest dark horse. Chi Hao was also shocked. If it were him, he would not be able to stop the gold-ranked beast for a while. However, the girl was able to do this, which surprised him. At the same time, he was also amazed. Such a strange girl was definitely rare. Morong Qingqing's performance shocked everyone. They even felt ashamed of their own inferiority. They focused on the battlefield, but soon revealed suspicious expressions. Morong Qingqing's goal was simple. She wanted to stop the gold-ranked beast from getting close to Lin Xian. However, they did not know what Lin Xian was doing. They only saw him sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. However, they thought that he was preparing some ultimate move. After all, in a battle of this level, no matter how competent Lin Xian was, he would not dare to let Morong Qingqing fight alone. Lin Xian naturally did not know what Jiang Yan, Chi Hao, and the others were guessing. At this moment, he was mobilizing the 10,000 beast ding. However, the process was not simple. The 10,000 beast ding did not seem to be under his control at all. They wanted to escape on their own. However, Lin Xian did not dare to do this. If someone recognized the 10,000 beast ding, it would be a big joke. After all, he'd suffered the pursuit of countless people just because he possessed a fragment of an earth-ranked treasure, and if someone were to find out that he possessed a complete earth-ranked treasure, would that person immediately cut open his stomach and take out the myriad beast cauldron? At that time, even a true king-level warrior would make a move. If someone of that level were to make a move, Lin Xian would have no chance of escaping. Therefore, he would not expose the 1,000-beast cauldron to the outside world no matter what. In the end, Lin Xian had no choice but to take out King Pillfeather's crystal skull and activate the 1,000-beast cauldron again. At the same time, he said fiercely, "If it doesn't work, then get out of my body." I don't keep trash here. It was unknown whether it was the crystal skull or Lin Xian's threat, but the 10,000 beast ding trembled slightly again. It seemed to move under the control of Lin Xian's soul power. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He poured more soul power into it and tried to mobilize the 10,000 beast ding. Could he control the gold-ranked beast outside? Buzz, the black cauldron trembled slightly, as if it was responding to Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Although he did not know if it was the other party's artifact spirit, it was not important as long as he could control the gold-ranked beast. Ruzalong, set up a formation to cover the 10,000 beast ding so that others can't see it. Lin Xian quickly said. Don't worry, no problem. The crimson dragon patted its chest and said. Then it waved its dragon claws and quickly set up a spirit formation. In the next moment, Lin Xian madly poured his soul power into the 10,000 beast ding. Then the 10,000 beast ding emitted a black light, forming a strange force that quickly rushed out. This time, the 10,000 beast ding did not rush out of the mysterious sword. But the black light rushed out of the body, forming a vague shadow of a black cauldron in the void. When the black cauldron's shadow appeared, it immediately brought along a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. This aura came from the Earthrank artifact itself and could not be suppressed. Even Lin Xian's formation could not completely eliminate it. However, he did not care now. As long as he could quickly kill the gold-ranked beast, no one would be able to discover his secret. He quickly opened his eyes. At the same time, the black cauldron above his head bloomed with an even darker light. A heart-palpitating force rushed out, sweeping through the heaven and earth. What is that thing? What a terrifying aura! When Jiang Yan, Qi Hao, and the others saw this scene, their hearts trembled and their pupils shrank. The aura was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Morongqingqing's purple sky-flipping seal. They did not expect Ling Xian to have such a trick up his sleeve. It was really unexpected. In the distance, the gold-rank beast also saw the vague black cauldron and immediately felt uneasy. It roared crazily and quickly rushed at the purple light curtain around it, trying to escape. At the same time, it developed a deep fear of the black cauldron, as if it had met its nemesis. It felt fear from the bottom of its heart. Although it did not know what it was, its instincts told it to destroy it. The gold-rank beast roared crazily. Golden demonic aura surged all over its body, forming countless tentacles that quickly rushed forward. Morongqingqing, on the other hand, yelled as she kept forming hand seals with both of her hands, strengthening the sealing effect of the purple light wall again. In the rear, Lin Xian's expression was serious. He quickly stood up because he felt that controlling the 10,000 beast ding consumed too much soul power. Even he could not hold on for long. Damn it! Lin Xian cursed under his breath. He realized that although the black cauldron was terrifying, it also consumed a lot of soul power like the dragon sword soul. He was afraid that he would not be much better after using it. It seemed that this thing could only be used as a trump card. Lin Xian sighed softly and then focused his eyes. Qingqing, it's done. Let me do it. Okay. Morongqingqing smiled and kept moving her hands to remove the sky-flipping seal. At the same time, she floated to Lin Xian's side. In the next moment, she was extremely surprised. With a trace of surprise in her beautiful eyes, she looked at the black cauldron above Lin Xian's head. What kind of power was this? Even she felt a trace of fear. This guy has so many secrets. Morongqingqing tilted her head curiously, but then a smile appeared on her face. With the black cauldron, the gold-rank beast would suffer a lot. In front of them, the gold-rank beast roared to the sky. It had finally broken free from the purple seal and regained its freedom. Soon after, a ferocious glint appeared in its huge eyes. It stared at Lin Xian and Morongqingqing, then charged toward them at a high speed. This time, it must tear the two apart. Without the restraint of the purple cataclysmic seal, the gold-ranked beast was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This time, the gold-ranked beast was truly enraged. It used all its strength and charged towards Lin Xian like a golden meteor. Feeling the terrifying power, Jiang Yan and the others' eyelids twitched. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He quickly mobilized his soul power and poured it into the black 10,000 beast ding. In the next moment, the black 10,000 beast ding buzzed. The black cauldron above Lin Xian's head also emitted a black light. Above the cauldron, strange beasts gradually appeared and circled in the air. Bang, the black 10,000 beast ding turned and shot out a black light towards the gold-ranked beast. The light was very fast. It was like a black lightning bolt. In an instant, it was in front of the gold-ranked beast. In the next moment, it entered the gold-ranked beast's forehead. Suddenly, the gold-ranked beast's body trembled and stopped. Then, it let out a painful roar. The roar was earth-shattering. It was like a demon's voice. It made one's scalp tingle. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-ranked beast's huge body fell to the ground. Countless waves of air rolled. A terrifying crater was formed on the ground. The gold-ranked beast rolled on the ground in pain. What's going on? What happened? Xianxia and the others were stunned. They only saw a black light enter the gold-ranked beast's body. Then, it became like this, but this was too unbelievable. The gold-ranked beast was more terrifying than a 4th-rank honorable realm cultivator. Previously, even when Morong Qingqing used the cataclysmic seal, it was only a draw. It could not kill the gold-ranked beast. But now, a black light was causing the gold-ranked beast so much pain that it wanted to die. Everyone could not believe it. But the truth was right in front of him. What was that thing? What did Lin Xian do? Xianxia and the others frowned. They quickly looked in front of him. However, the space around Lin Xian was distorted. It was very blurry. They could not see what was going on inside. Lin Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, his face was somewhat pale. Clearly, that attack just now had consumed a lot of his soul force. Fortunately, although the consumption was huge, the effect was very obvious. At the very least, the gold-ranked demonic beast seemed to have lost all its combat power and became extremely weak. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Such a powerful demonic beast was actually killed by a black light. The 10,000 beast ding was truly terrifying. He didn't dare to imagine. If a true king wielded a complete earth-rank artifact, how powerful would that be? In front of him, the cries of the gold-ranked demonic beast gradually weakened, and the light on its body also dimmed. From the looks of it, it had become very weak, as if it could not hold on for much longer. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to injure a gold-ranked demonic beast with a single move. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? However, looking at Lin Xian's pale and sweaty face, Morong Qingqing sighed softly. Then, she moved her feet and asked softly. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill it? Okay, but hurry up. I can't hold on for much longer. Lin Xian was a little weak. If his soul force was exhausted, he wouldn't be able to control the 10,000 beast ding. At that time, the gold-ranked demonic beast would completely break free from his control and recover. Therefore, if they wanted to kill the gold-ranked demonic beast, now was the best time. Morong Qingqing nodded. Then, like a purple phantom, her body floated forward. In the distance, Xianxia and the others saw the scene and their hearts beat wildly. In an instant, they guessed Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian's thoughts. Then, their hearts trembled violently, and their eyes became fiery. Kill the gold-ranked demonic beast. This was the best time to kill the gold-ranked demonic beast. Because once the gold-ranked demonic beast broke free, it would become an undefeatable existence. But now, the gold-ranked demonic beast was extremely weak, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If they could kill a gold-ranked demonic beast, they would definitely gain both fame and fortune. Thinking of this, Xianxia, Tang Er, and the others' breathing quickened. Their eyes were as red as a rabbit's as they stared straight ahead. Although they were afraid of Lin Xian's ultimate move, and although Morong Qingqing's combat strength was unparalleled, both of them were severely exhausted. It was hard to say how much of their combat strength they could use. Moreover, a gold-ranked demonic beast was too tempting. They couldn't resist. Therefore, almost without hesitation, Xianxia and Tang Er made a decision. They led more than 10 elite disciples of the Hidden Dragon League and quickly soared into the sky, charging forward. Dozens of people were like sharp swords, tearing through the void at an extremely fast speed. On the other mountain, Jihao was also frowning. There was a hint of struggle in his eyes. Faced with this kind of temptation, he couldn't resist. However, Morong Qingqing's sky-flipping seal and Lin Xian's black light had shocked him too much. If both of them used that kind of attack again, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. Therefore, he didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he continued to wait. He also had his own plan. He planned to let Jiang Yan lead the Hidden Dragon League to attack first. If Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were forced into a corner, they would definitely counterattack. At that time, the two of them might use their ultimate move again. That kind of ultimate move couldn't be used more than once. Therefore, as long as they used it again, he would immediately make a move and kill them. Thinking of this, Jihao suppressed the excitement in his heart and quietly waited. In the sky, the dozens of bright lights finally caught the attention of Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. They quickly realized that those lights were Jiang Yan and the others from the Hidden Dragon League. Humph, this group of shameless bastards. They really were hiding here. Lin Xian's face darkened. He snorted coldly. He didn't have a good impression of these people. However, their actions still surprised him because they grasped the timing too well. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. He even sneered. He still had another trump card in his hand. If they really dared to make a move, he would definitely teach them a bloody lesson. Morong Qingqing also frowned slightly. These people were too despicable. They didn't make a move before, but now they only appeared when it was time to reap the rewards. They obviously wanted to reap the benefits without doing anything. However, this was something that they had worked so hard to obtain. How could they give it away? The dozens of lights in the sky were very fast. In an instant, they were near the gold-ranked demonic beast. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the next moment, Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others appeared. Jiang Yan glanced down and then smiled cruelly. Let's split up. You lead the others to kill the gold-ranked demonic beast. I'll take care of that brat. Don't worry, I'll bring back the falling star for you. Jiang Yan smiled evilly. Okay, I haven't killed a gold-ranked demonic beast yet. Tang Er also smiled coldly. Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the rest of the Hidden Dragon League appeared near the gold-ranked beast. They looked at the pale Lin Xian and the weak gold-ranked beast and smiled cruelly. After some discussion, the two of them split up. Jiang Yan ran towards Lin Xian while Tang Er led Zhao Bing and the rest towards the gold-ranked beast. Die, kid. Jiang Yan turned into a shooting star and rushed towards Lin Xian. On his body, a fiery red aura surged, turning into raging flames that burned fiercely. He was like a burning meteorite, rushing towards Lin Xian with great power. This time, Jiang Yan went all out and decided to take down Lin Xian in one move. Although Lin Xian was weak, the black light that he shot out was too terrifying. That kind of attack could seriously injure a gold-ranked beast. If Lin Xian used it again, Jiang Yan would not be able to block it. Therefore, he had to capture Lin Xian as soon as possible. Tang Er sneered and led Zhao Ben and the rest to attack the gold-ranked beast. The gold-ranked beast was very weak at this moment. It was lying on the ground and its eyes had lost its light. It did not have much combat power now and could not block the attacks of Tang Er and the rest. How dare you! Seeing this scene, Morong Qingqing also yelled out, a trace of anger appearing on her delicate little face. In the next moment, she decisively abandoned the gold-ranked beast and rushed towards Lin Xian. Compared to the gold-ranked beast, she was more concerned about Lin Xian's safety. Haha, kid, die. You dare to offend the Hidden Dragon League? You will suffer. Jiang Yan sneered and waved his hand quickly. A fiery red palm print fell from the sky with a mysterious flame. Fire God's palm. With a slap, the area within 100 miles was covered in a sea of fire. There were strange patterns on the huge red palm and it emitted a scorching aura. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. Even though he was extremely weak right now, he wasn't someone who could be trampled on. With a cold snort, he was about to mobilize his cards to attack. However, at this moment, a figure flashed by. Like a purple phantom, Morong Qingqing's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived beside Lin Xian. At the same time, her jade-like hands danced, and a purple mark quickly condensed. Sky-flipping seal. The terrifying purple palm print surged out again, as if it could shake the world. In the next moment, the terrifying purple palm and the crimson fire god's palm collided. Rumble, a terrifying sound rang out, resonating with heaven and earth, rumbling continuously. The fire god's palm was incomparably red, bringing with it endless heat waves that burned in all directions. This aura was no weaker than the flames on the 7th level of the Mountain of Flames. Ordinary third heaven venerables would probably be instantly burned to ashes in the sea of fire. The purple sky-flipping seal was even more dazzling. 4 true dragons circled around it, releasing a mysterious aura. A powerful and terrifying force gushed out from the overturning heaven seal, causing the entire world to tremble. This attack was too terrifying. It was like a stormy sea, swift and fierce to the extreme. Bang! In this intense confrontation, a muffled groan was suddenly heard. In the next moment, a fiery red figure quickly retreating hundreds of feet in the air. Wherever it passed, it brought with it a sea of crimson lava. The purple light in the world dissipated, and the terrifying energy also quickly dissipated. Morong Qingqing was like a beautiful fairy, her long dress fluttering in the wind, cold and unparalleled. On the other hand, Jiang Yan retreated hundreds of feet. His arm was numb, and his face was full of horror. He was at a disadvantage in this attack, and was directly sent flying. This was also when his opponent was in a state of exhaustion. Otherwise, he would have been in a worse state. One had to know that his opponent was in an intense battle with the gold-ranked beast, but she still had the energy to send him flying. It was really shocking. Jiang Yan's face was full of shock, and his expression was uncertain. His eyes flickered as he stared ahead, wondering if he should continue to attack. Although he was angry that he couldn't kill Lin Xian in a short period of time, at least he had restrained the two of them, giving Tang Er enough time to kill the gold-ranked beast. After Tang Er succeeded, he would gather all his forces to kill Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Morong Qingqing could withstand his and Tang Er's fierce attacks. Although his idea was good, reality was cruel. Just as he and Morong Qingqing were attacking, Lin Xian didn't stay idle. He quickly withdrew his soul power and released the control of the gold-ranked beast. In the distance, Tang Er led Zhao Bing and the rest to quickly surround the gold-ranked beast, grinning maliciously. Then, a powerful aura gushed out from their bodies, and they were ready to attack with all their might. However, in the next moment, the gold-ranked beast lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Its huge golden eyes shone with a terrifying light. The demonic aura that had originally disappeared quickly gathered and exploded. Without the control of the 10,000 beast ding, the gold-ranked beast recovered. In an instant, it recovered from its weakened state to its peak, and even became more violent. With a fierce look in its eyes, the gold-ranked beast roared into the sky. It was furious. As the king of the demon slayer world, no one dared to provoke it. But now, 2 little martial artists had provoked it time and time again, and they had succeeded. They had almost killed it. This made it fall into an endless rage. Now, it had just recovered from its weakened state, and someone dared to come and kill it. This was intolerable. Only by killing these despicable humans in front of it could it calm the anger in its heart. Therefore, it attacked without mercy. Its huge golden claws and terrifying golden tail swept out, enveloping the surroundings. Instantly, Tang Er's face turned green. He didn't expect the weak gold-ranked beast to recover and become even more violent than before. He was scared out of his wits. The gold-ranked beast had completely evolved and had no weaknesses. It was not something they could fight against. Yao Ben and the others were scared to the point of peeing their pants. Just the aura alone was enough to make their legs weak. They couldn't even stand straight, not to mention the terrifying golden claws. Run! Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. He screamed in fear and turned to run. Seeing this, the other Hidden Dragon League disciples all ran away. Tang Er's face was pale. He looked at the gold-ranked beast unwillingly, then turned into a wisp of green smoke and ran away. Although he didn't know why the gold-ranked beast recovered and made them lose the chance to kill it, he didn't have time to think about it. Running for his life was the most important thing. However, the gold-ranked beast was already furious. It swore to kill these despicable humans. How could it give Tang Er and the others a chance to escape? In the next moment, the huge golden claws quickly grew, covering the sky and slamming down. Golden light bloomed, and the sharp claws emitted a strong murderous aura and terrifying demonic aura. The sky full of golden light completely enveloped Tang Er and the others. The terrifying aura spread in all directions, covering the entire space. After a series of earth-shattering noises, Tang Er and the others flew out, vomiting blood. They were in a sorry state and had suffered heavy internal injuries. In the next moment, their bodies emitted a white light. Carrying endless grievances and unwillingness, they disappeared from the Demon Slayer world. Tang Er, Yao Ben, and dozens of others were severely injured by the gold-ranked beast. They turned into white light and left the monster-slaying realm. This scene shocked everyone, especially Jiang Yan. He was completely stunned. This was not an outcome he had expected at all. He would never have thought that the extremely weak gold-ranked beast would suddenly recover and injure Tang Er and the others with a single slap. They were even sent out of the monster-slaying realm in the end. This was an extremely tragic outcome. It was even worse than death. This was because once they left the monster-slaying realm, it meant that they had completely failed in the monster-slaying conference. All their previous efforts had been in vain. Even the monster blood pool at the end had nothing to do with those people. After all, they had fought so hard for the monster cores in order to obtain greater benefits from the monster blood pool at the end and increase their strength. However, they were now facing the danger of being sent out of the monster-slaying realm. He did not dare to take this risk again. Jiang Yan swallowed with difficulty. His expression was extremely ugly. He glared at Lin Xian and the others with hatred, then rushed into the sky and quickly fled. Not to mention whether he could defeat Murong Qingqing, the recovered gold-ranked beast was not something he could fight against. He did not want to be like Tang Er, who was severely injured by a single slap and then sent out. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all. He turned around and quickly fled. If anyone was here and saw the scene, their jaws would drop. This was because Jiang Yan was a super powerhouse ranked 8th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, at this moment, he had been scared away. It was unbelievable. In the distance, Qi Hao's expression was also ugly. However, at the same time, he was extremely glad that he had not attacked with Jiang Yan and the others. Otherwise, he would have been sent out long ago. He looked deeply at Lin Xian and Yao Ben, then took a deep breath and quickly left with the warriors behind him. He did not dare to stay here for even a minute. Who knew if the other party had any terrifying trump cards? Although they looked incomparably weak, Qi Hao did not dare to have any ideas about them anymore. Tang Er was a very good example of this. Therefore, he quickly left with his people. Lin Xian looked at the backs of those people leaving and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He believed that the scene just now was definitely too shocking. He was afraid that these people would wake up from their dreams in the future. Murong Qingqing also revealed a smile. Those despicable fellows had finally been scared away. Although the two of them were overjoyed, they did not let down their guard. Although there were no martial artists around, there was still a gold-ranked demonic beast eyeing them. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. If he could control a golden beast once, he could do it again, even though it would consume a lot of his energy. But for the gold demon core, he had no choice but to fight. What should we do? Should we continue? Murong Qingqing asked. Of course we have to continue. Otherwise, all our previous efforts would have gone to waste. Besides, killing a gold-tier beast is something that makes me excited. Lin Xian smiled. If we succeed, we will be the first team in the history of Senma College to kill a gold-ranked monster. This reputation is probably even more shocking than the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. After all, the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard would change every time. The reputation of being the first to kill a gold-ranked monster would be forever recorded in history. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing's delicate face also revealed a look of excitement. After that, the two of them discussed and prepared to kill the gold-ranked monster again. This time, Lin Xian directly released the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Marquis. He ordered them to keep an eye on the surroundings and not let any martial artists in. Lin Xian once again controlled the 10,000 beast ding and slowly walked toward the gold-ranked monster. Originally, after the gold-ranked monster had sent Tang Er and the others flying, its huge eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. It did not hide the murderous intent in its eyes. However, when Lin Xian took out the 10,000 beast sting again, the gold-ranked monster's body trembled and a look of fear appeared in its eyes. It would not forget the pain it had suffered before. The black light had directly destroyed its will. If it was not for the fact that the young man in front of it was too weak, it would have become a slave pet. Therefore, when it saw the shadow of the black cauldron, the gold-ranked monster's heart was filled with fear. It did not want to experience what had just happened again. Therefore, without hesitation, the gold-ranked monster turned and ran. It was a great contrast to its previous aggressive and overbearing appearance. However, since Lin Xian had already decided to kill it, he would not give it a chance to escape. In the next moment, he poured all of his remaining soul power into the 10,000 beast sting. Immediately, the latter vibrated and released a black light. A ball of energy surged out like a black lightning bolt and instantly entered the gold-ranked monster's body. Roar! The gold-ranked monster cried out in pain. Its eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. However, it was quickly replaced by weakness. At this time, Morong Qingqing's expression was also serious. She once again used the sky-tumbling seal and quickly attacked the gold-ranked monster. The two of them worked together and finally killed the gold-ranked monster. Buzz! From the huge corpse, a golden heart quickly rose into the air and suspended in the air, emitting a dazzling golden light. Finally, the heart gradually condensed into a golden ball of light the size of a fist. It contained a terrifying amount of energy. Gold-ranked monster core. Looking at the golden ball of light, Lin Xian took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with excitement. After working so hard for so long, he finally obtained the legendary gold-ranked monster core. This was probably the first gold-ranked monster core in the history of the monster-slaying world to appear in the hands of a human. With a wave of her hand, Morong Qingqing held the gold-ranked monster core in her hand. Then, in a flash, she came to Lin Xian's side. Looking at the monster core in front of them, the two of them were burning with excitement. Is this the gold-ranked monster core? It is indeed terrifying. The power it contains is not comparable to that of a silver-ranked monster core. Morong Qingqing exclaimed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was even more excited. He chuckled and said, if this demon core were to appear, I reckon everyone would go crazy for it. Of course. I don't think anyone can resist the temptation of a gold-ranked monster core. Hee, but now it's ours. When they take it out at the monster blood pool, it will definitely scare a lot of people to death. Lin Xian smirked. Morong Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. This guy really likes to mess around. However, just as the two of them were cheering, something unexpected happened. The clouds in the sky rolled and spiritual energy gathered like a torrent. The wind and clouds changed color. Soon, the spiritual energy condensed into a row of golden words that appeared in the sky. When Lin Xian saw the words in the sky, he was instantly dumbfounded. Even Morong Qingqing was stunned. Shocking news. Congratulations to Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing for making history by becoming the first people to kill a gold-ranked monster. Your great achievements will be recorded in the monster-slaying world forever. At this moment, countless people looked up at the sky with a dazed expression. Breaking news! Congratulations to Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing for being the first to kill a gold-ranked beast. Your achievements will be forever recorded in the monster-slaying world. Everyone stared at the flashing golden words in the sky and fell into a daze. What's going on? They were all stunned and had no idea what was going on. This had never happened in the monster-slaying world before. Could it be a prank? Someone did not believe it. That's a gold-ranked beast, how could it be killed? It's very possible. No one has ever killed a gold-ranked beast, and it's impossible this time either. Also, that Lin Xian seems to be a new student. How could he do it? Suddenly, countless voices of doubt were heard. However, not long after, the news of Lin Xian and the others attacking a gold-ranked beast's nest spread. There were many people attacking the nest this time, and most of them suffered great losses. Now that they heard the news, they were definitely unhappy. Therefore, they quickly spread the news. Jiang Yan, Qi Hao, and the others looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. Others might not believe it, but they believed it. Not long ago, they saw with their own eyes Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing severely injuring a gold-ranked beast. With their skills, it should not be difficult for them to kill a gold-ranked beast. Thinking of this, their hearts were filled with hatred, especially Jiang Yan. He wanted to go back and snatch the gold-ranked beast core back. However, the fate of Tang Er and the others was still replaying in his mind. Moreover, the other party had the mysterious black light and the sky-flipping seal. That kind of killing move made him deeply fearful. Therefore, he did not dare to go back and snatch it. However, he did not plan to let Lin Xian go, so he quickly spread the news. What, Lin Xian really killed a gold-ranked beast? Gradually, many people found out the truth from the Hidden Dragon League. Then, their faces were filled with shock. They could not be blamed. This news was too shocking, and countless people were stunned. Soon, the news spread like crazy. In addition to the golden hand in the sky that lingered for a long time, everyone in the demon-slaying world knew about this news. In the mountains, a stalwart figure carrying a black longsword was walking slowly. His steps were very steady. If one looked carefully, they would realize that the distance of each step was exactly the same. This imposing figure was Du Guoyan. He raised his head and looked at the flickering golden words in the sky, revealing a trace of a smile. Who would have thought that there would be such a person among the freshmen who could actually kill a gold-ranked beast, he muttered to himself in a low voice. His voice was unusually calm. It seemed that this news did not cause him much of a stir. Very quickly, he once again took steady steps towards the depths of the mountain. Dozens of silver-ranked demonic beasts' corpses were scattered around a lone peak that was 100 feet tall. Beside the corpses, there was a figure standing with his hands behind his back. Li Yunfei looked at the sky expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. However, those star-like eyes gradually emitted a sharpness. In the vast forest, Willow Lance looked at the golden words in the sky, and his face became extremely ferocious. Damn this guy. What kind of luck did he have to be able to kill a gold-ranked demonic beast? He was about to go crazy. He never thought that Lin Xian would have such an opportunity. Before he set off, he did not take Lin Xian seriously. He thought that as long as he met Lin Xian in the demon-slaying world, he could easily kick him out of the competition. However, although he had not met Lin Xian yet, there was news of him killing a gold-ranked demonic beast. That was a gold-ranked demonic beast. It was an overlord in the demon-slaying world. Even Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei had not killed one. However, a freshman had accomplished such a feat, and it was forever recorded in history. This made him angry and jealous at the same time. Young Master Lu, there's news. It's said that this gold-ranked demonic beast has just advanced, and Lin Xian is not the only one who attacked the demonic beast's nest. Other than him, there's also Qi Hao, Jiang Yan, and Tang Er, who are among the top 10 on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard. It's a large-scale attack. I think that kid must have snatched the gold-ranked demonic core in the chaos. Wei Long, who was next to him, received the report from his subordinate and quickly said, "Is the news reliable?" Willow Lance frowned and asked. "It's reliable. It's said that it came from the Hidden Dragon Society. They've sent out many people to find Lin Xian's whereabouts. I was wondering how strong that kid was. How could he kill a gold-ranked demonic beast? Now it seems that he was just lucky to have obtained the gold-ranked demonic core in the chaos." Willow Lance showed a hint of disdain. "But this is good too. When I get rid of that kid, the gold-ranked demonic core will be mine." Thinking of this, he showed a hint of excitement, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, all the experts in the demon-slaying world received the news, and they all had various thoughts. Moreover, countless forces and teams quickly took action. It could be said that an undercurrent was surging. In fact, it was not only the people in the demon-slaying world who received the news. Senma College was also extremely shocked. Above the true Martial Lake, the entire sky was suffused with a faint light like a mirror, showing what had happened in the demon-slaying world. However, the display only showed the last area of the demonic blood pool, but everyone saw the golden words that appeared in the sky. What, the gold-ranked demonic beast was killed? How is this possible? Isn't that the legendary most powerful demonic beast in the demon-slaying world? I'm not sure, but I'm very curious about what the golden words are. Could it be man-made? No, it should be automatically formed by the demon-slaying world. It can be said to be a symbol of glory, a senior student said with a serious expression. So that means that the news is true? Many people exclaimed, their faces full of shock. They did not expect that the overlord of the demon-slaying world would be killed, and it was done by 2 freshmen. Damn, this Lin Xian is too strong, isn't he? He can even kill a gold-ranked demonic beast? That's equivalent to a 4th heaven venerable. Morong Qingqing, my goddess, is indeed incomparably powerful. Shocking news, if it was really done by Lin Xian, his strength would probably surpass Li Yunfei and Du Guoyan, right? Not necessarily, maybe there's something we don't know. The group of people discussed animatedly. In a corner of the true martial lake, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were extremely excited and quickly cheered. Brother Xian, it's really Brother Xian. Brother Xian's name actually appeared in the demon-slaying world. F***CK. Brother Xian actually did such a big thing. He's really strong. It seems that he's going to be recorded in history this time. Humph. So what if they're in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard? Let's see if they can kill a gold beast. Did you see that? Brother Xian is the boss of our Dragon Sword Pavilion. We're recruiting. Our Dragon Sword Pavilion is recruiting. The boss is Lin Xian, who just killed a gold beast and was recorded in history. The Dragon Sword Pavilion is now opening up 100 spots for members. It's first come, first served. Don't miss this opportunity. Wang Li began to lead the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion to recruit people on the spot. Needless to say, the effect was particularly good. In an instant, many people ran over. The others were discussing animatedly, and the entire true martial lake was noisy. This news was too shocking. Even the demon-slaying world had a strange phenomenon. It could be said that this was something that had never happened before. And Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, who had entered the historical records, had become true influential figures in Senma College at this moment. In the sky, on the huge red feather, a few elders were also surprised. There's actually someone who can kill a gold beast? And it's a freshman? Did the demon-slaying world make a mistake? No, I just took a look. The gold beast that was killed had just advanced. Just advanced? But even so, it's not something that those people can fight against, right? A few elders were also discussing quickly, their faces full of doubt. Obviously, these elders were still very doubtful about Lin Xian's ability to kill a gold beast. I wonder if it's possible to show the scene when they killed it. An elder asked. Yes, but it'll take some time. I'm afraid it's impossible now. Perhaps we can only show it after the demon-slaying conference ends. But don't forget that Lin Xian has Morong Qingqing by his side. That's the little princess of the Morong family. I think she must have some kind of killing weapon in her hands to be able to kill a gold beast. Hearing this, a few elders nodded in agreement. They were also paying special attention to Morong Qingqing. After all, she was the little princess of the Morong family. In front of them, Dean Xian also nodded slightly. Not bad indeed. Hearing Headmaster Xian's words, the elders stopped their discussion. Dean, where did this brat come from? He can actually walk together with the little princess of the Morong family. As far as I know, that little girl has very high standards. That's right. Besides, the Wanxiang auction was destroyed. With Prince Ling Feng's strength, he would have sent people over as well. Fortunately, you secretly stopped him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this brat wouldn't even be able to participate in this demon-slaying conference. The elders shifted the topic to Lin Xian. Headmaster Xian stood with her hands behind her back and said calmly, maybe he is the one we are waiting for. What? It's him. Is this true? I always thought it was just a rumor. That's right. Does that person really exist? Several elders were moved. It shouldn't be wrong. Xianxia said slowly, next, we have to pay close attention to him. We can't let those old monsters attack him. As for the younger generation, let them deal with it themselves. If he can't even solve these problems, then we don't have to have any expectations for him. Don't worry, Dean. Our Senma College is not to be trifled with. Humph, they think that they can control the entire Sky Marshal continent just because they have the support of foreign powers? Another elder snorted coldly. Things are not that bad. At least before the internal strife ends, there won't be too much of a riot. Headmaster Xian said in a deep voice. However, this won't take too long. At least 3 to 5 years, at most 10 years. I'm afraid that the outcome will be decided. And if the other party succeeds, then the Sky Marshal continent will also welcome a disaster. Just like the current Tiannan region? Another elder frowned. Yes, if the other party succeeds, then the Sky Marshal continent's outcome will be the same as the Tiannan region, or even worse. This is also why we can't rashly help the Tiannan region. Currently, with our strength, we can't directly clash with the foreign powers. What about the Tiannan region? An elder asked. Just keep a close eye on them. There's no need to do anything. We can give them some resources to help. Don't worry, the Tiannan region is not so easy to deal with. A few elders quickly discussed, from Lin Xian's identity to the situation in the Tiannan region. It seemed that the Sky Marshal continent was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. However, Lin Xian did not know any of this. At this moment, he was already dumbfounded, staring blankly at the sky. Morong Qingqing was also stunned. Her delicate little face was filled with doubt. What does this mean? Lin Xian asked with a pale face. I think it's because we created history and triggered the demon-slaying phenomenon. Morong Qingqing said. After all, she came from the House of Kings and had seen many things. Phenomenon? Lin Xian frowned. That means that this thing was seen by everyone? It should be. Morong Qingqing laughed bitterly. F***ck. Hearing this news, Lin Xian jumped up. What was a gold demon beast? It was the overlord of the demon-slaying world. Moreover, it contained an extremely precious gold demon core. That was something that everyone would covet. Now, the news of him having a gold demon core had actually spread. Moreover, it was known to everyone. This put him in an extremely dangerous situation. One had to know that this thing attracted not only Jiang Yin, Tang Er, and the others, but also Li Yunfei, Dugu Ao Tian, and the others. If those people made a move, with Lin Xian's current state, he would not be able to contend against them. Even if it was not those super experts, other warriors would group up to find trouble with him. It would also give him a headache. Originally, he wanted to secretly hide the gold demon core and wait until the demon blood pool to take it out to shock the world. However, he did not expect that the demon-slaying world would directly announce the news of him having a gold demon core. Damn it! Lin Xian's face was ugly. He turned around and left. He was now extremely weak. He had to find a safe place to recover. Then, the two of them quickly left the area. At the same time, the entire demon-slaying world began to move. An extremely oppressive aura quickly spread. Countless forces were mobilized to search for Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. In the eyes of everyone, the two of them were more tempting than any demon beast lair. After all, the gold lair was a forbidden area. Ordinary people did not dare to enter it. However, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were different. According to the information they received, the two of them had snatched the gold demon core in the chaos. Therefore, as long as they could find Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, they believed that they would be able to snatch the gold demon core. For a time, all the teams in the demon-slaying world began to move. They swore to find Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. However, after searching for a few days, they did not find any trace of them. The two of them seemed to have disappeared and did not appear again. This made everyone extremely disappointed. After all, the demon-slaying world was still very big. If the two of them really wanted to hide, they would not be able to find each other at all without 10 days to half a month. If that was the case, it would take too much time. They could not just find the two of them. They had to find other monster lairs on the way to prepare for the demon blood pool. Therefore, they did not have much time at all. For a time, many people decided to give up the search. Bang! When Willow Lance heard the news, he waved his fist angrily and blew up a mountain in front of him. Countless gravel splashed like a meteor shower, falling around Willow Lance. Willow Lance's face was ferocious, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. Damn thief, too cowardly. How dare he hide? Willow Lance was very angry. These days, he had sent his men to quickly search for him. But no matter how hard he searched, there was no result at all. This drove him crazy. If he could not find Lin Xian, he could not get the Golden Demon Core. Young Master Lu, I have an idea that might be able to force him out, Wei Long said quickly. What is it? Hearing this, Willow Lance raised his eyebrows. According to the information we have, Lin Xian is not acting alone. In addition to Murong Qingqing, there are also Suyu and the double ghosts of Black and White in his team. If they can team up with Lin Xian, their relationship must be extraordinary. If we can catch those people, I think Lin Xian will definitely come out. Hearing this, Willow Lance's eyes lit up, revealing a terrifying look. Good idea, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry, young Master Lu, it will definitely succeed, Wei Long said and patted his chest. Next, Wei Long left with some elite disciples of the Spear God Society and began to catch the double ghosts of Black and White, Suyu, and the others. In a remote valley, two figures were sitting cross-legged quietly. These two people were Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. They quickly left the area that day and came to this remote valley to meditate. They ignored everything that happened in the outside world. The two of them were not injured, but they had expended too much energy. Therefore, after recuperating for 2 days, they had both recovered. However, the two of them did not leave. Instead, they continued to stay in the valley. This battle had given them a lot of inspiration, especially Lin Xian. Cliff was currently undergoing a transformation. To be exact, his soul power had been greatly enhanced. When he was controlling the 10,000 beast Ding, his soul power was almost completely depleted. However, this process also tempered and improved his soul power. Originally, Lin Xian's soul force was equivalent to a Tier 5 alchemist. But now, his soul force had risen to the level of a Tier 6 alchemist. He was even at the pinnacle of Tier 6 alchemists. Even a martial artist at the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm might not have a soul power as strong as his. This was extremely good news to him. After all, after he entered the Exalt realm, it wasn't just his body that had been tempered, even his soul had been greatly nourished. The so-called martial soul actually contained the power of the soul. However, soul power was extremely difficult to cultivate. It would only increase naturally as one's realm increased. Other than that, other ordinary exalts did not have any good methods. However, Lin Xian was different. As an alchemist, his soul power was already strong. Moreover, he had a way to cultivate his soul power. Now, through the 10,000 life cauldron, his soul power had greatly increased. As a result, although his cultivation did not increase, his strength had increased by a lot. Moreover, his great dragon sword soul had also been nourished and became even stronger than before. As for alchemy, Lin Xian should be able to completely refine Tier 6 alchemy pills. He could even attempt to refine Tier 7 alchemy pills. Tier 6 alchemy pills were already very precious, and Tier 7 alchemy pills were even rarer. Every single one of them was very valuable. It could be said that a Tier 7 alchemist's status was extraordinary. As for Lin Xian, he was very close to becoming a Tier 7 alchemist. This battle was too worth it. Not only did he obtain a gold demon core, but his strength had also increased. This made him feel very good. Lin Xian stood up and felt the increase in attack power of the great dragon sword soul. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Then, he turned his head to the side. Beside him, there was a beautiful figure. Right then, Murong Qingqing opened her eyes as well, a faint smile appearing on her face. Looks like you've had a breakthrough. Lin Xian smiled. Yes, I've gained some insights. Murong Qingqing twirled her hair. Why do I feel like you've gained more than me? She glared at Lin Xian coquettishly. Hee, it's okay. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, we've been in this valley for a long time. Why don't we go out and have a look? Whatever you say. Murong Qingqing said. Then, the two of them turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed into the sky. They knew that if they stayed in the valley, no one would be able to discover them. This was a very safe choice for them. Moreover, the two of them had enough demon cores. However, Lin Xian chose to leave. No matter how many demon cores he had to pass the last guardian to enter the demon blood pool. If he couldn't pass the guardian, the precious gold demon cores in his hands would become a pile of useless stones. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was outside, he had to go to the last guardian. Lin Xian took out the map and identified the direction. Then, he flew towards the north. There was a big canyon there. That was the place where they had agreed to meet with the twin ghosts of Black and White and Suyu. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the top of the canyon. Then, they swayed their bodies and descended. At this moment, there were 4 figures waiting anxiously beside the canyon. Suddenly, they heard the sound of something breaking through the air above them. They immediately looked up. When they saw Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, Suyu, and the others exclaimed in joy. Junior brother Lin, junior sister Murong, you're fine. That's great. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. The other 3 were also excited. They had also seen the big golden words in the sky and knew that Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing had killed a gold demon beast. In their eyes, this was a miracle. However, while Suyu and the others were excited, they also looked worried. Lin Xian looked around and didn't see the twin ghosts of Black and White. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did those 2 go out to rob again?" Junior brother Lin, Suyu and the others looked like they wanted to say something. What's wrong? Seeing their expressions, Lin Xian frowned. Senior sister Su, we're all on the same side. If you have something to say, just say it, Murong Qingqing said. The twin ghosts of Black and White might be in danger, Suyu said worriedly. What happened? Senior sister Su, tell me in detail. Hearing that the twin ghosts of Black and White were in danger, Lin Xian's face darkened. It's like this. The news of the 2 of you killing a gold-ranked beast has spread throughout the monster-slaying world. Everyone knows that you have a gold-ranked demon core. Moreover, after the Hidden Dragon Society spread rumors, everyone thinks that the 2 of you snatched the gold-ranked demon core during the chaos. So, countless forces want to find the 2 of you and snatch the gold-ranked demon core from you. However, they've been looking for you for many days and haven't found you. Many people have given up. Then, a force called the Spear Society started hunting us and the Black-White Double Demons. They probably heard some news and wanted to catch us and force you out. The Black-White Double Demons went out alone to lure them away to protect us. It's been more than a day. I don't know what's going on with them. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Murong Qingqing's face also turned cold. What kind of force is the Spear Society? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. This was because he didn't remember having any interactions with the Spear Society. The Spear Society is an organization founded by Willow Lance, who's ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Willow Lance. Lin Xian frowned. Then, he remembered that before the monster-slaying conference started, a guy with a blood-red spear on his back had come to find trouble with him. He wasn't in the academy at that time. That person had injured Dongfang Xiong and the others and left. He didn't expect that person to appear again. Willow Lance, right? Let's settle the old and new grudges together. Lin Xian clenched his fists. A sharp sword light flashed in his eyes. Willow Lance had hurt the people around him more than once and had crossed his bottom line. This time, he didn't plan to let them go. Lin Xian didn't expect that someone would kidnap the people around him to threaten him. This had crossed his bottom line. Therefore, he wouldn't let this matter rest. Do you know where they went? Lin Xian asked. He was a little worried. Since the other party dared to capture the Black-White Double Demons, it meant that they had the confidence to do so. Therefore, he had to find the Black-White Double Demons as soon as possible. At that time, they ran east. As for what happened later, I don't know. Suyu said. After separating from the Black-White Double Ghosts, they had been waiting in the canyon, so they were not very clear about what had happened outside. Don't worry, we'll just head east to search, Lin Xian comforted. Then, they quickly got up and flew toward the east. Along the way, they passed by a stronghold. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing did not enter, while Suyu and the others went in to quickly gather information. Not long after, they came out. How is it? Did you hear anything useful? Lin Xian asked. Yes, I found the black-white double demons. They're trapped in the White Bone Mountain. Suyu and the others had strange expressions on their faces. White Bone Mountain. Do you know the location? Let's hurry over. We know the location, but there are some changes, Suyu said. The black-white double demons injured the people who were chasing them, but they didn't leave. Instead, they directly challenged Willow Lance. Now, many people have heard the news. At this moment, many warriors are flying toward the White Bone Mountain. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. These two guys were really bold. However, after these days of interaction, he knew the black-white double demons' way of doing things. They were not people who would take any losses. After being chased for so long, they must be very angry. It was reasonable for them to challenge Willow Lance. It seemed that these two guys would be fine in the short term. Lin Xian and the others were relieved. Junior brother Lin, I think you shouldn't go. After all, they caught us to lure you out. This time, the battle between the black-white double demons and Willow Lance will definitely attract a lot of people. If you go, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Don't worry, senior sister Sue. We can even kill a golden demon beast. Why should we be afraid of those people? Lin Xian smiled. To be honest, he was not very worried now because he was not afraid of those people before. Now that his strength had increased again, he was even less worried. If someone is stupid, I'll let him know how I got my golden demon core. Suyu and the others smiled bitterly. She found that the people around her were not people who would suffer losses. However, she also knew that Lin Xian had the right to say such words. Moreover, the people from the Spear God Society were really too much. If it were not for her strength, she would also want to teach them a lesson. Then, the group went on their way and flew toward the White Bone Mountain. The White Bone Mountain was a very famous mountain in the demon-slaying world. Because it was made of white bones, the huge white bones were more terrifying and spectacular than real boulders. Rumor had it that the White Bone Mountain was actually the corpse of a demon beast. However, not many people believed it because the White Bone Mountain was too high. It was thousands of feet high, and it was a continuous mountain range. If it was really the corpse of a demon beast, then the demon beast was too terrifying. A demon beast that was thousands of feet high, what kind of demon beast was it? No one had ever heard of it. However, this did not affect the reputation of the White Bone Mountain at all, because the demon blood pool was just behind the White Bone Mountain. Moreover, the 3 legendary gatekeepers were also in the White Bone Mountain. However, the 3 gatekeepers should be in the depths of the White Bone Mountain. At least those who were in the third leg would not have the chance to see them. Usually, the White Bone Mountain was surrounded by Ghost Cry and the demon chi was thick. There were not many people, but now, it was very lively. At this moment, countless warriors were heading toward the White Bone Mountain, all of them were very excited. In the middle of the mountain, there was a vast flat area, and this was the place where the most warriors were. In the middle of the flat area stood 2 figures, one black and one white. They were the black-white double ghosts. Opposite them was a man with a blood-red spear on his back, who was sitting cross-legged. He was surrounded by a group of warriors from the Spear Club, all of them looking serious. Outside were the other warriors who had come to watch the fight. The warriors looked at the scene and discussed animatedly. They were very excited. The black-white double ghosts were very famous, and everyone knew about them. Willow Lance was even more impressive. As a super expert ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign list, he could be said to be very powerful. The battle between the two of them could be said to have attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, all kinds of discussions broke out, all of them discussing the upcoming battle. Although the black-white double ghosts are powerful, they are overestimating themselves if they want to challenge Willow Lance. What do you know? Back then, they dared to challenge Li Yunfei before they went into seclusion. Now that they have come out of seclusion, what's the fuss about challenging Willow Lance? These two are also big dark horses. I wonder if they will succeed in their challenge. Just as these people were discussing, the black-white double demons snorted. Lu, are you going to fight or not? Black Saw snorted. You're so slow, just like a woman. The white demon also shouted, that's right. You've been here for so long, but you're just sitting there. Are you going to fight or not? Hearing this, Willow Lance slowly opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Then, he said calmly, "No hurry, wait a little longer." He sneered. He would not fight until he saw the person he wanted to see. Seeing this, the black demon was also angry. He shouted, "Lu, don't think that I don't know what you're planning." "That's right. Didn't you capture us to lure Lin Xian out?" The white demon also shouted. "However, I suspect that you're out of your mind. Lin Xian can even kill a gold-tier beast. You dare to provoke such a person? Aren't you looking for death? Kill a gold-tier beast?" Willow Lance sneered disdainfully. "He's just a kid who took advantage of the chaos. What's so great about him? If he dares to come over, I'll stab him to death with my spear." His eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered. "Since you know why I'm here, that's great. If you know where that kid is hiding, you'd better tell me obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. At least, before that kid shows up, I won't let you die so easily." Willow Lance's voice was ferocious. "Don't talk big. It's not too late to say these words after you capture us." The black-white double demons did not back down. For a moment, the two forces confronted each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. They did not expect that Willow Lance was chasing the black-white double demons to lure Lin Xian out. Most of the people here had participated in the mission to find Lin Xian. However, he hid very well. They could not find him after a few days, so they gave up. However, they did not expect that Willow Lance would not give up. Instead, he came up with another way to lure Lin Xian out. However, their gazes soon became fiery. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle between the twin ghosts of Black and White and the Willow Lance would begin here. In other words, Lin Xian could appear here at any time. Thinking of this, their hearts burned with passion. That was because Lin Xian had a gold demon core, which was an extremely precious item. There was probably only one in the entire demon-slaying world that was in the hands of a human. For a time, countless martial artists were excited. Although they might not be able to defeat Lin Xian, that might not be the case in the midst of chaos. If Lin Xian could snatch the gold demon core in the midst of the chaos, then they could also snatch it back from Lin Xian in the midst of the chaos. At the thought of this, countless people transmitted their voices and quickly gathered their teammates, ready to attack at any moment. Two figures stood on top of the mountain in the distance, looking down like gods and demons. "That's the black-white double demons that challenged you," a stalwart man with a black longsword on his back said. "That's right, it's them. After their defeat last time, they went into seclusion. I didn't expect them to appear at the demon-slaying gathering this time." On the other side, a handsome young man said with his hands behind his back. "Their strength has increased a lot after coming out of seclusion this time. However, it seems like they're still no match for Willow Lance." The two people who spoke were Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei. The battle had attracted the two of them, but they did not appear in the belly of the mountain like the others. Instead, they came to the high mountain peak. Looking down from there, they had a panoramic view of everything below. Willow Lance is indeed much stronger. Looking at his vitality, he must have practiced the Furious Dragon Spear technique to the great accomplishment stage. However, it still doesn't seem to be enough to deal with the gatekeeper. Du Guoyan said in a deep voice. Li Yunfei also sighed. He did not know what Red Buddha was doing, but he did not participate in the demon-slaying gathering this time. Originally, with his strength as the third on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, he should be able to fight against a gatekeeper. However, he did not appear. Is Willow Lance really going to be the third candidate to fight against the gatekeeper? Li Yunfei frowned slightly. This gatekeeper's challenge was related to whether or not they could enter the final demonic blood pool. There could not be any mistakes. Willow Lance is a little reluctant. If it doesn't work out, let him and Chi Hao fight against the third gatekeeper together. Although it won't be a perfect pass, it's still much better than failing. A perfect pass meant that they would be able to obtain the most benefits from the demonic blood pool. However, if there were more people fighting against the gatekeeper, the benefits in the demonic blood pool would decrease. Therefore, a 3-on-3 was the most ideal choice. However, if it did not work out, they could only go 4-on-3. Actually, there's another choice, Du Guotian said. You mean Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing? Li Yunfei frowned. I know you have some friction with that kid, but I have to admit that both of them are strong. At the very least, they were able to kill a gold-colored beast. I think they must have some trump cards up their sleeves. I think that the chances of Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing fighting against the last gatekeeper are higher than Willowlance and Qi Hao. Hearing this, Li Yunfei raised his eyebrows. His eyes were filled with surprise. He did not expect Du Guotian to have such a high opinion of Lin Xian. However, when Lin Xian was mentioned, he did feel a little uncomfortable. Before the demonic slaying conference, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. He thought that Lin Xian was just an ant that wanted to get close to Murong Qingqing to gain some benefits. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to kill a gold-colored beast in such a short period of time. It was even recorded in the history of the demonic slaying world. The difference between before and after was too great, even he was shocked when he found out. Let's wait and see. Li Yunfei took a deep breath. Anyway, this battle is to lure that kid out. I think it won't be long before Lin Xian and Willowlance fight. At that time, whoever wins will take on the task of fighting the third gatekeeper. All right. Du Guotian nodded. The two of them did not say anything else and looked down again. Below, the black-white double ghosts could not take it anymore. They roared angrily and their auras quickly exploded. Two extremely powerful forces surged out and quickly swept out in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding people cried out in surprise and kept retreating. Their eyes were filled with shock. As expected of the black-white double ghosts. They're really fierce. Judging by their auras, they probably have the strength of the top 10 on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. They're too strong. No wonder they dared to challenge Willowlance. Their auras are not bad. Indeed, they have the qualifications to enter the top 10 on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. However, you have no chance of winning against me. Willowlance sneered disdainfully. Then, he slowly stood up. The chi and blood in his body churned like an angry dragon roaring and gushing out quickly. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions as if a peerless beast was quickly awakening. So powerful. The surrounding warriors trembled and quickly retreated. The aura was so strong that it made it difficult for them to breathe. It was as if the spiritual power in their bodies had been frozen. The black-white double demons were also shocked. They did not expect Willowlance's aura to be so powerful. It seemed that he had improved greatly during this time. Although they were shocked, they were not afraid. They even dared to challenge Li Yunfei and the others, let alone Willowlance, who was ranked 4th. With a roar, the black-white double demons fought back with all their might. Black chi gushed out of the black demon's body and formed a black moon behind him. The white demon shouted and a white silk snake quickly formed beside her. It was ferocious and terrifying. Then, the two of them launched 2 attacks at the willow spear. A 300-meter-long crescent-shaped sword chi suddenly slashed down from the sky with unparalleled power. It was extremely sharp. The white demon waved her hand and her spiritual power surged. Her body emitted a white light and palm shadows danced in the air like white spiritual snakes. The black-white double ghosts attacked together, unleashing terrifying attacks as they rushed towards Lu Chang. You're just an ant. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? Willowlance sneered and pulled out the blood-red spear from his back. The moment he held the spear, endless blood-red light gushed out of his body. It was as if thousands of blood-red rainbows were rushing in all directions. Then, Willowlance raised his blood-red spear and stabbed it out. The spear was like a stunning rainbow and was as fast as blood-red lightning. It was extremely sharp. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided and made a shocking sound. Endless light flashed and formed a rain of light that fell quickly. After the attack, the black-white double demons turned pale and took 3 steps back. Their eyes were filled with shock. On the other hand, Willowlance stood with his spear like a rock. There was obvious disdain on his face. So powerful. This aura is definitely not an ordinary 3rd-level honorable. Many people exclaimed. Is this the power of the 4th on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard? Jiang Yan looked at Willow Lance in front of him and said in a serious tone. On the other side, Chihao's brows were tightly knitted together. This fellow's strength has become stronger again. How is this possible? He was simply too shocked. As a super powerhouse ranked 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, he often battled with Willow Lance. Therefore, he was very clear about the strength of Willow Lance. In the past, Willow Lance was not as strong as it was now. This fellow is too terrifying. Chihao felt his scalp go numb. The twin ghosts of black and white were even more shocked. Their arms were numb, and the immense power caused their blood to churn. Their eyes were filled with shock. Although they had the combat strength of the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, they had not been able to withstand the blow and had almost vomited blood. The gap between them was too big. Thinking of this, their eyes were filled with fury, and their entire being became extremely ferocious. They couldn't bear it. They couldn't accept this fact. After all, their ultimate goal after coming out of seclusion was Li Yunfei. However, they couldn't even defeat the 4th-ranked Willow Lance, so how could they challenge Li Yunfei? The two of them looked at each other, and then the aura in their bodies began to become strange. I don't believe that you can take this blow from us. Black Demon said through gritted teeth. Use whatever moves you have. Don't worry, I won't kill you, at least not before that kid comes. Willow Lance's voice was cold as he looked down at the two of them. The twin ghosts of black and white did not say anything else. Instead, they quickly circulated the spiritual power in their bodies. In the next moment, the two of them did not hesitate and quickly summoned their martial souls. Balls of black aura surged out of Black Demon's body and merged with the Black Moon. The white phosphorus serpent beside the white fiend also became more solid. It was lifelike, like a real demon king. In the next moment, the two of them shouted and quickly connected. The black and white aura in their bodies merged and formed a yin-yang diagram. Suddenly, an even more terrifying power was released. You have this technique? Your power has indeed increased, but it's still useless against me. Willow Lance sneered disdainfully. Whether it's useful or not, you'll find out soon enough. Black Demon snorted, then shouted, merge. Along with this sound, the two martial artists collided quickly and then emitted endless black and white light. The black and white light was so dazzling that everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. However, judging from the aura fluctuations, the two of them must have used their ultimate moves. This was because the aura emitted by the two of them was no weaker than Willow Lance's. Soon, under everyone's attention, the black and white aura quickly disappeared. Then, a behemoth appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the figure in front of them, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? How did they do it? Everyone was shocked and disbelief was written all over their faces. Even Willow Lance was shocked, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Martial soul fusion? They can actually fuse their martial souls. Willow Lance was indeed shocked because the two of them had fused their martial souls and formed a black and white dragon. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked, and their eyes almost popped out. Martial soul fusion, they had never seen such a technique before. Moreover, it was needless to say that this technique was very terrifying because the white-scaled snake from before had turned into a dragon at this moment, and its strength should have increased by a lot. As expected of the black and white double demons, they can even think of such a fierce move. No wonder he dared to challenge Willow Lance. This martial soul fusion technique can maximize the strength of both of them. I think his strength now is not much weaker than Willow Lance's. Many people were discussing and were extremely excited. Lu Chang, on the other hand, recovered from his initial shock. He looked at the black and white serpent and sneered. Transforming a snake into a dragon, it is indeed a good technique. However, you have challenged the wrong person. No matter how powerful you are still a dragon. How can you compare to a real dragon? Willow Lance said coldly with a trace of sharpness in his voice. In the next moment, Ah clenched his blood-red spear and a scarlet light emerged from his body. A strange pattern appeared on the spear, exuding a sharp aura. Willow Lance also roared angrily. Angry Dragon Spear Technique. The spear pierced out like an angry dragon, and the terrifying spear light turned into a blood-red dragon, roaring in the air. On the opposite side, the black and white double demons also roared and jointly controlled the black and white dragon in the sky to spiral down. Rumble. In the end, the two attacks collided, and a terrifying vibration sounded, shaking the whole world. The huge mountain of white bones shook as if it would collapse at any time. The terrifying spiritual power was vast and mighty, and the surrounding martial artists were blown away. This attack was too terrifying, as if it could destroy the world. Then, two screams sounded, and the black and white double demons flew back, vomiting blood. Their faces were extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with horror. In front of them, the black and white dragon became dim and weak, as if it would dissipate at any moment. On the other hand, the crimson dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely ferocious and could tear everything apart. Seeing this, everyone knew that the black-white double ghosts had lost. Although their martial soul fusion was very strange and powerful, Willowlance was even more powerful. His raging dragon spear technique had reached the greater success stage and was extremely powerful. The spear was like a crimson dragon, extremely terrifying. At this moment, the crimson dragon roared and blasted the black and white dragon away. Then, it pounced on the black-white double ghosts in an even more ferocious manner. In an instant, the crimson spear was in front of the black-white double ghosts and was about to pierce them. If the spear pierced them, the black-white double ghosts would definitely be teleported out of the monster-slaying world. Many people exclaimed. They didn't expect the black-white double ghosts to be so powerful. In the end, they were still defeated. Not only that, they might even bid farewell to the monster-slaying world. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then, a purple light curtain appeared beside the black-white double ghosts and completely enveloped them. Not only that, but there was also a sword chi in the void. It was like a shocking rainbow that slashed toward the crimson dragon. Boom, the two collided again with an earth-shattering sound. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the black-white double ghosts had the purple light curtain to protect them, blocking all the energy impact. As for the incomparably powerful blood-colored dragon, it was also blocked by the mysterious sword chi. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They thought that the black-white double ghosts were going to leave the monster-slaying world completely. However, at the last moment, there was a shocking reversal. The black-white double ghosts were pale. Looking at the scene in front of them, they heaved a sigh of relief. Damn brat, you're finally here. But you shouldn't have come. They naturally knew who attacked. There was only one person who could unleash such a powerful sword chi. Although they were happy, they were also worried at the same time. Willowlance was also shocked. A cold light bloomed in his eyes. He stared at the void and said coldly, "You actually dare to appear. How dare you? Didn't you do so much to lure me out? Now that I'm here, you can come at me." A deep voice with a trace of coldness was heard. "Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian." Hearing this sound, someone cried out in alarm. What? Lin Xian? He actually dared to come out. Doesn't he know that Willowlance is trying to capture him? That's too stupid. Isn't doing that tantamount to sending a sheep into a tiger's den? Not necessarily. Just now, he blocked Willowlance's attack. Maybe he has the strength to contend against Willowlance. Everyone was discussing animatedly, but without exception, they were all very excited. Above the clouds, at the peak of the mountain, Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei narrowed their eyes and said in a low voice, "He's finally here. Let me see if you're qualified to challenge the third keeper." Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei's hearts were also focused because this battle was related to who would be able to challenge the last guardian. Below, the void rippled, and two figures quickly appeared. They were Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. The moment Lin Xian appeared, the surrounding martial artists all held their breaths, their eyes blazing with a fiery light. Many greedy eyes looked up at the sky. One had to know that Lin Xian had a golden demon core in his hands. Although everyone was excited, no one dared to make a move because Lin Xian's attack was too terrifying. Other than Willowlance, no one would be able to block it. However, they were not completely without a chance. As long as Lin Xian and Willowlance fought, in the end, both sides might be injured. As long as the situation was chaotic, they would be able to make a move. Therefore, everyone suppressed the excitement in their hearts and waited patiently. At the same time, they also wanted to know if Lin Xian really had the strength to contend against Willow Lance. In the crowd, Jiang Yan saw Lin Xian's figure and immediately snorted coldly, his face gloomy. It was because of that despicable brat that their Hidden Dragon Society lost more than 10 elite disciples, and even Tang Er was chased out of the monster-slaying realm. Moreover, he had to escape in a sorry state. Therefore, he would definitely take revenge. Brat, you've finally come out. I've been looking for you for a long time. Willow Lance stared at Lin Xian and sneered. But you're really stupid. You were forced out by such a small trick. How boring. You think too much. I'm not here because of your trick. Lin Xian said coldly, you dared to attack the people around me twice. Do you think I'll let you go? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their hearts beat wildly. Lin Xian was too domineering. Being forced out and taking the initiative to take revenge were two different things. The former was forced out and had no choice but to come out. The latter only did so because he was confident and had the strength. Obviously, Lin Xian was here today for revenge. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Willow Lance's face also darkened. He said coldly, you're really a sharp-tongued brat. But no matter what you say, you won't change the fact that you'll be defeated by me. If you obediently hand over the Golden Demon Core and Lone Star Sword, I'll give you a quick death. Cut the crap. Lin Xian interrupted. I won't give you a chance to beg for mercy. With that, he pulled out the Lone Star Sword. The sword vibrated and countless sword shadows appeared, filling the entire sky and emitting a terrifying light. A shocking sword aura shot up and pierced through the clouds. At this moment, Lin Xian was incomparably cold. He was indeed angry. His opponent's actions had made him feel ashamed and angry. Therefore, he did not intend to hold back in this battle. Feeling the sharp sword aura emanating from Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing also wanted to retreat with the twin ghosts of Black and White, Suyu, and the others. The twin ghosts of Black and White clutched their chests and said with difficulty, let that brat deal with Willow Lance by himself. Why don't you go and help him? Don't worry, he can do it. Morong Qingqing smiled. On the other hand, Willow Lance's face completely darkened. A newborn ant dared to draw his sword at him. This was a complete provocation. Moreover, as one of Prince Ling Feng's men, he would not let Lin Xian go. Therefore, no matter what, Lin Xian must die today. Die, brat. Willow Lance gripped the blood-red spear tightly and then stabbed it out. This spear was extremely sharp. The terrifying spear light pierced through the sky and lit up the entire sky. The clouds in all directions were shaken away, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Everyone was terrified and dumbfounded. Just how powerful did it take to pierce through the sky with a single spear? At this moment, Willow Lance completely exploded. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was vigorous like a real dragon. His entire body emitted a blood-red light that was extremely hot. A pair of big hands gripped the blood-red spear tightly and stabbed it quickly. It had to be said that Willow Lance was too powerful. He was far from being comparable to Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others. This was a true super powerhouse. This spear was very fast. It was like a blood-red lightning bolt that pierced through the sky and stabbed at Lin Xian. Die, brat. You dared to touch my friend and angered me. So, you'll be the one to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He held the Lone Star Sword tightly and slashed out fearlessly. Boom, a terrifying collision sound was heard as the entire space exploded. The blood-red spear light and sharp sword chi were everywhere in the void as if the world was about to be destroyed. The entire sky was covered by these lights, which spread for hundreds of miles. Eh? He didn't die. Willow Lance was surprised. He realized that Lin Xian hadn't been assassinated. His powerful aura was still there. This surprised him. One had to know that the power of his spear was extremely terrifying. A third heaven venerable realm martial artist couldn't withstand it at all. However, Lin Xian was able to withstand it. This surprised him greatly. Lin Xian was also slightly moved. Although Lin Xian was arrogant and despicable, he had to admit that he was indeed powerful. The power of this spear was too terrifying. It was as if a true dragon was continuously attacking. There was also a trace of terrifying destructive aura in it. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and Willow Lance's figures appeared in front of everyone again. What? He's fine. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to withstand this amazing spear attack. It could be said that Lin Xian's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Willow Lance snorted coldly. You do have some ability. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But let's see how many spears you can take. Willow Lance was emitting a terrifying aura. There was a blood-red glow in his eyes as he opened and closed them. The aura on his body was too powerful. He was like a god of war, sharp and unstoppable. With a long roar, he attacked again with his spear. Furious Dragon Spear Technique. Willow Lance held the blood-red spear in his hand. His body emitted a blood-red glow. Streaks of shocking spear light flashed. It was as if a mountain was being split open. It was as if the sky was being torn apart. In the end, countless spear lights gathered together and shook the entire space. Lin Xian's expression was cold. There was a sharp sword light flashing in his eyes. Terrifying sword chi also surrounded his body. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, providing him with the most powerful combat strength. A shocking sword chi tore through the sky and quickly slashed down. It was like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky, causing everyone's ears to ring and unable to stand steadily. The sword light was like the nine heavens' thunder tribulation. It was so terrifying that the entire White Bone Mountain was trembling. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were incomparably pale. No matter what, even if Lin Xian was defeated in the end, it was still enough to shock the world. That was because he was simply too powerful, especially that sword. Its attack power was astonishing, as if it could split the world apart. Terrifying energy surged, drowning the entire sky. After the violent explosion, two figures quickly retreated, standing on opposite sides. Everyone looked up at the sky, and their hearts trembled violently. Neither of them was injured, and their auras were becoming stronger and stronger. They could not help but be shocked. Willow Lance was a super strong fighter ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Everyone could understand why he was not injured. However, Lin Xian, a freshman, was actually unharmed. This made them extremely shocked. That brat must have used some kind of powerful defensive technique. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block such a powerful energy attack. Everyone was amazed. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. Lin Xian was too powerful, and his attack power was terrifying. It would be difficult for others to snatch the golden demon core from him. At the moment, Willow Lance was the only one with hope. I was wondering what it was. It turns out that you've used some kind of defensive secret technique. However, so what if your defense is strong? My attack power is not something you can imagine. Willow Lance's voice was cold, and his eyes were burning with anger. Actually, he was not as calm as he looked on the surface. That was because he had tied with his opponent in both attacks. If his opponent was a super strong fighter ranked 3rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, then it would be fine. However, his opponent was not. He was just a freshman. He could not accept that. Therefore, he did not plan to hold back and was prepared to attack with all his might. Brat, I've had enough fun. When you're transported out of the demon-slaying world, I'll take the treasure from you. Now, you can die safely. Then, Willow Lance took a step forward and looked down at Lin Xian like a god of war. Above his head, an endless amount of blood-red chi surged and quickly condensed into the shadow of a blood-red spear. In the next moment, a shocking power was emitted. It was as if it could split mountains and rivers and crush everything. Martial soul, this is the power of a martial soul. Willow Lance had summoned his martial soul. It seemed that he planned to finish off his opponent in one move. Indeed, the blood-red spear shadow was Willow Lance's martial soul. Although they had tied, Willow Lance had decided not to waste any more of his energy with his opponent. After all, the longer he dragged it out, the more embarrassed he would be. He had to use his strongest attack to kill his opponent. Only then would it be in line with his reputation. As the blood-red spear martial soul condensed, streaks of blood-red spear radiance shot into the sky, connecting heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire sky was blood-red. It was boundless. In the next moment, his martial soul merged with the spear in his hand. It emitted a dazzling light like a blood-red sun. It was extremely dazzling. Willow Lance's black hair fluttered in the wind. Every move he made had a kind of spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers and crush everything. He was like a god who wanted to crush Lin Xian in a very powerful manner. The surrounding warriors trembled and could not help but want to kneel down. In their eyes, Willow Lance was like a god of war. He was unstoppable. His aura made them tremble from the depths of their hearts. You want to finish me in one move? Well, as you wish. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted again. An extremely fierce aura filled his body. In front of him, an ice lotus rotated, releasing a terrifying ice power. It was vast and mighty, as if it was going to freeze the entire White Bone Mountain. Then, under Lin Xian's control, the ice lotus covered the Lone Star sword. The entire Lone Star sword emitted a cold aura, as if it was a sword of ice. Lin Xian moved quickly in the void and rushed toward Willow Lance. Waves of bone-chilling ice energy quickly bloomed, and the extremely powerful Great Dragon Sword soul was also contained within. Bang, the two collided and an earth-shattering battle broke out. Countless rays of light scattered in all directions. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was like a peerless sword immortal. He was so fierce that Willow Lance was forced to retreat. Die, brat. Lu Chang was completely enraged. He had already summoned his martial soul and used his strongest attack. He originally thought that he could kill his opponent with one move, but he did not expect that he would be beaten back by his opponent. This made him feel like he was going crazy and wanted to die. He could not stand it anymore. He decisively used a killing move of the Angry Dragon Spear art, wanting to kill his opponent. Angry Dragon Spear art, dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. The blood-red light converged to form a huge real dragon that circled Willow Lance. In the next moment, as the blood-colored spear in his hand pierced out, the huge dragon shadow also roared and rushed forward. Let's end this. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He was like a sword god, slashing out a sword aura that pierced through heaven and earth as it rushed forward quickly. Wherever the sword chi passed, the void would be sliced apart. A terrifying sword scar would appear on the ground, extending into the distance. In the void, the blood-colored dragon was also cut in half by the sword. The huge corpse split open in the air, causing countless airwaves. However, it was not over yet. The shocking sword aura instantly arrived in front of Willow Lance and enveloped him. Block it. Willow Lance roared as the blood-colored light around his body condensed, forming a huge defensive light shield that covered his body to resist the sword aura. Bang, it was as if 2 huge mountains had collided, and a terrifying sound rang out. Then, Willow Lance flew backward like a meteorite. He smashed more than 10 mountains in a row before he stopped and landed in a pile of rubble. What? Willow Lance lost? Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the scene, unable to believe it. Jiang Yan and the others' pupils contracted as their minds went blank. That was Willow Lance, a super powerhouse ranked 4th. However, he was defeated, and he was defeated by Lin Xian. Willow Lance was sent flying by a sword, which shocked everyone. Even Du Guotian and Li Yunfei on the mountain peak were surprised. They knew that Lin Xian was strong, but they did not expect him to be so strong that he could defeat Willow Lance. In other words, his strength was above Willow Lance's. No wonder he could kill a gold-colored beast. Du Guotian's lips curled up slightly. The stronger the opponent was, the higher their chances of defeating the gatekeeper. Li Yunfei's face was a little ugly. He did not want Lin Xian to win. After all, he had warned Lin Xian before, and they were somewhat hostile. At that time, he didn't take Lin Xian seriously. He thought that the gap between them was like heaven and earth, and that Lin Xian would never be able to catch up to him. However, he didn't expect his opponent to improve so quickly that he could already defeat Willow Lance. Judging from the strength that he had displayed, Lin Xian could already enter the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, although he didn't believe it, the truth was right in front of him. In the ruins below, Willow Lance struggled to stand up. The armor on his chest had long been shattered, and countless cracks had spread throughout it. His eyes were filled with terror. Impossible, I won't lose. How could I lose to him? Willow Lance shook his head frantically. He could not accept this reality. He was a super strong fighter ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. How could he lose to a new student? Furthermore, he had prepared too much for this demon-slaying conference. Originally, he had thought that his current strength was enough to squeeze into the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He had not expected to be defeated here. I don't believe it. I won't lose. Willow Lance roared at the sky with a crazed expression. However, his voice soon stopped abruptly. It was as if someone had strangled him. It was very strange. This was because Lin Xian had suddenly appeared in front of him. The cold edge of his sword was pressed against his throat. If he dared to scream again, he believed that the long sword would definitely pierce through his body. Feeling the cold aura from the sword, Willow Lance trembled. Fear rose in his heart. What are you trying to do? He suppressed the fear in his heart. He couldn't help but be afraid now. The sword just now had already seriously injured him. Now, his opponent was pressing a long sword against his vitals. If he didn't handle this well, he might be killed and teleported out of the demon-slaying world. If that happened, he would be in big trouble. He had prepared a lot for the demon-slaying conference. If he was teleported out now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Brat, I'm warning you. I'm Prince Ling Fang's man. You can't kill me. I can't kill you? Lin Xian sneered. Who do you think you are? I even destroyed the Wanxiang auction. You're nothing. Also, you can't blame anyone for your situation today. If you didn't cause trouble for me and threaten the people around me, I wouldn't even know who you are. I wouldn't even have fought with you. However, you dug your own grave and attacked the people around me. You can't blame me for what happens next. With that, Lin Xian's body emitted a murderous aura. The Lone Star sword in his hand slashed down quickly. No. Willow Lance was finally afraid. A deep sense of fear and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Xian to ignore his identity and attack him directly. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really attack. Many people even cried out in shock. Clang, however, in the next moment, the sound of metal clashing rang out and shook the surroundings. Lin Xian frowned and quickly retreated. A huge force had hit the Lone Star sword and caused it to deviate from its target. Hearing the explosion next to him, Willow Lance suddenly opened his eyes. He was ecstatic when he realized that he wasn't dead. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed. They didn't expect the situation to change at the last moment. On the other hand, Lin Xian's brows were tightly furrowed as he quickly scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, he narrowed his eyes. He saw 2 figures appear. Their bodies were emitting rays of light. They quickly descended from the mountain and appeared on the battlefield in a flash. Seeing the 2 people, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed. Du Guoyan. Li Yunfei. They didn't expect the 2 of them to appear at the last moment. One should know that the 2 of them were the top disciples of Senma College. They were much more famous than Willow Lance. In the hearts of the crowd, Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were the real giants. You've already won. Why do you have to kill him? Li Yunfei said coldly. Alright, let Willow Lance apologize, and this matter will be over. After all, he's quite strong. He might be useful in the final battle of the Demon Blood Pool, Du Guoyan said. Demon Blood Pool battle? Hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Li Yunfei said in a deep voice, you all know that the White Bone Mountain is where the final gatekeepers are. There are 3 gatekeepers on the 3 highest peaks. Only by defeating all 3 of them can we pass through the White Bone Mountain and enter the Demon Blood Pool at the back to reap the benefits. The fewer people we use to challenge the gatekeepers, the more benefits we will reap in the Demon Blood Pool. Logically speaking, one person challenging all the gatekeepers is the best situation. However, I'm sorry to tell everyone that this is impossible. The gatekeepers this time are extremely strong. Dugu and I can't challenge them even if we work together. Therefore, the ideal choice now is to challenge one gatekeeper each. Originally, this matter should be taken up by the top 3 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, the third-ranked Red Buddha didn't participate in the demon-slaying conference this time. Therefore, the third challenger will be chosen from among you. Originally, we had decided on Willow Lance, but it looks like we'll have to change the challenger. Lin Xian, are you willing to be the third challenger? Of course, if you're not willing, we won't force you. Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned slightly, and his eyes flickered. He had a conflict with Li Yunfei before, but now was not the time to settle it. Joining forces to fight against the 3 gatekeepers was the most important thing. However, he did not expect the final gatekeeper to be so powerful that even Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei could not pass through him. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that the third challenger slot seemed to have fallen into his hands. Seeing that Lin Xian seemed to be hesitating, Du Guoyan said, "Junior brother Lin, becoming a challenger is an honor and a form of affirmation. If you can accept and succeed in the challenge, you'll be a great contributor to the entire academy." Contributor? Hearing that, Lin Xian shook his head slightly, then said, "Are there any substantial benefits?" He did not care about such an illusory title. He wanted to know that since there were challengers, there would definitely be additional rewards. Du Guoyan said in a low voice, "If the challenger succeeds in the challenge, he'll receive a golden demon core. Moreover, it's a real golden demon core, not the one that just evolved into a golden demon beast." A golden demon core. Hearing that, everyone exclaimed, and their eyes lit up again. They did not expect the challenger to receive such a great benefit. Moreover, hearing Du Guoyan's words, it seemed that the golden demon core reward was even better than the one in Lin Xian's hands. Hearing that, everyone gulped. They did not expect the challenger's reward to be so good, directly giving out a golden demon core. Suddenly, countless human kings looked at Lin Xian with envy. Lin Xian already had a golden demon core. If he could get another one, he would be unbelievably powerful. However, being envious was one thing. They did not dare to think too much about it. After all, even the powerful Willow Lance was defeated. In their opinion, Lin Xian definitely had the strength to be in the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Otherwise, Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei would not have invited him to be the third challenger. Ordinary warriors only dared to be envious, but Jiang Yan and the others were burning with jealousy. That was a gold demon core. It was something that countless people dreamed of. Especially Qi Hao, even his breathing had become extremely rapid. His eyes were completely red, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He clenched his fists 3 times, but in the end, he put them down. There was nothing he could do. Although he was jealous, he was no match for Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a sharp voice rang out. "What? He will be the third challenger." Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads and looked over. Then, a strange look appeared on their faces. This was because they realized that the person who spoke was none other than the heavily injured Willow Lance. What's Willow Lance doing? Didn't he already lose? That's right. Although he's strong, he's no match for Lin Xian. He has no chance of getting the third challenger. He's probably unwilling. After all, it's a gold demon core. It's extremely precious. Willow Lance was indeed jealous. In fact, he was extremely jealous. He gritted his teeth and said, "I was careless just now. I still have a few ultimate moves that I haven't used. If I use them, I'll definitely win." Hearing this, Li Yunfei was expressionless. However, Du Guoyan frowned. When Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. "You want to fight for the third challenger?" There was a hint of mockery in his voice. "Of course. I was careless just now. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have one." Willow Lance gritted his teeth and said shamelessly. "I advise you to give up." Lin Xian shrugged. "That's not for you to decide." Willow Lance snorted coldly and looked at Li Yunfei with his hand on his chest. Lin Xian ignored his little actions and continued to say coldly, "Because you'll soon leave the demon-slaying world." At the end of his sentence, a blood-red light suddenly surged out of his body. It carried a thick bloody aura that swept through the entire world. This blood-red aura was extremely powerful. It was much more powerful than Willow Lance's. In the next moment, a blood-red longsword appeared in Lin Xian's left hand. It was suffused with a blood-red light, as if it was a bloodthirsty demon. The blood-red longsword stabbed out and instantly pierced Willow Lance's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and scarlet red. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly make a move. Moreover, it was a heavy blow. Even Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to dare to attack in front of them. However, Du Guoyan was fine. He was originally a little dissatisfied with Willow Lance's request. After all, Lin Xian had already won and already had the third challenge quota. However, Willow Lance still wanted to challenge again. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Yunfei's face darkened. Originally, he wanted to give Willow Lance a chance. If the other party really had a trump card that he hadn't used, he might be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, before he could speak, Lin Xian beat him to it and directly injured Willow Lance. It was so fast that even he couldn't react. You. Willow Lance's body trembled. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. The spiritual power in his body was quickly drained. Finally, his body turned into a white light and disappeared from the demon-slaying world. No matter how hard he tried, he still left the demon-slaying world in the end. At the last moment, he probably didn't expect that he would leave in this way. For a moment, the scene was silent. Everyone was in a daze. The people of the Spear God Society were all stunned. They looked at Lin Xian with horror. Wei Long's body trembled and he almost wet himself. Lin Xian shrugged. You don't really think that this guy has any trump cards, do you? Even if he does, he's no match for me. Even so, you shouldn't have sent him out of the demon-slaying world, right? Li Yunfei's voice carried a trace of blame. Lin Xian also stopped smiling and said coldly, I think you've forgotten that he's my enemy. I've never been soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. Hearing this, everyone was silent and their hearts trembled. Indeed, Willow Lance had desperately tried to capture Lin Xian's companions and even tried to kill Lin Xian many times. It could be said that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two. Now that Lin Xian had sent him out of the demon-slaying world, no one would say anything. In the distance, Morong Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Great, junior brother Lin won. Su Yu and the others cheered. The black-white double ghosts were also excited. This guy is too strong. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to win. Moreover, it was a crushing victory. This was simply too unbelievable. After all, his opponent was not a weakling. He was a super powerhouse who ranked 4th. However, such a powerhouse was defeated by Lin Xian in the end and was even driven out of the demon-slaying world. But soon, the black-white double ghost stopped smiling and looked into the distance with a dignified expression. In the distance, a huge white mountain peak was faintly discernible in the clouds. He knew that there were 3 powerful enemies in the mountain, who were the gatekeepers in their eyes. They had to defeat the 3 gatekeepers in order to pass through the White Bone Mountain and enter the demonic blood pool. Even though Lin Xian was now the 3rd challenger, it would not be easy for him to defeat the gatekeeper. Even Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei did not have full confidence in defeating the gatekeepers. One could imagine how powerful the gatekeepers were. Morong Qingqing's eyes flickered as well, carrying a trace of worry. However, she did not suggest joining forces because she believed in Lin Xian. She believed that he could do it. In front, Du Guoyan looked at Lin Xian. Although his gaze was calm, it contained a mysterious power as if he wanted to see through Lin Xian. Li Yunfei also looked at Lin Xian with a complicated expression. Lin Xian did not feel pressured by the gazes of these 2 influential figures. He asked, Seniors, can you tell me more about the gatekeepers? Only by knowing the enemy and oneself could one win 100 battles. Therefore, before the battle, he would think about what kind of existence his opponents were. These 3 gatekeepers are very special. They are not completely demonic beasts. To be exact, they are members of the demonic clan. Demonic clan? Lin Xian was shocked and his pupils shrank. He did not expect the gatekeepers to be members of the demonic clan. The demonic clan was more powerful and noble than the demonic beasts. Not only did they have the strong physique of the demonic beasts, but they also had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. It could be said that they were very powerful. Lin Xian did not expect the gatekeepers to be members of the demonic clan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and asked again, "What realm are they in?" "They are not weaker than the gold demonic beasts." Li Yunfei said, "Of course, the gold demonic beasts here are mature ones, not the ones you killed that had just advanced." Although they were all gold demonic beasts, the ones that had just advanced were still weaker. Lin Xian understood this point. Very strong indeed. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He wondered if the 10,000 beast ding would have any effect on the Yao clan. Although he was curious, he did not intend to use it again. At least, he could not be as brazen as last time. This was because the final battle would be shown to Senma College outside. When the time came, even the dean and elders would be watching the battle. If he exposed some of his secrets, he was afraid that it would attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, this battle was very difficult. Previously, Li Yunfei and I fought against the Guardian once. Our best result was a draw. However, according to the rules of the monster-slaying world, as long as we don't lose, we'll pass, Du Guotian said. If he didn't lose, he would pass. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. In other words, as long as they tied, they would win. However, in the next moment, he frowned again. Du Guotian and Li Yunfei had tied in a one-on-one battle, which meant that whether they could pass this stage or not depended on him. If he could win or tie, then they could enter. However, if he failed here, then they would completely lose the chance to enter the demon blood pool. According to the rules of the monster-slaying world, they had to defeat 3 guardians to pass. This is really stressful. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. He smiled bitterly. In such a short time, all the immortal martial arts disciples in the monster-slaying world had placed their hopes on him. Before this, he had never thought that this would happen. Before this, they had desperately killed the demonic beasts and collected their demonic cores in order to obtain the opportunity in the demon blood pool. If they could not successfully defeat the guardians, then all their previous efforts would have been in vain. If that was really the case, it would be an extremely heavy blow. No one would be able to accept such an outcome. The key to success or failure this time all depended on Lin Xian. "Now, I'm afraid you don't have the chance to regret," Li Yunfei also said in a low voice. "Although the pressure is great, I will not give up." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his eyes shone brightly. Wasn't it just the demonic beasts? Wasn't it just the guardians? At most, he would fight with his life on the line. There was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he had many trump cards in his hand. If he used his full strength, it would be hard to say who would win. Actually, you don't have to feel any pressure. Just do your best. Du Guotian comforted from the side. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost fell silent. Pairs of expectant eyes looked at the 3 people in the field. They knew that whether they could obtain the fortune in the demon blood pool in the end all depended on the 3 people in front of them. Su Yu and the others were shocked. They had been in contact with Lin Xian for the longest time. They had met him as soon as they entered the monster-slaying world. However, they did not expect that the handsome young man would become the final challenger. This kind of rapid growth and the contrast between their identities shocked Su Yu and the others. Morong Qingqing, on the other hand, had a faint smile on her face as she looked at Lin Xian gently. Although she knew that the guardian must be very strong, she believed that Lin Xian would definitely win. "Well, get ready. Adjust your body to the peak. We will soon have the final challenge," Du Guotian said to Lin Xian. Then, he glanced around and said loudly, "Everyone, we will have the final challenge in 3 days. Please inform each other that all the disciples of the monster-slaying world should come to the White Bone Mountain within 3 days. Although I don't know the final result, please believe that we will do our best." Du Guotian's sonorous voice spread clearly in all directions. Hearing this, everyone became excited. They knew that the final battle was about to begin. The news quickly spread throughout the monster-slaying world. Everyone was excited. They no longer cared about collecting demonic cores. They all rushed to the White Bone Mountain. They had to get to the White Bone Mountain in the last minute to witness the final battle. At night, a cool breeze blew and a faint demonic aura floated in the sky. On top of the gigantic White Bone Mountain, a young figure sat cross-legged. His palms were constantly changing seals. Along with the seals, the spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered and flowed into his body. Then, the surface of his body began to emit a faint light that contained a vast amount of power. This process lasted for a long time. Then, the handsome young man slowly opened his eyes. Then, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Finally, I've fully recovered, Lin Xian said. After half a day of recovery, he finally adjusted his body to the peak state again. Are you nervous? Morong Qingqing, who was as beautiful as a fairy, asked next to him. A little. Lin Xian rubbed his face. In the past, it was no big deal if you lost the battle. But now, you are not fighting for yourself. This time, you are fighting for everyone. Actually, you don't have to think too much. The three of you are already the most powerful people here. If even the three of you can't win, then the others won't stand a chance. Besides, even if you lose, I don't think anyone will blame you, Morong Qingqing said softly. I hope so. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. He covered his head with his hands and lay on the ground. On the ground, Lin Xian didn't feel any discomfort lying on top of the bones and hair that were as white as jade and gave off a faint chill. He rested his head on his arms and looked at the light purple sky. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this scene, Morong Qingqing also followed Lin Shui's example and lay down on the White Bone Mountain. Morong Qingqing's face was slightly red, and her heart was beating rapidly. To be honest, it was her first time being so close to the opposite sex. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Lin Xian, who was close by, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She did not know why, but she seemed to enjoy the current feeling. Suddenly, a thought appeared in her mind. How good would it be if the two of them could lie like this forever? As if sensing Morong Qingqing's gaze, Lin Xian also turned his head to look at her. Then, their eyes met. Morong Qingqing's face was burning, but this time, she did not look away. The two of them looked at each other quietly, as if they had forgotten everything. A gentle breeze blew, fluttering their clothes and also their hearts. When the sky gradually turned white, the entire White Bone Mountain became lively. Almost everyone came to the White Bone Mountain, waiting to watch the final battle. When Lin Xian, Du Guotian, and Li Yunfei appeared in the sky, everyone stood up. They looked at the sky with excitement and anticipation. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked at the crowd below. He was also excited. Du Guotian carried an ancient sword on his back and said loudly, "Let's go. Everyone, follow me to where the gatekeepers are." Then, he turned around and walked into the sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath and followed. The countless martial artists below were also running excitedly. For a moment, the entire White Bone Mountain was shaking as if there was an earthquake. And just when everyone was heading towards the Guardian, the students of the Immortal Martial Academy were all extremely agitated. Countless disciples gathered at the True Martial Lake and looked up at the sky with excitement. The image of the White Bone Mountain was displayed there. When they saw the incomparably huge White Bone Mountain tremble slightly, everyone's eyes became fiery, because they knew that the final challenge was about to begin. They had waited so long for this final moment. Needless to say, the last 3 challenges would definitely be to kill the 3 strongest people in the demon realm. Their battle was definitely a top-notch battle. It was rare for them to see a battle of this level. Now that they had the opportunity to observe it, how could they not be moved? Moreover, these people also wanted to see what the legendary guardian looked like. In the sky, a few elders also revealed curious expressions. Headmaster Xian waved her hands and shot out a series of laws into the sky. Suddenly, the image became even clearer. Everyone below held their breaths and stared at the sky. Then, they saw 3 figures gradually appear on the huge White Bone Mountain. The 3 figures were shrouded in light and floated in the sky. They were extremely mysterious. Are those the gatekeepers? So mysterious. Yes, although it's just a portrait, I can still feel a palpitating aura. I wonder who these 3 gatekeepers are? They don't look like beasts. Everyone was talking about it, and they were very curious. The three gatekeepers floated in the sky, their bodies emitting a faint light. They did not move at all, and just sat there quietly as if they had been doing so since ancient times. Suddenly, the clouds in the image rolled as if a huge wave of air was surging, blowing away all the clouds and making the image clearer. Everyone's eyes widened. They knew that this change was not caused by the headmaster, but by something inside the white bone mountain. Rays of light lit up from the foot of the mountain, accompanied by countless rapid sounds of breaking through the air. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing over. "They're here! They're here!" Someone exclaimed, and the voice immediately spread throughout the entire true Martial Lake. The next moment, everyone raised their heads and trembled with excitement. They clenched their fists and looked expectant. Who do you think the three challengers will be? The first two must be Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei. As for the third one, I'm not sure. Needless to say, it must be the most powerful one. Yes, it should be the third on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, Red Buddha. However, he didn't seem to be participating in the demon-slaying gathering. That's why the third challenger is so confusing. If the third one didn't participate, it must be the fourth one, Willow Lance. He's also a super powerhouse. I don't think he's much stronger than Li Yunfei and the others. It's possible, but not certain. After all, there are always a lot of dark horses in every demon-slaying gathering. This time, there will definitely be one. Maybe someone will soar into the sky. Yes, I know. Those are all from the Hidden Dragon Society. They usually hide in order to make a name for themselves in the demon-slaying gathering. Maybe this time, someone will surpass everyone else and take the third challenger spot. Stop discussing. I'm so excited that I'm about to pee. Why aren't they here yet? Let me see who the third challenger is. At this moment, everyone's attention is on the third challenger because he's the most uncertain and mysterious. In the sky, a few elders were also looking at the screen with a smile. Their faces were full of interest. Hee, I can't believe I'm also looking forward to the third challenger. Yes, although the dark horses and newcomers this time are very strong, I'm afraid they're not at the level of the challengers. As for Willow Lance, although his strength and reputation are not bad, he's still a little lacking. I'm guessing that this time, they might team up? Oh? You're saying that the third challenger will team up? It's possible. After all, there's only one chance to challenge. If they lose, they'll lose the chance to enter the demon blood pool. I'm afraid those little guys won't take such a risk. The safest way is for the fourth and fifth on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard to team up. Although the benefits will be less, it's still better than failure. The fourth and fifth on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard would be Willow Lance and Qihao teaming up. Perhaps there's another team. At this moment, Dean Xian also spoke up. Don't forget Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. They've also killed gold-ranked beasts. Yes, it's possible. Although these two are newcomers, they're very strong. Moreover, Lin Xian has the Lonely Heart Sword, a half-earth rank treasure. His strength should be even higher. Murong Qingqing must also have the secret technique of the House of Kings. If the two of them team up, I'm afraid they won't lose to Willow Lance and Qihao. I wonder which team will team up this time. I wonder which group they'll be joining forces with this time. The elders quickly discussed among themselves. Don't worry, they'll definitely choose the strongest group. The four of them must have gone through a battle, and the winner will be the third challenger, Dean Xian said. Hearing that, all the elders nodded. Hey, they're here, an elder said. At that moment, the disciples below also noticed the changes on the screen and immediately became nervous. All of them held their breaths and looked over nervously. The first to appear was a young man with a black longsword on his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a majestic figure. He walked like a dragon or a tiger, as if he was a god of war. Every move he made gave off a boundless sense of oppression. Du Guoyan. Seeing this figure, everyone cried out in surprise. The first to appear was indeed Du Guoyan. As the first on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard, he was definitely the strongest. After Du Guoyan, it was a handsome young man. He was like a banished immortal, walking in the air with his hands behind his back. Li Yunfei. Seeing these handsome young men, the crowd cheered again. As the second on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard, Li Yunfei's strength was only second to Du Guoyan. These two people's strength was extraordinary, and they were above everyone else. They could be said to be the two strongest people. Therefore, the crowd was not surprised that these two people had become challengers. They were most concerned about the mysterious third person. After the two of them, another figure appeared before everyone's eyes. However, when everyone saw that figure, they were all stunned. Even the elders in the air were stunned. Everyone looked at the third figure, and they were all stunned. Lin Xian! Everyone cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. All the martial artists in the true martial lake were stunned. They originally thought that the third person to appear would be Willow Lance, who was fourth on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard. They did not expect it to be Lin Xian. This was too unexpected. Although Lin Xian was strong, no one thought that he had the strength to be a challenger. Moreover, although the news of the gold-ranked beast being killed had spread, the names displayed were Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Therefore, they didn't know how strong Lin Xian really was. However, now that Lin Xian was able to obtain the third challenger slot, it meant that his combat strength was still above everyone's expectations. F*CK, am I dreaming? Third place is actually Lin Xian. It wasn't Willow Lance, it wasn't anyone else, and it definitely wasn't someone from the Hidden Dragon League. It was actually Lin Xian. This fellow is probably the biggest dark horse in this demon-slaying assembly. Brother Xian, it's actually Brother Xian. Ahahaha, this is awesome. Did older Brother Xian set another record? I'm afraid this is the first freshman to become a challenger, right? The disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion laughed crazily, their faces filled with excitement. Lin Xian was their boss. If Lin Xian's reputation rose, they would also benefit from it. Therefore, when they saw that the third challenger was their boss, they all shouted in excitement. In the sky, Dean Xian and the group of elders were also stunned. They had already guessed that Lin Xian would appear, but they didn't expect him to appear alone. This was because in their estimation, other than Du Guo Tian and Li Yunfei, no one else could reach the level of a challenger alone. Therefore, in their opinion, the third challenger slot would appear in the form of a team. It would either be Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, or Willow Lance and Qi Hao. However, at this moment, Lin Xian appeared alone, which indeed surprised them. A few elders even waited for a long time, but Murong Qingqing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only then did they believe that Lin Shui wanted to challenge alone. Isn't it too hasty to let a freshman fight? An elder frowned. This result really exceeded everyone's expectations. Not necessarily. Since they chose Lin Xian, they naturally have their reasons. Don't worry, these little guys won't joke about this. After all, there's only one chance to challenge, and it's related to everyone's interests, so no one will be careless. Lin Xian can obtain the third challenger slot, which means that he has the ability to convince everyone, Dean Xian said slowly. After hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Lin Xian didn't have the corresponding ability, he wouldn't be able to obtain the third challenger slot. Thinking of this, they all looked forward to seeing how Lin Xian would perform in the challenge. Below, after the initial excitement of the Academy's disciples, they all quieted down. Everyone looked up to the sky. They wanted to see what kind of ability Lin Xian had to be able to obtain the third challenger slot. In the monster-slaying realm, Lin Xian was in the void, looking at the three faint figures in front of him with an extremely serious expression. Needless to say, these three people were the legendary gatekeepers. Although they didn't deliberately release their auras, he could still feel a powerful energy hibernating in their bodies. It wasn't any weaker than Du Guoyan and the others at all. At the same time, he could also sense the existence of demonic qi from the energy, which made them even more ferocious. Before leaving, Lin Xian learned the basic information of the three gatekeepers from Du Guoyan. These three were all from the demonic clan and had extraordinary origins. One of them was a genius from the spiritual feather clan. He was very powerful and should be the strongest of the three gatekeepers. This person was naturally left to Du Guoyan to deal with. There was also an elite from the Giant Rock clan. He was born with incomparably powerful defense and was extremely terrifying. This person was left to Li Yunfei. Left to Lin Xian was the last one, an elite from the Golden Crow clan. These three gatekeepers were very powerful, and there wasn't much difference between them. However, the one from the Spiritual Feather clan was the strongest, and the other two were equally powerful. As if sensing the arrival of Lin Xian and the others, the three gatekeepers in front of them slowly opened their eyes. "You're finally here." A cold voice sounded without a trace of emotion. "Yes, this time we're here for a real challenge," Du Guotian said in a deep voice. He had come here with Li Yunfei a few times before and had fought with these people before, so he was not unfamiliar with them. Hearing Du Guotian's words, the light on the three gatekeepers gradually disappeared, revealing their true bodies. "Is this the third challenger? He doesn't look very powerful." A cold voice sounded as a gaze swept toward Lin Xian. While the three gatekeepers were looking at Lin Xian was also quickly sizing them up. The person in the middle was a handsome young man. He was slender and had a pair of white wings on his back, making him look like an angel. He was the strongest of the three gatekeepers, the elite from the Spiritual Feather clan. On his left was a tall figure. His muscles were like rocks, emitting a brown light. He was incomparably tall, like a rock giant. The last one was an elite from the Golden Crow clan. His entire body was emitting a golden light like golden feathers. He was surrounded by a blazing aura. Seeing the last elite from the Golden Crow clan, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He could clearly remember that he had seen a great demon from the Golden Crow clan on the 8th level of the Flaming Mountain. That was true terror. Every movement of his carried a terrifying aura. "Golden Crow clan," Lin Xian muttered to himself and then took a deep breath. "Don't worry, he's not much weaker than us. You'll know when the time comes." Du Guotian said indifferently when he heard the Spiritual Feather elite's question. "Oh, is that so?" The Spiritual Feather elite was surprised when he heard Du Guotian's words. He looked at Lin Xian in surprise again. Although he was not human and the two of them were opponents, he knew Du Guotian's strength. Du Guotian was a super elite who was not weaker than him. Someone who could be praised by him must be extraordinary. "Since that's the case, let's begin." The Spiritual Feather elite said coldly, "The last time we fought, we were evenly matched. This time, I'll use my true strength to fight with you." He stared at Du Guotian. "All right. Let's continue the battle from last time and decide the winner this time." A domineering aura gradually emerged from Du Guotian's body as if he was a king looking down on the world. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and came to a mountain peak to confront each other. "Brother Rock, let's fight too," Li Yunfei said indifferently. "I'll fight you." Before the expert from the Boulder tribe could speak, the young man from the Golden Crow tribe spoke quickly. His eyes shone with a shocking light. However, Li Yunfei shook his head slightly. "No, your opponent is him." Then, he pointed at Lin Xian. "Humph, a brat who just entered the third heaven of the supremacy realm. Too weak. Such a person is not worthy of being my opponent." The Golden Crow elite snorted with disdain. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too weak and not worthy of being his opponent. However, Li Yunfei ignored him and said to the Boulder elite, "Brother Boulder, please." "All right." The Boulder elite nodded in agreement. Then, he turned to the Golden Crow youth and said, "Jinyu, stop fooling around. Your opponent is him. Fight well. If you lose, I won't forgive you." "Okay." The Golden Crow youth snorted coldly. He was very unhappy. Li Yunfei looked at Lin Xian and said in a low voice, "Be careful." Then, he too rushed up and arrived at another mountain peak with the Boulder tribe. Only Lin Xian and the powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan, Jinyu, were left in the field. Staring at Lin Xian, Jinyu's face was filled with displeasure. "Brat, although I don't know how you obtained the third challenger spot, you're too weak. You don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. If you don't want to become a sinner, I advise you to get out of here and find someone stronger." Jinyu stood proudly, his entire body emitting scorching energy. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. The other party had been attacking him coldly from the start, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Lin Xian only had one word for such an arrogant attitude: beat him up. he would beat the other party until they were convinced. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian decisively shook his head. No need. Make your move. I think that other than me, no one else can take on the third challenger spot. Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a domineering aura. At the same time, his body gradually emitted a fierce aura. He would go all out in this battle. At the same time, he would let the other party know why he had obtained the third challenger spot. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Fine, I'll personally deal with you. Jinyu sneered disdainfully. You look like the weakest. I estimate that after this battle, you'll lose the entire competition. Brat, you asked for this. You can't blame me. Jinyu's body glowed, and a scorching energy quickly surged. The scorching energy quickly spread. Of the three battlefields, Lin Xian's side was the first to have an energy reaction. This greatly surprised everyone. On a lone mountain peak, the powerhouse of the Spirit Feather clan and Du Guotian were facing off. Both of them were very cautious and didn't attack rashly. This was because their strength was similar. Once they fought, it would be difficult to determine who would win. Thus, they had to find an opportunity to strike first. At this moment, the conflict between Lin Xian and Jinyu had attracted their attention. I'm still confused. Why did you give such an important position as the third challenger to a brat? The powerhouse of the Spirit Feather clan was puzzled. Although he's a bit young, his strength is far beyond your imagination. Don't doubt it. You'll find out soon enough, Du Guotian said. Then, he pulled out the black longsword on his back. As the black longsword danced, a shocking sword aura shot out, tearing through the sky and slashing toward the powerhouse of the Spirit Feather clan. The powerhouse of the Spirit Feather clan also let out a low roar. The pair of white wings on his back bloomed with light and quickly grew larger, covering the sky. Then, a shocking light shone, and a terrifying energy drowned the entire mountain peak. On the other side, Li Yunfei and the powerhouse of the Stoneman clan were also fighting. The clanging sounds were like thunder, resounding from time to time and shaking the surroundings. Seeing that Du Guotian and Li Yunfei were fighting, the disciples of Senma College were all watching nervously. When they saw that the two groups were locked in a fierce battle, they all cheered. Because according to the rules of the demon-slaying world, they didn't need to win. As long as they tied, they would pass. Therefore, the current situation could be said to be very good. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. This was because the gatekeepers were too powerful. They could actually tie with Du Guotian. One could imagine how powerful they were. Moreover, the three gatekeepers all had young faces. It was obvious that they were also young, but a bit weirder than normal humans. The surrounding disciples were puzzled. What kind of force could nurture such young experts? Feeling the terrifying energy erupting from the two groups, Jinyu grinned again. If it were an opponent like Du Guotian or Li Yunfei, I might be interested. But I'm not interested in you at all. I'm very curious. When you lose, how will those people behind you look at you? Maybe they'll beat you to death. Ha 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 ha. Jinyu raised his head and laughed loudly. I guarantee that you won't be able to laugh very soon. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Then, his gaze focused. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, emitting a shocking sword intent. It quickly surged out of his body and tore the sky apart. The huge sword intent pierced through heaven and earth, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, shocking everyone. Sure enough, in the next moment, Jinyu stopped laughing. He looked at Lin Xian again with a trace of surprise in his eyes. What a powerful sword intent. Although this aura is not as strong as Du Guotian's, it's not weak either. Jinyu nodded slightly. At this moment, Lin Xian had already aroused his interest a little. At this moment, everyone held their breaths and quietly watched the battlefield where Lin Xian was. Not only in the demon-slaying world, but even in Senma College, the disciples near Zhenwu Lake all looked up at the sky with nervous expressions. This aura is so powerful. This kid's sword intent is very strong. The elders looked at the screen in the sky and nodded. Indeed, Lin Xian's sword essence had surpassed most swordsmen. It was extremely powerful. Ding Xian was also slightly surprised because he could sense that Lin Xian's sword essence had not stopped. It was still rising. This was a very interesting phenomenon. It meant that the sword essence that Lin Xian was displaying was not his full strength. The elders also noticed this and nodded. Not bad, not bad. Although this little guy is a freshman, his sword essence still surpasses most people. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Although he is not as good as Du Guoyan, with some training, he might become the second Du Guoyan in a few years. A few elders stroked their beards and said. They already had the intention of training Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. They almost pulled their beards out. What? This sword essence? They were too shocked because on the Whitebone Mountain, Lin Xian's sword essence exploded again. A deep dragon roar was heard and released a terrifying sword essence. The shocking sword light shone in all directions. At that moment, Lin Xian's sword essence increased again and reached an extremely terrifying level. At that moment, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered and sword chi surrounded him. It was as if the sword god had been reborn. This sword essence is so powerful. Everyone was stunned. Even the elders were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful sword essence. Judging from this aura, it doesn't seem to be any weaker than Du Guoyan. This young man is indeed powerful. No wonder he was the third challenger. At that moment, the elders also understood that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Although he was a freshman, his strength was definitely at the level of the top 3 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Jin Yu was also stunned. He looked at Lin Xian in shock. He did not expect him to have such a powerful sword essence. He had looked down on him before, but now it seemed that he was not weak. When the surrounding warriors felt this aura, they became even more excited. The stronger Lin Xian was, the happier they were. That way, they would have a higher chance of winning. Brat, I have to say that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Jin Yu said in a deep voice, you are now qualified for me to make a move. Qualified? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Don't jump to conclusions so early. I think it won't be long before your perception changes again. Humph, how arrogant. Today, I'll show you what I can do. Jin Yu snorted coldly. His eyes were sharp, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his body. The entire sky was shrouded in golden light. It was like a golden ocean, extremely dazzling. Boom, like a muffled thunderclap, an incomparably terrifying undulation erupted from Jin Yu's body, shocking everyone. Feeling this aura, everyone revealed a look of horror. Some of the weaker martial artists even collapsed to the ground. This aura was too powerful and incomparable. It was mixed with a biting cold demonic aura, as if a peerless demon had awakened. In the next moment, the golden light in the sky bent and condensed into a golden sun that shone in all directions. An incomparably resplendent light blossomed with a blazing aura, like a real sun, pressing down on Lin Xian. What kind of technique is this? It's so terrifying. Who exactly is he? How can he be so powerful? At this moment, countless people screamed in horror. The golden light shone in all directions, so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. In the shining golden sun in the sky, a figure was sitting cross-legged. He was like the sun god, standing in the void, blooming with dazzling light. As the resplendent sun set, the figure looked disdainfully in all directions. He directly stomped down on Lin Xian. What? He's actually stomping on Lin Xian with one foot? He's too arrogant. Who exactly is this gatekeeper? Everyone exclaimed because the sword intent that Lin Xian displayed was already very powerful. However, the other party was even more arrogant. He actually stomped on Lin Xian with one foot. This was a naked humiliation. For a moment, the entire Whitebone Mountain was shaking and trembling nonstop. The sky was fluttering like a piece of cloth that would be torn apart at any time. That figure was too terrifying. It was as if he could crush everything. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining. The other party was too arrogant. He actually stomped on him directly. He did not take him seriously at all. He raised his palm and formed a sword seal. Immediately, the Lone Star sword behind him emitted a clanging sound and was quickly unsheathed. A light blue sword light lit up like a vast star, incomparably deep. The great dragon sword spirit in Lin Xian's body erupted again as the Lone Star sword was unsheathed. It rushed into the clouds like a rainbow. In the end, the sword chi gradually evolved into a true dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring in all directions. Accompanying it was an incomparably terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. In the sky, the golden sun shone. The figure in the center was still disregarding everything and quickly stomping down. Facing Lin Xian's terrifying sword chi, he was still not afraid. He still suppressed his opponent in an arrogant manner. How arrogant and conceited was this? However, no one would laugh at him because the other party had such strength. The golden sun was incomparably resplendent. It carried a terrifying power as it slowly rotated. The merciless golden light carried a scorching power that distorted and melted the entire void. In the next moment, the terrifying sword chi collided with the golden light that filled the sky. The sharp sword intent and the golden sun erupted with a piercing aura, causing everyone to feel terrified. The sky was shrouded by the two forces, entering a state of chaos. Everyone closed their eyes and kept retreating. Because the aura was too terrifying, and the light was too intense, no one dared to look at it. Some people did not think so and wanted to watch. In the end, their eyes bled and they were almost blinded. Rumble, a terrifying sound rang out, and countless rays of light landed on the white bone mountain. The earth trembled, and the sky was torn apart. The sword chi was like a rainbow that pierced through the clouds. The golden sun was even more resplendent. It flickered with a dazzling light as if it was a real sun, releasing terrifying heat waves. The two forces collided intensely. It was as if two ancient demonic mountains had collided, causing the entire space to tremble. Boom, another intense collision. The entire white bone mountain seemed to have been overturned, and countless people were sent flying. Then, the two figures staggered and confronted each other again. The countless rays of light in the sky gradually disappeared, and the thunderous sound also gradually faded. There was a huge crack above everyone's head that was thousands of miles long. At this moment, it was slowly healing, as if a peerless ferocious beast had closed its mouth. Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand. He was unstoppable like a sword immortal. On the other side, the golden sun shone in all directions. Jin Yu's body flickered with golden light, and a pair of golden wings spread out behind him. He floated in the void like a peerless demon. In this exchange, the two of them were evenly matched and were evenly matched. Everyone was stunned. The attack just now was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. Countless people exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. His strength was definitely not inferior to Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the gatekeeper was also extremely brave and even displayed boundless demonic energy. Who is this gatekeeper? Why doesn't he look like a human? Yeah, the demonic energy on his body is too strong. Could it be that he's a demonic beast? Everyone discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with fear and doubt because the gatekeeper was too powerful. His entire body was emitting golden light like a golden god of war. Moreover, the demonic energy on his body was too terrifying. It was not weaker than a golden demonic beast at all. For a moment, everyone was guessing the gatekeeper's identity. I know, it's actually him. Finally, someone exclaimed with a face full of shock. Who? Tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Someone was anxious. You guessed right. He's indeed not a human, but a demon. However, he's not a demonic beast, but a demon. Demon? Everyone's faces were full of shock. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. That's right, he's a demon. Moreover, he's a powerhouse from the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe was known as the Sun tribe. They had a powerful fire attribute physique and were considered a large tribe among the demons. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the figure in front of them to be a Golden Crow. If he was from the Golden Crow tribe, did that mean that the other two gatekeepers were also demons? Everyone was shocked and gasped. They did not expect the three gatekeepers to have such a background. The demons were an extremely powerful tribe. Not only did they have the physique of a demonic beast, but they also had the intelligence of a human. They could be said to be extremely powerful. The Golden Crow tribe. What a powerful physique. What a powerful fire attribute. Lin Xian stared at the golden figure in front of him and muttered to himself. Jin Yu's expression was also solemn. He looked at Lin Xian with flickering eyes. Your strength is beyond my expectations. Looks like you're worthy of my serious attack. He spoke coldly. His entire body merged into the golden sun. His entire body emitted dazzling light, making him look like a golden god of war. On the surface of his body, golden flames burned fiercely. The terrifying heat was incomparably vast. If it were to explode, it would be enough to burn the entire White Bone Mountain to ashes. You are very strong, but it is impossible for you to defeat me. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Then let's wait and see. Humph. With a cold snort, the void exploded, and terrifying flames spread in all directions. In the next moment, Jin Yu waved his arm and quickly formed a seal. A dazzling ray of light, shining with boundless multicolored light, ruthlessly pressed down on Lin Xian. Divine Sun Seal. This was an ultimate technique of the Golden Crow clan. It was said to be able to evolve into a real sun. Its power was incomparably terrifying, and it could be refined by martial artists. Once this terrifying divine seal appeared, it immediately caused a commotion in all directions. All the disciples were incomparably terrified, and their bodies could not stop trembling. With the divine sun seal in his hand, Jin Yu charged towards Lin Xian as fast as a golden flash. Lin Xian's expression was cold and fearless. He let out a long roar, and his black hair fluttered. His entire being became incomparably fierce. The Lone Star sword in his hand released a sword light. It was as unfathomable as the sea of stars. In the next moment, he quickly swung his sword and slashed out a shocking sword light. Boom, the terrifying sword light streaked across the void and ruthlessly collided with the divine sun seal. Instantly, the sky was torn apart again, and the terrifying energy annihilated everything. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed, and it made everyone despair. With an angry roar, the golden light in the sky shone brightly, quickly forming a huge golden crow phantom that filled the sky. Accompanied by the golden crow phantom, Jin Yu quickly pounced over. An incomparable light bloomed in his hand as he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also roared angrily, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. He was like a god fiend, full of killing intent. On the Lone Star sword, there was a dragon-shaped sword chi that was extremely powerful. The two of them kept exchanging blows. Every blow caused the ground to sink and the sky to split open. This was a catastrophe. Countless terrifying cracks appeared in the sky, as if a mirror had been shattered. It was a shocking sight. The ground was even sunk, and a bottomless pit appeared. Seeing that the entire White Bone Mountain was about to sink, at the critical moment, a low roar came from underground. Then, an inexplicable force gushed out and enveloped the entire White Bone Mountain. It was this mysterious force that protected the White Bone Mountain and the safety of everyone. Otherwise, everything would have been turned into ashes by the attacks of the two of them. Essence of the sun, golden crow illuminating the sky. Jin Yu shouted coldly. His entire body shone with endless rays of light. Behind him, the wings formed by the golden light gradually solidified and turned into golden feathers. At the same time, metallic scales appeared on his body. In the sky, the huge golden crow phantom also solidified. It was as if a peerless ferocious beast was rapidly awakening. The huge golden crow was like the sun, burning fiercely. When it spread its wings, it brought about an endless sea of fire that burned in all directions. In the next moment, Jin Yu carried the divine sun seal and attacked Lin Xian together with the golden crow phantom above. Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his right hand and waved out countless terrifying sword chi. His left hand kept changing as he used the vermilion bird seal. The blood-red sword chi surged, bringing with it a monstrous murderous aura. It was as if countless rivers of blood were flowing in the sky. In his left hand, a vermilion bird rushed out quickly. Its cry shook heaven and earth, bringing with it endless heat waves that surged into the sky. Two scenes exploded from Lin Xian's hands at the same time. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. All kinds of terrifying scenes collided together. Endless energy fell in all directions. The sky was even more tattered, like a mirror that kept shattering. Endless energy converged in the sky, constantly devouring and annihilating each other. They were in a stalemate. Lin Xian was shocked. As expected of the gatekeeper, he was extremely powerful. He had already activated the great dragon sword soul to the extreme. Although he stabbed the huge golden crow phantom, he did not slash Jingyu's real body. This was the first person to be able to take his great dragon sword chi head-on. Jinyu's body was surrounded by golden light. His face could not be seen clearly, but in fact, he was extremely shocked. His opponent's sword chi was too sharp. It was as if it could split the heavens and the earth. It possessed a supreme offensive power. As a golden crow, he was extremely powerful and had the golden crow phantom to protect him. That was why he was not hit by the sword chi. Otherwise, if it was another person, they would have already died under the sword chi. Where did this young man come from? Although he is not famous, his strength is so terrifying. Jinyu was also shocked. He admitted that he had underestimated Lin Xian. Now, the strength that the other party had displayed was definitely not weaker than Du Guoyan and the others. However, he would not allow himself to lose this battle. Thinking of this, Jinyu's expression turned cold as the ferocious light in his eyes bloomed again. The divine sun seal in his hand dissipated and was replaced by a terrifying flame. Within the flame, a bright light gradually condensed. The blazing flame gradually solidified and appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a huge golden machete that was completely formed by the most powerful flames. It was dozens of feet long and was extremely terrifying. Could this be the Golden Crow tribe's ultimate skill, the solar golden flame blade? Someone cried out in alarm. His voice was filled with fear. This was definitely a very powerful killing move. It was cultivated from the Golden Crow tribe's origin crystal core and could be said to be extremely powerful. It was said to be able to kill a powerhouse one level higher than oneself. At this moment, the other party had used such a terrifying move. It was obvious that he wanted to finish off Lin Xian. Oh no, this solar golden flame blade is too terrifying. I'm afraid Lin Xian won't be able to withstand it. Damn it, how could he have mastered such a terrifying cultivation technique? I read in ancient books that although this cultivation technique is the Golden Crow tribe's ultimate skill, very few people can master it. I didn't expect this guardian to have mastered it. Could it be that Lin Xian is going to lose? Please don't. For a moment, everyone was anxious as they discussed animatedly. Everyone had a nervous expression on their faces. This was a crucial battle. They could not lose, or else they would lose the chance to enter the demon blood pool. In the sky, Jinyu held the solar golden flame blade and became extremely fierce. He was like a god of death as the huge flaming blade was aimed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He could sense a strong sense of danger from the flaming golden saber. This blade formed by golden flames was too terrifying. The energy it contained was something he had never seen before in his life. He did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and his body emitted a dazzling sword light. He quickly channeled the great dragon sword soul and raised his combat strength to the limit. At the same time, a layer of bright red armor covered his body. On the armor, there was a scarlet lotus flower that was blooming with a demonic light and swaying constantly. Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his hand, and he quickly swung it, sending out streaks of sword light. In the next moment, a massive sword image appeared in the sky. The sword shadow was blue in color and emitted a terrifying chill. There was an ice lotus engraved on the sword as if it could freeze everything in the world. At the crucial moment, Lin Xian executed the Earth rank martial art, Gale Lightning Sword Art. Furthermore, he even integrated the Ice Lotus martial spirit into it. That power was earth-shattering, as if it wanted to freeze the entire world. At this moment, Jinyu also waved his arm and quickly descended. The solar golden flame saber shone brightly. Mysterious patterns appeared on its surface, and all sorts of strange phenomena appeared around him. Above the void, a golden crow appeared. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its golden aura shone brightly as it tore apart the heavens and the earth. Then, it pounced towards Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying golden crow shadow streaked across the sky with a sea of fire. Everywhere it passed, everything was burned. The heat was terrifying and boundless, as if it wanted to burn everything. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to imagine. This saber was too terrifying. Even a fourth heaven venerable realm cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian was also shocked. He let out a low shout and quickly activated the Gale Lightning Sword art. In the sky, the massive blue eye sword was swung, bringing with it an endless sea of blue light as it slashed forward. This time, he had to use all his strength. Otherwise, if he failed, their challenge would be over. The three-legged golden crow flew around Jinyu, bringing with it endless flames. Then, it swooped down with a shocking momentum. Lin Xian swung the heavenly sword, bringing with it a force that was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. It also brought with it a terrifying chill that pierced the bones. When the ice and fire collided, the two opposing forces exploded with a terrifying light that quickly covered the entire White Bone Mountain. However, the solar golden flame saber lived up to its reputation. The sharp saber radiance turned into the feet of the golden crow. It was like a peerless blade that quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A second heavenly sword shadow appeared in the sky. This was a blood-red sword with a dense killing aura. It was like the sword of a demon god. This sword slashed directly at the golden crow shadow. The terrifying blood light cut it open, creating a sonorous sound. In an instant, all kinds of flames and sword chi burst out, and the entire space was in chaos. It had to be said that the Golden Crow tribe was too powerful, especially the solar golden flame saber. It brought with it a terrifying heat wave, as if it was a real sun that could crush everything. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul and was extremely powerful in battle. That was why he could fight against the Golden Crow tribe. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would have been turned into a pool of blood under the solar golden flame saber. The two of them fought and used their ultimate skills. All kinds of shadows rushed in all directions. This was a real battle. The two of them were evenly matched and killed in all directions. Lin Xian looked dignified, but he was excited in his heart. It had been a long time since he had fought to his heart's content. His opponent was evenly matched with him, so he did not have to worry about anything. He used his full strength and used all kinds of ultimate skills to prove himself. Lin Xian felt the blood in his body boiling. His fighting soul was awakening. He could not help but let out a long cry. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon god, brave and unstoppable. Gale Lightning Sword, 3 moves that could frighten ghosts and gods. Along with Lin Xian's words, the sky was torn apart again. A huge black sword fell from the sky. Different from the previous 2 huge swords, this sword's shadow was extremely black. It brought with it a strange aura that was like the cry of a ghost, and it fell quickly. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks were shattered and the trees withered. Everything withered as if it had fallen into a dead silence. This sword brought with it a strong aura of death, and it slashed downward quickly. Boom, a violent sound was heard, and the entire White Bone Mountain shook. In the sky, the dazzling golden sun was slashed by the huge black sword, and it kept shaking. Endless rays of light shone. Jinyu, who was in the center of the golden sun, was shocked. Then, an even more dazzling light burst out from his body and swept out in all directions. Jinyu was too shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. That terrifying pitch-black sword chi was actually able to extinguish his sun god fire and even threaten his safety. It seemed that it would not be easy to defeat his opponent. With a roar, Jinyu's arms moved quickly. The solar golden flame saber in his hand became even more dazzling. The golden light pulsed and shone brightly, emitting an even more terrifying energy. Lin Xian was even more ferocious. With the sword of Nirvana in his hand, he brought with him a boundless aura of death and nirvana. He killed his way through the terrifying flames of the sun and arrived before Jinyu. However, Lin Xian's heart suddenly thumped when he saw his opponent's calm and cold eyes. Oh no! His pupils shrank. He used the illusory demon steps and retreated instantly. In the next moment, the golden crow shadow on the solar golden flame saber suddenly expanded and then exploded. The terrifying energy was vast and mighty, and it instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The explosion was too violent. It was as if a fourth-level venerable had self-destructed. The terrifying energy blasted a black hole in the sky. Everyone fell into a daze as they stared at the boundless pitch-black hole. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. Even a fourth-level venerable would not be able to withstand such a powerful explosion, let alone Lin Xian. It would be good enough if he did not die. However, if Lin Xian was seriously injured and on the verge of death, they would lose this battle for sure. At that time, they would lose the qualification to enter the demon blood pool. At this moment, everyone looked at the sky nervously and prayed in their hearts. On the other side, Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei, who were fighting fiercely, also noticed the situation and immediately frowned. Are we going to lose? They were unwilling to accept this outcome. Of course, they did not have much resentment because the energy of the explosion made their hearts tremble. If it were any of them, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being blown away. Senma College. The entire True Martial Lake was also silent. Everyone looked at the light screen in the sky and was extremely nervous. A few elders also frowned slightly, and their eyes flickered. Demon-slaying realm, Whitebone Mountain. A huge black hole covered the entire sky. It was pitch black as if it was going to devour everything. After a long time, no one saw Lin Xian's figure. Just as they were in despair, a scream suddenly tore through the sky and broke the dead silence. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned because they realized that it was not Lin Xian who made the sound, but Jinyu. What's going on? Wasn't Lin Xian the one who was surrounded by the explosion? Why is Jinyu the one roaring angrily now? Everyone did not understand. However, they were extremely excited. Looking at the scene, it seemed that things had taken a turn for the better. As long as Lin Xian was not defeated, everything was fine. Soon, the violent energy in the sky quickly dissipated, and two figures appeared. Not only that, but there was also a trace of blood mist in the air. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Xian's mouth, and his face was pale. He had been severely injured. On the other side, Jinyu was even worse off. His face was incomparably distorted, and there was a huge sword scar on his back that almost split him in half. The two of them stared at each other, emitting a terrifying killing intent. They wanted nothing more than to tear each other apart. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to injure his opponent in such a critical situation. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, Lin Xian had indeed been struck by the terrifying energy. Fortunately, he was wearing the Red Lotus battle armor and was extremely fast. Therefore, the terrifying explosion only affected him and did not truly envelop him. Not only that, but he also used Bloody's clone from Bloody's inheritance to create an advantageous opportunity. He got his clone to stay in the storm while his real body went behind Gold Feather to deliver a fatal blow. However, the other party was also quite impressive. He actually noticed it at the last moment, so this sword strike only heavily injured the other party and did not cut him in half. Brat, you dare to injure me? I'll kill you. Jinyu roared ferociously, his voice shaking the surroundings. The other two groups, the Spirit Feather race and the Giant race, were all stunned. They didn't expect Jinyu to be heavily injured. Du Guoyan laughed loudly. How is it? I said that this brat will definitely exceed your imagination. Now you know. With a cold snort, the Spirit Feather race expert unleashed an even more terrifying attack. Below, Jinyu roared ferociously like an injured beast. It was extremely terrifying. Balls of golden light quickly enveloped him, and golden flames came to his back, quickly healing his injuries. On the other side, Lin Xian was also quickly circulating the longevity art to heal his injuries. Both of them were injured, and they were racing against time to recover quickly. This time, whoever could seize the initiative would have a great chance of winning. Everyone held their breaths and watched nervously. Although it seemed that Jinyu's injuries were more serious, his recovery speed was also extremely terrifying. Now, they could only pray that Lin Xian could recover first. Otherwise, the situation would be very dangerous. In the next moment, Lin Xian moved. His black hair fluttered as he let out a long roar. The longevity art in his body quickly circulated, displaying an extremely powerful vitality. A ball of jade-green light flowed on his body, healing his injuries by more than half. He held the Lone Star sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. This time, he had to defeat his opponent. Rumble. Sword chi surged and circled around him. Countless pillars of sword chi surged out, connecting heaven and earth, filling the entire void. All the sword chi rumbled, transforming into true dragons that roared in all directions. Terrifying light illuminated the entire sky. Seeing the figure quickly approaching, Jinyu's pupils constricted, and his heart beat wildly. His face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and roared. Golden Crow descent, golden light flashed on his body and quickly surged out. A huge golden crow phantom appeared behind him. It seemed to be condensed from gold and was incomparably dazzling. The golden crow phantom flapped its wings, forming an endless sea of fire that protected Jinyu. This was his demon soul, similar to a human's martial soul. However, his demon soul was more powerful than his martial soul because it contained the bloodline power of the Golden Crow tribe. The terrifying golden sun from before was condensed from the flames emitted by the demon soul. At this moment, the Golden Crow demon soul was fully displayed. Its power was absolutely terrifying. After displaying the Golden Crow demon soul, Jinyu became fierce again. He made use of the Golden Crow demon soul to release endless light, forming a fiery field that resisted the endless sword chi of his opponent. The two majestic forces collided again, and then they were quickly annihilated. At the same time, he clenched his fist and formed the solar golden flame saber again. However, this time, the saber was more solid. In the golden light, there was a ball of purple flame. Although it was very weak, the power that it exuded was extremely terrifying. This time, Jinyu had displayed the demon soul and the solar golden flame saber, the unique skill of the Golden Crow tribe. It could be said that he had reached the extreme. In the next moment, he roared ferociously and raised the flaming saber above his head with both hands. He then slashed down. Solar golden flame slash. In the sky, the saber radiance flashed. The golden light was like eternal starlight, extremely dazzling. In the next moment, a dazzling golden saber radiance cut across the sky and slashed down quickly. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and was pushed to the extreme. He was just short of displaying it. Although he did not display it, the power was extremely terrifying. One should know that the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth. Now that it was activated by Lin Xian, its attack power was extremely strong. Not only that, Lin Xian also displayed the Ice Lotus martial soul. The terrifying ice chi shrouded the surroundings. The two forces merged. Lin Xian was like a sword, extremely powerful. With a slash of his sword, thousands of sword chi surged forward and drowned Jinyu. Rumble, Lin Xian's tens of thousands of sword chi slashed out, all of them colliding with the golden saber light. Immediately, a thunderous sound rang out. In the next moment, a terrifying energy exploded, and both of them fell back. The dazzling golden saber light quickly shattered, and Lin Xian's sword chi also quickly disappeared. The two of them separated again, each standing in the void, staring at each other. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the battle to be so intense. In the distance, the experts of the Spirit Feather race and the Giant race were even more shocked. They knew Jinyu's strength. He wasn't weaker than them. Moreover, the Golden Crow race was very powerful, and Jinyu was one of the best. Not to mention these Senma College disciples, even a fourth-rank Venerable Realm expert might not be his match. But now, Jinyu had not only summoned his demon soul, but also used the Golden Crow race's ultimate technique. Yet, he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. This was too unbelievable. Only now did they understand what Duguotian meant. They didn't expect that seemingly weak young man to be a super expert. At this moment, everyone was extremely excited. Based on the current situation, the possibility of Lin Xian losing wasn't high. This meant that they had a high chance of entering the final demon blood pool. Even the few elders of Senmu College narrowed their eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. I didn't expect this little guy to be so strong. He can suppress the genius of the Golden Crow race. Indeed, I didn't expect Jinyu to be forced to this point. He even used his demon soul and solar golden flame saber, but he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. That firmament greatsword isn't simple. Judging from its aura, it's probably an Earthrank martial art. Yes, that's right. And it's not an Earthrank martial art from the True Spirit Hall. Looks like this little guy isn't simple. He actually had a fortuitous encounter and learned an Earthrank martial art. A group of elders discussed. They were getting more and more interested in Lin Xian. Dean Xian looked at the sky with a smile. Looking at the figure on the screen, he nodded slightly. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, he was the person they were looking for. If he didn't have this strength, it would be hard to believe him. Demon Slaying Realm. Lin Xian stood tall and straight. Looking at Jinyu in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "I think you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Why don't you use them now?" Indeed, both sides were in a deadlock, and they had to use their strongest moves to win. "Kid, I have to say that you've exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Next, I'm going to fuse with my demon soul. If you can withstand this move, then you win this round," Jinyu said coldly. He didn't want to drag this out any longer. He wanted to use his strongest move. Although both sides were tied now, he was extremely confident in his final trump card because his demonic soul was no ordinary demonic soul. It contained the terrifying bloodline power of the Golden Crow clan and could be said to be incomparably powerful. As his voice fell, the surrounding Golden Crow shadows began to glow. They gradually became smaller and then entered Jinyu's body. In the next moment, a terrifying energy burst out, an endless golden flame swept across the world. Jinyu roared, and a golden aura erupted from his body. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened. His entire body underwent a great change. Although he was still in human form, he looked more like a golden crow. His golden wings spread out, and they were dozens of feet long. They flapped behind his back, bringing with them a scorching aura. At this moment, Jinyu's aura and strength had reached the peak. When the surrounding warriors saw this, they were all shocked. They didn't expect Jinyu to be able to increase his strength at this time, and by such a large margin. For a moment, everyone was worried for Lin Xian again. If Lin Xian didn't have a powerful trump card, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand this final trump card. In the distance, the experts of the Spiritual Feather clan and the Giant clan felt the scorching energy and were shocked. They naturally knew that Jinyu was going to use his final trump card. Is he going to fight it out? The two of them were solemn. "Looks like you're going to lose," the Spiritual Feather clan expert said coldly. The expert of the Spiritual Feather clan said coldly. He and Du Guotian exchanged a blow, and then the two of them separated in the void. "Isn't it too early to say that?" Du Guotian shook his head. "It's not early. The demon soul of our demon clan is different from that of you humans. It contains a powerful bloodline power. As an expert of the Golden Crow clan, Jinyu's bloodline power is even more terrifying. If that kid doesn't have any heaven-defying methods, he definitely won't be able to withstand this attack. Looks like it's really going to end." On the other side, the expert of the Giant Rock clan also said. "It's useless even if the two of you are tied. If that kid loses, this battle will be over." Hearing this, Li Yunfei also frowned. However, he couldn't help much at this moment. This battle had to be resolved by Lin Xian himself. Everyone's expression was solemn, and even the elders frowned again. There was no other way. Jinyu's demon soul was too powerful. It contained the bloodline power of the Golden Crow clan, and could be said to be incomparably powerful. At this moment, Jinyu was like a sun god, shining with golden light, valiant and valiant. He looked at Lin Xian with cold eyes. In the next moment, his palms moved quickly. He raised them high above his head, and then formed a strange seal. The bloodline power in his body surged, and terrifying flames danced. They quickly flowed into his palms, and together with the seal, they formed the shape of a treasure bottle. The treasure bottle was completely gold, and there were strange engravings on it. It was completely formed by flames. At this moment, the mouth of the golden treasure bottle was slightly facing down, and it was aimed at Lin Xian. Feeling the change in his opponent, Lin Xian's heart raced. The bloodline power of the Golden Crow clan was indeed powerful. He took a deep breath, and his eyes shone brightly. Jin Yu's demon soul fusion was much more powerful than a human's. No wonder he was from the demon clan. He indeed had a unique advantage. It seemed that he couldn't hold back anymore. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes became calm. In the next moment, he withdrew his Ice Lotus martial soul, and at the same time, he sheathed his Lone Star sword. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. Even the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy revealed expressions of doubt. Din Xian also narrowed her eyes and stared at the figure in the sky silently. In the demon-slaying world, Jin Yu saw Lin Xian's actions, and he threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Kid, did you feel that you couldn't resist the power of my bloodline? Is that why you're giving up and admitting defeat? I have to say that you've made the right decision. If you dare to resist the power of my bloodline, I can guarantee that you'll be blasted into pieces. Jin Yu's laughter reverberated in the surroundings. The surrounding cultivators all had ugly expressions as despair appeared in their eyes. Could it be that Lin Xian was really going to give up? But if that wasn't the case, why did he put away his martial soul and the half-earth step artifact? Lin Xian didn't explain anything to Jin Yu's arrogant laughter and the crowd's confusion. He revolved the great dragon sword soul within his body, and his eyes became sharp once more. Sword chi surged out from his body, causing the surrounding space to distort and become chaotic. It was as if something terrifying was about to appear, and even the void couldn't withstand its pressure. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking dragon's roar resounded from Lin Xian's body. Then, 3 feet in front of him, a terrifying crack appeared, and a true dragon roared out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the azure dragon's whiskers coiled and then turned into a long sword. The hilt of the sword was formed from a dragon's head, while the body of the sword was formed from a true dragon's body. The entire sword was strangely shaped and carried with it a thick aura of vicissitudes. Of course, compared to this, the most terrifying thing was the pressure. It was as if a real true dragon had awoken, terrifying to the extreme. Seeing the azure dragon sword shadow, everyone was stunned. That was because the aura contained within it was too terrifying, making everyone feel endlessly shocked. Their bodies trembled, and they wanted to prostrate themselves in worship. What is that? It's so terrifying. The surrounding cultivators paled and constantly retreated. Although this power made them feel uncomfortable, they were all excited. This was because this was a move that Lin Xian had used. They didn't think that Lin Xian would have such a terrifying trump card. With such a terrifying move, it would definitely be able to resist the other party's monster soul. The 3 gatekeepers had ugly expressions. The powerhouses from the spirit feather race and the giant race all had solemn expressions as they stared at the azure dragon-shaped sword shadow, their hearts trembling. The aura emitted by the azure dragon sword shadow was enough to threaten their lives. They didn't think that their opponent would have such a terrifying move. Jin Yu's expression was even uglier. He was even closer to the azure dragon sword shadow. From the moment it appeared, his eyelids had been twitching, and an inexplicable fear had risen in his heart. This was a fear that came from his soul and bloodline. It wasn't something he could control. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? How can it make me feel fear? Impossible. This is impossible. He kept shaking his head, and there was a hint of madness in his expression. But the more it was like this, the more his body trembled. In Senmu College, several elders looked at the green dragon-shaped sword shadow with grave expressions. What a terrifying aura. What exactly is that sword shadow? The elders looked at each other. Sword spirit, that's his martial spirit. At this moment, Senior Xian's voice was steady as he spat out 2 words. What? Martial spirit. The elders were stunned when they heard this. Then, they exclaimed, that's impossible. Isn't his martial soul the Ice Lotus? Seeing that Headmaster Xian didn't say anything else, the elders were shocked. Could it be that he has dual martial spirits? Although twin martial spirits were rare, they existed in this world. There were records of twin martial spirits appearing in history, and each one of them was a terrifying figure. The elders didn't doubt the existence of twin martial spirits. Since Headmaster Xian said that the sword shadow was a martial spirit, then it must be a martial spirit. And the ice lotus that Lin Xian had displayed earlier was a real martial spirit. Therefore, in their opinion, Lin Xian must be a twin martial spirit martial artist. At this thought, the elders' faces flushed red, and their breathing quickened. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect him to have twin martial spirits. I didn't expect our Senma College to have such a peerless prodigy. They were overjoyed. They didn't expect Lin Xian's talent to be so high. Not only that, the green dragon-shaped sword shadow was too terrifying. It definitely surpassed the ice lotus martial spirit. Such a martial spirit was definitely rare in the world. Headmaster Xian ignored the excited elders. He narrowed his eyes, and stars flickered in his eyes as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow in the air. He didn't know why, but when he looked at the sword shadow, he thought of an ancient legend. Before this, he thought that the legend was made up by the ancient people. But now, he was shaken. Because he realized that the green dragon sword that Lin Xian displayed seemed to be very similar to an ancient legend. However, he wasn't sure. He still had to investigate carefully. Is this the person I've been waiting for? Mysterious indeed. Headmaster Xian muttered to himself. Lin Xian didn't know that the dragon-shaped sword shadow had caused such a huge commotion. At this moment, he slowly stretched out his hand and grasped the green dragon-shaped sword shadow. The moment he clenched his fist, another loud and clear dragon roar was heard. Then, an invisible pressure quickly surged out, like a wave, instantly filling the entire Demon Slayer's world. At this moment, everyone's face was pale and they were trembling. All the demonic beasts in the monster-slaying world were prostrating on the ground, their bodies trembling non-stop. In the forbidden golden lairs, even the mature golden demonic beasts were roaring uneasily. They couldn't resist the invisible force at all. As if they were worshipping a supreme king, all the demonic beasts in the monster-slaying world knelt down to the Whitebone Mountain. The experts of the spiritual feather race and the giant race were also scared. Their faces turned ugly. That aura made them feel uncomfortable. Jinyu's face was even darker. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead and his entire body was soaked in sweat. This force was too terrifying. He felt that he couldn't resist it. Impossible, this is impossible. He screamed crazily in his heart. He couldn't believe that everything in front of him was caused by his opponent. Just the force of the sword shadow was too much for him to bear. In the next moment, his pupils shrank because he saw that Lin Xian had slowly raised the dragon-shaped sword shadow and aimed it at him. In an instant, his heart beat violently as if it was going to jump out of his body. At the same time, he felt that he was on the verge of death. This made his body feel extremely cold. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was something he had never felt before. However, he didn't doubt that if his opponent slashed down with that sword, it would definitely take his life. I admit defeat. Jinyu didn't dare to joke about his life. He could only speak quickly. As his voice rang out, there was an uproar. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned. They didn't expect that instead of seeing a stunning sword, they would be waiting for Jinyu to admit defeat. However, after thinking about it, everyone felt relieved. That dragon-shaped sword shadow was too mysterious and terrifying. Just the pressure alone was enough to make their bodies split open. It was a wise choice for Jinyu to admit defeat. Hearing his opponent admit defeat, Lin Xian was also very surprised. However, he still nodded slightly. In the next moment, he circulated his spiritual energy and withdrew the great dragon sword soul back into his body. The moment the great dragon sword soul disappeared, Jinyu also heaved a sigh of relief. His heart also calmed down. This was because he felt that the feeling of death had disappeared. No one had expected that the battle between Lin Xian and Jinyu would end with Jinyu admitting defeat. Before this, they had imagined countless scenarios. They had even imagined that Lin Xian would fight with all his strength and end up in a tie with his opponent. However, they had not expected the Guardian to admit defeat. Not only did the crowd not expect this, but even the two powerhouses from the Spiritual Feather Tribe and the Giant Tribe did not expect this. They sighed and shook their heads slightly. They knew that Jinyu must have his own difficulties for saying this. They had a certain understanding of Jinyu. They knew that he was an extremely conceited person. Even the spiritual feather tribe powerhouse could not make him submit. Now that he had admitted defeat, it meant that he could not withstand the sword at all. He did not even have the slightest confidence. This was the only way to make Jinyu admit defeat willingly. Thinking of this, the two guardians were also shocked. They were on par with Jinyu in terms of strength. If Jinyu could not withstand the sword, they would not be able to withstand it either. They did not expect that such a terrifying powerhouse would appear among the humans. At this moment, all the disciples of Senma College were looking at Lin Xian on Skeleton Mountain. Their eyes were filled with excitement. In the end, they could not help but shout Lin Xian's name. Is this the junior brother Lin I know? So powerful. So powerful. Su Yu and the others felt as if they were dreaming. This kid hid his strength well. I did not expect him to have the strength to defeat the guardian. The twin ghosts of black and white could not help but exclaim. They looked at Lin Xian with admiration in their eyes. One had to know that the siblings were arrogant and unruly. Even Li Yunfei and the others were not convinced by them. However, they were now full of admiration for Lin Xian. It could not be helped. The last sword was too terrifying. Although it was not slashed out, its aura had still intimidated everyone. Did they not see that the powerful guardian, Jinyu, had admitted defeat? Morong Qingchen looked at that tall and straight figure in the sky, a faint smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. She knew that Lin Xian would win in the end because she believed in him. At this moment, Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei also stopped fighting and looked at Lin Xian. The two of them nodded slightly. Du Guoyan revealed a bright smile. Junior brother Lin, good job. You are very strong. I take back what I said before, Li Yunfei said seriously. Not only the Demon Slayer realm, but the entire Senma College was also celebrating. Near the true martial lake, Lin Xian's name was being chanted by everyone. It shook the 9 heavens, and several elders were also very excited. They were constantly praising Lin Xian. Dean Xian looked at the figure in the sky and nodded her head in satisfaction. At this moment, Lin Xian had become the idol of Senma College. He had become a top figure like Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei. Lin Xian could feel the cheers and adoration coming from all directions, and he revealed a satisfied smile. He exhaled heavily, and a smile appeared on his pale face. Although he did not slash out in the end, using the dragon sword's soul had consumed a lot of his strength. Fortunately, he won in the end. My mission has been completed. The rest is up to the two seniors. Lin Xian raised his head and smiled at the two figures in the distance. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei also smiled when they heard Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian's victory made them completely relieved. As for their battle, although they were not 100% sure that they would win, it was too easy for them to tie. One had to know that they had fought each other more than once, so they knew the strength of both sides very well. It was very normal for them to tie. Moreover, they did not intend to drag it out any longer. For a moment, Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei both used their full strength and fought with their opponents again. Boom, all kinds of terrifying lights once again covered the sky. Lin Xian looked at the two of them indifferently, then turned around and flew down. He knew that there was no suspense in this battle. As long as Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei did not go easy, it was only a matter of time before they tied. Seeing Lin Xian fly over, everyone cheered again. Lin Xian smiled and waved at them, then landed on the ground. How are you? Are you hurt? Morong Qingqing's figure flashed and came to Lin Xian's side. I'm fine. I just used up a little too much energy, Lin Xian said with a smile. Next, Lin Xian took out spiritual wine and spiritual pills from his storage ring and quickly consumed them to recover the spiritual power in his body. Then, he raised his head and looked at the sky. The battle in the sky was abnormally fierce, and it was not inferior to his previous battle at all. The terrifying energy fluctuations shocked him. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were worthy of being the top influential figures. The two of them were very powerful. After a fierce collision, the powerhouses of the spiritual feather race and boulder race also retreated. There's no need to continue fighting, the spiritual feather race powerhouse said coldly. If we continue fighting, it will be a draw. Why don't we stop here? Okay. Du Guotian also put away the long sword in his hand. On the other side, Li Yunfei and the powerhouses of the giant race also stopped fighting. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, then became excited again. A draw, 2 draws, plus Lin Xian's victory, they had passed the final challenge. In other words, they had completed the challenge of the Guardian and could enter the final demon blood pool. Thinking of this, everyone shouted excitedly. Their hard work for so long had not been in vain. Of course, all of this was thanks to 3 people, Lin Xian, Du Guotian, and Li Yunfei. In an instant, their names were shouted by everyone, and their voices spread throughout the demon-slaying world. At this moment, Lin Xian and the other 2 became the heroes of the entire Senma College. And Lin Xian also relied on this battle to successfully become one of the most influential characters at the peak of the Immortal Martial Academy. He was no longer an ordinary freshman, but a top prodigy like Du Guotian and Li Yunfei. Looking at the deafening cheers, the 3 spiritual feather race powerhouses said coldly, "You have passed the final challenge. This is your reward." Then, the spiritual feather race powerhouse shot out a golden light toward Du Guotian. The Boulder race and the Golden Crow race's Jin Yu also shot out rays of light toward Li Yunfei and Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and caught the golden light in the air. Then, he opened his palm. He found that it was a golden demon core. Light flowed on it, and it contained a powerful energy. A golden demon core. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. He found that this golden demon core was stronger than the one he had killed before. Obviously, these 3 gold demon cores were the rewards for the 3 of them succeeding in their challenge. The surrounding people looked at the golden demon cores with envy in their eyes. However, they also knew that Lin Xian and the other 2 deserved it. Next, it should be the final demon blood pool. Lin Xian smiled. With a flip of his hand, he took out 2 more demon cores. Lin Xian smiled slightly. With a flip of his palm, he took out 2 more demon cores. One of them was the demon core of the gold demon beast he killed, while the other was a demon core that emitted a faint golden light. The energy of these 2 demon cores added together was about the same as the one in Lin Xian's hand, so Lin Xian gave these 2 demon cores to Murong Qingqing. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They did not expect that Lin Xian actually had 2 gold demon cores in his hands, and he even gave them away. Even Li Yunfei and Du Guotian were slightly surprised. Although they knew that Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's relationship was not shallow, these gold demon cores were very precious. This was related to the good fortune of the demon blood pool. That kind of temptation was probably not something anyone could give up. But now, Lin Xian gave them away without hesitation. Murong Qingqing revealed a beautiful smile and stretched out her lily-white hand, putting down the 2 gold demon cores. Her smile was like a flower, and Lin Xian's figure was reflected in her eyes. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. "Don't look at me like that. These demon cores are something you deserve." "Humph." Murong Qingqing snorted lightly and wrinkled her cute nose, then glanced at Lin Xian. In that gaze, there was a different kind of flirtatious look. On the white bone, everyone was abnormally excited because they would be able to enter the demon blood pool very soon. However, they did not act rashly. Instead, they patiently waited for Lin Xian and the other 2 to recover their strength. Half a day later, Lin Xian, Du Guotian, and Li Yunfei opened their eyes, then slowly stood up. Following the 3 people's movements, the surrounding martial artists' hearts also gradually became excited. Because they knew that the final moment was finally coming. Du Guotian stood up, swept his gaze around, and said in a clear voice. "Everyone, I believe everyone has been waiting for a long time. Then, let's go to the demon blood pool now." Hearing this voice, the surrounding cultivators' emotions completely exploded, and they all cheered to their heart's content. Du Guotian and Li Yunfei soared into the sky and flew toward the back of the Whitebone Mountain. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth also curled up slightly. He flew into the sky side by side with Murong Qingqing. Behind him, the twin ghosts of Black and White, Suyueshua, and the others followed closely behind. After Lin Xian and the other 2 made their move, the surrounding cultivators also made their moves. Spiritual energy radiated from their bodies, covering the sky and earth as they flew forward. For a moment, the entire void was illuminated. The sound of wind whistling could be heard, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Very quickly, Lin Xian and the others crossed the huge white bone mountain and arrived at the back of the mountain. He looked at the scenery downwind and froze. How was this a demonic blood pool? This was simply a gigantic lake. Below, there was an incomparably huge lake surrounded by mountains. The lake water was incomparably blood-red, as if it was fresh blood, emitting an astonishing amount of energy. This is the demon blood pool? It's indeed extraordinary. Just feeling the aura makes me feel comfortable, Lin Xian exclaimed. This demon blood pool is very magical. It is said that after an unimaginably powerful demon king died, it evolved from the blood of his entire body. It contains indescribable power. Next to him, Du Guotian said. Then, he turned around and said to everyone again, the demon cores in your hands determine how long you can stay in the demon blood pool. I hope that you will seize the opportunity according to your own circumstances. Don't miss this opportunity. Alright, let's go in now. After saying that, he took the lead, turned into a sword ray, and instantly disappeared into the huge blood-red lake below. Li Yunfei's figure also floated, and like a banished immortal, he quickly descended. Lin Xian and the others did not delay any longer and flew down. At this time, the Crimson Dragon also sent a voice transmission. Kid, this demon blood pool is probably quite useful to me. Oh? Hearing that, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Crimson Dragon's function was needless to say. It had mastered extremely profound formations. However, with its cultivation base that had just entered the venerable realm, there were too many exquisite formations that it could not use. If this demon blood pool could allow it to recover some of its strength, it would be greatly beneficial to Lin Xian in the future. How many demon cores do you need? I'll give them to you, Lin Xian said. No need. The demon cores are prepared for you humans. I'm a divine beast, so I don't fear the demonic aura in the demon blood pool at all. That's true. I forgot. Lin Xian patted his head. In that case, you can recover as much as you want. The two conversed, and then Lin Xian disappeared into the huge blood-red lake. As soon as Lin Xian entered, he felt a dense demonic aura that was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the gold-colored demon core in his hand released a wave of energy that quickly blocked the demonic aura. Next, he felt a pure energy surrounding him. As long as he was willing to absorb it, the energy would immediately fuse into his body and transform into pure spiritual energy. As expected of the demon blood pool. It's really magical. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Next, he and Morong Qingqing each found a place to sit cross-legged and quickly absorb the energy around them. Not only that, Lin Xian even let out the Crimson Dragon, the Snow-White Monkey, the Golden-Feathered Mystical Eagle, and Little Gold to absorb the energy of the demon blood pool. Since they were all demon beasts, they did not need demon cores to enter the demon blood pool. In an instant, the huge demon blood pool was filled with figures. Every warrior looked excited as they circulated their arcane arts to quickly absorb the energy in the demon blood pool. The Crimson Dragon was even more excited. It was like a swimming dragon that swam around the entire demon blood pool. It used some kind of secret technique to quickly absorb the energy. Time passed slowly. Half a day later, many warriors left the demon blood pool because the demon cores in their hands could no longer support them to continue absorbing the energy. If they forced themselves to stay in the demon blood pool, their bodies would probably be torn apart by the ferocious demonic aura. A day later, even more warriors left. However, their faces were filled with excitement. It seemed that they were quite satisfied with their harvest. 2 days later, there were very few warriors left in the demon blood pool. To be able to last for 2 days, they must have a large number of silver-grade demon cores in their hands. Those who could obtain such silver-grade demon cores were extremely powerful warriors. Bing Ling opened her eyes and looked at the silver-grade demon core in her hand that had dimmed. She shook her head slightly and left the demon blood pool. After that, the black-white double ghosts and the others left one after another. In the end, there were only 4 people left in the demon blood pool. They were Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Du Guotian, and Li Yunfei. As the challengers, Lin Xian and the other 2 were rewarded with gold-grade demon cores, so they could last longer. As for Morong Qingqing, she also had 2 gold-grade demon cores, so she could continue to stay. The other warriors were all waiting by the lake. Of course, they did not know that there were still 4 demon beasts in the demon blood pool that were madly absorbing the energy. Lin Xian closed his eyes and quickly channeled the longevity art. At that moment, he had broken through the 3rd firmament of the Venerable Realm and reached the 4th firmament of the Venerable Realm. It had to be said that the speed of his breakthrough was too fast. Of course, it had to do with his hard work. One had to know that before this, he had experienced countless soul-stirring battles, which was why he had obtained this precious opportunity. Moreover, the longevity art in his body was also extraordinary and mysterious. Its effect was much better than other people's cultivation techniques. The speed of absorption and conversion was also terrifying. At that moment, Lin Xian had reached the 4th firmament of the Venerable Realm and was charging towards the 5th firmament. After reaching the 4th firmament of the Venerable Realm, the rapid improvement slowed down because the amount of energy needed to go from the 4th firmament to the 5th firmament was more than the total amount of energy needed to go from the 4th firmament to the 5th firmament. This also proved that the 9th firmament of the Venerable Realm became more and more difficult to cultivate. However, Lin Xian did not want to let go of this opportunity. He recalled that there was still an energy ball left behind by the Niwa of Gojoseon in the mysterious dagger. Therefore, he wanted to absorb the 2 energies together and see if he could break through to the 5th firmament of the Venerable Realm. He separated a portion of his soul power and sent it into the mysterious dagger. He wanted to pull out the energy ball left behind by the Niwa of Gojoseon. However, in the next moment, before he could touch the energy ball, the black 10,000 beast ding suddenly trembled. The 10,000 beast ding trembled violently and emitted a black light. On the body of the cauldron, strange beasts quickly swam as if they had come to life. This phenomenon directly alarmed Lin Xian. He did not expect the 10,000 beast ding to change at this time. However, before he could react, the black light on the cauldron spun rapidly and formed a black vortex. In the next moment, a terrifying devouring power surged out and quickly spread in all directions, absorbing the energy in the pool of blood. Soon, the entire demon blood pool surged rapidly. Endless blood surged and gathered towards Lin Xian. This phenomenon was very weak at first, but it became more and more intense. In the end, even Morong Qingqing, Duguoutian, and the others were alarmed. They all opened their eyes and withdrew from their cultivation, looking at this scene in shock. What? This Lin Xian is crazy. Li Yunfei's expression was grave. It was likely that no one would be able to withstand such a rate of absorption. Du Guoutian was also stunned. He could not understand why Lin Xian would be so impulsive. Morong Qingqing was even more surprised. She couldn't help but want to go up and interrupt, but fortunately, Lin Xian sent her a voice transmission saying that it was fine. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Morong Qingqing felt relieved. If a cultivator were to absorb so much energy at once, they would likely explode and die. However, Lin Xian was different. Although these energies entered his body, they were not absorbed by him. Instead, they all entered the 10,000 beast ding. Therefore, he was only a medium in the middle and was not in much danger. Moreover, the cleansing of this pure energy made his body even stronger. However, the commotion was getting louder and louder. Even the Crimson Dragon could not help but ask, "Kid, what the hell are you doing? This place is not normal. Don't mess around. If you disturb something extraordinary, it will be fun." Hearing this, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He quickly replied, "It's not me. It's the 10,000 beast ding that caused this phenomenon. I can't do anything about it." He tried to use his soul power to control the 10,000 beast ding to interrupt the energy absorption, but he found that it was useless. Hearing that it was the 10,000 beast ding's doing, the Crimson Dragon did not speak anymore. Instead, it absorbed even more frantically. It had a feeling that the 10,000 beast ding's method would definitely attract some trouble. Sure enough, not long after, a low voice suddenly came from the bottom of the pool of blood. Like a muffled thunderclap, the sound came from the depths of the pool. Hearing this sound, everyone's hair stood on end. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. It brought the Snow-White Monkey and the other 2 beasts back to Lin Xian's side and then went into the beast bag. Du Guoutian and the others opened their eyes again. Their eyes were filled with shock. They did not expect such a terrifying sound to come from the bottom of the pool of blood. Just this voice alone was enough to cause their blood to boil and their bodies to almost split apart. In the next moment, a terrifying force came and instantly wrapped around Lin Xian and pushed him upwards. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others were pushed out by this force. Fortunately, this force was very gentle. It only pushed them out and did not cause them any harm. Outside, near the huge pool of blood, everyone waited patiently. Suddenly, Qihao opened his eyes with a serious expression. Is it coming out? But this time shouldn't be. It's a little earlier than expected. The twin ghosts of black and white were also puzzled. However, in the next moment, they saw 4 blood-colored pillars of light rush out quickly. They were dozens of meters tall. Boundless blood fell, revealing 4 figures. They really came out. When everyone saw Lin Xian and the others, they all stood up. In the sky, Du Guoyan and the other 2 looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Morong Qingqing glanced at him and said in a sweet voice, "You always make it so dangerous. You make us worry for nothing." Lin Xian smiled bitterly and touched his nose. "Everyone, I'm sorry. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying beast in the pool of blood. Forget it. It's only a little earlier anyway. Moreover, we've gained quite a lot this time." Du Guoyan shrugged and did not say anything else. Li Yunfei also looked deeply at Lin Xian, then turned around and flew down. Lin Xian also sighed. Originally, he wanted to fuse the 2 powers together to break through to the 5th firmament of the Venerable Realm. He did not expect it to trigger the 10,000 beast ding. Damn that damn cauldron. It caused such a big mess. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. He also pulled Morong Qingqing down. What's going on? Why did you come out early? When they saw Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing land, the twin ghosts of black and white walked up. It's nothing. There was a small accident, Lin Xian said. Hey, you've broken through to the 4th firmament of the Venerable Realm. When the twin ghosts of black and white saw that Lin Xian was unwilling to say more, they did not pursue the matter. Instead, they looked at him and exclaimed when they sensed his aura. They wanted to close the gap between them, but it seemed that the gap was getting wider and wider. The twin ghosts of black and white looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had also broken through to the 4th firmament of the Venerable Realm. However, their auras were much weaker than Lin Xian's. Lin Xian's current aura was at least at the mid-4th firmament of the Venerable Realm. The twin ghosts of black and white looked around and realized that Morong Qingqing's aura was similar to Lin Xian's. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei's auras were even more terrifying. They were even stronger than Lin Xian's. In fact, this was very normal. The 2 of them had a higher cultivation than Lin Xian before. It was not a big deal that their cultivation was still higher. In fact, they did not know that the one who benefited the most this time was Lin Xian. Not only had his strength increased, but the cultivation of the Crimson Dragon, the Snow White Monkey, and the other beasts had also increased. The Crimson Dragon, in particular, had risen to around the 3rd sky of Venerable Realm. It seemed that this fellow had used some kind of secret technique. As for the Snow White Monkey, it was still the same as before. It looked extremely cute, and no one could tell what level of cultivation it had reached. However, Lin Xian would not underestimate it. After all, the Crimson Dragon's tail was still no match for the Snow White Monkey. This made the Crimson Dragon even more depressed. Being suppressed by a tiny thing drove it crazy. Kid, hurry up and get me dragon blood, or go find the heavenly netherbird. Don't worry, I'll definitely do those 2 things, Lin Xian comforted it. Although the Crimson Dragon was anxious, this matter could not be rushed. It had to be prepared slowly. Alright, everyone. We've stayed in the monster-slaying realm for quite some time, and everyone has completed the transformation of the monster blood pool. I think it's time to leave this place. Du Guoyan said loudly. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all quieted down. At the same time, their hearts throbbed. Many people clenched their fists, and their eyes shone brightly. They had all gained a lot from this monster-slaying conference. They wondered if they could make it to the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. As for the powerhouses who were already on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, they were even more confident. This time, they wanted to get a better ranking. Everyone was excited. They could not wait to return to Senma College. Senma College, True Martial Lake. Countless disciples gathered here. They did not disperse, and they all looked up at the sky. The battle between the three challengers and the gatekeeper had shocked them, and they were unable to extricate themselves for a long time. That scene was too awesome, especially the battle between Lin Xian and Jin Yu. It could be called a classic. This kind of battle was very rare. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to see such a high-level battle. It was only at the monster-slaying conference that they could see the glory of the top powerhouses. Moreover, what surprised them was that the strength of this new student, Lin Xian, was actually so terrifying. He wasn't the slightest bit weaker than Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei. They also knew that after this demon-slaying assembly, Lin Xian would become one of the top figures in the academy. This was an honor, a miracle. Even Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei would need a very long time to achieve this feat, but Lin Xian had accomplished this feat not long after entering the academy. This speed could only be described as terrifying. While the disciples below were exclaiming in shock, Principal Xian and the other elders weren't idling around either. Especially Dean Xian, he took out the compass from before and quickly infused it with spiritual energy. Then, the compass shone brightly and formed 12 ancient characters again. They floated in the air and formed a mysterious door. Not long after, the mysterious door of light slowly opened, and it started to tremble slightly. Then, the void fluctuated, and the sound of something breaking through the air resounded. Countless rays of light gushed out from the mysterious door of light and filled the sky above the True Martial Lake. "They're out! They're out!" It wasn't anyone who exclaimed, but everyone immediately looked up at the sky excitedly. When they saw the figures of Lin Xian, Du Guoyan, and the others, they immediately shouted in excitement. The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were especially excited at this moment. They were all shouting Lin Xian's name loudly, and their voices shook the surroundings. When Lin Xian heard the shouts below, he felt relaxed and happy. After such a long battle, he had finally returned. The other ancient martial art practitioners were also excited. As they looked down, they felt a sense of pride spontaneously rise in their hearts. Although the gatekeepers this time were powerful, the demonic blood pool's fortune was also extremely rich. Everyone had received a huge boost in strength, and it was likely that they would surpass the other ancient martial art practitioners who hadn't participated in the demon-slaying assembly. Just as everyone was getting excited, the towering black stone monument within the Immortal Martial Academy suddenly emitted a resplendent light. The names that were originally written on the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard also quickly disappeared and were replaced by unfamiliar names. It's changed. It's actually changed. Seeing the changes on the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard, everyone looked at the stone tablet in the distance and exclaimed. Even Lin Xian and the others were stunned. They had not expected the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard to change at this time. Soon, someone shouted excitedly, "It's up, it's up. My name is actually on the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy." This was a senior student who had tried many times to get on the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard but had never succeeded. This time, his name had risen to 99th place on the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard as soon as he came out of the demon-slaying realm. Although he was at the bottom, he had actually made it onto the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. At that moment, an elder in the sky slashed out and said loudly, "Because your cultivation level has greatly increased in the demon-slaying realm, you did not have to go through a challenge this time. The Mystic Supremacy leaderboard will judge you directly. Of course, if you are defeated in the future, your names will once again fall from the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard." "The Mystic Supremacy leaderboard will judge us?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, their breathing became rapid, and they were extremely excited. They circulated their spiritual power with all their might and displayed their strongest power. Originally, after they came out, they wanted to rest for a few days and go into seclusion to challenge the experts on the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard and try to get on the leaderboard. However, they did not expect that as soon as they came out, the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard would judge them directly and they would be on the leaderboard. This had never happened before. Thinking about it, this must have happened because the demon-slaying conference had improved too much this time, far surpassing the past. Below, the crowd was even more excited. They all stared nervously at the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard, witnessing this historic moment. It's changed, it's changed. Seeing the names of the powerhouses being replaced one by one, these people began to cry out in surprise. Look, the top 10 of the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard has also changed. That's Jiang Yan. His ranking has changed. He went from 8th to 6th. Qi Hao's ranking has dropped. He's now 7th. Seeing the changes in the rankings of these super powerhouses, the crowd cried out in surprise. This was because the top 10 powerhouses on the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard were very special. Each of them was a super powerhouse. These people had dominated the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard for many years and rarely had their rankings changed. Every time there was a change, it was accompanied by an extremely intense battle. Moreover, there were not many challenges of this level. Therefore, there had never been such a huge change in the top 10 of the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard. It's changed again. Morong Qingqing is now 5th, the crowd cried out in surprise. As expected, Morong Qingqing's name appeared above Jiang Yan's and was now 5th. Although Morong Qingqing rarely made a move, everyone who had seen her in action was still shocked beyond words. This was especially true for Jiang Yan, Qi Hao, and the others. They had seen Morong Qingqing's skills with their own eyes. Even now, their memories of the purple sky-turning seal were still fresh in their minds. They were not unconvinced that Morong Qingqing was ranked higher than them. Furthermore, they did not plan on challenging Morong Qingqing again in the near future. Although the others had not seen Morong Qingqing in action, they knew that Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian had killed the gold demon beast. That was a major event that was recorded in the history of the monster-slaying world. This was enough for him to rank 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Where's Lin Xian? Just as the crowd was discussing and paying attention to the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, someone raised this question. That was right. Lin Xian was so powerful. His ranking would definitely be very high. Everyone turned their heads and looked carefully at the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xian's name appeared in 3rd place. 3rd place. Everyone was excited when they saw Lin Xian appear in 3rd place. Although they had already guessed that Lin Xian might make it to the top 3, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The top 3 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard were the most influential people. They were even more famous than the top 10. Previously, Red Buddha had been in 3rd place. However, he had not participated in the monster slaying conference and had now fallen to 4th place. The 3rd place on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard was actually a new student. He was probably the youngest person in Senma College's history to be in 3rd place. Du Guotian looked at Lin Xian and chuckled. Junior brother Lin, congratulations. Li Yunfei also nodded slightly and said, you deserve it. Thank you both, Lin Xian replied with a smile. He was not surprised by this ranking. However, Du Guotian and Li Yunfei's names did not change, which disappointed him. He had originally thought that he would be able to pull one of them down. However, he had no plans to challenge them now. 3rd place on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard was already a very good ranking. Moreover, he had exposed his great dragon sword soul in the previous challenge. Therefore, it was better not to make a move for the time being. He did not want others to know about all his trump cards. He would only be able to survive if he kept his trump cards hidden. Soon, the new Mystic Sovereign leaderboard was released. The 1st place was still Du Guotian. 2nd place was Li Yunfei, 3rd place was Lin Xian, and 4th place was the original 3rd place, Red Buddha. However, this person didn't participate in this monster-slaying gathering. Morong Qingqing was ranked 5th, Jiang Yan was ranked 6th, and Qi Hao was ranked 7th. In 8th place was Willow Lance. In the final battle, Lin Xian had forced him to slay the demon realm, and he had missed the opportunity to enter the demon blood pool. As a result, his ranking dropped significantly. In the crowd, Willow Lance looked at the rankings on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. His face was as dark as it could get. He stared at Lin Xian's figure in the sky, his eyes full of murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill him. It was all because of that damned little thief that he was kicked out of the monster-slaying realm. Otherwise, he might have been able to make it into the top 3 after obtaining the good fortune of the monster blood pool. Now, he couldn't have any of that. Lin Xian, I will never let you off. I want you dead. Willow Lance's expression was ferocious. On the other side, Tang Er looked at the changes on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard and his face turned dark. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Originally, he had defeated the veteran powerhouses in the monster-slaying realm and became a super powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, he had now been pushed down to 14th place. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Lin Xian anymore. In the final battle, Lin Xian's battle with Jin Yu was still deeply imprinted in his mind. That level of battle was far from what he could compare to. Therefore, not only did he not dare to cause trouble for Lin Xian, but he was also afraid that Lin Xian would cause trouble for him. In an instant, those who had clashed with Lin Xian became cautious. The other disciples were frantically requesting to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. As for these matters, Lin Xian left them to Wang Li, Dong Fangxiong, and the others. He led Murong Qingqing back to the freshman courtyard after bidding farewell to everyone. When they arrived at the freshman courtyard, Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing. Go back and have a good rest. You've been tired these past few days. Okay. Murong Qingqing ran her fingers through her hair and looked at Lin Xian. She said gently, don't work too hard. Then, she turned and entered the courtyard. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly as he watched the pretty figure disappear, before he also entered his own courtyard. Next, he began to consolidate his cultivation. This time, he had advanced by a level. It could be said that his progress was very fast. He had to stabilize his level. Otherwise, if his foundation wasn't strong enough, his future path of martial arts would be very dangerous. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the monster-slaying conference. Everyone's excitement gradually subsided. Senma College returned to its peaceful state. However, in their free time, everyone would still talk about the monster-slaying conference, especially the battle between the 3 challengers. Many disciples took delight in talking about it. Lin Xian, in particular, had almost become a legend in Senma College. He was the goal of countless new disciples. However, the person in question, Lin Xian, rarely appeared in front of everyone because he had been in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation these days. On this day, Lin Xian finally opened his eyes. His eyes were deep, like the stars in the sky. The aura on his body was abnormally powerful. Streaks of sword chi surrounded his body, making him look like a sword god. The next moment, he took a deep breath. All the phenomena disappeared into his body. His level had basically stabilized, and it had even improved. It seemed that it was time to come out of seclusion. Lin Xian stood up. In the past half a month of cultivation, his cultivation had completely consolidated at the 4th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, his aura was much stronger than when he was in the monster-slaying conference. That was because in the past half a month, not only had he consolidated his level, but he had also used his free time to absorb the energy crystal left by Niwa of Gojoseon in the mysterious small sword. This time, he did not absorb it quickly. Instead, he took it slowly and steadily. Therefore, his cultivation was also slowly and steadily increasing. Walking out of the courtyard, he sent a message to Wang Li and the others. He gathered some capable people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion to discuss matters. This time, Lin Xian's target was Wind-Seeking City. To be precise, it was the auction in Wind-Seeking City. Previously, he had first destroyed the Wanxiang auction and eliminated the Huang and Ling families, causing the entire Wind-Seeking City to be leaderless. Moreover, he had carved the words Immortal Martial Auction on the ruins of the Wanxiang auction. This meant that he wanted to build an auction that belonged to him personally. He had left this matter to Wang Li and the others. However, they had always operated in secret and had not really started building an auction. Now, however, he had decided to build a real auction. This was because Wind-Seeking City was a very important city. Moreover, he had often heard about how profitable the Wanxiang auction was. Therefore, if he wanted to expand his influence, it was imperative for him to establish an auction house. In the courtyard, Wang Li, Dong Fangxiong, and more than 20 elite members stood there, quietly waiting for Lin Xian. These people were all members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Moreover, they were all powerful elite members. Lin Xian looked at these people and nodded in satisfaction. Now that the Dragon Sword Pavilion had developed, it had more than 1,000 members. It was also a very powerful force in Senma College. The more than 20 people in front of him were all third heaven of the Venerable Realm martial artists. They were powerful and could be said to be the elites of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. This time, I've gathered everyone to discuss the establishment of an auction. Lin Xian looked at these people and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, I've called everyone here today to discuss the establishment of the auction. Wang Li, tell us about the progress of the past few days. Okay. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Li nodded and stepped forward. We've been secretly observing this situation in Windy City. Ever since the Wanxiang auction and the Huang and Ling families were destroyed, Windy City has been without a leader. Various factions are rapidly rising and fighting for control. However, since Brother Xian carved the words Immortal Martial Auction on the old site of the Wanxiang auction, no one has dared to openly occupy that place. Of course, there's another reason, and that's Prince Ling Feng. The Wanxiang auction is a subordinate faction of Prince Ling Feng. This is probably no secret, so those people don't dare to occupy the Wanxiang auction's territory. As for us, our biggest obstacle is Prince Ling Feng. After all, he's one of the top geniuses in the continent, and he's very powerful. Although he hasn't made a move yet, we have to be careful. As for the other factions, they shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Wang Li's introduction, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, Prince Ling Feng's existence was his biggest threat, and it was also his biggest headache. Back then, he used the name Immortal Martial Auction to get Senma College to back him up and intimidate the other party. However, this was only a method to scare the other party. If he could really get Senma College to back him up, he wouldn't have to be here discussing it. It seemed that if he wanted to establish the auction, he had to deal with this threat first. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This meant that he had to find a strong backer to go against Prince Ling Feng. Otherwise, even if he established the auction, no one would dare to come. How about this, you guys carry on with your original work. I'll try to communicate with the college. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said slowly. Communicate with the college? Older brother Xian, is this okay? Wang Li frowned. There didn't seem to be such a precedent. I don't have much confidence either, but as long as there's a sliver of hope, I won't give up. Lin Xian shrugged and left the freshman area. Of course, if he borrowed Morong Qingqing's strength, he might be able to fight against Prince Ling Feng, but that would go against his original intentions. Moreover, if that was really the case, she was afraid that she would also be labeled as a freeloader. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use the power behind Morong Qingqing. As for communicating with the Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian intended to give it a try. After all, the Immortal Martial Academy was an extremely profitable piece of meat. The Immortal Martial Academy wouldn't give up on such a lucrative opportunity. However, it was not easy to find an elder in Senma College, but there was one place where one could definitely find one, and that was the True Spirit Hall. Such an important place would definitely be guarded by an elder. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the True Spirit Hall. He took a deep breath and walked into the hall. Speak, what do you want to exchange for? An elder squinted his eyes and said calmly. Junior Lin Xian greets Senior, Lin Xian said respectfully. Lin Xian? Hearing this name, the elder opened his eyes. Then, a smile appeared on his face. So it's you, little guy. Speak, what do you want to exchange for? Seeing the elder's smile, Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly and said tentatively, Elder, I'm not here to exchange for anything. I have something to discuss with the college. I wonder if you can introduce me to the elder in charge of business. Business? Why are you asking about that? The elder frowned and asked with a puzzled expression. It's like this. 2 days ago, I obtained an auction and want to run it again, but I want to cooperate with the college. Hearing this, the elder's expression became very strange. However, he seemed to have thought of something and did not reject Lin Xian's request. Instead, he said calmly, All right, follow me. Then, he waved his sleeve and disappeared from the True Spirit Hall with Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt the light dim and the wind blow around him. He was being carried by the elder at an extremely fast speed. Feeling the speed, Lin Xian was shocked. He originally thought that his illusionary demon steps was already very fast, but compared to the elder, it paled in comparison. The speed was so fast that he could not withstand it. Of course, this did not mean that Lin Xian was weak, but that the elder was too strong. He was definitely a peerless expert. Not long after, the elder brought Lin Xian to another hall. Compared to the grandeur of the True Spirit Hall, this hall was golden and dazzling. There were exquisite and luxurious decorations everywhere, showing the extraordinary wealth of this place. Elderly, why do you have the time to come here? A middle-aged man laughed loudly. Then, Lin Xian felt his vision blur and a figure appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with a round face and wearing a golden silk robe. He was smiling and looked very friendly. What? You don't welcome me here? The elder laughed and scolded. Of course not. Your presence will definitely bring light to the Thousand Treasure Hall. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm here to bring someone to see you, the elder said. Oh? The middle-aged man listened. He looked at Lin Xian curiously. This is? He was puzzled. He's a disciple of the college. His name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian, this is Wan Dianzhu from the Thousand Treasure Hall, the elder said. In Senma College, the most powerful person was the dean, followed by the 2 vice-deans. Under the vice-deans were the 5 main halls. The Thousand Treasure Hall was one of them. It was in charge of all the commercial resources of Senma College. The position of its hall master was very high, second only to the vice-deans. Of course, there were also a few mysterious powerhouses guarding the college. They were different from the powerhouses guarding the 5 main halls like elderly. What was more terrifying was that they were responsible for the safety of Senma College. Usually, they would not intervene unless it was a matter of life and death. The middle-aged man in front of them was the hall master of the Thousand Treasure Hall. Disciple Lin Xian greets Wan Dianzhu. Lin Xian? You're the new third on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard? Wan Dianzhu said with a smile. Senior, you're too kind. Lin Xian scratched his head. He did not expect these people to know him. Alright, if there's anything, you two can discuss it. I'm going back. With a wave of his sleeve, the guardian elder disappeared. Thank you, senior. Looking at the disappearing figure, Lin Xian bowed respectfully. Then, he turned around and said to Wan Dianzhu, Hall Master, I've thought about it. I'm here to do business with the college. Palace Master, I've thought about it. I'm here to do business with the school. Lin Xian looked at the middle-aged man and said quickly. Oh, business? Let's hear it. Wan Dianzhu was interested. It's like this. I have a very good location and I want to build an auction house there. However, my ability is limited and I want to cooperate with the school to run the auction house. Auction house? Tell me about the auction house in Windy City. Wan Dianzhu said. Lin Xian was stunned. He quickly said, Senior, it is indeed the auction house in Windy City. You little brat, you're quite bold. How dare you tear down the Wanxiang auction house? However, this may not be a bad thing for us. However, due to certain reasons, we couldn't do it. Now that you've torn it down, we've solved a problem. I can consider this. After all, the profits from the auction house in Windy City are unimaginable. Does that mean you've agreed? Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. There's no rush. I'll have to discuss this with the other elders in the school. How about this, you go back first. If I have any news, I'll send someone to inform you. Wan Dianzhu said slowly. Lin Xian left the Thousand Treasure Palace happily. After listening to Wan Dianzhu's tone, there was a high chance that he would agree. After Lin Xian left, Wan Dianzhu did not stay idle. He disappeared from the Thousand Treasure Palace in a flash. He was very interested in this matter. Moreover, Lin Xian's identity was not ordinary. He had to report this to the dean. Soon, he arrived at a quiet valley. There were bamboo forests everywhere. Birds and beasts flew away. It was a peaceful place. Moreover, the spiritual qi here was very dense. In this beautiful valley, Wang Dianzhu met Ding Xian. However, when Ding Xian heard this, she immediately opened her eyes. Oh, you're saying that Lin Xian wants to set up an auction? Yes, and it should be the original Wanxiang auction. However, I'm afraid that he's worried about Prince Ling Feng's influence, so he wants to pull us in. I didn't expect them to meet so soon. But this is also good. They are old enemies, and they will fight sooner or later. How about this? Go and tell him that we agree to his request and announce this news to the public. Yes. When Wang Dianzhu received the order, he quickly left the Peach Blossom Valley. After Wang Dianzhu left, Ding Xian narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself. Although the two of you are mortal enemies, with your current strength, it's still not enough for you to face him head-on. All we can do is try our best to prolong the time. When you've truly grown up, then you can fight it out. It had been 2 days since Lin Xian returned to the freshman courtyard. He was anxiously waiting for a reply. On the 3rd day, a middle-aged deacon landed in his courtyard. Sensing that someone was coming, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he quickly ran out. Then, he saw a middle-aged man standing in the courtyard. Lin Xian, right? I'm a deacon of 10,000 Treasure Hall. The hall master sent me here, said the middle-aged man. Elder Deacon, is there any news? Lin Xian asked expectantly when he heard Elder Deacon's words. Indeed. Our hall master replied that he has agreed to this matter. Senma College will cooperate with you, and the profits will be asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Okay, I agree. 40% is enough for me. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, as long as he could get on the good side of Senma College, no one would dare to cause trouble in the future. Even Prince Ling Feng would have to think twice. After all, Senma College was a terrifying force. Although Prince Ling Feng was powerful, he was not qualified to go against Senma College. Unless the other party brought out the strength of the Palace of Ares. Once the other party did that, it would become a battle between two super forces. This was something that no one wanted to see. Therefore, Lin Xian was more than willing to accept the split. However, the middle-aged deacon shook his head slightly. You're mistaken. There's something I have to clarify. Regarding the split, it's 60% for you and 40% for us. Pfft. What? Lin Xian almost choked on his own saliva. 60% for me? Are you sure? He was stunned. After all, 40% was already good enough. He did not expect the college to give him 60%. Could it be that he was dreaming? Lin Xian pinched his thigh and felt that it hurt. You didn't hear wrong. It's 60% for you and 40% for us, the deacon said again. There won't be any special conditions, right? Lin Xian frowned. There had to be a reason for this. Although it was only a 20% cut, the profit was frighteningly large. We will make our stance clear to the outside world about this cooperation. However, we will not send too many people to Wenfeng City. Perhaps only 1 or 2 elders will be there to help you. Everything else will depend on you. But don't worry. If anyone dares to cause trouble, Senma College will not let them off. I see. Hearing this, Lin Xian relaxed. In other words, Senma College did not intend to interfere with the management of the auction. They would only release their reputation and leave the rest to Lin Xian. This was good too. It was more in line with Lin Xian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would not feel comfortable being tied down. Alright, then I'll have to thank the 1,000 Treasure Palace and the elders of the college. I will set up the immortal martial auction as soon as possible. After that, Lin Xian sent the middle-aged deacon away. He once again gathered Wang Li and the others. When everyone heard that the college had agreed to give them 60% of the profits, they were all stunned. Many of them even bit their tongues. Brother Xian, are you sure you're not joking with us? Boss, are you awake? To be honest, when I heard the news, I had the same reaction as all of you. However, this is indeed true. Lin Xian said with a smile. That's awesome. Hearing this, Wang Li and the others all cheered. With the support of the college, they were not afraid of Prince Ling Feng anymore. Moreover, they were afraid that not many people would dare to have any ideas about them. Alright, the next step is to prepare to set up the auction. During this period of time, everyone may have to work a little harder. No problem, Brother Xian. We are happy. They were too excited. In the past, they only went to the auction to buy things. They never thought that one day they would be able to set up their own auction. Everyone was extremely excited because there was a huge difference between going to an auction and setting up one's own auction. One had to know that it was not easy to run an auction. If Lin Xian did not have the support of Senma College, he would not have been able to proceed so smoothly. After that, Lin Xian led everyone to Wenfeng City. During this period of time, Wind-Seeking City was not peaceful at all. Undercurrents were surging and battles were ongoing. Of course, these battles had not developed to the point where they could threaten the safety of the city. Therefore, the ordinary people were living peacefully. However, the various factions were extremely uneasy. This was because the situation had changed too quickly during this period of time. Almost every day, there were factions being destroyed and new factions rising up. All of this originated from a single person, and it was Lin Xian. Back then, the other party had annihilated the three major forces of Wind-Seeking City. It was too sudden. Therefore, Wind-Seeking City could be said to be a group of dragons without a leader. It was chaos. The properties of the three factions had also become treasures without an owner. These were all great profits. No faction was not jealous of them. Therefore, when Lin Xian and the others left, these people immediately began to fight for the treasures. They did not dare to fight for the items of the Wanqiang auction, but they had no qualms about the properties of the Huang and Lin clan. Not only that, other factions from other regions also began to interfere, wanting to get their hands on this fat piece of meat. After a period of fighting, three factions emerged from the encirclement and suppressed the other factions. One of them was the local faction of Wind-Seeking City, the Tai clan. The Tai clan mainly dealt in mining and forging artifacts. They were already very powerful, second only to the Wanqiang auction and the Lin clan. They were the strongest clan under the three factions. Therefore, when the three factions of the Wanqiang auction were destroyed, they quickly rose up and occupied an advantageous position. The other two factions were from outside of Wind-Seeking City. However, they were extremely powerful and forcefully intervened. One of the factions was called the Purple Demon House, which was quite famous around Wind-Seeking City. The house master, Purple Demon, was an experienced expert of the fourth sky of the Martial Highness realm. He was extremely powerful. The other faction was a faction that Lin Xian was familiar with, the Azure Red Society. The three new factions were fighting for the properties of the Huang and Lin clans. The battle was extremely intense. However, a sudden incident broke their conflict. Lin Xian had once again arrived at Wind-Seeking City. Seeing the group of immortal martial disciples descending from the sky, the entire Wind-Seeking City was extremely nervous. The last time something like this happened, Lin Xian had already eliminated the three factions. What was he going to do this time? For a time, the various factions were extremely cautious. Even the three new factions were much quieter. They were all paying attention to what Lin Xian was doing here. However, to their relief, the other party did not look for trouble with them. Instead, they went straight to the place where the Wanqiang auction was held. It can't be. Lin Xian really wants to build an auction? Heavens, this is too inconceivable. The Wanqiang auction is Prince Ling Feng's subordinate force. Could it be that they really want to go against young Master Ling Feng? This is too insolent. That might not be the case. Didn't you see that they wrote Xianwu Auction House? Who knows, it might have something to do with Senma College. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and they were all paying close attention. Lin Xian did not pay attention to the discussions of the others. He led the Dragon Sword Pavilion members to the ruins of the Wanqiang auction. Go, summon all the forces in the city. Lin Xian used his spiritual energy to create a palace and stayed there for the time being. He then ordered Wang Li and the others to gather all the forces in the city. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong and the others received the order and moved quickly. Very quickly, other than the ordinary citizens, all the forces in the city received the order. they were extremely puzzled. They did not know what Lin Xian was trying to do. However, no one dared to not go. After all, Lin Xian's influence was still there. They did not want to end up like the Wanxiang auction. In an instant, all the forces in the city sent their representatives. Countless martial artists moved, causing the ground of the city to tremble slightly. Everyone looked at the scene in horror, and their hearts were filled with shock. Very quickly, the representatives of the various forces arrived at the ruins of the Wanxiang auction. They looked at the palace made of spiritual energy and were even more shocked. They had only seen such a technique in legends. Furthermore, the aura coming from the palace seemed to be even more powerful and terrifying than before. Needless to say, this aura was definitely Lin Xian's. What did this mean? This meant that he had improved in such a short period of time. This cultivation speed was definitely demonic. In the past, they were already no match for Lin Xian. Now, there was no need to even think about it. Therefore, for a moment, everyone waited obediently. The entire place was eerily quiet. Step. 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 Suddenly, steady footsteps could be heard coming from the palace. Then, a young man's figure appeared in front of everyone. It was really him. Looking at the figure, everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Is everyone here? Lin Xian looked around and asked in a deep voice. Other than the Purple Demon House, all the other forces are here. Wang Li said from the side. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently, what is the background of the Purple Demon House? The Purple Demon House was a relatively large force near Wind-Seeking City. It was built by the Purple Devil. Due to their decisive and ruthless style, very few people dared to provoke them. What's the strength of this Purple Devil? He had entered the fourth heaven of the Venerable Realm a long time ago. No one knew how strong he was now, but he was sure that he hadn't broken through to the fifth heaven. This time, it was Yu Fei who answered. Because they needed a lot of information to build an auction, Lin Xian summoned him back from Lion Tiger City. Hearing this information, Lin Xian didn't say anything, but his eyes were gloomy. A fourth heaven of the Venerable Realm. No wonder he was so arrogant. He was considered a powerhouse in the outside world. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of him. He had also broken through to the fourth heaven of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, he had a powerful battle strength like De Long. Very few people in the same realm were his match. Moreover, the establishment of the Immortal Martial Auction was his first real step into the Blood Realm. He had to intimidate all the forces in Wind-Seeking City. There couldn't be any accidents. This was because he had to show his strength and confidence to make everyone believe that he had the ability to go against Prince Ling Feng. This way, when he opened the auction in the future, there would be people who would dare to give them things to auction. If they couldn't even intimidate a Wind-Seeking City, then their immortal martial auction would become a joke. Even if they opened for business, no one would look for them. And now, the Purple Demon House was undoubtedly provoking them. If it was any other day, it would be fine. However, at this critical moment, Lin Xian wouldn't let them go. Pass down the message. Tell them to come here in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Otherwise, they will be kicked out of Wind-Seeking City forever. Lin Xian's cold voice spread in all directions. Hearing this, the representatives of the various forces trembled and their pupils shrank. Their hearts were in an uproar. Wasn't this Lin Xian a little too overbearing? One had to know that the Purple Demon House was considered a major power. Furthermore, they had snatched quite a lot of resources and were considered one of the top powers in the Wind-Seeking City. However, Lin Xian's words were so obvious. They could either come and greet him or get out of Wind-Seeking City forever. Getting out of Wind-Seeking City meant that the Purple Demon House had to give up on the resources they had snatched and spit out the fat meat in their hands. This warning was too overbearing. Everyone was shocked. If it was not handled well, the two forces would clash. The Purple Demon House was extremely powerful. It was not something a family like Huanglin could compare to. The House Master, Purple Devil, was a senior expert who had entered the fourth heaven of Honorable Realm many years ago. He was extremely powerful. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion did not have such concerns. They only took orders from Lin Xian. Receiving Lin Xian's order, one of the disciples quickly flew into the sky. What? What did you say? Say it again. A furious voice came from the Ling family's residence. The Ling family's residence had become the Purple Demon House's base. Because the Ling clan had retreated from the wind-seeking city without fighting, their mansion was the most well-preserved and almost undamaged. Therefore, the Purple Demon House had seized the Ling family's residence the moment they entered Wind-Seeking City. It had become their base camp in Wind-Seeking City. In a large hall, a bearded middle-aged man heard his subordinate's report and was instantly enraged. He was like a mad lion. Despicable, too despicable, a brat dared to ask them to greet him and even threatened to get out of Wind-Seeking City in less than half an hour. Contempt, this was blatant contempt. The Purple Demon House was not a useless family like the Huang and Ling families. Although the other party was powerful, the Purple Demon House was not in his eyes. The reason why they didn't take over the Wanxiang auction this time was because they were afraid of young Master Ling Feng, not because they were afraid of Lin Xian. In their opinion, they were already doing Lin Xian a huge favor by not causing trouble for him. But now, Lin Xian actually dared to cause trouble for them. He was really courting death. Boss, what should we do? That brat is too hateful. He actually dares to provoke us. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks stood up. His face was ferocious, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. That's right, I'll go kill him and bring his head back, another warrior said coldly. Their Purple Demon House had never received such provocation before, especially when the other party was just a young brat. This was something they could not tolerate. The middle-aged man with a full beard waved his hand, and the corner of his mouth raised into an evil smile. Didn't he want to gather everyone? Alright then, let's go and see what this brat is up to. But wouldn't that be letting that kid off too easily? Let him off easy? How is this possible? Offending our Purple Demon House, he definitely won't live long. The middle-aged man sneered. The reason he gathered everyone this time is probably to set up an auction. When the time comes, we'll destroy his plan. Let's see how arrogant he can be then. Heh, a young brat actually dares to set up an auction. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. The group of people sneered. Then, they followed the middle-aged man with a full beard and quickly soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the Vientiane auction. In the center of Wind-Seeking City, the crowd gathered and waited quietly. In front of them, there was a sandalwood incense stick as thick as a finger that was slowly burning. However, more than half of the incense stick had been burned, and the ground was covered in ashes. However, the people from the Purple Demon House had yet to arrive. Although the representatives of the various forces did not say anything, they were constantly guessing in their hearts. In their opinion, the Purple Demon House would definitely ignore such an unreasonable request. Looking at Lin Xian's expression, it seemed like he was not just saying it for fun. If both parties were to fight, they would most likely be the fishermen who reaped the benefits. Thinking of this, these people could not help but become excited. Lin Xian sat on a dragon-shaped table made of spiritual energy. His eyes were slightly narrowed as he comprehended the knowledge of alchemy left behind by the Niwa of Gojoseon. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others stood to the side. However, when they looked at the incense stick that was about to burn out, their faces became increasingly gloomy. This time, they had come with great ambitions. They were determined to set up the immortal martial auction. However, before it even started, there was already someone who did not give them face. If Lin Xian did not say to wait for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they would have already led their people to kill. What Purple Demon House? What Purple Demon? Although they seemed powerful to outsiders, they did not care about them at all. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. Then, countless rays of light lit up, accompanied by waves of terrifying and ferocious spiritual energy fluctuations. Sensing this spiritual energy, everyone looked up at the sky. Then, the pupils of the representatives shrank, as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it. Purple Demon House, how is this possible? That's right, why are they here? Countless cries of surprise rang out. This was different from what they had expected. Could Lin Xian really be this powerful? Even the Purple Demon House could not resist. Before they could react, the figures in the sky had already landed. A powerful spiritual energy aura spread out in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ha 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 ha. It's so lively here. Just as these people landed, an extremely arrogant laughter spread out in all directions. This was a group of martial artists dressed in purple. The leader was a middle-aged man with a big beard. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks. On the right was a burly man like an iron tower. Behind him were dozens of martial artists with powerful auras. When these people grouped together, they formed an extremely powerful force. Not only that, they formed a sharp contrast with the representatives of the other forces. These forces only sent one or two representatives, unlike the Purple Demon House who brought countless experts. It was obvious that this was a show of force, a show of strength. When the bearded middle-aged man landed, he did not pay attention to Lin Xian and the others in front of him. Instead, he greeted the other forces beside him as if they were the masters. He completely ignored Lin Xian and the others. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts thumped and they were overjoyed. Although the people from the Purple Demon House were here, they did not seem to be satisfied. It was as if they wanted to provoke them. As expected, the Purple Demon House is not so easy to invite. Many people sneered in their hearts, ready to watch a good show. Originally, they were already dissatisfied with Lin Xian. If the Purple Demon House could fight with Lin Xian at this moment, it would be for the best. It would be best if both sides were injured. Then, they would be able to reap the benefits. Seeing the other party's arrogant attitude, Wang Li and the others frowned. They glanced at Lin Xian and found that Lin Xian still had his eyes closed. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li took a step forward and said in a cold voice, "Are the people below from the Purple Dress House?" "It's us." "Brat, what are you planning to do by gathering so many people?" The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks shouted coldly. "I've gathered all of you here to discuss the matter of rebuilding the auction house." "Auction house? Great! Our Purple Demon House also wants to build an auction house. Why don't we work together?" The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks laughed arrogantly. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched and they raised their heads. The smell of gunpowder was too strong. It seemed like the Purple Demon House was really angry this time. The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks continued, "You also know that this auction house is of the utmost importance and is the symbol of Wind-Seeking City. You bunch of brats don't have much strength nor experience. It's impossible for you to build an auction house. Why don't you let us seniors teach you how to build and manage an auction house?" Hearing this, Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the rest's faces sank. The other party's arrogant attitude was completely disregarding them. "What? Is there a need to think about this? It's your great fortune to be able to receive our guidance. How about this, we'll manage the auction house together and we'll give you 10% of the profits. What do you think?" The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks was becoming more and more arrogant. Behind him, the Purple Demon House's cultivators were laughing loudly. Buzz, suddenly, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword, sweeping in all directions. All the cultivators who were swept by this gaze shuddered and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Especially the Purple Demon House's cultivators, they stopped laughing and revealed a terrified expression. It was as if their necks were being strangled, their faces flushed red. The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks felt his heart beat wildly and his face was filled with fear. Just now, when that gaze swept over him, all the hair on his body stood on end, as if an invisible sword had ruthlessly stabbed into his chest. He knew that it was just an illusion, but he still couldn't help but tremble slightly. The bearded middle-aged man's face was also gloomy. He didn't expect the other party to have such a method. It was indeed out of his expectations. Seeing Lin Xian open his eyes, Wang Li let out a sigh of relief and retreated to Lin Xian's side. "You want to cooperate with us to set up an auction?" Lin Xian asked calmly, his voice emotionless. "Yes." At this moment, the middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was also doing his best to calm the fear in his heart as he braced himself and spoke. "Kid, it's your great fortune to be able to cooperate with our Purple Demon House." "Luck?" Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. "You can't even block my gaze. Do you think a person like you is worthy of cooperating with me?" His tone was light, but it was filled with disdain. Hearing this, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion beside Lin Xian shook their heads in disdain, their eyes filled with contempt. Countless members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion looked at the monkey-faced man with disdain. "Brat, you're courting death." Being looked down upon, the monkey-faced middle-aged man was furious. He took a step forward and punched out. "How dare you? How dare you attack?" Seeing that the other party dared to attack, Wang Li also shouted angrily and was about to stop him. However, before he could do anything, cold air suddenly condensed in the air and froze the terrifying fist shadow. Pung, an azure ice cube fell from the sky onto the ground, emitting a monstrous chill. Within it was a resplendent fist shadow. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the monkey-faced middle-aged man, his eyelids were twitching wildly. He didn't even see how the other party attacked. "Since you're here, you'll have to abide by my rules," Lin Xian said coldly. "With your strength, it's best that you don't embarrass yourself." "Bullshit, I'll blow you up with a single punch." Opposite him, the monkey-faced middle-aged man was furious. His face was ferocious as he roared and mobilized all the strength in his body, quickly attacking Lin Xian. This punch was aimed at Lin Xian, and it even included all the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Not only that, the other party even wanted to completely destroy this area. If a bottomless pit was created in this area, then it would be impossible to build an auction. From this, it could be seen how sinister the monkey-faced man opposite him was. However, Lin Xian only snorted coldly and didn't even make a move. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's arm suddenly exploded. Countless icicles surged out of his arm and pierced in all directions. The terrifying power in the other party's fist that had yet to surge out was suddenly interrupted. "Ah!" Immediately, the monkey-faced middle-aged man let out a miserable cry. He held his arm and kept retreating. Blood sprayed in the air. However, before it could fall, it was frozen into ice beads by the cold air and fell to the ground with a sonorous sound. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Many people cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with shock. Without a doubt, the one who attacked was definitely someone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion, and it was definitely Lin Xian. However, they didn't see the other party attack at all. They only saw the monkey-faced middle-aged man's arms suddenly emitting countless icicles. It was extremely terrifying. They didn't know anything else. What kind of technique is this? Isn't it a little too terrifying? Seeing this, the Purple Demon House's cultivators' eyelids twitched wildly. Many of them went forward and supported the monkey-faced middle-aged man. They released streams of spirit energy to resist the terrifying power of the cold air. Several people joined forces and barely blocked the cold air. However, what shocked them was that this cold air was extremely strange. It had already frozen the man's entire arm. Even if they removed the cold air now, the arm would be crippled. Unless they had a heaven-defying top-grade spirit medicine, it would be impossible to restore the arm. After hearing this news, the monkey-faced middle-aged man went crazy. He was incomparably ferocious, like an injured wild beast. He stared fiercely in front of him and roared like a madman. "Humph." However, Lin Xian only snorted coldly. The terrifying cold air once again descended on the man's body. Suddenly, the monkey-faced man felt as if he was struck by lightning. His eyes were filled with horror as he kept retreating. He was crazy in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it anymore. That aura made him feel as if he was on the verge of death. At this moment, the bearded middle-aged man from the Purple Demon House said coldly, "Aren't you going a little too far by doing this? Injuring people from the Purple Demon House without any reason. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for being impolite." As the bearded middle-aged man's voice fell, the other cultivators from the Purple Demon House also looked over with cold eyes. A terrifying aura spread out from their bodies. "You want to fight? Then bring it on." Wang Li and the others were fearless. In terms of strength and numbers, they were completely superior to the other party. However, Lin Xian waved his hand slightly. He looked forward and said coldly, "You want an explanation? Fine, I'll give you one. I'm afraid that he used all his strength in that punch. That power should be enough to turn someone into a bloody mist. Furthermore, he wanted to destroy the entire ground. I don't think I need to tell you what evil intentions he has. Are you saying that only you can attack and I'm not allowed to retaliate? I'm afraid there's no such logic in this world. I only crippled one of his arms. I've already given him enough face. However, if he dares to act recklessly again, I don't mind turning him into an ice sculpture. Secondly, I've gathered all of you here to inform you that I'm going to build the immortal martial auction. I'm not here to discuss with you. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining forces with anyone. Therefore, no matter what doubts you have, you'd better swallow them down. And one last point. In Wind-Seeking City, I only want the immortal martial auction. As for other things, I won't compete with you. You don't have to worry. However, there's one thing you have to remember. In Wind-Seeking City, I'm the heavens. Normally, I won't impose any restrictions on you. However, I hope that you won't cross my bottom line. Otherwise, you'll end up like the Wanxiang auction. Initially, when the crowd heard that Lin Xian wouldn't lay his hands on other resources, the representatives of these forces heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, their hearts pounded violently, almost bursting apart. In Wind-Seeking City, I'm the heavens. These words were too domineering. At the same time, it also meant that Lin Xian was going to become the true overlord of Wind-Seeking City. If these people obeyed his will, they would be able to survive in Wind-Seeking City. However, if they rebelled, they would end up in a miserable state. For a moment, everyone was silent. Obviously, they had to seriously discuss such conditions. However, the bearded man from the purple dress house snorted coldly once again. He was extremely angry at Lin Xian's words. Originally, the purple dress house wanted to be the overlord of Wind-Seeking City. However, Lin Xian actually proposed the same thing. He couldn't accept it. Immortal martial auction? What a great reputation. I wonder if anyone would dare to come to your auction once it's built. The bearded middle-aged man sneered sarcastically. What do you mean by that? Wang Li coldly shouted at the other party's words. What do you mean? The bearded middle-aged man sneered. We all know that the Vientiane auction house is Prince Ling Feng's subordinate force. How dare you destroy the Vientiane auction house? Do you think Prince Ling Feng will let you go? Even if you set up an auction now, I believe it will be torn down before long. I advise you not to waste your energy, lest you embarrass yourself when the time comes. The bearded middle-aged man said. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and nodded one after another. Indeed, it was no secret that the Vientiane auction was Prince Ling Feng's faction. Not only did Lin Xian tear down the Wanxiang auction house, he even built a new auction house on top of it. This was a blatant provocation. At that time, even if Prince Ling Feng didn't do it himself, there would be countless experts coming to find trouble with him. It seemed that this auction would not be able to continue operating. However, after hearing the bearded middle-aged man's words, the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion did not panic. Instead, they sneered. Seeing their expressions, the bearded middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. However, he quickly shook his head in denial. He did not think that these people in front of him had the strength to fight against Prince Ling Feng. After all, Prince Ling Feng was a true genius of the Tianwu continent. He had countless experts under him and was definitely not someone these people could fight against. Are you done? Lin Xian asked calmly. Humph. What are you pretending for? I don't believe that you're not afraid of Prince Ling Feng, the bearded man said coldly. You don't have to worry about whether I'm afraid or not. However, I have something to show you. With that, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and a golden scroll appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he waved his arm and threw the golden scroll into the sky. The golden scroll floated in the sky and emitted a bright light. Then, it slowly opened. On top of it, there were two large golden words, Immortal Martial. The words were flamboyant and the strokes carried a sharp aura. There was also a shocking pressure. Therefore, when the scroll was opened, the pressure quickly spread in all directions. Feeling this pressure, the hearts of the representatives of the various forces started to beat wildly. Their faces turned pale. Some of the weaker ones even collapsed on the ground and broke out in cold sweat. This pressure was too terrifying. It was not something they could fight against. Most of the warriors from the Purple Demon House were also lying on the ground. Only the bearded middle-aged man was resisting with all his might. However, his legs were already trembling. This scroll was personally written by an elder of Senma College. I believe you all have experienced its power. Since this auction is called the Immortal Martial Auction, it means that this auction is not held by me alone. It is an auction held by me and Senma College together. No matter who it is, whoever dares to touch the Immortal Martial Auction will have to face the wrath of Senma College. Lin Xian's cold voice echoed in the surroundings. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and extremely shocked. They did not expect the other party to have the support of Senma College. Then, the situation would be completely different. Thinking of this, they felt bitter. Since the other party dared to rebuild the auction in Windy City, it meant that the other party must have a powerful trump card. However, they did not expect the other party's trump card to be Senma College. Senma College was truly a colossus. It was one of the top forces in the mainland. Even Prince Ling Feng would not dare to make a move against it. I am from the Tai family. I am willing to accept Lin Gongzi's conditions, a white-haired old man said quickly. I agree too. Me too, us too. Exclamations sounded one after another as the representatives of the various forces expressed their stance. Expressing their stance meant that they acknowledged Lin Xian's position as the overlord of Windy City. In fact, it did not matter whether they acknowledged it or not. The strength and trump cards that Lin Xian had shown were not something that they could compete with. Hearing the crowd's voices, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then, he looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the people from the Purple Demon House. Feeling that gaze, everyone's hearts trembled and they were filled with regret. If they could have guessed the current situation, they would not have dared to say such words. However, since they had already done it, they could only bear it with their heads. The bearded middle-aged man's expression was uncertain. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. This time, he came to Windy City because the housemaster had personally instructed him to take down Windy City. However, he did not expect such a situation to occur. However, under such circumstances, he had no choice but to bow down. Agree to it first, then go back and ask the housemaster for help. I don't believe that Senma College can protect him forever. Agree to his request first, then ask the house leader for help. I don't believe Senma College can protect him forever. The bearded man sneered in his heart. However, before he could speak, Lin Xian spoke first. As for the rest of you, get lost. Don't hover in front of me. You. The bearded man trembled in anger, his face ashen. He didn't expect Lin Xian to berate them and ask them to get lost. This was a slap to their faces. Brat, you better think carefully. We are from the Purple Demon House, the bearded man said through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with anger. However, Lin Xian only snorted coldly. His eyes suddenly focused, and with a wave of his hand, a large icy palm rushed forward. This palm was too terrifying. It covered the sky and the earth, emitting a bone-piercing chill. It directly enveloped everyone from the Purple Demon House and slapped them into the sky. The bearded man and the other martial artists were all sent flying, disappearing from their original spot. A bunch of annoying flies, finally some peace. Lin Xian clapped his hands and said with disgust. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart beat wildly. Fortunately, they didn't act arrogantly in front of Lin Xian, or else they wouldn't have ended up well. Oh right, I want to set up the auction as soon as possible. Which one of you is from a construction family? Don't worry, I'm not the great demon king. I'll give you all the spirit stones you deserve. This old man is the Mu family patriarch. Our Mu family has been in charge of construction for hundreds of years. We can definitely help Lin Gongzi set up the auction. I wonder if Lin Gongzi wants us to design it, or if he already has the blueprint and wants to build it. I already have the blueprint, let's start building, Lin Xian said. Since you're the first one to step forward, I'll give you a 20% discount on your fees at the Immortal Martial Auction. All the disciples of the Mu family can enjoy this treatment. 20%. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. With Senma College as his trump card, it was certain that he would set up the auction. Furthermore, one could imagine that the Immortal Martial Arts Auction Hall would not be any weaker than the Wanxiang Auction Hall. And now, a small family like the Mu family had received a 20% discount just by stepping forward to undertake the construction. This was a great opportunity that had fallen from the sky. I'm from the Tai family. I'm willing to bear all the metal problems during the construction process. The old man from the Tai family spoke again. Alright, 15% off, Lin Xian said calmly. Hearing that, the old man from the Tai family smiled, looking very excited. My family can also help. Immediately, the representatives of the various forces spoke one after another, looking very anxious. They didn't want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Moreover, they might even be able to get closer to Lin Xian. This was killing two birds with one stone. Reward them all. Everything is 10% off. Lin Xian was in a good mood and said with a wave of his hand. Running an auction in the Windy City would bring in a lot of profit. Moreover, there were only a few families in the city. Even if all the families in the city were to give him a 10% discount, he would not suffer a loss. Moreover, doing so would also improve the relationship between both parties. While making them respect him, it would also create a sense of attachment. Lin Xian understood the principle of giving carrots after carrots. After that, these people left and went to prepare for the establishment of the auction. After the representatives left, they all heaved a sigh of relief and quickly returned to their respective families. This time, when they returned, they must warn the disciples and their families not to provoke Lin Xian or the Immortal Martial Auction. Lin Xian and the others smiled as well. Right now, all they needed to do was to supervise these people. At the same time, the news of Lin Xian and Senma College collaborating and organizing an auction quickly spread. This news first spread throughout the entire Windy City, then quickly spread to other cities. In an instant, the martial artists in the surrounding cities all heard the news. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. They didn't expect Senma College to be involved in this matter. In the following days, Windy City became lively again. Many forces began to take action to establish the Immortal Martial Auction. As for the specific matters, Lin Xian left Wang Li and the rest to supervise, while he discussed with the Crimson Dragon about the formation. Establishing the auction was a small matter. Defending the auction was the most important thing. After all, he had just established the auction. If something unexpected happened during the auction, they wouldn't be able to operate it in the future. Therefore, for an auction, safety was always the most important thing. As for the military force, Senma College would at most send 1 or 2 elders to oversee it. They wouldn't send too many people. Therefore, in this aspect, he had to rely on himself to recruit experts. However, he had an advantage. That was, he had the Crimson Dragon, an expert in formations. If a few powerful formations were set up in the auction, even if they didn't have many experts to oversee it, the formations alone would be enough to deal with outsiders. Therefore, Lin Xian had been discussing the formations with the Crimson Dragon for the past few days. The Crimson Dragon shook its head and said, "Boy, I recommend this 5 elements formation. It can be used for both offense and defense. It's very powerful." After the good fortune in the demon blood pool last time, its cultivation had recovered to about the 3rd heaven of the Venerable Realm. The number of formations it could use had also increased. This 5 elements formation was one of them. Lin Xian looked at the 5 elements formation and then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it's really not bad. It can be used for both offense and defense. Moreover, its attack and defense are extremely powerful. The most important thing was that the materials needed to build this formation were not particularly precious. Okay, that's it. Lin Xian clapped his hands and decided. Lin Xian stroked his chin and said, "With this 5 elements formation as the foundation, we'll set up a few more formations." He didn't feel at ease with just the 5 elements formation. This formation could at most block a 5th heaven venerable. If a more powerful one came, it might not be able to block it. Therefore, he had to consider it thoroughly. After all, this auction was not only going to be held for 1 or 2 years. Moreover, if something really happened, not only would he suffer a loss, but he would also be embarrassed in front of Senma College. Are there any unusually powerful formations? find two to set them up. Don't worry about the materials. I can consider asking the college for some, Lin Xian said. Anyway, he had already clung on to Senma College's golden thigh, so it wouldn't be a problem to ask for some materials. Okay, let me see. The Crimson Dragon began to think. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly frowned. His heart was beating wildly, and a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He didn't hesitate and quickly moved horizontally. In the next moment, a cold light appeared where he was originally standing and cut through the void. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. If he hadn't moved away, he would have been seriously injured. Who exactly was it that was so vicious? After that cold light, a black shadow flashed. It was a man in black. His entire body was covered in a black robe. He held a long sword in his hand and his entire body was extremely cold. After missing the attack, the mysterious man in black didn't stop. Instead, he quickly disappeared into the void. Want to leave? Seeing that the other party had escaped, Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly attacked. Trying to leave? Lin Xian snorted when he saw the figure gradually disappear. The other party had almost killed him. How could he let him leave? In the next moment, cold air gushed out of his body and quickly spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, it formed a world of ice and frost. The house exploded, and the endless ice turned into blue swords that pierced into the void. Boom! This phenomenon immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were not at the auction, but they were not far away. Therefore, when his house exploded, everyone around him was stunned. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others stopped and looked over. There must have been a battle to cause such a commotion. However, they did not see the enemy. They only saw countless ice swords flying in the void. Brother Xian! Wang Li and the others shouted and wanted to attack. No need. Stay at the side and protect yourselves. The enemy's movement technique is very strange. Be careful of his movement technique. Lin Xian reminded Wang Li and the others loudly. Even he was a little shocked by the enemy's strange movement technique, let alone Wang Li and the others. If those people came, they would not be able to stop him. Moreover, Lin Xian did not want to lose his men for no reason. However, he did not plan to let the enemy go. He formed a seal with his hands, and a light blue aura quickly rushed in all directions, forming a huge blue cage that sealed the entire space. At the same time, the cold aura could also slow down the enemy's speed. Sure enough, before long, a black shadow appeared in the air, but then quickly disappeared. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. Although the enemy's speed was still very fast, it seemed that he had still been sealed. However, at this moment, his heart thumped again, and a sense of danger surged in his heart. Damn it! Lin Xian's face darkened. He quickly used the blood clone to stay where he was, while his real body quickly retreated to the side. In the next moment, another sharp sword light flashed in the void and quickly pierced the clone's heart. This sword was extremely sharp. Whether it was the power, speed, or angle, they were all perfect. If not for Lin Xian's doppelganger, it would have been difficult for him to escape. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was enraged. Without another word, he quickly took out the red lotus armor gloves and put them on. Then, he threw a punch at the shadow that was about to disappear. The entire void exploded. Red fist shadows filled the surroundings, and the power swept through the 9 heavens. The mysterious black shadow had already disappeared into the void, but it was forced out by this punch. Facing this terrifying punch, the black-clothed man let out a furious roar and emitted an incomparable aura. 4th level Venerable. Feeling the spiritual energy, the surrounding martial artists all exclaimed. They had never imagined that the person who had tried to assassinate Lin Xian would actually be a 4th-rank Venerable. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the 4th-rank Venerable chose to face the terrifying Red Lotus Fist shadow head-on. A dazzling sword radiance slashed forward in an instant. However, all of this was futile. Under the powerful force of the Red Lotus Fist, the resplendent sword chi was instantly shattered. In the next moment, the terrifying fist shadows enveloped him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The body of the 4th-rank Venerable exploded and turned into a bloody mist. A 4th-rank Venerable was killed with one punch. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wang Li and the others were dumbfounded. Shocking, too shocking. They had never imagined that Lin Xian's current strength would be so terrifying that he could kill a fourth-rank venerable with one punch. What kind of fist technique is that? It's so terrifying. Everyone was stunned. The other mysterious assassin was even more terrified. He had never imagined that Lin Xian would be so powerful that he could kill his companion in an instant. Damn it, the target's information is wrong. He cursed softly. Then, his body emitted light and he quickly attacked in front of him. He didn't dare to stay any longer because his strength was on par with the dead man. If his companion couldn't block a punch, he wouldn't be able to either. Now, the most important thing was to leave this place. After killing a mysterious venerable with one punch, Lin Xian had consumed more than half of the spiritual power in his body. He was too angry just now. He had almost been killed twice in a row. This made him extremely angry, so he took out the red lotus armor gloves without any hesitation. He knew the power of that punch, but when he saw that the fourth-rank venerable had been turned into a bloody mist, he was extremely shocked. However, the only drawback was that it consumed too much spiritual power. With his current strength, he could only use it 2 or 3 times. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't use the red lotus gloves against the remaining mysterious assassin. After all, the situation wasn't clear. He didn't know how many enemies there were, so he had to conserve his energy. However, he didn't regret that punch because he wanted to use his strength to intimidate everyone and tell them that he wasn't to be trifled with. He put away the red lotus gloves, pulled out the Lone Star sword, and stabbed forward. The blood-red sword chi surged like a furious dragon. It roared ferociously and charged forward. Although this sword wasn't as powerful as the red lotus gloves, it was still extremely sharp. When the black-cloaked man saw this, his scalp went numb. Lin Xian's battle strength and the power of a half-earth-rank artifact were not something that he could contend against. This person was also decisive. When he saw that he couldn't escape, he simply cut off his left arm and used a secret technique to form a substitute in front of him. The long sword fell, bringing with it a bloody mist. A scream was heard, and then an afterimage quickly fled into the sky. Kid, stop chasing. That's the death substitution technique. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to attack, the Crimson Dragon reminded him. The death substitution technique was very special. It could use a part of the body to substitute for death. Therefore, with that person's condition, he could still use it several times. There was no way to kill him. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. At the same time, a purple figure flashed nearby and quickly fled into the distance. Seeing that purple figure, Lin Xian's face darkened again. The tempest wings appeared on his back, shining with mysterious runes. He flapped his wings, turned into a bolt of lightning, and instantly rushed forward. When the purple figure saw Lin Xian chasing after him, his scalp went numb, and he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. That figure was none other than the house master of the Purple Demon House, Purple Demon. When he found out that his subordinate was sent flying in front of everyone, he was instantly enraged. Purple Demon couldn't stand a little thief who dared to act like a tyrant and look down on the Purple Demon House just because he was from Senma College. Therefore, he decided to come to Windseeker City personally to take down that kid and teach him a lesson. According to Big Beard and the others' description, that kid was definitely weaker than him, so he didn't have any concerns. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw Lin Xian kill a 4th-level venerable with a single punch and severely injure another 4th-level venerable with a single slash of his sword. He was instantly stunned, and his face turned green. You call that weaker than me? That was a 4th-level venerable. He was an extremely powerful existence, but now he was turned into a bloody mist with a single punch. It was too shocking. This scene deeply stimulated him. One had to know that he was also a 4th-level venerable. Although he had been in this realm for many years, he probably couldn't withstand that violent punch. Now he regretted it so much that he wanted to go back and kill his subordinates immediately. F***ck, this was called not being strong enough. These subordinates were completely tricked. If he didn't know and foolishly rushed forward, he would probably be the one dead now. Purple Devil was so scared that he pissed his pants. He turned around and ran. However, he didn't expect the figure behind him to be so fast and catch up to him in an instant. His scalp went numb. Just as he was about to speak, the void above suddenly fluctuated. A large azure palm had already enveloped him. Terrifying cold air circled around him, forming dragon pillars that imprisoned him in the void. He resisted with all his might, but the cold air was too terrifying. It also contained sharp sword chi, which was not something he could resist. In addition to the psychological trauma from before, Purple Devil didn't have any courage to face Lin Xian. He didn't dare to fight at all. In the next moment, Lin Xian flashed and arrived in front of him. No, it has nothing to do with me. Feeling the other party's cold gaze, Purple Devil's hair stood on end. He hurriedly distanced himself. He didn't want to have anything to do with those black-robed men. It has nothing to do with you? Lin Xian's expression was cold. It really has nothing to do with me. I am the housemaster of the Purple Demon House. I just happened to encounter this incident. Purple Devil looked helpless. Below, Wang Li and the others also rushed up. Brother Xian, he is indeed the housemaster of the Purple Demon House. And those people should be assassins. As for whether they are related, I don't know. Yu Fei said from the side. Give me some time, I can find out. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He looked at Purple Devil again. Do you know the identities of those two people? Purple Devil laughed bitterly, his eyes flashing, looking at that figure. There's no doubt that it's an assassin. There are countless assassin organizations in the Blood region, but there aren't many organizations that can use a 4th level venerable as an assassin. I know of 2, Viper and Life Seeker. These 2 organizations are considered relatively powerful in the world of assassins. Yu Fei, bring some people to investigate these 2 organizations. See if it's them. Then, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Purple Devil. He asked coldly, what are you here for? It's nothing. Purple Devil quickly shook his head. Originally, he had come to take revenge, but now, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Ever since he had witnessed Lin Xian's terrifying strength, he no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of revenge. This was 2F** King terrifying. A 4th rank venerable had been insta-killed. He had never seen such strength before. He had already said that as long as he could escape safely this time, he would take all the martial artists of the Purple Demon House with him and never come to Wind-Seeking City again. I'm just passing by. I'm really just passing by. Purple Devil braced himself and said. I hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. Lin Xian retracted his frost power and didn't pursue the matter. He didn't want to make enemies for no reason now, so he didn't plan to pursue the matter with the Purple Demon House. Of course, if the other party didn't open their eyes and continued to cause trouble for him, then he would have to kill them. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't make a move, Purple Devil felt as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly turned into a purple light and left the place. It's fine. You guys can continue with your work. Lin Xian said. After Wang Li and the others left, Lin Xian once again entered a nearby pavilion. This time, he had the Crimson Dragon set up a defensive array. Kid, is it okay for you to expose the Red Lotus glove like this? The Crimson Dragon asked. It's fine. I'll have to use it sooner or later anyway. Moreover, I think it should be able to intimidate them this time. I'll let them know that I, Lin Xian, am not easy to kill. If they want to kill me, they'll have to pay the price in blood. His voice was cold. He was too angry that the other party had sent 2 4th level Venerable Realm assassins to kill him. Moreover, it was at such a critical juncture like the establishment of the auction. It seemed that the other party was determined to get rid of him. Fortunately, his cultivation had improved greatly and had reached the 4th level Venerable Realm. Moreover, he had a powerful trump card like the Red Lotus glove. That was why he was able to escape safely. However, who was it that wanted to kill him? This made him very puzzled. If the other party was an assassin organization, they wouldn't have come to kill him for no reason. Someone must have issued a mission for those assassins to come. However, Lin Xian still had no idea who the mastermind behind the scenes was. He had many enemies. Not to mention those far away, he had eliminated the Huang and Ling families in Wind-Seeking City. However, if the other party wanted revenge, they would have hired assassins long ago and not waited until now. Making a move at such a critical juncture like the establishment of the Immortal Martial Auction meant that the other party's goal was clear. In other words, this assassination mission was definitely related to the establishment of the auction. The other party's goal was most likely the Wanxiang auction. Of course, it could also be Prince Ling Feng's orders. "Kid, do you have any leads?" the Crimson Dragon asked. "Some. I'm guessing it's the remaining members of the Wanxiang auction. However, I'm not too sure. After all, if it's really them, it'll be troublesome. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's not them. After all, I'm now cooperating with Senma College. If Prince Ling Feng really wants to make a move, he'll probably do it secretly and not so brazenly. Otherwise, he'll be going against Senma College." Lin Xian sighed. "Let's wait and see what Yufei can find out." Putting this matter aside for the time being, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon once again discussed formations. Moreover, not only did they discuss formations, but Lin Xian also learned a lot about formations from the Crimson Dragon. Now, he could also set up some formations. Of course, their power could not be compared to the Crimson Dragon's. However, compared to ordinary formation masters, they were much stronger. In the end, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon decided on 2 formations. These 2 formations were extremely powerful. Even a 6th Firmament Venerable might not be able to break them open. With such a strong guarantee, Lin Xian was completely relieved. Next, it was time to collect materials and prepare to inscribe the formations. Lin Xian left the matter of collecting materials to Wang Li and the others. As for the inscribing of the formations, it was up to the Crimson Dragon. Even for the Dark Red Divine Dragon, it would probably take a lot of time to complete these 3 formations. Lin Xian did not care how much time it would take. What he wanted was safety. Safety. After giving out orders for the auction, Lin Xian quickly received information from Yufei. "Brother Xian, these 2 organizations are too mysterious. I can't find out much at the moment." Yufei looked guilty. "However, one thing is for sure. This assassination has nothing to do with the Purple Demon House." They knew that the enemy was hiding in the dark, but they couldn't find them. This feeling was very unpleasant. "It's nothing. After all, you guys have just set up the intelligence network. It's normal that you can't find out anything about this kind of assassin organization." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He didn't blame Yufei. Indeed, assassin organizations were usually very secretive. Their clients were confirmed with great care. It was difficult for outsiders to find out. "How about this? You should develop your own intelligence network first. If you need anything, tell Wang Li and the others. As for the assassins, let's put it aside for now. We must establish a strong intelligence network in the shortest time possible." "Brother Xian, I understand." Yufei nodded quickly. After Yufei left, Lin Xian's eyes darkened again. Although Yufei couldn't find out much about the other party, Lin Xian didn't plan to let them go. Thinking about it, these people had failed once, and even lost 2 of their best men. They definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. He just had to wait for the next assassination to catch one of the assassins alive and ask them. Just as Lin Xian was busy setting up the Immortal Martial Auction in Windy City, he suddenly received a piece of news. This news was sent to him by Murong Qingqing. The situation was like this. One of the elders in Murong Qingqing's family was a big shot in the Blood Realm. This time, the elder was celebrating his 800th birthday and invited many people. Murong Qingqing, as the little princess of the family and also in the Blood Realm, naturally had to attend. Senma College also received the news, but they were preparing to send Lin Xian. Firstly, Lin Xian had a close relationship with Murong Qingqing. Moreover, he was also a young prodigy. It was appropriate for him to participate in such a grand event. Furthermore, Lin Xian had a cooperative relationship with the academy. This time, having Lin Xian go and send an invitation to the auction, he might be able to bring some important figures to the auction in the future. In addition, Lin Xian had a special status in the eyes of Dean Xian and the others, so this task was given to Lin Xian. Looking at the sound transmission jade talisman and the invitation in his hand, Lin Xian helplessly smiled bitterly. He couldn't figure out why he had to attend the birthday banquet of a powerhouse for no reason. However, since the academy had already sent him an invitation, and it was from an elder of the Murong family, Lin Xian couldn't refuse. Therefore, he left the construction of the auction house to Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong. At the same time, he also left the Crimson Dragon here to inscribe the array. He, on the other hand, was preparing to leave and attend the birthday banquet. However, what made him depressed was that Murong Qingqing had already left. Therefore, he had to go alone. When the Crimson Dragon heard this news, it was unhappy. It also wanted to go. F***ck, goddamn brat. Why didn't you bring me along when there was such a good thing? How despicable, the Crimson Dragon roared. Aren't you staying to build the array? What are you going to do? Build my ass, I haven't even gathered all the materials. What's the point of me staying here? The Crimson Dragon was unhappy. Don't worry. Once the materials are gathered, I'll make it quickly. 3 arrays, not 1 less. The Crimson Dragon said as it patted its chest. Alright, then I'll bring you along. Lin Xian sighed. Let's go. Lin Xian said. Why should we go? That place is so far away. The Crimson Dragon showed a look of disdain. Brat, you underestimate Benhuang. It's just a birthday banquet. Do you want us to fly there by ourselves? F***ck, if you don't go by yourself, do you want someone to pick you up? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Pick me up? Teleport me. The Crimson Dragon said. It's just a teleportation array. It won't take much time. Wait, give me some time. I'll finish it for you soon. After the Crimson Dragon finished speaking, it eagerly went to inscribe the teleportation array. Since the Crimson Dragon was in charge of the itinerary, he didn't have to worry about it. What gift should he bring to the birthday banquet? After all, the other party was the House of Kings. He couldn't bring out ordinary things, and he couldn't bring out anything good in such a short time. This was really a big problem. Right, alchemy. Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about this. These days, he had been comprehending the knowledge of alchemy left behind by Niwa of Gojoseon. He had a deeper understanding of alchemy. With his current strength, if he gave it his all, refining a 7th-grade alchemy pill shouldn't be a problem. As for the materials, of course, he would ask for them from Senma College. After all, this was a task given to him by the school. Without delay, Lin Xian immediately set off for the school. This time, he went directly to the 10,000 Treasures Palace to find Wan Dianzhu. Hearing Lin Xian's request, Wan Dianzhu nodded. We did prepare a gift, but if you insist on using a 7th-grade alchemy pill, that's fine. But, are you sure you can really refine it? Wan Dianzhu looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. In fact, a 6th-grade alchemy pill was already quite precious. A 7th-grade alchemy pill was even more precious. In the entire Senma College, only a few old monsters could refine it. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he could refine a 7th-grade alchemy pill. If Dean Xian hadn't told him about Lin Xian's identity, Wan Dianzhu wouldn't have agreed to such a request. However, since Lin Xian insisted, he had no choice but to give him 3 sets of materials. These are the materials you requested. There are 3 sets in total. If you still can't refine it after 3 tries, I think you should use the gift we prepared. Wan Dianzhu said tactfully. In fact, he didn't have much hope. After all, a 7th-grade alchemy pill wasn't a cabbage. It was something that only a 7th-grade alchemist could refine. 3 sets, about right. I think it should be enough. Lin Xian scratched his head. Hearing this, Wan Dianzhu's mouth twitched. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he hurriedly sent Lin Xian away. If he stayed any longer, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Looking at Lin Xian's back as he left, Wan Dianzhu shook his head slightly. Sigh, he's still too young. Lin Xian was very happy to receive 3 sets of materials. He flew towards the mountain of flames and prepared to use the flames there to refine a 7th-grade alchemy pill. Last time, he could only reach the 7th level. However, after the Monster Slayers conference, his strength had greatly increased. Now, he could enter the 8th level. The 8th level was filled with a sea of flames. The purple flames danced, emitting a power that made one's heart palpitate. Even Lin Xian felt a wave of shock. He carefully searched the 8th level, looking for a suitable place to refine the alchemy pill. Finally, he came to a huge rock and sat cross-legged on it. Other than being extremely powerful, the flames here had another characteristic, and that was stability. The more stable the flame, the higher the success rate of refining the alchemy pill. Lin Xian knew this very well. With a flip of his hand, he took out a set of materials. Then, he focused and began refining. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian took out a set of medicinal ingredients and began to concoct. However, after half a day, he sighed. The precious medicinal ingredients in front of him had already turned into ashes, scattering all over the ground. As expected of a 7th-grade medicinal pill, it was indeed difficult to concoct. Lin Xian's small face frowned. With his current strength, concocting a 6th-grade medicinal pill was not a problem. However, concocting a 7th-grade medicinal pill was still somewhat difficult. If only he had 10,000 beast ding. Lin Xian sighed. What he lacked the most right now was a top-notch furnace. However, he only dared to think about the 10,000 beast ding. He did not dare to take it out. That terrifying aura was not something he could control now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian concentrated and prepared to concoct a second time. During the first concoction, he made a small mistake. However, he had already discovered it. Thinking about it, if he succeeded this time, his strength would increase by quite a bit. However, just as he was about to concoct, a voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Want to concoct a 7th-grade medicinal pill? I can help you. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He quickly stood up and scanned his surroundings. At the same time, his soul force rapidly probed the surroundings. Just now, he had carefully scanned the surroundings and did not discover anyone. Moreover, this was the 8th level of the Blazing Mountain. Very few people could come here. Other than a few elders of the Immortal Martial Academy, only Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei could come here. However, the voice just now clearly did not come from the two of them. Moreover, Lin Xian's face quickly darkened. This was because he did not sense anyone suspicious in the surroundings. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He was extremely cautious because he did not sense anyone suspicious in the surroundings. This was what worried him the most. One must know that his soul force was extremely powerful. However, even he could not sense the other party. One could only imagine how good the other party's concealment skills were. Or it could be said that this was a supreme expert transmitting his voice to him from an extremely far distance. No matter which one it was, the result was not good news for him. Who are you? Why are you acting so sneakily? Lin Xian said coldly as he scanned the surroundings vigilantly. There's no need to look for me. You won't be able to find me. The voice was a little low. Hearing this, Lin Xian's frown deepened. The other party seemed to know his every move, but it seemed that he still didn't know the other party's intentions. Who are you? Why are you trying to act mysterious? If you want to talk about alchemy, you can come out for a chat. Hee, after searching for so long, could it be that you still haven't found where I am? This voice was intermittent and very low, as if it was very unstable. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and his brows were furrowed. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. In the next moment, his soul power entered the mysterious small sword, wanting to find out more about it. Not bad, you finally know where I am. When this voice came out, Lin Xian was completely stunned. His eyes were full of shock, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Because he realized that the voice came from the 10,000 beast ding inside his body. The 10,000 beast ding spoke. How was this possible? Lin Xian's eyes widened, and he almost bit his tongue off. Luckily, he was brave, or else he would have been scared to the ground. Very quickly, he thought of a possibility. Because the Crimson Dragon had said before that a complete Earth-level artifact that defied the natural order usually nurtured an artifact spirit. Therefore, this voice could have come from the 10,000 beast ding's artifact spirit. You're the 10,000 Beast Ding's artifact spirit? Lin Xian asked probingly. Who would have thought that someone would know about this in such a small and barbaric place? The voice sounded again. That's right, I'm the 10,000 Beast Ding's artifact spirit. Hearing the other party's answer, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although the artifact spirit was also very mysterious to him, it was still much safer than an unknown character. You've always existed? He frowned and asked. In fact, Lin Xian was very curious about the existence of the artifact spirit, but he didn't understand why it had only appeared now. No, I just woke up from a deep sleep. I don't know how many years I've been asleep for. Of course, I have to thank you for this. If it weren't for the pure demonic king's blood and the demonic blood pool, I wouldn't have woken up. Perhaps I would have continued to sleep. Demonic blood pool. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He finally remembered that day in the demonic blood pool, when he tried to communicate with the golden ball of energy in the mysterious small sword. He didn't expect to cause the 10,000 Beast Ding to move. This artifact spirit should have woken up at that time. Why are you looking for me now? Lin Xian asked cautiously. Although the other party was only an artifact spirit, it was still too mysterious. He had to be careful. With your current strength as a level 6 alchemist, refining a level 7 pill is indeed a bit difficult. No matter how good your talent is, the success rate is still frighteningly low. Rather than wasting materials, why don't I help you refine it? You help me? Why? Lin Xian didn't believe that there was such a thing as a free lunch. I am the artifact spirit of the 10,000 Beast Ding. With my help, you might be able to control the 10,000 Beast Ding right now. With the help of the 10,000 Beast Ding, your success rate will increase tenfold. Don't tell me you don't want to possess a true Earthstep artifact? The artifact spirit threw out a huge temptation. It believed that in the face of a complete Earthstep artifact, even a king would be moved, let alone this young brat. However, Lin Xian's expression was still cold. He decisively shook his head. Although an Earthstep artifact is good, I don't want to take it without knowing what it is. Oh, you refuse? This time, it was the artifact spirit's turn to be surprised. It couldn't imagine where this young brat got the courage to refuse a complete Earthstep artifact. In the face of such a huge temptation, you can still maintain this level of composure. Rare. No wonder the inheritances of the 10,000 Beast Ding and the Niwa of Gojoseon would fall into your hands in the end. The artifact spirit slowly said, there are naturally conditions for me to help you. I can help you refine pills and even do other things, but you must also help me. Help you? Help you with what? Lin Xian was puzzled. He couldn't think of what an artifact spirit needed help with. To be precise, it's to help the Niwa of Gojoseon. The 10,000 Beast Ding's artifact spirit said, I've spent quite a bit of time with the Niwa of Gojoseon, and I know what he's been through. If you can fulfill his wish, I can help you control the 10,000 Beast Ding. Help the Niwa of Gojoseon. Hearing this, Lin Xian said, no problem. What help do you need? Tell me. Not only did Senior Niwa of Gojoseon pass on his cultivation to me and increase my cultivation, but he also left behind an alchemy Dao inheritance for me. To me, he's like a master. Even if there's no reward, I'll still help. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. These were words from the bottom of his heart. Because of the Niwa of Gojoseon, he was able to rise from the second heaven of Venerables to the third heaven of Venerables, which allowed him to display his skills in the demon-slaying world. Not only that, the alchemy inheritance passed down by the Niwa of Gojoseon also benefited him greatly. So now that he heard that he had to fulfill the wish of the Niwa of Gojoseon, Lin Xian immediately agreed without hesitation. Tell me, what do you need help with? Lin Xian asked. It's very simple. As the disciple of the Niwa of Gojoseon, return to the Dawn Zone and obtain the highest honor. The artifact spirit said. The Dawn Zone? Lin Xian frowned. There doesn't seem to be such a sect in the Tianwu continent, right? Of course, the Dawn Zone is not in the Tianwu continent. The artifact spirit said in a deep voice. Not in the Tianwu continent? Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. Then where is it? He seemed to recall the conversation he had with the remnant soul of the Niwa of Gojoseon. It seemed that there was an even wider world outside the Tianwu continent. Could it be that the so-called Dawn Zone was there? At this time, the artifact spirit of the 10,000 Beast Ding also said in a deep voice, "Indeed, the Dawn Zone is in the world outside the Tianwu continent. However, with your current strength, you definitely can't go there. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you improve quickly. Of course, if you can control this place, that would be even better. Although this place is remote, for the current you, the resources are enough. Control the Tianwu continent." Lin Xian almost bit off his tongue. Even the House of Kings would not dare to say such big words. Seeing the look of disbelief on Lin Xian's face, the 10,000 Beast Ding slowly said, "Don't worry, with me here, all your dreams will come true." Hearing the item spirit's words, Lin Xian was filled with ambition. Controlling the martial heaven continent and becoming its overlord was something he had never dared to imagine before. But now, he felt that all of this was possible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian calmed his shocked mind and said in a deep voice, "You better help me control the 10,000 Beast Ding and concoct a 7th grade pill." "That's easy," said the spirit of the 10,000 Beast Ding. "Although I've just woken up and am still very weak, controlling the 10,000 Beast Ding is not a problem." Then, the void rippled, and a small black cauldron flew out from Lin Xian's body, hovering in the air. Following the appearance of the 10,000 Beast Ding, an invisible pressure spread out, causing the surrounding purple flames to become much dimmer. Even the purple flames did not dare to get close to the 10,000 Beast Ding. "Use your soul power to control it now," said the item spirit. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Then, he extended his soul power and quickly enveloped the 10,000 Beast Ding. This time, he felt that it was very easy. He did not receive any rejection from the 10,000 Beast Ding, nor was he affected by the pressure. "I can really control it." Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. The 10,000 Beast Ding was an Earth-tier artifact. If he could control the 10,000 Beast Ding to concoct a pill, his success rate would increase by 10 times. In other words, he could easily concoct a 7th grade pill. "Let's give it a try." Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. With a flip of his hand, he took out another set of ingredients. Then, he focused his qi and began to concoct the pill. 4 hours later, Lin Xian opened his eyes and waved his hand. Buzz, suddenly, the 10,000 Beast Pavilion in front of him emitted a clang and rippled slightly. Then, a light purple pill appeared in the cauldron. The pill was the size of a longan fruit and was engraved with complicated pill patterns. Looking at the purple pill, Lin Xian was overjoyed. This was a 7th grade pill, the purple spirit pill. It was a pill he found in the inheritance left behind by the Niwa of Gojoseon. This pill was effective for all martial artists in the venerable stage. Even high-level venerables could use it, and the effect was even better. Although this pill could not directly increase one's cultivation or spiritual power, it could help a martial artist to quickly concentrate and enter a very special state. This state was the dream of all martial artists, because in this state, they could clearly perceive all kinds of concepts and perfect their martial souls. Therefore, even though it was just a small medicinal pill, it was extremely rare and precious. "Let's concoct another one." Lin Xian was excited. Since he still had one set of materials left, he might as well strike while the iron was hot and concoct them together. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Lin Xian closed his eyes again and entered the concoction state. Not long after, the second pill that was emitting a light purple light appeared in his hand. Looking at the two pills, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. One of the pills was kept by him as a gift for attending the birthday banquet, while the other one was for him to consume. After swallowing the light purple spirit pill, Lin Xian felt a chill all over his body. Then, he realized that his mind was unusually sharp and he seemed to have entered a very special state. In this special state, Lin Xian felt that his perception of various concepts and his two martial souls had become clearer, and there seemed to be an indescribable understanding. This did not last for a long time, only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, Lin Xian knew that he had gained a lot during this period of time. Among them, the Ice Martial Soul and the Great Dragon Sword Soul had become more solid, and their power had increased by a lot. As for the other concepts of wind, lightning, and fire, they had far surpassed before, and there was even a trend of them breaking through to become martial souls. This made Lin Xian very excited. One had to know that he already had two martial souls, and his power was countless times stronger than other martial artists of the same level. If he could condense a third or fourth martial soul, his strength would be unimaginable. Of course, he had never heard of anyone who had a third or fourth martial soul. In the Sky Martial Continent, having two martial souls seemed to be the limit. Lin Xian opened his eyes and stared at the 10,000 beast being floating in the air in front of him. He asked, how should I address you? I can't call you an artifact spirit, right? I'm an artifact spirit, and I don't have a name. How about you call me Zero? Zero. Alright, I'll call you Zero from now on. Zero, I have a question for you. You said that you came from a world outside the Sky Martial Continent, then do you know if martial artists can have a third or fourth martial soul? Yes, but it's exclusive to geniuses. Zero replied coldly. Hearing this answer, Lin Xian was excited. As expected, his guess was correct. However, from Zero's words, it seemed that there were many people in the world outside the Sky Martial Continent who had multiple martial souls. Can you explain it to me in detail? Lin Xian asked. Alright. Zero said slowly, the source of energy for martial artists in the Venerable Realm is their martial soul. As their martial soul improves, their strength will also become stronger. However, in the end, those martial souls will undergo a transformation. Transformation? Lin Xian was puzzled. Yes, transformation. It's the transformation from the Venerable Realm to the King Realm. Once you break through to the King Realm, your source of energy will undergo a transformation again, and it will form a special field. This field is similar to a unique space. In this field, the King Realm is the heavens and can control everything. Of course, this field is evolved from the martial soul. King Realm Field, Lin Xian's heart shook. He felt as if a new door of cultivation had opened in front of him. Zero's words shocked Lin Xian. He found that a new cultivation door was slowly opening in front of him. Martial spirits are the foundation of King's domain? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That's right. Even if I don't tell you this knowledge, you will know it as your cultivation increases. However, telling you in advance also has its benefits. That is, you can now think about what your domain should look like. What should it look like? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't understand. It's very simple. Some people have an ice martial spirit, so they can form an ice domain when they become a king. And a fire martial spirit is a fire domain. For attributes like ice and fire, if they fight, it depends on who is stronger. There is no natural restraint, only strength. Zero's voice was extremely cold. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. After thinking for a moment, he said slowly, these should be the domains formed by martial artists with a single martial spirit. You are very smart. You guessed right. These are indeed the domains formed by martial artists with a single martial spirit. Zero said. What about dual martial spirits? Multiple martial spirits? Lin Xian asked. It's the same. No matter how many martial spirits you have, they will all form a domain in the end. Of course, different martial spirits form different domains with different strengths. I'm afraid you have already sensed how strong your dual martial spirits are. It should be very easy for you to defeat martial artists of the same level. Seeing Lin Xian nod, Zero continued, and once it becomes a domain, if it is formed by multiple martial spirits, its strength will be a world of difference compared to martial artists of the same level. The more martial spirits you can form, the stronger the domain will be when you break through to the King Realm. Of course, you have to balance the strength of these martial spirits. Otherwise, the newly formed domain will collapse in an instant. After Zero's explanation, Lin Xian fell into deep thought. He already had two martial spirits, and he had also comprehended the other three concepts. Moreover, he had already reached the great accomplishment stage. If he could transform the other three concepts into martial spirits, then his strength would have an earth-shattering change. Zero, is there a cultivation method for cultivating multiple martial spirits? Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked slowly. Yes. Zero said coldly, and I have to remind you. Although a martial artist can cultivate multiple martial spirits, one must be the main and the other martial spirits as support. You'd better think about which martial spirit. Yes, I know. Lin Xian nodded. What else was there to consider? Of course, the Great Dragon Sword Spirit was the most powerful offensive Saint Art in the world. Perhaps even Zero didn't know about it. If you've thought it through, give me the cultivation technique. Not now? Aren't you building an auction? When your auction is officially established and successfully held, I'll give you the cultivation method. Lin Xian rolled his eyes when he heard this. Can I ask why? Yes, I'm doing this to urge you to quickly improve your strength and expand your forces. You have to know that if you want to leave this place and enter the Dawn Zone, you don't just need to be strong. If you don't have a strong organization to back you up, then I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place. I'll help you grasp the direction in the dark and remind you what you should do. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. It seemed like he had boarded a pirate ship and couldn't get out. However, he didn't regret it. His life's goal was to pursue the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Now that he had a capable helper by his side to remind him, his speed would probably increase by a lot. What kind of force do I need to leave this place? Very strong, at least an overlord level force. When the time comes and with my help, you might be able to leave this place. Alright, I got it. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to do it in a short period of time. However, this made him heave a sigh of relief. This was because he still had things to do in the Tianwu continent. He also had to return to the Tiannan region to save his family. Can we communicate directly in the future? Lin Xian asked. Yes, you can communicate directly with your soul. Of course, there are some things that I may not answer you. Lin Xian was speechless. He was speechless. This 10,000 Beast Ding's weapon spirit had a weird temper. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian recalled the 10,000 Beast Ding back into his body. Then, he got up and left the 8th level of the Mountain of Flames. This time, he didn't return to the academy. Instead, he flew directly to Windy City. Next, he just had to wait for the Crimson Dragon to finish inscribing the teleportation formation. Then, he could teleport directly. When Lin Xian returned to Windy City, the Crimson Dragon had already completed more than half of it. He estimated that it would be done in another day. The next morning, the Crimson Dragon ran over excitedly. Kid, the formation is complete. Let's go. Alright. Lin Xian nodded and followed the Crimson Dragon out. The two of them came to a place where there was no one. On the ground, there were countless strange inscriptions that formed a teleportation formation. This is a one-time teleportation formation. After we leave, these inscriptions will disappear. Don't worry, no one will find out. The Crimson Dragon patted its chest and said. That's good. Lin Xian nodded and walked onto the teleportation formation. The Crimson Dragon also jumped onto it and waved its dragon claws. Suddenly, the teleportation formation under their feet shone and formed a strange force that teleported the two of them away. With a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared. The complicated inscriptions on the ground quickly disintegrated and turned into spiritual energy that dissipated in the air. Then, there was nothing left on the ground. It was as if nothing had existed before. It felt like a long time had passed. Lin Xian didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, with a flash of white light, he appeared again. The next moment, he channeled the spiritual energy in his body to quickly eliminate the dizziness caused by the teleportation. The surging spiritual energy surged in his body, creating a warm energy. In an instant, Lin Xian recovered. Then, with a flash of white light, the Crimson Dragon appeared beside him. As soon as the Crimson Dragon appeared, it looked around and shouted, "Damn, what the hell is this place?" Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy and his face was ugly. Because the surroundings were not very good. It was a little dark, and the air was mixed with a trace of cold and bloody smell. At first glance, it was not a good place. Ruzalong, where did your teleportation formation send you? Lin Xian gritted his teeth and asked. Of course it's Crimson Crescent City. Aren't you going there for the birthday banquet? The Crimson Dragon was a little guilty. This is Crimson Crescent City? Lin Xian looked around and rolled his eyes. You'd better explain it to me. This is Crimson Crescent City? Lin Xian looked around and rolled his eyes. You better give me an explanation. The Crimson Dragon said awkwardly, I haven't fought for a long time, and my strength has been greatly reduced recently. Maybe there was a small mistake when I was setting it up. Pfft. Hearing this, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. A small mistake? He glared at the Crimson Dragon. He didn't expect this guy to be so unreliable. He even made a mistake with the teleportation formation. One had to know that this was teleportation. The slightest mistake could cause a huge difference in the outcome. Lin Xian could only pray that the Crimson Dragon God didn't make too many mistakes. Otherwise, they might not even be in the blood realm. Looking around, Lin Xian's face darkened. Damn Rizalong. I don't know what mistake he made to teleport us to such an unknown place. Looking around, it was obviously not a good place. Impossible. I just made a small mistake. It's impossible to teleport us so far, the Crimson Dragon said. Kid, don't worry. This place is definitely very close to Crimson Crescent City. I hope so. Lin Xian sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only walk outside to see what this place was. Lin Xian looked up and found that it was a little dark. It wasn't the sky. He guessed that they were probably in a building or a cave. However, the more he walked, the more confused he became. This was because he found that there were rows of black mountains in front of him. They were incomparably dark, like demonic mountains in hell. On the mountain peak, there were dark trees that emitted a strange aura. There were also some dilapidated palaces around. They were covered in cobwebs. It was obvious that they were very old. Looking at the eerie surroundings, the Crimson Dragon felt its hair stand on end. The two of them didn't speak and quickly ran forward. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the nearest mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, the gloomy aura became even more terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xian's strength was strong. He circulated the spiritual energy in his body and formed a defensive barrier, blocking the terrifying aura around him. The Crimson Dragon had thick skin and flesh, so it was naturally not afraid of the invasion of the aura. The two of them stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up. This black mountain peak wasn't very tall. It was slightly shorter than a normal mountain peak. There were a few palaces on it, but they were all in ruins. I think we've arrived at an ancient place. This should be the ancient underground world. Underground world? Lin Xian frowned. Well, it looks like it, said the Crimson Dragon. Should we go up and take a look? All right. Lin Xian was curious, so he also wanted to go up and take a look. After the two of them finished discussing, they walked along the path towards the Black Mountain Peak. However, not long after they ascended the mountain peak, the two of them were unable to continue. The reason for that was because piles of bones would appear on the winding mountain path from time to time. Those were all human bones, and many of them were emitting a faint light. One could imagine how powerful these people were when they were alive. However, even so, these people were now a pile of bones. Lin Xian was scared and didn't dare to go up anymore. The Crimson Dragon was also bewildered. However, it soon became excited because it smelled a faint medicinal fragrance on the mountain peak. Boy Lin, let Little White out, quick. The Crimson Dragon couldn't wait. However, before Lin Xian could react, the little white monkey flew out of the demonic beast pouch. It also looked at the mountain peak and chirped nonstop. However, to Lin Xian's relief, the little white monkey didn't act rashly this time, as if it was afraid of something. It only scratched its ears and cheeks and didn't fly out. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if he let the little white monkey fly out from such a dangerous place, the result would be very dangerous. Boy, don't you smell it? That's the smell of top-grade spiritual medicine. The Crimson Dragon said excitedly. I smell it, but how do we go up? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. He didn't want to take the risk. Wait a moment. The Crimson Dragon began to carefully explore the front. Then it frowned and said, there are inscriptions on the ground. These inscriptions are very ancient. One look and I can tell that they are ancient inscriptions. I think this is a killing array. After the Crimson Dragon finished studying the inscriptions on the Black Mountain Peak, it suddenly jumped up. Damn, this is an ancient killing array. It didn't dare to move recklessly. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face also darkened. He tightly hugged the little white monkey, afraid that it would run out in excitement. At the same time, he stared fiercely at the crimson dragon. This Rizalong was too unreliable. He actually teleported him into a killing array. Hee hee, the crimson dragon laughed dryly, then said, although it is an ancient killing array, the inscriptions are very dim. I think that under the effect of time, its power has weakened a lot. Give me some time, maybe I can break it. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard this. Give you time? The last time I gave you time, you were teleported into this killing formation. Now that I give you time again, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause again? Forget it, this place is too dangerous. Let's quickly retreat and find a way out. Xianxia, you are too cowardly. The Crimson Dragon said disdainfully, this should be an underground world. The way out is above, but do you really want to give up on those spiritual medicines? According to my experience, those are extinct. You can't see them in the outside world at all. Moreover, they are thousands of years old. They are really top-grade spiritual medicines. By the way, don't you still have the Xianjade platform? Why don't we try it? If there is a problem, we can immediately escape with the Xianjade platform. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also a little tempted. After thinking about it, he finally nodded, okay. Seeing that Lin Xian agreed, the Crimson Dragon was also excited. Don't worry, we won't go to those places with palaces. We will only pick the top-grade spiritual medicines nearby. Then, it led the way, and Lin Xian followed behind with the little white monkey in his arms. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon was a master of formations and had a certain way to break the mysterious inscriptions underground. The two walked for more than 10 meters and did not find any danger for the time being. But at this time, the 10,000 beast-ding device spirit in Lin Xian's body, Zero, warned, boy, if you don't want to die, hurry up and go down the mountain. Hearing this warning, Lin Xian's heart trembled. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice, retreat. Then, his body swayed and he retreated as fast as lightning. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon had no choice but to leave quickly. However, when they reached the foot of the mountain, the Crimson Dragon began to complain, Xianxia, you are too cowardly. We are already halfway. Why did you come down? If we had held on a little longer, maybe we could have picked a top-grade spiritual medicine. I am afraid that if we had stayed a little longer, we would have died, Lin Xian said angrily. If you don't believe me, feel your body. I'm afraid that if we stay any longer, we'll lose our lives, Lin Xian said angrily. If you don't believe me, feel your own body. After saying that, Lin Xian ignored him and focused on running the longevity chant, allowing the spiritual energy to fully circulate in his body. The Crimson Dragon was puzzled. It quickly checked its own body, and then its face turned pale. I'm poisoned. When did this happen? It was shocked because it did not know when it was poisoned, and the poison had already accumulated in its body. Just as Lin Xian said, if they stayed on the mountain for any longer, the poison in their bodies would completely erupt. If they could not suppress the poison, they would be in danger. The Crimson Dragon did not dare to be careless. It quickly activated its secret method to expel the poison from its body. The snow-white monkey also hugged the small worn-out bowl and mumbled nonstop. On the surface of its body, a layer of white light bloomed. After a while, Lin Xian opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. The poison in his body had been completely expelled, but the scene just now made him extremely vigilant. If Zero had not secretly warned him, they would have been in danger. Damn it, this place is too evil. The Crimson Dragon opened its eyes and muttered. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had expelled the poison from their bodies and narrowly avoided this disaster. Damn it, this place is too evil, the Crimson Dragon muttered. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together as he looked forward once again. I think that the corpses on the mountain path are all the warriors who were poisoned. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. There must have been people like them who wanted to go up the mountain to pick the best spiritual herbs, but these people were all infected by the poison. In the end, they could not cure the poison and died on the mountain. There were only a few lucky people like them. However, the snow-white monkey did not give up. It hugged the small worn-out bowl in its hands and began to mumble. Then, the small bowl emitted a mysterious power that surged toward the Black Mountain. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon held their breaths and waited patiently, because they knew the power of the treasure basin. Perhaps it would be of use here, and they would be able to obtain 1 or 2 top-grade spirit herbs. The little white monkey kept waving its little paws and hitting the small bowl. Not long after, the small bowl trembled slightly and a supreme-grade spirit fruit appeared in the bowl. It was a spiritual herb that was 10 feet tall. Its leaves were emerald green, and it exuded an endless amount of vitality. On its branches, there were 4 spiritual fruits that were sparkling and translucent, with a thick fragrance. I really got it. Lin Xian's eyes were wide open, while the Crimson Dragon's mouth was wide open from ear to ear, drooling non-stop. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Kid, hurry up and get a few more. This kind of thing was definitely rare. If he didn't get it now, it would be a huge loss. The Crimson Dragon urged from the side, while the snow-white little fox was also scratching its ears and cheeks in excitement. It waved its little paws and decided to show off its skills. However, on the Black Mountain in front of them, in the dilapidated palace, suddenly, there was a low sound. It sounded like the morning bell and evening drum. It kept ringing. The sound carried a terrifying demonic nature, causing one's heart to beat uncontrollably. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically, because he felt the blood in his body boiling, and his heart felt like it was about to explode. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened by so many heavenly treasures, and his physique was extremely tough. At that moment, he was able to withstand the demonic sound. However, all the hair on his body stood up, and his back was covered in cold sweat. In the next moment, he quickly activated the Red Lotus armor and covered his body. The Crimson Dragon also jumped into the defense of the Red Lotus armor and looked ahead in bewilderment. What's that? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Damn it, there are living things in this place. Xianxia, let's go. The Crimson Dragon did not want to stay for a moment longer. It did not want any supreme-grade spirit fruits anymore. The little white monkey also quieted down. It sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and blinked its big black eyes as it looked ahead. A living thing. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression turned ugly. Without saying anything, he quickly retreated. It was obvious that this was a place of great danger. So many experts had died on the Black Mountain. However, at this moment, a living thing had appeared in the dilapidated palace on the Black Mountain. Whether it was a human or not, it was extremely dangerous for them. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He turned around and quickly left. However, just as he moved, endless black chi suddenly rose from the Black Mountain behind him. It formed a black demonic cloud above him, emitting a monstrous and terrifying aura. A black shadow flew out of the dilapidated palace and stood in the void. Demonic chi surged around him, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul and looked behind him. Suddenly, his scalp went numb. The black shadow behind him was a person, but it did not look like a living person at all. Demonic chi surrounded his body. His eyes were hollow, and there were green flames dancing in his eye sockets. His entire body was rotten and emitted a strong corpse stench. Damn it, is this a mutation caused by some expert's corpse? The Crimson Dragon was also shocked because the aura of the figure behind him was too terrifying. Zombie, it's definitely a zombie. Kid, hurry up and leave. The figure behind him was wearing an ancient robe and was extremely tall. He must have been a peerless expert when he was alive. However, at this moment, he was emitting a monstrous and cold aura. He looked extremely ferocious. Then, the ancient zombie took a step forward. Suddenly, the void cracked and countless black cracks spread in all directions. A huge black hole appeared in the space. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not dare to stay any longer. He used an earth tear movement technique and turned into a ray of light to retreat. At the same time, he raised his hand and threw out a mysterious jade platform to quickly teleport away. A terrifying figure who could shatter the void with one step and create an endless black hole was definitely extremely powerful. It was far from what he could fight against right now. Sure enough, the moment Lin Xian stepped on the mysterious jade platform, a huge ghost claw descended from the sky and slammed down. Bang, the void in front of him cracked and another terrifying black vortex appeared. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others had already left through the mysterious jade platform. According to Lin Xian's guess, they had arrived in an underground world. Therefore, they tried to teleport upwards this time. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and the others appeared on the ground. Stepping on solid ground, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to stay there. Instead, he quickly flew forward for dozens of miles before stopping. After waiting for an hour, he found that the terrifying zombie did not come out. Only then did he relax completely. F***ck, that scared Ben Huang to death. The Crimson Dragon was also scared. How dare you say that? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. But I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying place in the Blood Realm. The Crimson Dragon said, it seems to be an ancient ruin, but I don't know why it was buried underground. It seems that the Blood Realm is not simple. There should be some ancient secrets buried here. Forget it, who cares? If the zombie really comes out, the kings here will deal with it, so we don't have to worry. The Crimson Dragon shook his head, then looked at the supreme grade spirit fruit in the little monkey's hand and smiled flatteringly. Little one, give me one. The little white monkey had a proud look on its face. First, it plucked a spirit fruit and gave it to Lin Xian. Then, it reluctantly gave one to the dark red dragon. The other two were quickly swallowed by the dragon. After eating the two supreme grade spirit fruits, the little white monkey squinted its crescent-shaped eyes and looked intoxicated. The Crimson Dragon also smiled and swallowed the supreme grade spirit fruit in his hand. He would not keep such a good thing. Lin Xian looked at the two gluttons, one big and one small. He shook his head helplessly. He turned his hand over. He put the supreme grade spirit fruit in his storage ring. As an alchemist, he would not waste a supreme grade spirit fruit like this. He would at least make it into spirit wine or spirit pills. Moreover, with Zero's help, Lin Xian could now control 10,000 beast ding, so refining 7th grade spirit pills was not a problem for him. What he needed most now were supreme grade spirit herbs. After putting away the supreme grade spirit fruit, Lin Xian looked into the distance again. He would remember this place. He decided that when he was stronger in the future, he would come here again and pick all the supreme grade spirit fruits. Then, the two of them flew into the sky. Not long after, they saw a city. It seemed that even though Rizalong was unreliable, he still managed to teleport to somewhere near Red Crescent City. After entering the city, Lin Xian discovered that it was very lively inside. The people coming and going were all young talents, and there were also some very dignified big shots. These people all walked in the same direction with excitement on their faces. Hey, have you guys heard? It's said that the heavenly daughter of the Morong family will also be attending this birthday banquet. Of course, I've heard about it a long time ago. I must show off my skills at this birthday banquet. If I can get Morong Qingqing's favor, I can directly enter the Morong family. In your dreams. You think you can do that? Beat me first. Everyone was chattering, obviously very excited. Lin Xian was speechless. Were these people here to attend the birthday banquet or to look at the beauties? However, he found that most of the people who said these words were young martial artists. Obviously, they all had some beautiful dreams of a pie falling from the sky. Red Crescent City was different from other cities because the entire city was a huge mansion. There were pavilions, mountains, and waterfalls everywhere. There were all kinds of rare beasts walking on the ground. Lin Xian was flabbergasted as he watched. He exclaimed in his heart. As expected of the Morong clan. An elder could actually own a city and use it as his own residence. This was simply too imposing and too shocking. As he walked further in, the scenery changed again. Rows of palaces and pavilions stood on the ground like shining stars. It was incomparably magnificent. Many red-crowned cranes were circling around it. It was like a paradise on earth. That was just the periphery. The real core area was in front of him. In front, there were 2 rows of young disciples greeting guests. These disciples were all very handsome. They were wearing white robes with the Morong family's emblem on their chests. Although they greeted him with smiles, their eyes could not hide their arrogance. You can't bring your pet in. Suddenly, a disciple of the Morong family stopped Lin Xian. Forget about the monkey, but you can't bring the snake in. Damn you, what's wrong with your eyes? You're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. Before Lin Xian could say anything, the Crimson Dragon roared. It was from the Divine Dragon clan. It hated it when others called it a snake. Although, it looked like a snake now. Hearing this voice, the surrounding people were surprised. They looked over. The disciple of the Morong family was also surprised. This snake could talk? Brat, if you dare to talk about Ben Huang will beat you up. The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. It had recovered part of its strength, so it was not afraid. Anyway, these people could not catch it. Being threatened by a snake, the disciple of the Morong family's face darkened. He then glared at Lin Xian. Your snake has violent tendencies. You can't go in. Although a talking snake was mysterious, as a disciple of the Morong family, they had seen all kinds of strange things. Not to mention a snake, they had even seen skeletons that could talk. Therefore, after the initial shock, these people calmed down. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. That was because he saw a group of people riding on exotic beasts being respectfully welcomed into the building by the workers. Those were demon generals. They were extremely powerful. If there was a danger, those demon generals would be more dangerous. However, the disciples of the Morong family did not stop them. Instead, they stopped Lin Xian. It was obvious that those people were not ordinary warriors. Although Lin Xian had an extraordinary appearance, he was dressed plainly. Moreover, he came here alone. At first glance, they could tell that he was not a disciple of a powerful force. Therefore, these people of the Morong family did not treat him well. Brat, which family are you from? Do you have an invitation? Where is your elder? Call him over. Another woman stood out and spoke even more harshly. You don't have the right to meet my elder. Lin Xian said coldly with his hands behind his back. He could tell that these people were obviously looking for trouble and wanted to bully him. Although he did not know the reason, he could guess that although these people were disciples of the Morong family, their real status was not high. Otherwise, they would not have been assigned to be doormen. Therefore, although they seemed to be of high status to outsiders, their real status was relatively low. Therefore, these people had a twisted mentality. In addition, they had to greet those important people with a smile. Therefore, their mentality was even more twisted. This time, seeing that Lin Xian seemed easy to bully, of course, they would treat him coldly to show their status as disciples of a powerful family. However, they were obviously looking for the wrong person. This was because the young man in front of them was not afraid of their scolding. Instead, a fierce aura surged from his body, causing their hearts to tremble slightly. This made them even angrier. A few of the disciples of the Morong family were enraged and emitted a terrifying aura. Although they were just doormen, they were still disciples of the Morong family and the people of the House of Kings. Now, an unknown young man dared to threaten them. He had committed a heinous crime. In their eyes, Lin Xian's actions were unforgivable. How dare you? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel? The woman shouted coldly. Young man, you've come to the wrong place if you're looking for trouble. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. The young man snorted. Get out of here or don't blame us for being impolite. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Lin Xian's mouth when he heard this. These people were really used to being arrogant. He hadn't done anything yet, but they had already labeled him as a troublemaker. The group of disciples of the Morong family were aggressive and did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. The Crimson Dragon was unhappy. What's with your attitude? You invited me here and now you're treating me like this. Why? Are you looking down on me? A group of dogs. If it wasn't for the Morong family, Ben Huang wouldn't have come even if you invited Ben Huang. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to provoke the Morong family. Moreover, he was in the Morong family's territory. Where did this young man come from? How dare he be fearless of the Morong family? Who knows? Look at him. There's only a snake beside him. He doesn't have any servants and he's not dressed well. He's definitely not a disciple of a big family. Maybe he's just a young man. The group of people discussed among themselves. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. As for the disciples of the Murong family, they were so angry that their bodies started to tremble. Young man, how dare you talk nonsense and threaten us? I think you don't know how to write the word death. The few of them looked ferocious and wanted to attack. They all had cold smiles on their faces as powerful auras emanated from their bodies. They formed a circle and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian, however, was not afraid. Although those people opposite him were aggressive and looked very powerful to outsiders, they were not a threat to him. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense, and it seemed like a fight was about to break out. At this moment, a tender voice sounded from afar. Stop. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian turned cold. The faces of the disciples of the Murong family changed as they stopped in their tracks. The surrounding people were also surprised. They did not expect that someone would come out to stop them. However, looking at the appearance of the Murong family's disciples, the identity of the person who came should not be simple. Sure enough, a ray of light flashed, and a figure rushed over from afar, appearing in front of everyone. This was a beautiful woman. She wore a light yellow dress, and her appearance was pretty and cute. However, there was a hint of anger in her eyes. Sister Linger. The disciples of the Murong family shouted respectfully. Lin Xian smiled. So it's you. The person who came was none other than the little girl by the Murong Qingqing's side, Linger. Linger put her hands on her waist and said softly, This is Lin Xian, Lin Gongzi. He is the guest invited by the young Mississippi. How dare you stop him? Quickly leave. The young miss invited him. When the disciples of the Murong family heard this, their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, they were extremely frightened and regretful. They did not expect that the young man in front of them was the guest invited by the young Mississippi Lin Gongzi. We did not know your identity. Please forgive us. A few disciples of the Murong family said. It's nothing. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. After all, the other party was a disciple of the Murong family. Moreover, today was Elder Murong's birthday banquet. He would not disrespect the Murong family over such a small matter. Moreover, the other party had apologized and seemed to be quite frightened. He guessed that they would not dare to cause trouble for him in the future. Lin Gongzi, please follow me. Linger gestured for Lin Xian to follow her. Lin Xian nodded slightly and followed Linger inside. After Lin Xian left, the disciples of the Murong family heaved a sigh of relief. However, their faces were still filled with fear. It was too dangerous just now. If the other party did not give up and insisted on going to the young miss, they would definitely be punished. Fortunately, they were safe now. However, they decided that they would not provoke the other party in the future. The surrounding people were even more shocked. This outcome was completely different from what they had imagined. They had originally thought that the young man would be thrown out by the disciples of the Murong family and be taught a lesson. However, they did not expect that someone would respectfully invite him in. Moreover, the young miss that Linger mentioned had piqued their interest. To be able to cause these disciples of the Murong family to be so frightened, her identity must be extraordinary. However, they did not think that it was the Murong Qingqing. After all, there were quite a few core disciples of the Murong family who had come this time. Moreover, these people did not expect that Lin Xian would be related to the Murong Qingqing. If they knew, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. Lin Xian followed Linger and walked towards the front of the palace. You brat, what tricks did you use to trick the young miss into inviting you here? Linger said fiercely. I'm warning you, don't you dare have any ideas about my young Mississippi, otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Obviously, the little girl had received orders from the Murong Qingqing to come here. However, she did not have a good impression of Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He did not answer. At this time, anything he said would be wrong. Therefore, it was better not to say anything. The front of the palace became lively again. Many martial artists came and went. Moreover, their status and temperament were far superior to those in the periphery. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. It was filled with hostility. Lin Xian turned his head slightly and sneered. Because not far away, Willow Lance was staring at him with hatred. The murderous intent in his eyes was about to condense. However, Lin Xian did not care. He knew that the other party would not dare to make a move. Sure enough, Willow Lance was staring at him and did not do anything. You really know how to cause trouble. You just arrived and already provoked people? Ling frowned. It's nothing. He was an enemy in the past. However, I won't lower myself to his level now. Lin Xian said lightly. Indeed, if it was in the past, Lin Xian would definitely treat Willow Lance as an opponent. However, after this period of tempering, his strength and vision were much higher. Someone like Lu Chang was no longer worthy of his attention. I'm warning you. Don't be careless. Although Willow Lance is nothing, his family is not to be underestimated. Ling thought for a moment and reminded him. Oh? What's so special about him? Lin Xian asked. He really did not know. He's one of Prince Ling Feng's men. Ling said, and he's not an ordinary person. There are 8 great clans under young Master Ling Feng. They are very powerful and General Lu is one of them. Prince Ling Feng has 8 powerful families under him, and the Ryu family is one of them. So, you can ignore Willow Lance, but you can't ignore the Ryu family, Ling reminded him. I didn't know there was such a thing. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect Willow Lance to have such a powerful family background. At this moment, another cold and gloomy gaze swept over. Lin Xian looked over and found that it was another familiar face. The owner of the cold gaze was none other than Xianxia, who had a conflict with him before. Back then, Xianxia was very powerful in Xiaoyu and was one of the most powerful people among the younger generation. He had a conflict with Lin Xian and even had a big battle with him. Later, the two of them entered Senma College together. However, after that, Lin Xian soared to the skies and became one of the most influential figures in the Immortal Martial Academy. Xianxia, on the other hand, was still an ordinary disciple who hadn't even entered the mystic revered ranking. Of course, this didn't mean that Xianxia was weak. It was just that there were too many geniuses in Senma College, and every one of them was a monster. Humph, I didn't expect you to come. Xianxia snorted coldly, and his expression was cold. Beside him, there were 3 disciples of the Shin family. Their auras were strong, and their expressions were unfriendly. I didn't plan to come, but Qingqing insisted, so I came. Lin Xian shrugged. Hearing this, the expressions of the disciples of the Shin family changed, and Xianxia gritted his teeth. Morong Qingqing's appearance was unparalleled, and she was talented and intelligent. Her status was even more noble, and she could be said to be the goddess of the younger generation. Even the disciples of the Shin family would be proud to marry Morong Qingqing. However, Morong Qingqing was like an otherworldly fairy who kept everyone at bay. But now, someone had actually gained the favor of Morong Qingqing and was even invited to the banquet. This made them go crazy. Humph, you're just a guy who lives off a woman. If you didn't have Qingqing's invitation, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to enter this place. A disciple of the Shin family snorted. It takes skill to live off a woman. At the very least, you don't have that skill. Lin Xian shrugged nonchalantly. When his strength reached a certain level, his vision also became much higher. Now, Lin Xian had the world in his heart. He was thinking about how to climb higher and not lower himself to the same level as these people. Therefore, he merely smiled and ignored these mockery and ridicule. The Shin family's disciples felt as if they were being scratched by a cat when they saw the other party's calm smile. They originally thought that Lin Xian would be angry and argue with them. That way, they would have a chance to make a move, but the other party didn't seem to care at all. This made them feel as if they had punched the air, and they couldn't muster up any more strength. Ling who was leading the way, also felt dizzy. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have a feud with the Shin family other than the Ryu family. Although these people weren't the core disciples of the Shin family was still the House of Kings. They were as powerful as the Morong family, and their strength couldn't be underestimated. You're the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you who lives off a woman. At this time, a few disciples of the Ryu family walked up and sneered. I don't know if he lives off a woman, but I do see a few envious rabbits. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Oh my, their eyes are as red as rubies. He smiled disdainfully and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. What did you say? Who's the rabbit? Explain yourself. Envious? We're envious of you? What a joke. The disciples of the Shen family and Ryu family were enraged when they heard Lin Xian's words. They glared at Lin Xian fiercely. What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot? Lin Xian sneered. A powerful person wouldn't care about what others say. That's because he's powerful and doesn't need to be judged by others. Only those who aren't powerful would jump around all day as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know of their existence. These clowns are only fit to be a joke. They're not even worth mentioning when it comes to the real fight. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced deeply into their hearts. Willow Lance, Xianyao Tian, and the others trembled in anger. Clowns? You're the first one who dares to say that to a disciple of the Shen family. A cold voice sounded, and everyone's hearts trembled. Everyone looked back and saw a very handsome man walking over from afar. He was holding a jade wine cup in his hand, and his face was extremely cold. Although he didn't deliberately release his aura, he was like a god of war, giving people a sense of infinite oppression. So powerful. Feeling the pressure, the surrounding martial artists' faces changed. He's too powerful. This young man is definitely at the fourth sky of Venerable Realm. A fourth sky of Venerable Realm was already an expert. Who was this young man? How could he have such terrifying strength at such a young age? The surrounding martial artists were shocked. As for Xianyao Tian and the others, their faces were filled with excitement and joy. Brother Yulong. Xianyao Tian and the others shouted excitedly. Ling Er also frowned slightly. She didn't expect things to become so complicated. Be careful. The person is Shen Yulong, a core disciple of the Shen family. His strength is definitely not comparable to Xianyao Tian and the others. Ling Er quickly sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. A core disciple of the Shen family. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could naturally feel the powerful aura of the other party. This is a core disciple of the Shen family? Very strong. Even in Senma College, he should be in the top 10. As expected of the House of Kings. It's really strong. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Although he didn't get along with the other party, he had to admit that the strength of a core disciple of the House of Kings was absolutely terrifying. However, he still couldn't intimidate the other party. Shen Yulong, he's Shen Yulong. At this time, the surrounding martial artists also exclaimed. He was a core disciple of the Shen family. No wonder his aura was so strong. They didn't expect to meet a core disciple of the House of Kings. It seemed that this banquet wasn't in vain. The surrounding martial artists were excited. It couldn't be helped. The House of Kings was the overlord of the Tianwu continent. It was the most sacred place in everyone's heart. And the core disciples of the House of Kings were even more peerless geniuses. People looked up to them. Shen Yulong's expression was cold. He walked over slowly with a jade wine cup in his hand. When he stopped in front of Lin Xian, the corner of his mouth curled up in a disdainful smile. He had heard of Lin Xian's name for a long time. He was just a kid with no background. He only had some talent. Yet, he dared to approach Murong Qingqing. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Today, he wanted to see what kind of ability this kid had. Shen Yulong's appearance shocked the surrounding martial artists. The Shen family's disciples were even more excited. Xianyao Tian clenched his fist and looked at Lin Xian with a sneer. Humph, let's see how long you can be arrogant in front of Brother Yulong. Why? You look so confident. Could it be that you're better at living off a woman? Lin Xian said casually. Lin Xian didn't care about Shen Yulong's identity and strength at all, so he wasn't polite in his words. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of Shen Yulong's strength. The crowd was shocked. Who was Shen Yulong? He was a core disciple of the Shen family and a genius warrior of the House of Kings. When such a person walked outside, the elders and patriarchs of the family would have to salute him. But now someone dared to provoke him. This was too shocking. Who is that kid? What's his background? Do you know? Could he be a disciple of a top force? Not sure. I've never seen him before. The crowd was discussing and guessing Lin Xian's identity. In their opinion, if he dared to go against a core disciple of the Xin family, he must be a disciple of a top force. However, after asking around, they found that no one knew Lin Xian. In fact, the reason was simple. Lin Xian was only a famous person in Senma College. These people came from all over the blood realm and weren't even disciples of the college. So it was normal that they hadn't heard of Lin Xian. But Xin Yulong's face darkened when he heard this. A little disciple of Senma College dared to talk to him like this. He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. Kid, you're very brave, but do you know the consequences of saying this? Xin Yulong's voice was cold with a hint of killing intent. Then you don't know the consequences of saying this to me? Lin Xian didn't back down. Seeing this, the eyes of the surrounding warriors almost popped out. It was the first time they saw someone dare to go against Xin Yulong. Good, good. Good. Brat, you've got guts. You're the first one who dares to threaten me, Xin Yulong. After the banquet, let's have a good spar. Let me see if your strength is as good as your mouth. Xin Yulong said coldly. His eyes were shining with cold light. That's exactly what I was looking for. I also want to see what the core disciples of the Xin family are like. Lin Xian sneered, not caring at all. Humph, he's just a disciple from Senma College. Brother Yulong, you don't have to do anything. Another cold shout was heard. Then, a tall figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. This was also a young man. His appearance was extremely coarse, and he carried a type of wild beauty. He took a step forward and instantly traversed several hundred feet. In just 2 or 3 steps, he had arrived in front of everyone. So fast. What exquisite footwork. Everyone gasped in surprise. This kind of speed had already exceeded their expectations. Needless to say, the person who came was another top youth expert. Big brother. Seeing this wild young man, Willow Lance shouted excitedly. The other disciples of the Ryu family also shouted excitedly. Big brother Lu Yil. I want to see who is the one who dares to spout such arrogant words and fight with brother Yulong. Lu Yil's figure was tall, and his eyes were sharp. He was like a peerless ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, Ling sighed. As expected, the Ryu family had also interfered. Given the current situation, Lin Xian was most likely in danger. She sighed and could only say quickly, everyone, this Lin Gongzi was invited by our Mississippi. I hope you won't stop him. Miss Ling we will give face to Miss Qingqing. However, what did this guy do to deserve Miss Qingqing's favor? I think Miss Qingqing might have been deceived by him. Now, I'm going to reveal his ugly face. Lu Lai's voice was sonorous like a clap of thunder. Miss Qingqing? Could it be Morong Qingqing? Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. They did not expect this young man to be personally invited by Morong Qingqing. This was too shocking. One had to know that even Xin Yulong, Lu Lai, and the others did not have such prestige. Moreover, from Lu Yil's words, this young man seemed to be a disciple of Senma College. However, they did not know when Senma College had such a disciple. However, from today onwards, Lin Xian's name would be known by these people. I also want to see what it is that makes you so arrogant. Lin Xian took a step forward, and a sharp aura surged from his body. Facing Willow Lance, he was not afraid and was ready to fight at any time. Feeling Lin Xian's aura, the surrounding martial artists gasped. The aura was too terrifying. It was like a peerless divine sword being unsheathed. Everyone was shocked. What a sharp sword aura. As expected of someone invited by Miss Morong. He's really powerful. The people present were not weak. Although there was only one aura, they could still feel the terrifying energy contained in Lin Xian's body. Everyone was very excited. These two were considered top young experts. If they really fought, it would be an exciting battle. Oh, is someone going to fight? Let me take a look. At this moment, a laugh was heard. Then, a young man in luxurious clothes walked over from afar. He had a smile on his face and was laughing loudly as he walked over. Seeing that person, Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, she was worried that Lin Xian and Lu Yil would be at a disadvantage if they fought. Now, it seemed that it would be fine. "Young Master Qingshu, you're here too," Ling Er said. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. They did not expect Murong Qingshu to be here. This birthday banquet was organized by a high-ranking elder in the Murong family. Murong Qingshu was a direct descendant of this elder. In other words, Murong Qingshu was the young master of Crimson Crescent City. Therefore, his identity was also extraordinary. After knowing the identity of the other party, Lin Xian withdrew his sword aura and did not attack. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon said coldly to Lu Yil, "Brat, you're lucky. Otherwise, you would have been killed. It's really angry. These people are too despicable. They all deserve to die." "Humph." Lu Yil snorted coldly as a terrifying light shot out from his eyes. Murong Qingshu strode over with a smile on his face. He said loudly, "Everyone, today is my ancestor's birthday banquet. Please give me some face and fight another day. When the time comes, I can invite all of my friends to witness the two of you. Since Brother Qingshu has spoken, I'll fight another day." Lu Yil turned around and smiled at Murong Qingshu. Then, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xian again. He said coldly, "Consider yourself lucky. I'll let you live for a few more days. Enjoy your last moments." Lu Yil looked down at Lin Xian like the Grim Reaper and announced his death. "Lu, if you dare to talk to me like that again, I'll kill you with my sword. I don't care who you are." Lin Xian was also angry. The other party was so aggressive and provoked him time and time again. Even a clay figurine would be angry, let alone him. He took a step forward and the sword aura on his body became extremely sharp. It formed a sword ray that hung in the air. The sword chi was very close to Lu Yil, as if it would slash down at any moment. "You dare to attack me?" Lu Yil was furious. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to attack him. In the next moment, he glared at Lin Xian as well. The aura on his body rumbled like a flood. A huge force gathered and surged forward as if it was going to tear Lin Xian apart. "Boom," Lin Xian sneered. The sword chi on his body shone even more brightly. It was like a shocking rainbow as it slashed forward. He directly used the power of the great dragon sword soul for this attack. It was extremely powerful. He did this to intimidate the crowd and let them know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone to be trifled with. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it quickly cut through Lin Xian's aura. Then, it slashed down. Lu Yil was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword chi to be so sharp that it could cut through his aura. With a low roar, he waved his palm and slapped upward. Boom, in the next moment, the two attacks collided with a low rumble. It was as if metal and stone had collided. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Lu Yil took 3 steps back. His palm was scarlet red. Fresh blood flowed down his fingertips and dripped onto the ground. It was extremely glaring. "What? Lu Yil is injured? How is that possible?" Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Lu Yil would be the one to be injured. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that Lu Yil was a genius of the Ryu family. The Ryu family was one of the 8 families under Prince Ling Feng. They were extremely powerful. Although they could not be compared to the House of Kings, they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, Lu Yil was very powerful. He was not inferior to Shen Yulong. However, such a powerful figure was injured by a single slash from someone else. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, their hearts trembling. Shen Yulong, Murong Qingshu, and the others frowned. They did not expect Lu Yil to be injured. Lu Yil was even more shocked and furious. Originally, he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. He thought that the other party was just an ant that he could crush at will. However, things went beyond his expectations. His opponent's sword chi was too sharp, and it actually injured him. Although it was only a cut on his palm, it still made him very angry because no one had ever been able to hurt him so easily. Lin Xian was also speechless. To be honest, his opponent's strength was above his expectations. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he would at least be able to sever his opponent's hand. But now, his opponent only had a small cut and didn't suffer any substantial damage. No wonder the other party was so arrogant before. It seemed that he was indeed powerful and had the right to be arrogant. Lu Yil circulated the spiritual power in his body and quickly rushed to his palm. In the next moment, blood stopped flowing and the cut quickly formed a scar. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Lin Xian like a wild beast. "Brat, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you!" Lu Jiang roared angrily. His spiritual power suddenly erupted and wrapped around him like a ball of flames. Meanwhile, the sword mark on his palm quickly disappeared, and his entire palm returned to normal. What a powerful aura! The surrounding people exclaimed and kept retreating. It couldn't be helped. Lu Yil's aura was too powerful. It was definitely the pressure of a fourth heaven venerable. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary fourth heaven venerable. Lu Yil's spiritual power pulsed like a divine flame. His eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stepped forward with his fingers like a sword and pointed forward. "That was a warning to you. If you continue to cause trouble, it won't be as simple as a cut on your palm next time. If you don't believe me, you can try." Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that shook the surroundings. Hearing that, the surrounding martial artists were all stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Who was Lu Yil? He was a genius martial artist from the Ryu family. Even Xin Yulong, a core disciple of the House of Kings, addressed him as brother. One could imagine how powerful Lu Yil was. And now, he was being scolded in public by a young man. It was a slap to his face. "You're courting death." Lu Yil roared angrily and threw a punch. This punch was surging with spiritual power and shining brightly. It was like a demonic mountain that charged forward quickly. At this moment, Lu Yil attacked with all his might. He wanted to punch Lin Xian into a bloody mist. Lin Xian sneered and was not afraid. He waved his arm and quickly landed. At the tip of his finger, an icy blue aura bloomed and turned into an icy sword aura that quickly slashed forward. Along with it was a monstrous and terrifying icy aura. Boom, a deep sound was heard. Boundless icy aura spread out as if it was going to freeze the entire world. This sword was too powerful. It contained the power of the dragon sword soul and was extremely powerful. Once again, it forced Lu Yil to retreat. This time, Lu Yil's fist split open again and a terrifying crack appeared. Blood spurted out again, but this time, it was frozen into ice by the icy aura before it could fall to the ground. "Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? What a joke." Lin Xian sneered. "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are a disciple of the Ryu family. Let me tell you, you are nothing in front of me." Lin Xian stood proudly with his black hair fluttering in the wind. At this moment, he was like a sword god looking down on his opponent. Previously, Lu Yil had looked down on him with an arrogant attitude. Now, he was going to return the favor. He wanted to let Lin Xian have a taste of being looked down on and looked down on. When the crowd saw this scene, their eyelids twitched and they were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Furthermore, his attack power was too terrifying. Even Lu Yil was no match for him. There was no suspense in the fight unless Lu Yil used his martial soul and used all his strength. However, regardless of the final result, Lin Xian's name was engraved in everyone's heart. This was definitely a person who was more terrifying than Lu Yil. Lu Yil was so angry that his body trembled. His face was ferocious as he roared at the sky, "Kid, after the birthday banquet, you and I will fight to the death. I will kill you with my own hands." He was too angry and too sullen. If they were not in Crimson Crescent City today and did not have to care about the Morong family's reputation, he would have used all his strength to kill Lin Xian. He would not be as sullen as he was now. However, he also decided that after the birthday banquet was over, he would kill Lin Xian in an extremely brutal way. "You still dare to be stubborn? Looks like I didn't teach you a lesson." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his arm again and a stunning sword aura was released. It tore through the starry sky and slashed forward. Wasn't Lin Xian arrogant and insolent? Wasn't he looking down on everyone? Now, he was going to be even more insolent and arrogant than Lin Xian. He was going to completely destroy Lu Yil. Lu Yi's face was ferocious and his body trembled with anger. As a genius disciple of the Ryu family, he was usually respected. Even the core disciples of the House of Kings would call him a friend. He was never bullied by a kid like this. This was something that had never happened before. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that he had been suppressed in front of everyone. This made him lose all his face. How was he going to show his face in the future? Xianxia, well done. This is so satisfying. The Crimson Dragon cheered from the side. Who does he think he is? How dare he look down on us? How despicable. If Benhuang still had his magic power, I would eat him up. The Crimson Dragon jumped up and down. He could not wait to eat Benhuang Xuanzi up. Ling'er's mouth twitched slightly. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Moreover, his attitude was even more decisive and arrogant. He was determined to defeat Lu Yi and ruin his reputation so that he would not be able to face everyone. After this battle, Lu Yi's reputation would be greatly reduced. Boom, another dazzling sword chi, sharp to the extreme, like the Milky Way, quickly slashed down, causing Lu Li to tremble all over as he continuously retreated. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Lu Yi finally could not take it anymore. His eyes were filled with madness. With a roar, the aura of his body suddenly erupted. Lu Yi finally could not take it anymore. He let out a long roar and his body emitted a terrifying light. He was going to fight to the death with Lin Xian. Why? You can't take it anymore? Come on then. If you dare to make a move, I'll cut you in half. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword aura. The tip of his finger emitted a dazzling sword light. He took a step forward and was about to brandish his sword aura. Stop. At this moment, Morong Qingshu, who was at the side, suddenly shouted coldly and stood between the two. His face was cold and his body was also emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, his voice seemed to contain a calming force. Today is my ancestor's 800th birthday. I hope the two of you can restrain yourselves. His voice was cold and unquestionable. Little brother, I respect you as a guest of Qingqing, so I've been holding back. But don't go too far. You should know that this is Crimson Crescent City, the home of the Morong family. No one can behave atrociously here. Morong Qingshu stared at Lin Xian, his voice cold. That's what you're saying. Lin Xian sneered. Didn't you see that he was the one who provoked me first? If he hadn't been so aggressive, I wouldn't have attacked him. No matter what, I'm a victim. I think you should blame him. Lin Xian shrugged and said indifferently. Humph. Lu Yi coldly shouted, Brother Qingshu, I'll give you face this time. After the banquet, I'll personally kill him. At that time, I hope you won't stop me. After that, he turned around and left with the Ryu family disciples. Ling'er, bring me to see Qingqing. Lin Xian said. After that, he walked past Morong Qingshu, ignoring him. Obviously, Morong Qingshu and Lu Yi were on the same side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken up for him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to pay attention to him. Seeing this, Morong Qingshu's face darkened. He was a true disciple of the House of Kings and the young master of Crimson Crescent City. His status was noble, and no one dared to disrespect him, but now, a brat dared to ignore him. If he wasn't someone brought by Qingqing, he would have thrown him out long ago. Brother, that brat is too despicable. I'll teach him a lesson. Beside him, a girl in a blue dress said in a low voice. This woman's appearance could be considered pretty, but her pair of eyes flashed with a cold light, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't be rash. After all, he's someone brought by Qingqing. We can't fight against Qingqing now. Don't worry, I'll just teach him a lesson. I won't take his life. Seeing that Morong Qingshu didn't object, the girl sneered again and left quickly. When Lin Xian came to a hall, he realized that Morong Qingqing wasn't there. He was called away by the elders of the family to discuss something. Since he was bored, Lin Xian strolled around. Little brother, how should I address you? Why don't we get to know each other? Brother Lin, I'm so envious of you just now. Seeing that Lin Xian was strolling around alone, a few martial artists came up to chat. Although Lian Xian and Lu Yil didn't get along well with the Ryu family, not everyone here was friends of the Ryu family. There were also many enemies. So at this moment, these people seemed to have the intention of befriending Lin Xian. The few of them chatted harmoniously. At this moment, a disciple of Crimson Crescent City walked over and snorted. Isn't he just a disciple of Senma College? Does he really think he's a big shot? How dare he make a move in Crimson Crescent City? How dare he? Yeah, he doesn't even care about brother Qingshu. How despicable. If it wasn't for Miss Seductress, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the banquet. Many disciples of Crimson Crescent City mocked him. At this moment, a girl in a water silk dress walked over and sneered. I heard that Lin Gongzi's name is well known in Senma College. Now that I've met him, he really lives up to his name. Although you're a guest invited by Miss Seductress, you should have prepared a gift. I wonder what kind of gift a genius like you would have prepared. Why don't you take it out and let us see? Him? What gift can he take out? I don't think he prepared anything. So what if he prepared something? It's probably some trash that he wouldn't dare to take out. Several disciples of Crimson Crescent City sneered. Hey, you guys can't say that. No matter what, Brother Lin is still a genius of Senma College. How could he be so poor that he can't even take out a gift? Morong Qian smiled and said, Don't underestimate Brother Lin. Do you know what kind of sword he's carrying on his back? That's a half-earth rank artifact, the Lone Star Sword. What, a half-earth rank artifact? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The few martial artists who were talking to Lin Xian also widened their eyes. They didn't know that the sword on Lin Xian's back was actually so precious. The disciples of Crimson Crescent City also looked at each other. They really didn't know that Lin Xian had a half-earth rank artifact. However, Morong Qian's words shouldn't be false. For a moment, the way the crowd looked at Lin Xian changed. There was greed and jealousy in their eyes. It couldn't be helped. A half-earth rank artifact was too precious. Even a core disciple of the House of Kings like Xin Yulong didn't have one. One could imagine how precious it was. Lin Xian frowned. The woman in front of him was acting strangely, trying to stir up trouble. It was obvious that she wanted to mock and frame him. It seemed that he hadn't shown enough strength. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have dared to provoke him. However, Lin Xian was here to attend the birthday banquet, and the other party was also a member of the Morong family. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't act out. He sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't speak, Morong Qian also sneered. Lin Gongzi, why be so stingy? Why don't you show us the gift? Could it be that Lin Gongzi really didn't prepare anything? At this point, Morong Qian covered her mouth with her jade-like hand, looking surprised. Aya, that's too bad. You're a Senma College disciple after all. You're more suitable to be a guest invited by Miss Seductress. It wouldn't be good if you didn't prepare a gift. When the time comes, Miss Seductress and Senma College will lose face because of you. Morong Qian had a regretful expression, but then she smiled and said, It's okay if you didn't prepare anything. I'll think of a way for you. My family's ancestor likes to collect treasured swords. If you present the Lone Star Sword as a gift, my family's ancestor will be very happy. Moreover, you can save Miss Seductress and Senma College's face. This is killing two birds with one stone. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Using a half-earth tier artifact as a gift? This was too extravagant. It seemed that the Crimson Crescent City's disciples weren't very friendly to Lin Xian. They clearly wanted to snatch the Lone Star Sword. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He asked coldly, Who are you? I'm Morong Qian, just a small disciple of Crimson Crescent City. Wasn't Lin Gongzi invited by Miss Seductress? Why isn't he with her? Oh, I remember now. Miss Seductress went to discuss something with the elders. Of course you can't go in. Ahahaha. Morong Qian laughed coquettishly as her voice was filled with disdain. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Miss Seductress? So you're Morong Qingqing's sister? I'm Qingqing's good friend. Speaking of which, I'm also your elder brother. How can you be so disrespectful to your elder brother? I'm thirsty. Pour me a cup of tea. Lin Xian sneered. You. Morong Qian was so angry that her entire body was trembling. What kind of status did she have? Although she wasn't a direct disciple of Crimson Crescent City, she was still a relatively outstanding disciple. Her status was usually noble, so when had she ever been ordered around by others, and now, this hateful brat actually dared to take advantage of her, and now he even dared to order her around. He was really courting death. As a younger sister, you should have the awareness of a younger sister. What's wrong? You don't even listen to your elder brother? Lin Xian laughed again. Also, get me a chair. I'll wait here for Qingqing. Brat, don't go too far. Morong Qian snorted. I'm just giving face to Miss Seductress. Otherwise, do you think you can be so arrogant? Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. You really don't know your place. I'm just giving Qingqing face. Otherwise, based on what you said just now, do you think you'd still be standing? Brat, you're playing with fire. Morong Qian's face was gloomy. As an outstanding disciple of Crimson Crescent City, she was usually like a princess. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Originally, she wanted to ridicule Lin Xian, but she didn't expect that she would be the one being bullied. This made her extremely angry. At this moment, the surrounding dancers also looked over and started discussing. Those gazes caused Morong Qian's face to turn even darker. Lin Xian sneered. He still wanted to say something, but suddenly his brows twitched. He used his soul force to check behind him and found that Morong Qingshu was also among them. Instantly, the corner of his mouth curled up and he didn't say anything. Brat, you dare to provoke me? You're dead. Morong Qian gritted her teeth. What, is this how Crimson Crescent City treats its guests? You even threaten your guests. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. If that's really the case, I'd better leave. I don't want to be harmed by Crimson Crescent City. You. Morong Qian's chest trembled in anger. She still wanted to say something, but suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Shut up. Morong Qingshu strode over with a gloomy face. Seeing that it was Lin Xian again, his expression turned cold. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't say anything. After all, Lin Xian was a guest. They were the hosts, so they had to take care of their reputation. Otherwise, Crimson Crescent City would become a laughingstock. Brother, this brat is too despicable. Hurry up and throw him out. Shut up. Don't be rude. Brother Lin is our guest. What have I taught you? Morong Qingshu said coldly. But, Morong Qian still wanted to say something, but when the cold gaze swept over her, she was so scared that she didn't dare to speak anymore. Brother Lin, I think this is a misunderstanding. Qianer is not very sensible. If she has offended Brother Lin, please forgive her. It's fine. As her brother, I won't stoop to her level. Lin Xian waved his hand, looking very magnanimous. Hearing this, Morong Qian's eyes turned black and she almost fainted. Morong Qingshu's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. However, when he looked at Lin Xian, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. All right everyone, stop looking. This is a misunderstanding. Morong Qingshu turned around and said to the crowd. Everyone, it's still early for the birthday banquet. Why don't we walk around Crimson Crescent City? I don't dare to say about other places, but there are many good places in Crimson Crescent City. Brother Qingshu, I heard that there is a very famous place in Crimson Crescent City called the Tiger Park. I heard that there are hundreds of demon tigers there, and many of them have reached the demon general level. Would it be possible for you to show us around? A warrior asked. Yeah, I heard about it too. Many people chimed in. Since everyone is interested, I'll show you around. Morong Qingshu laughed loudly. Then, his body swayed and he flew into the void. The crowd was excited and quickly followed Morong Qingshu. Tiger Park? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with curiosity. Then, his body swayed and he followed behind the Crimson Dragon. Crimson Crescent City was very big. The central area was filled with palaces and pavilions, while the surrounding area was surrounded by mountains, lakes, waterfalls, and forests. It was like a primitive garden. The tiger park was among the mountains in the periphery. From afar, before they got close, they could hear tiger roars coming from the forest below. Some of the roars were extremely terrifying. There was a strong demonic aura. When Lin Xian heard the roars, he was slightly moved because he could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the roars. The Crimson Dragon looked disdainful. Although the tiger roars below were powerful, how could they be compared to the Crimson Dragon? If not for Lin Xian stopping it, it would have roared over. Lin Xian followed the large group in front of him and landed on a mountaintop. Morong Qingshu said that the mountain in front was the so-called Tiger Park. However, there were no special boundaries and everyone could visit as they wished. However, they had to take note that the 3 red mountains behind them were not to be approached. There were 3 terrifying tiger demons imprisoned in the 3 mountains. They were even more powerful and violent. Therefore, for safety reasons, it was better for everyone to stay away. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. Sure enough, there were 3 red mountains in the distance. Although everyone was curious, with Morong Qingshu's reminder, they didn't go. Next, everyone formed groups of 3 to 5 and quickly flew in all directions. Lin Xian also flew with the Crimson Dragon to one of the mountains. Sure enough, he saw a fierce tiger in the forest. It was a black-striped demon tiger, more than 10 meters long. It was very fierce, and its demonic aura was overflowing. This demon tiger had already reached the level of a demon general. It was awe-inspiring and roaring in all directions. Suddenly, it caught a glimpse of Lin Xian's figure and immediately roared, its eyes filled with ferocity. "Little Black, go, bite him to death." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The black tiger roared and turned into a ray of black light, pouncing over. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian didn't panic. Instead, a trace of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although this demon tiger was strong, it was nothing compared to him. Even before he made a move, the Crimson Dragon next to him suddenly opened its mouth and roared. The voice wasn't loud, even a little low. However, it carried the majesty of a king, directly intimidating the black-striped demon tiger. The black tiger's eyes revealed a look of fear. Its body trembled slightly, and it retreated uneasily. It didn't expect that the snake-like animal in front of it could make it so uneasy. Just as it was about to escape, Lin Xian stretched out his palm, forming a huge palm of light, and grabbed forward. Dragon-catching hand, the huge light screen whistled with terrifying momentum and caught the black tiger in an instant. Then, it brought it closer to Lin Xian. Dragon-catching hand was also a kind of secret technique. It was rumored that if one mastered it, one could kill a flood dragon, let alone a demon tiger. Lin Xian withdrew his palm and placed the black demon tiger beside him. Immediately, the demon tiger trembled and crawled on the ground, not daring to move. The originally ferocious demon tiger was now as docile as a kitten. Lin Xian squatted down and gently stroked the demon tiger's fur with his palm. Then, he said indifferently, "What? Was the lesson just now not enough? You want to die now?" Lin Xian didn't raise his head, but his voice was clearly transmitted to the front. The void rippled in front of them, and Morong Qian walked over with a vicious face. "Brat, no one has ever been able to berate me, much less make me look bad in front of everyone. You are the first, so you must die." She stared at Lin Xian, with her eyes filled with murderous intent. "Just you?" Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. Morong Qian may be quite powerful, but she was no match for him. "I know that you are very strong and can even fight against Lu Lai, but don't be too arrogant. Don't forget that this is Crimson Crescent City." Her voice was extremely cold. Then, with a flip of her wrist, she took out a golden scroll. With a wave of her hand, the scroll opened abruptly. A white light bloomed and instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the Crimson God Dragon. Seeing the white light, Lin Xian's face darkened. He was about to summon the Crimson Lotus armor to defend himself. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon quickly said, "This white light isn't an attack. It seems to have the effect of teleportation." Hearing this, Lin Xian relaxed. However, he still activated the Crimson Lotus armor. Whoosh, the white light enveloped them. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon disappeared. The Morong Qian also disappeared in a flash. In this forest, only the demon tiger was left trembling on the ground. When Lin Xian reappeared, he discovered that he had already arrived at an unfamiliar place. This place was definitely not the same forest as before. It was obvious that the white light had teleported them away. However, the teleportation time was very short. Therefore, Lin Xian guessed that they were still in Crimson Lunar City. Then, he looked around and found that they were also surrounded by mountains. However, they were all crimson in color. There was even a scorching heat. There's no need to look around. We're still in Crimson Lunar City. The Morong Qian's figure appeared in front of him. She sneered. To be exact, we're still in the Tiger Garden. Why? Do you think you can succeed just because we teleported here? Lin Xian sneered. Don't be so smug. You'll know soon enough. The Morong Qian said coldly. Then, she interlocked her fingers, placed them by her mouth, and blew a soft whistle. Bang, bang, the ground trembled as if a huge monster was approaching. Along with it, there was a terrifying demonic aura. The demonic aura was too terrifying. It condensed into demonic clouds that surged rapidly. Finally, there was a flash of light and a crimson figure appeared next to the Morong Qian. Lin Xian looked up and frowned. That was because the crimson figure was a tiger demon. However, it was different from the demonic beasts that he had seen before. This one was shaped like a human and could not walk. However, it had the head of a tiger and its limbs were extremely thick. There were terrifying sharp claws on its huge palms. It looked half human and half demonic. It was very strange. Demonic beast. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Interesting. No wonder you're so arrogant. There's a tiger demon here. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Humph, this is a real demonic beast. Moreover, it's the most dangerous place in the Tiger Garden. That's because the tiger demon here is extremely powerful. It's a 4-star demonic beast general and is extremely powerful. Moreover, as a demonic beast, they were extremely powerful and ferocious. They were far more powerful than 4th-rank supremacies of the same level. Brat, how dare you provoke me? You're dead meat. The Morong Qian smiled coldly. Is that so? Is this your trump card? No wonder you're so arrogant and dare to lure me here. However, it's useless against me. Lin Xian shook his head. Stop bragging. You'll know how powerful it is soon. Although I can't kill you, I have hundreds of ways to torture you. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Of course, if you're willing to kneel down and admit your mistake and obediently give me the Lone Star Sword as a gift, I'll be gentler when I take action later. The Morong Qian lifted her chin and looked down at Lin Xian. You're really confident. Do you think a tiger can subdue me? Lin Xian shook his head. Humph, I think you won't give up until you see the coffin. Morong Qian snorted. Red Tiger, catch this brat. I'll torture him properly. Buzz, the crimson tiger demon nodded. Then, it stomped its foot and charged forward like a shooting star. The huge impact tore through the void and crushed the ground as it charged toward Lin Xian. As expected of the demon clan. It's terrifying. Lin Xian sighed softly. Just this strength alone was not weaker than Lu Yole. He tapped his foot and retreated backward like a flickering shadow. At the same time, his voice floated out. Aren't you afraid that Morong Qingqing will find out that you're trying to kill me? Don't worry, Miss Seductress won't find out. She doesn't have time to care about you now. Moreover, only the two of us know about this. If I don't say anything, are you going to say anything? I don't think you'll tell anyone about your miserable experience because I don't think you can afford to lose face. Seeing Lin Xian continuously retreating, the Morong Qian sneered with an arrogant expression. Is that so? In other words, this was your own idea and no one knows about it. Lin Xian smiled. So what? I alone am enough to deal with you. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Initially, he had some misgivings and thought that this operation was ordered by Morong Qingshu. But now, it seemed that Morong Qingshu did not know about it at all. This was completely Morong Qian's idea. Since that was the case, it was easy to handle. In other words, only the two of them knew about what happened here today. With that, Lin Xian had no more misgivings. Buzz, the void trembled and suddenly, a terrifying crimson beast claw slammed down. The beast claw was extremely terrifying and had a sharp, cold gleam as it tore the void apart. Boom, Lin Xian quickly dodged, but the huge tiger claw created a bottomless black hole in the ground. I thought you were some great genius, but you're just a coward who only knows how to run. Morongqian snorted coldly. Let's see how many times you can run. Red tiger, break his legs. Lin Xian's body swayed and appeared at the side. His gaze gradually became fierce and at the same time, he whispered to the Crimson Dragon, Rizalong, set up a formation and seal off all the images and sounds here. Don't spread it out. Although this was Morongqian's idea and no one else knew about it, this was Crimson Crescent City and there were many martial artists watching the Tiger Garden nearby. If there was too much of a commotion, it would be hard not to be discovered by others. And if they were discovered, Lin Xian would not be able to do anything. Therefore, to prevent this from happening, it was better to let Rizalong set up the formation first. Don't worry, kid. Leave it to me. The Crimson Dragon said excitedly. It quickly waved its dragon claws and inscribed runes to seal off the entire mountain range. It was also furious. That despicable girl was too infuriating. She actually wanted to kill them in this place where there was no one else. Since that was the case, he would seal off this place and see who would be the one killing who. Lin Xian ordered the Crimson Dragon to seal the entire mountain range. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws, and inscriptions quickly appeared and flew out from its claws, quickly covering the entire mountain range. Soon, an inscription array was formed. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the formation of the illusion array. He was facing the 4 demon generals whose strength could not be underestimated. If he wanted to take them down, he would have to use some of his true abilities. If that was the case, it would definitely cause a huge battle phenomenon. If it wasn't for the illusion array, they would have been discovered very quickly. But now, he had nothing to worry about. Seeing the Crimson Dragon seal the entire mountain, Morongqian sneered. Initially, I was worried that the red tiger would cause too much of a commotion and attract other people. But I didn't expect that you, an idiot, would take the initiative to seal off the mountain peak, which just happened to solve my worries. Now, let's see where you can run to. Seeing that Lin Xian and Lin Xian had taken the initiative to seal off the mountain, Morongqian was not shocked but delighted. This was because she had great confidence in the red tiger. In her opinion, Lin Xian was definitely not a match for the red tiger. The red tiger also roared. Its huge tiger claws were like demonic mountains, releasing endless demonic aura. They intertwined in the air to form a huge beast claw, which quickly slammed down. The beast claw shone brightly as if it was cast from steel. It carried a terrifying aura and easily tore the void apart. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the dragon capturing hand to fight back. The two collided, producing a whistling sound in the void. Morongqian sneered at the back. You're just a little disciple of Senma College. Without Morongqingqing's support, you're nothing. And you dare to berate me in front of everyone, and even dare to order me around. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. Morongqian's voice was cold. She kept urging the red tiger to capture Lin Xian. At the same time, she loudly reminded, be careful of his Lone Star sword. That half-earth tier artifact is very powerful. Don't let him draw it. That's right, you must snatch that sword. I want to give it to the patriarch as a gift. On the other hand, the dark red dragon snorted coldly. What a greedy little girl. You're clearly the one who wants to rob the treasure, yet you're making it sound so dignified. Is your face made of city walls? How can you be so shameless? Ah. I'm so angry. Red tiger, catch this kid later, then catch that snake for me. I want to skin it and eat its gall. Morongqian was so angry that she stomped her feet. She was actually being looked down upon, and the other party was an ugly snake, she couldn't stand it. Vicious indeed. Little girl, with your black heart, you definitely won't be able to get married in this lifetime. You deserve to be an old virgin forever. The Crimson Dragon's cold words made Morongqian so angry that she kept stomping her feet. While the two were bickering, Lin Xian and the tiger demon had already exchanged dozens of blows. The two fought until the sky turned dark. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. There were even deep pits in between. The surrounding mountains were even more shattered. Countless boulders rolled down, making rumbling sounds. Fortunately, there was an illusion array that covered everything. Otherwise, this commotion would have alerted others. After another collision, Lin Xian's figure fluttered, and he was about to pull out the Lone Star sword from his back. Seeing this scene, Morong Qian quickly shouted, "Hurry and stop him. Don't let him pull out the Lone Star sword." The Lone Star sword was a half-earth tier treasure, and its power was definitely incomparably strong. Once Lin Xian used it, his combat strength would increase by a lot. Therefore, no matter what, Morong Qian wouldn't let Lin Xian pull it out. At this moment, the huge tiger demon opened its mouth and spoke in human language. "Don't worry, Miss Qian. Even if that brat uses the Lone Star sword, he still can't do anything to me." Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. It seemed that this tiger demon was stronger than he imagined. It could actually speak in human language, which was indeed beyond his expectations. However, hearing the other party's words, he sneered. "Not afraid of the Lone Star sword? What big words. Today, I won't use the Lone Star sword. I'll take you down with my bare hands. You're courting death." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the red tiger also roared angrily. Its voice turned into a wave that rolled out, shaking all directions. As a 4-star demon, it was very powerful, far surpassing human warriors of the same level. Now, a mere human youth dared to speak such arrogant words. It was unforgivable. In the next moment, it roared ferociously and spat out a crimson cloud that floated in the air. The cloud rolled quickly, releasing a dazzling light. Then, it kept rolling. Clang clang clang, the sound of metal clanging could be heard, and the crimson cloud turned into a crimson broadsword. This crimson broadsword danced in the air, leaving behind afterimages of the broadsword. It was extremely sharp. "Brat, become a ghost under my broadsword." The red tiger waved the crimson broadsword and attacked quickly. "Dragon Catcher Hand, Vermilion Bird Seal," Lin Xian roared and used Dragon Catcher Hand with his right hand. Spiritual power surged, forming 2 true dragon shadows that spiraled forward. "Dragon Catching Hands. Vermilion Bird Seal." Lin Xian roared and used Dragon Catching Hands with his right hand. Spiritual energy surged and formed 2 illusory dragons that spiraled forward. His left hand also formed a seal. A red light shone and a vermilion bird was born. Lin Xian attacked with both hands and unleashed 2 ultimate techniques at the same time. For a moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. The red tiger let out a ferocious roar. Demonic aura surged from its body and the crimson saber in its hand swept in all directions. Bang! Boom! Terrifying energy exploded and surged in all directions. The red tiger kept retreating with shock in its eyes. It did not expect the human boy to be so powerful. Lin Xian was equally shocked. The demon clan was indeed powerful, at the same time, he was a little worried. After all, this was Crimson Crescent City. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. "I wanted to play with you, but it seems like it's over. Let's end this." Lin Xian's voice was cold. He quickly took out the red lotus boxing glove and put it on his left hand. Then, he threw out a palm. A bright red light shone and a terrifying palm shadow was thrown out. It opened up in the air and formed a huge hand that covered the sky. In an instant, the light palm was above the red tiger and quickly slammed down. The red tiger tried its best to resist, but it could not resist and was slammed to the ground by the force. Suddenly, the ground cracked and a human-shaped pit appeared. The red tiger roared to the sky and tried to break free. However, the bright red light palm was like a cage. It floated above the red tiger and turned into a 5-fingered mountain that pressed down on the red tiger. On the mountain peak, a red lotus swayed continuously. Roar! Damned human, despicable. Let me out. The red tiger was pressed to the ground and kept struggling. However, it could not break free. The red lotus light palm was too terrifying. It was definitely not something it could resist. "Io, you're about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant." The crimson dragon walked forward and sneered. It kicked the huge body a few times. "Damned reptile, when I get out, I'll tear you apart." The red tiger roared angrily. "You are the reptile. Your whole family are the reptiles." The crimson dragon stomped its feet in anger. Stomp, 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 stomp. He swung his legs crazily and kept kicking Red Tiger's face. "What? Impossible." On the other side, Morong Qian was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to defeat the Red Tiger so quickly. This was completely beyond her understanding. One had to know that the Red Tiger was a 4-star demon general, and the demon clan's strength was incomparably powerful. Even if Lu Yile and the others were here, they probably wouldn't be able to take him down. But now, Lin Xian could easily take down the Red Tiger. It was unbelievable. In the next moment, Morong Qian's expression changed drastically and she quickly fled into the distance. The reason why she dared to capture Lin Xian was because of the Red Tiger and the Tiger Demon. But now, the Tiger Demon was subdued by him. Now, she was the only one left. With her strength, she couldn't compete with Lin Xian. Therefore, Morong Qian didn't dare to stay here. With a sway of her body, Morong Qian used all her strength and flew into the distance like a stream of light. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered and waved his dragon-catching hand. The huge light palms were like 2 spiraling dragons, rushing forward quickly. The terrifying shadow of the palm whistled through the air and blotted out the sky. In an instant, it had enveloped Morong Qian. "You dare to touch me? You're dead. I'm from Crimson Lunar City, I'm from the Morong family." Morong Qian was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed crazily. "Why? Are you afraid now? You were so arrogant before. Didn't you say that you would torture me to death?" Lin Xian snorted. "I thought you had some backbone. I didn't expect you to be a coward so quickly." His expression was cold. With a wave of his arm, the 2 dragons quickly restrained Morong Qian and pulled her back to his side. "Brat, you dare to touch me? You're dead. Crimson Lunar City won't let you go. The Morong family won't let you go either." "Won't let me go? You think too highly of yourself. If I beat up Morong Qingshu today, there might be some trouble. But you. To be honest, I'm here on behalf of Senma College. I don't believe that Crimson Lunar City will go against Senma College for a little disciple." "What? You're here on behalf of Senma College? That's impossible. Weren't you here on behalf of Morong Qingqing?" Morong Qian screamed. She was stunned and couldn't believe it. Being here on behalf of Senma College and being here on behalf of Morong Qingqing were 2 completely different concepts. Previously, she thought that Lin Xian was able to enter Crimson Lunar City because of his relationship with Morong Qingqing. So, she didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. But now, it seemed that she was completely wrong. If the other party was really here on behalf of Senma College, then his status was completely different. At the very least, he wouldn't be lower than a core disciple of the House of Kings like Xin Yulong. Although Senma College was just a college, its status was absolutely extraordinary. It wouldn't lose out to the House of Kings. At this moment, Morong Qian was finally afraid. "Lin Gongzi, I was wrong. I beg you, let me go." Morong Qian's face was full of pleading. She looked like a pear blossom in the rain and looked very pitiful. If it had been an ordinary person who saw this scene, they might have been fooled by her. But Lin Xian only snorted coldly. He had previously experienced this vicious woman's heart. Just because of a few words, this vicious woman wanted to torture him to death. If it wasn't for his strength, if it was another person, they would have long been tortured beyond recognition. "Ruzalong, set up an illusion array and throw her in. Scare her, but don't kill her. Don't worry. Using an illusion array to scare people. I like it." Ruzalong was very excited. He waved his dragon claws and quickly set up a small illusion array. Then, Lin Xian sealed all of Morong Qian's spiritual power and threw her into the illusion array. Soon, Morong Qian's terrified screams could be heard from the illusion array. Her voice was very miserable and would make anyone who heard it shiver. Lin Xian ignored Morong Qian and turned to look at the Red Tiger, who was trapped under the 5 Fingers Mountain. "Despicable human, let me out and we'll fight to the death. I'll skin you alive." Red Tiger roared crazily. Its entire body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. You still dare to be stubborn? You're just a monster. How dare you be so arrogant? Let me tell you, this is human territory. You still want to kill me? Can you do it? Lin Xian sneered and slapped the red tiger on the ground. This slap landed heavily on the red tiger's body and immediately smashed it into the ground. The ground cracked and countless cracks spread out like a python web. Lin Xian's control of his strength was very precise. Therefore, this slap only injured the red tiger and did not take its life. Ah, damned human, I'll definitely kill you. Red Tiger spat out human words as if he had gone crazy. However, what awaited him was a terrifying palm shadow. Lin Xian swung his fists and continuously bombarded the red tiger's body. Finally, he smashed it into the ground. All the bones in the red tiger's body were broken. Its entire body sank into the deep pit. All the bones in the red tiger's body were broken, and he fell into a deep pit. However, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. As expected of the demon clan, he was indeed strong. If a human venerable had been attacked like that, he would have died. However, the red tiger was only seriously injured and his life was not in danger. Lin Xian did not attack again. He could not really kill the red tiger. After all, this was Crimson Crescent City's territory. Kid, what should we do? The Crimson Dragon asked. Bury him underground and seal him. Seal him tightly. Don't let him out for a while, Lin Xian said. Bury him alive. Gaga. I like it. The Crimson Dragon was excited. He kept rubbing his hands and quickly sealed the red tiger under the ground. After sealing the red tiger, Lin Xian turned to look at the illusion formation in front of him again. Okay, it's about time. Let her out. I think she won't dare to be domineering and bully people anymore, Lin Xian said. It's over so soon. I want to play a little longer. The Crimson Dragon curled his lips and unwillingly removed the illusion formation. Then, Morong Qian was released. Her steps were trembling, her hair was messy, and her face was abnormally pale. Every few steps she took, her body would tremble, and her eyes were full of fear. At the same time, she kept shouting, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I won't dare to do it again." It seemed that Morong Qian was still in the shadow of the illusion formation and had not woken up. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a blue frost flew out. Frost and cold air gushed out and covered Morong Qian. The terrifying power of ice was bone-piercing and immediately woke her up. Ah! Morong Qian screamed and returned to normal. However, her body still trembled slightly when she thought of what had just happened. Seeing Lin Xian in front of her, she lowered her head deeply. Don't be so arrogant in the future. Otherwise, you'll end up worse than today. Lin Xian said calmly. Morong Qian didn't say anything and lowered her head even more. However, after today's experience, she wouldn't dare to bully others casually in the future. Alright, remove the formation. It's time for us to leave. Brat, you're letting her go just like that? Aren't you afraid that she'll seek revenge? That Morong Qingshu is nearby. If this little girl were to reveal what happened just now, I'm afraid the Morong family would immediately take action. Don't worry. With her personality, she definitely won't tell anyone about what happened just now. Otherwise, she won't be the only one losing face. So, for the sake of Crimson Crescent City and the Morong family's reputation, she will not tell anyone. Lin Xian said calmly. Clearly, he had thought about all these things beforehand. After that, the Crimson Dragon removed the sealing formation. Let's go. While you're at it, introduce this tiger garden to me. Lin Xian turned to Morong Qian and said. Morong Qian's face turned pale. She was extremely unwilling. She didn't want to stay here any longer. However, she didn't dare to disobey Lin Xian's words. She had no choice but to agree. Morong Qian led the way in front. After that, she brought Lin Xian and Morong Qian to walk around the tiger garden. During this time, the Crimson Dragon kept nodding. He didn't expect this little girl to be so timid. She was originally arrogant and domineering like a femme fatale. Now, she seemed to be quite obedient like a little wife. Brat, your methods are not bad. If you don't like someone in the future, you don't even need to do anything. Just tie them up and throw them into the illusion formation. Let them suffer for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm sure they'll be extremely obedient when they come out. The two of them joked while Morong Qian's face darkened. She resisted the urge to break down and quickened her pace. Soon, they met other people. Because the Tiger Garden was very famous, many martial artists were nearby to admire it. Hey, isn't that Morong Qian? Why is she with Lin Xian? Didn't the two of them have a conflict earlier? Yeah. Many people saw the figures of Lin Xian and Morong Qian and were instantly puzzled. This was too suspicious. Not long ago, Lin Xian and Morong Qian had a verbal argument. Especially Morong Qian, she mocked and ridiculed Lin Xian. She even clamored for Lin Xian to give away the Lone Star Sword as a gift. It could be said that the conflict between the two of them was definitely not small. However, the two of them were walking together and admiring the Tiger Garden together. It seemed that Morong Qian was even the guide. What the hell is going on? How are the two of them so close? Everyone was confused and kept guessing in their hearts. Could it be that the two of them have an affair and the conflict earlier was just a cover? I think so. Look at that Morong Qian, she's so obedient like a little wife. They're obviously a couple. Yeah, I didn't see them just now. Could the two of them have done that? Many people looked at each other and smiled, their eyes revealing vulgar expressions. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Morong Qian's face turned red and she buried her head deep in her chest. The Crimson Dragon, on the other hand, could not stop laughing maniacally. This group of people was too cute and their imaginations were too rich. However, if they knew the truth, their jaws would probably drop in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Xianxia have anything to do with that guy? That's right. That brat is too despicable. He dares to behave atrociously in our Crimson Crescent City. How could Xianxia let him off? A group of Crimson Crescent City disciples were unconvinced and clamored. However, when they saw the abnormally shy Morong Qian beside Lin Xian, their eyes widened and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Dream, I must be dreaming. Is that really Xianxia? Why do I feel like she's a different person? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. This brat must have used some trick. Many disciples were unconvinced and rushed forward. Brat, tell us, what did you do to Xianxia? Lin Xian was speechless. The Crimson Dragon jumped out and scolded the group of Crimson Crescent City disciples. You bunch of bastards, what dirty thoughts are in your heads? What could the two of them have done in broad daylight? Besides, even if there was something, it's between the two of them. What does it have to do with you? The Crimson Dragon's words became more and more ambiguous. Many people's expressions changed when they heard this. The Morong Qian's face was filled with black lines. She was about to explode in anger. However, with the previous example, she did not dare to behave atrociously in front of Lin Xian. Otherwise, if she was secretly caught and thrown into an illusion array, she might as well die. Taking a deep breath, the Morong Qian tried her best to calm down. She then looked up and squeezed out an ugly smile. You're thinking too much. There's nothing between me and Lin Gongzi. We had some misunderstandings before, but we've cleared them up now. After all, Lin Gongzi is our guest. Is there a problem with me bringing him around the Tiger Park? At the end, the Morong Qian became arrogant again. No, no. Many people quickly shook their heads. The Morong Qian was famous for her arrogance. They did not dare to provoke her. Let's disperse. I'll show Lin Gongzi around for a bit. We'll be back soon. Morong Qian said coldly, then turned to Lin Xian and whispered, Lin Gongzi, this way please. The crowd felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. Morong Qian's attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different from her attitude towards other people. They would not believe that there was nothing fishy going on even if they were beaten to death. However, Morong Qian was a member of Crimson Crescent City. They didn't dare to spread rumors in Crimson Crescent City. The disciples of Crimson Crescent City shook their heads. They knew Morong Qian's notoriety, so they didn't dare to say anything. Hence, everyone dispersed and could only suppress their curiosity. Lin Xian walked around a few more mountains. This time, he and Morong Qian weren't the only ones. There were many other warriors nearby. Suddenly, the snow-white little fox gently tugged at Lin Xian's hair, and began to make some noises. You said someone is following us? Lin Xian frowned when he saw little white monkey's gestures. Can you find him? Lin Xian asked. Unsure, little white monkey turned its head and scanned the surroundings with its big black eyes. However, in the next moment, it scratched its head with its little white paws and looked confused. Unsure. Little white monkey began to gesture again. This time, Lin Xian was dazzled. Sigh, let's have Ben Huang translate for you. The Crimson Dragon couldn't stand it anymore. Little white monkey means that the person has disappeared. It can't find him. Disappeared? Can't find him? Lin Xian's frown deepened. Unsure. Little white monkey nodded and began to gesture again. The Crimson Dragon continued to explain. He said that the person often hides in the crowd and appears with different faces. Every time, he's around 300 feet away. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression became extremely ugly. Because even with his outstanding soul power, he actually couldn't detect the other party's abnormality. He didn't even feel any danger. This was a very bad sign for him. One must know that his soul power was extremely powerful. It was even comparable to a cultivator of the 5th or 6th layer of the exalted realm. Even so, he was still unable to sense his opponent. One could imagine how terrifying his opponent was. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. That person shouldn't be as strong as you think. Otherwise, he could have just used his strength to crush you. I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to take you down. However, his concealment skills are quite good. Even I didn't notice him for a while. Luckily, the little guy was able to discover the abnormality. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. 0. Can you detect any abnormalities? Lin Xian had no choice but to ask the 10,000 beast ding in his body. There is indeed someone following you. It's a very ordinary man, so ordinary that you wouldn't notice him if you saw him. That person should be a very professional killer. Fortunately, the little monkey beside you is very intelligent. It was actually able to detect the abnormality. Zero's voice was cold. Can you help me point out who it is? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The current situation was very unfavorable for him because he didn't know where the danger was hiding. Not for now because I've just woken up. I'm not as strong as you think. However, when that person comes within 30 meters of you, I can help you call the police. 30 meters is enough. Although 30 meters was just a blink of an eye for people at their level, it was better than no warning at all. With Zero's warning, Lin Xian was relieved, but his face was still gloomy. Boy, from the looks of it, he seems to be an assassin. Could he be related to those people who tried to assassinate you before? The Crimson Dragon said. It's possible. Lin Xian frowned. Indeed, not long ago, he was besieged by 2 assassins. Moreover, the 2 assassins' concealment skills were extremely powerful. Even he was almost hit at that time. Now, there was an even more powerful assassin following them. He couldn't help but link the 2 together. Who was it that was trying so hard to kill him? Moreover, what made him even more shocked was that this assassin had followed him to Crimson Lunar City. If he was assassinated here, it would definitely be a shocking matter. This time, he was representing Senma College. If he died in the Morong family, it would probably cause a huge commotion in Senma College. Humph. You'd better not let me catch you. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said to the Morong Qian in front of him. Okay. Morong Qian also heaved a sigh of relief. Following Lin Xian really put too much pressure on her. Let's go to the Crimson Lunar Palace. The birthday banquet should be starting soon. Morong Qian thought for a moment and said. Okay, you lead the way. Lin Xian nodded. There must be a large number of warriors and elders in the Crimson Lunar Palace. Presumably, the assassin would not dare to make a move in such a place. It had to be said that the Morong family's elder was very powerful. Countless powerful experts had come to participate in this birthday banquet. Lin Xian saw many 5th and 6th Heaven Venerables experts. These people's auras were too strong. The blood and qi in their bodies were like furnaces of heaven and earth, exuding a powerful vitality. Every move they made carried a terrifying aura. Obviously, these people should be elders of some powerful forces. Some of them were even greeted respectfully by Xin Yulong and Lu Yio. One could imagine how terrifying these experts were. These experts were all invited to the main hall and sat at the top. Xin Yulong, Lu Yio, and the other young people could only sit in the distance. The entire main hall was magnificent and lively. When everyone saw Lin Xian and Morong Qian leading the way, they were stunned for a moment. This was because Morong Qian was wearing the uniform of an elite disciple of the Crimson Lunar City. She was not an ordinary disciple. It was impossible for such a person to be a guide. But now, Morong Qian was leading the way for a young man. Her attitude was very respectful. This made many people puzzled. Lu Yio, Xin Yulong, and the others were also surprised when they saw the scene. Morong Qingshu's face darkened. He had heard this matter from his subordinates before. He thought it was a rumor, but now it made him look very ugly. Seeing so many gazes, Morong Qian finally could not hold it in any longer. She no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian. Instead, she quickly walked forward and stood next to Morong Qingshu. "Hey, you're here." At this moment, a gentle voice was heard. Then, a beautiful figure walked over from afar. Soon, she came to Lin Xian's side. Seeing this figure, everyone was stunned. They could not take their eyes off her. Even their breaths were a little hurried. This beautiful figure was naturally Morong Qingqing. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Her beauty was unparalleled. "You weren't here just now, so I went to the Tiger Garden," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "You must be tired. Go rest over there." Morong Qingqing pulled Lin Xian to the seat next to her like an obedient wife. This scene broke the hearts of many young talents and caused them to scream in agony. For a moment, everyone's gazes towards Lin Xian were filled with intense hostility. Xin Yulong, Lu Yio, and the others looked even colder. There was even a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. Even outstanding prodigies like them could not win the favor of Morong Qingqing. How could an ordinary disciple of Senma College win the favor of their goddess? They were extremely unconvinced. The people from Crimson Lunar City were also looking at him strangely. Especially Morong Qingshu, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Although he knew that Lin Xian was brought here by Morong Qingqing, he did not expect the two to be so close. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing sat peacefully together and chatted in a low voice. Then, everyone took out the gifts they had prepared and presented them to Lin Xian. At this time, many people looked at Lin Xian with provocative gazes. They wanted to see what kind of gift Lin Xian had. Because Lin Xian and Morong Qian had a conflict because of the gifts in their hands, they were very curious to see what Lin Xian had to offer. Among them, the Wu family, especially the Ryu family, the Shen family, and the disciples of Crimson Lunar City, all looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. They wanted to see what good things this arrogant and fearless youth could take out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out a black box. It was a very ordinary box. It was very ordinary and simple. It was so ordinary that it was a little unusual. There were no exquisite carvings or dazzling lights. It was just the most ordinary wooden box. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to take out something like this. F***ck, what is that? Isn't it just an ordinary box? Look at his calm face. Could there be some treasure in the box? What kind of joke is this? Would you put a treasure in this kind of box? Someone sneered disdainfully. And the son of the Ryu family is even more mocking. Kid, no matter how poor you are, you shouldn't be taking this kind of thing. Are you here to cause trouble? Seeing Morong Qingqing sitting next to Lin Xian, everyone was envious, jealous, and hateful. Therefore, they seized this opportunity and spared no effort to mock Lin Xian. Who do you think you are? You're just a little student from Senma College. You must have used some despicable means to gain the favor of the goddess. Now, I'll expose your true ugly face. This was the thought in the hearts of all the young martial artists. At this time, the disciple of the Shen family also said, "Look at Brother Lin's calm expression. There must be something good in the wooden box. No, let's open it and take a look." "It's nothing. It's just an elixir that I refined myself," Lin Xian said lightly. "What? An elixir that you refined yourself?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to refine elixirs. However, soon, everyone showed a look of contempt and disdain. In their opinion, Lin Xian was so young. Even if he could refine elixirs, so what? His level was definitely not high. At most, he was a 5th-grade alchemist. What kind of elixir could a 5th-grade alchemist refine? At most, it would be a 5th-grade elixir. At best, it would be a 5th-grade elixir. How could he have the nerve to take out such an elixir as a birthday gift? What a joke. Thinking of this, many martial artists sneered. They felt that Lin Xian was being too childish. He actually took out an elixir that he refined himself as a birthday gift. I knew this kid didn't have anything good. I thought he would just take out some ordinary gifts, but I didn't expect his gift to be so strange. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Humph, how hateful. He obviously has a half-Earth-grade artifact. He actually gave this kind of trash elixir. Does he think my Crimson Crescent City is easy to fool? The Crimson Crescent City's disciples were furious. They looked at the crowd with unkind expressions. Lin Xian was speechless. He rubbed his nose. Why were these people ridiculing him? Did he say something wrong? Was this really something that he refined himself? Ha 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 ha, Brother Lin, your gift is really strange. At this time, a feminine-looking young man beside Shen Yulong stood up. Although I didn't expect Brother Lin to be an alchemist, this gift is really surprising. As a 6th-grade alchemist, even I don't dare to give out elixirs that I refined myself. Brother Lin's courage is really admirable. This voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Oh, you're a 6th-grade alchemist? This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect this young man to be an alchemist, and a 6th-grade alchemist at that. To be able to become a 6th-grade alchemist at such a young age, his talent was definitely powerful. As expected of the House of Kings, it actually produced such a genius alchemist. However, the young man's words made him very unhappy. Lin Xian also understood why everyone laughed at him when he took out the wooden box. In these people's eyes, the wooden box definitely didn't contain any good elixirs. That was why they had such an expression. However, Lin Xian had a cold smile on his face. They really were a group of frogs at the bottom of a well, ignorant people. Just because he couldn't refine high-grade elixirs didn't mean that others couldn't refine them. They really were a group of pitiful people. Lin Xian stared at the feminine-looking young man and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be a 6th-grade alchemist. I've been disrespectful. A 6th-grade alchemist status isn't low. Brother, your talent is really good. It's really enviable." Hearing this, the feminine-looking young man smiled proudly and raised his chin arrogantly. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian to say such a thing. The Crimson Crescent City's disciples all had gloomy expressions. From the looks of it, Lin Xian's alchemy skills definitely didn't exceed that of a 6th-grade alchemist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. A mere alchemist actually dared to take out his own trash elixirs as a birthday gift. This was completely looking down on them. Damn it, this guy is too despicable. He actually dares to look down on our Crimson Crescent City. This guy is purely here to cause trouble. I suggest that we throw him out. Humph, even if he has Miss Seductress's support, he can't be so arrogant. Does he really think that there's no one in our Crimson Crescent City? The group of Crimson Crescent City's disciples were all very angry. Morong Qingqing also looked over curiously. Although she knew that Lin Xian's alchemy skills weren't weak, she was still a little worried at this moment. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Lin Xian gave her a comforting look, then a playful smile appeared on his face. Seeing this smile, Morong Qingqing was relieved. Because she knew that whenever Lin Xian had this kind of smile, it meant that he was very confident in this matter. Moreover, someone was going to be unlucky. Opposite him, the gloomy young man raised his chin and said to Lin Xian, "You don't have to envy me. Some talents are innate, so there's no point in being envious. However, if you're sincere, I can give you some pointers on alchemy. It's a great honor for you to be guided by me. It'll save you a few years of detours," the gloomy young man said in the tone of an elder. Pfft! Hearing this, the crimson dragon almost spat out the wine in his mouth. He looked at the gloomy young man with a strange expression. Guide Lin Xian's alchemy skills were better than some of the old monsters, and he even had the inheritance of the Niwa of Gojoseon. Why would he need others to teach him? However, the crimson dragon held back his laughter, but he was laughing wildly in his heart. This kid is too arrogant and overestimating himself. He actually dares to teach Lin Xian alchemy? If he knew that this wooden box contained a 7th grade pill, I wonder what his expression would be like. The crimson dragon was looking forward to it. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Brother, you're really generous. I didn't expect the Shin family to have such a generous and selfless pill. How rare." Lin Xian's words made the gloomy young man even more proud. He said arrogantly, "Since you're so sincere, I can give you some pointers. Open your wooden box and let me see how good your pill is. I'll also know where your flaws are." "Forget about that." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "This thing is a gift for Senior Morong. It's not a good idea to open it now." Pfft! Hearing this, many people spat out the wine in their mouths and looked at Lin Xian strangely. What was this guy thinking? He still dared to give away his pill as a gift. Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death by the people of Crimson Lunar City? The disciples of the Crimson Crescent City clenched their fists and glared at Lin Xian furiously. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat this detestable brat up. The gloomy young man from the Shin family was also stunned. He didn't think that Lin Xian would dare to say such a thing. Was there really something wrong with his head? Thinking of this, the smile on his lips became even more disdainful. "Brother Lin, I advise you to open it now and let me give you some pointers so that you can understand your true level. Otherwise, if this pill is given out, I'm afraid it will only become a joke." "That's right. Open it and let me see what kind of top-grade pill you've refined," the surrounding cultivators also said while suppressing their laughter. "Forget it, I gave this to Senior Morong, it's really not suitable to open it here." Lin Xian shook his head. Since it's a gift, I'll know about it last night. Why don't I open it now and take a look?" "That's right. It's not like you'll lose anything just by looking at it. Let us take a look at your supreme grade pill." The surrounding cultivators laughed and said. The more Lin Xian refused to open the box, the more they wanted to know what kind of pill was inside. In the end, the disciples of Crimson Crescent City couldn't stand it anymore. They shouted coldly, "As people of Crimson Crescent City, it's not too much for us to take a look. What if there's something dangerous inside? How are we going to present it to the old master?" In the end, Morong Qingshu also said in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, open it." Seeing so many people trying to persuade him, Lin Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. "I really don't want to open it, but since you've all said so, there's no other way. Alright, I'll open it and let you take a look. Quick, open it quickly. Don't waste time, open it quickly," the surrounding cultivators urged. In their opinion, the thing inside Lin Xian's box was definitely not something good. The Crimson Dragon, on the other hand, was suppressing his smile and laughing silently. This kid was too evil. There was clearly a 7th grade pill inside, but he pretended to be embarrassed to open it, deceiving everyone around him. The Crimson Dragon looked at the expressions of the surrounding cultivators and was amused. He wanted to see what kind of expression these people would have when the wooden box was opened. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian slowly opened the wooden box. Damn, what's going on? There's nothing inside? Everyone stretched their necks to take a look, but they found that the wooden box was flat and there was no pill inside. Everyone was puzzled, and just as they were about to speak, Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, there's still another box." Pretentious, he must be pretentious. A lousy 5th grade pill, and he even used 2 boxes to store it. He was too pretentious. Let's see how we'll laugh at you when the pill comes out later. Everyone gritted their teeth in anger. The 6th grade alchemist also had a disdainful look on his face. Humph, he's just playing to the gallery. This was his evaluation of Lin Xian. However, he soon frowned because there was a faint pill fragrance coming from the wooden box. The pill fragrance was very faint because Lin Xian had not opened the second wooden box, so no one could smell it. However, as a sixth-grade alchemist, his strength was not to be underestimated, so he could clearly sense the pill fragrance. This pill fragrance is very strange. The gloomy young man frowned. This fragrance was not something a fifth-grade pill could emit. Could it be a sixth-grade pill? Thinking of this, he was shocked. Impossible, could it be that he's also a sixth-grade alchemist? The gloomy young man was puzzled. One had to know that he was a sixth-grade alchemist, so he naturally knew how terrifying a sixth-grade alchemist was. Generally, sixth-grade alchemists were old monsters who were a few hundred years old. There were very few young people who could reach the level of a sixth-grade alchemist. For someone like him to reach the level of a sixth-grade alchemist at such a young age, he was considered a heaven-defying genius. One had to know that his status in the Shen family was not lower than Shen Yulong, a core disciple. In fact, his status was even higher. However, he realized that Lin Xian might also be a sixth-grade alchemist, which made him unable to believe it. Becoming a sixth-grade alchemist did not only require talent, but also the guidance of a master and a large amount of resources. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the level of a sixth-grade alchemist with just talent. He had received guidance from a master alchemist since he was young, and his family had provided him with countless medicinal herbs to refine pills. With so many resources, he was able to become a sixth-grade alchemist at such a young age. However, Lin Xian, a young Senma college student, was also a sixth-grade alchemist. He could not accept this. Impossible, he definitely can't be a sixth-grade alchemist. Humph, it should only be a strange pill fragrance. Maybe it's a special fifth-grade pill. The gloomy young man comforted himself because he did not believe that Lin Xian had such powerful strength and talent. Humph, we'll know soon whether or not he's pretending. His eyes were cold as he looked forward, staring at Lin Xian's actions. The surrounding people also held their breaths and stared at the wooden box in Lin Xian's hand. This time, Lin Xian was going to completely open the second wooden box. Looking at the surrounding people's gazes, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. This time, he did not delay and quickly opened the second wooden box. Suddenly, an extremely strange pill fragrance wafted out and spread in all directions. An extremely unique pill fragrance wafted out and instantly spread in all directions. This smell is so fragrant. Everyone was shocked when they smelled the pill fragrance. What kind of pill is this? How can it have such a fragrance? It can't be. Isn't it a fifth-grade pill? How can it smell so good? Yeah, this fragrance is too magical. Just by smelling it, the spiritual power in my body is surging. Everyone exclaimed because the fragrance was too unique. It was far beyond their expectations. Could it be that it's not a fifth-grade pill? Everyone looked at each other. They were puzzled because they knew that it was a fifth-grade pill. It was impossible for it to emit such a fragrance. It can't be. Could it be a sixth-grade pill? Many people's hearts beat wildly when they thought of this. Instantly, everyone turned their heads and looked at the cold-looking young man from the Shen family. That young man was a sixth-grade alchemist, so he should know the grade of the pill. The Crimson Crescent City's disciples were also shocked, especially Murong Qingshu. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Brother Shen, you are a sixth-grade alchemy inscription master. I would like you to appraise the grade of this pill." To be honest, he was also very confused. However, he did not believe that Lin Xian could refine a sixth-grade pill. Meanwhile, the cold-looking young man's eyelids twitched violently, and his face was full of shock. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed to the front and trembled non-stop. A seventh-grade pill. How is that possible? Finally, he could not help but scream out loud. What? A seventh-grade pill? Everyone was stunned when they heard the cold-looking young man's voice. Is that for real? That pill is a seventh-grade pill. Could there be a mistake? That's impossible. He's a sixth-grade alchemist from the Shen family. How could there be a mistake? I'm not dreaming, am I? Lin Xian actually managed to concoct a 7th-grade medicinal pill. Could he be a 7th-grade alchemist? For a moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. Meanwhile, the Ryu family and the Shin family were dead silent. The disciples of the two families had ugly expressions as they looked to the front in disbelief. The Crimson Crescent City's disciples were even more shocked. Their minds went blank. They never thought that Lin Xian would actually give away a 7th-grade pill. After all, 7 bottles of pills were extremely precious. Even 5th or 6th heavenly layer exalted realm experts would be moved by them. Moreover, that was just an ordinary 7th-grade pill. If the pill in Lin Xian's hand had any special effects, it would definitely make countless powerhouses jealous. This gift was indeed precious. The Crimson Dragon, on the other hand, was laughing hysterically. Tears were flowing out of his eyes. This was because the expressions of the people around him were simply too interesting. These people wanted to watch a show and mock and despise Lin Xian, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would directly take out a level 7 medicinal pill and knock them out. Now, these people were all shocked, and their eyes were filled with terror and fear. It was a stark contrast to the disdainful and mocking expression from before. On the other hand, Lin Xian said with a smile, "Hey, you, the genius alchemist from the Shin family, can you give me some pointers and see if there are any flaws in my pill? It'll save me a few years of detours." Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. They were speechless. Sarcasm, this was blatant sarcasm. You've already refined a 7th-grade pill and your strength is heaven-defying. However, the other party is only a 6th-grade alchemist. Now, you're asking him to give you pointers. Isn't this a pure slap in the face? When everyone saw Lin Xian smile, they all understood. This guy must be doing it on purpose. First, he pretended to be weak and waited for the Shin family to jump out and clamor. Finally, he took out a powerful pill and ruthlessly slapped the Shin family's face. This was a conspiracy. For a moment, everyone looked at the area where the Shin family's disciples were, and their faces were filled with sympathy. When they heard Lin Xian's words, the Shin family's disciples' faces turned red and they were so angry that their bodies trembled. This slap in the face was so resounding that it directly knocked them out. Even Shin Yulong's face darkened. He could not wait to leave in a huff. The gloomy young man's face was even uglier. He even looked a little ferocious. Previously, he was still acting high and mighty and wanted to give Lin Xian pointers. Now, Lin Xian took out a 7th-grade pill and directly knocked him out. Thinking about what he said before, the gloomy young man was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He could not wait to find a hole to hide in. Someone who could refine a 7th-grade pill needed his pointers? What a joke! Although there was only a 1-grade difference between the two, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. This huge contrast was unbearable for him. Seeing that the Shin family was dead silent and no one was talking, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He picked up the wine glass on the table and slowly tasted it. Next to him, Morong Qingqing was also puzzled. "Since when can you refine 7th-grade pills?" "I just broke through recently." "How is it?" "Surprised?" Lin Xian laughed. "It is indeed a surprise. Originally, I had some spiritual herbs and did not know what to do with them. Now, you can refine them into 7th-grade pills for me." Morong Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. "From now on, you will be my professional alchemist." Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. "No problem. How can I not agree to your request?" Seeing the two of them talking and laughing, the crowd was envious. Then, they looked at the Shin family again and kept sighing and shaking their heads. Even the disciples of the Ryu family and Crimson Lunar City were gloating. At this time, the gloomy young man from the Shin family suddenly shouted. "Impossible, this is impossible. I don't believe it. I want to test the pills." He had a crazed look on his face as he quickly walked towards Lin Xian. His large hands were as fast as lightning as they reached for the wooden box on the table. "Humph." Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand to put away the few bottles of pills. "Kid, I want to test the pills. Why are you stopping me? Are you guilty?" The gloomy young man shouted. He had to find out whether the pills were 7th-grade pills or not. Otherwise, it would become his inner demon. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think I will test the pills just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? This is not the Shen family. What if you use the excuse of testing the pills and secretly eat them? Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Hearing this, the crowd vomited blood. No matter what, he was still the genius alchemist of the Shen family. How could he embezzle the pills in public? Obviously, Lin Xian was looking down on him. The gloomy young man's face darkened. He was so angry that his body trembled. Kid, don't you dare slander me. I would never do such a thing. However, I must test the pills. He was going crazy. If he couldn't find out the truth of the pills, he would be traumatized when he refined pills in the future. If that was the case, his alchemy path would be ruined. Lin Xian didn't care if the other party was traumatized or not. He was unhappy that the other party had mercilessly suppressed him. Why would he care about these people now? Both parties were in a stalemate and were about to fight. At this time, a few elders from Crimson Lunar City rushed over. They had received news from their disciples and hurried over to stop the fight. After all, this was Crimson Lunar City's birthday banquet. If a fight broke out, they would be the ones to lose face. Both of you, calm down. Why don't you let me test the pills? The two of you, please calm down. Why don't I appraise it? At this moment, a white-haired old man walked out. Seeing this old man, the disciples of Crimson Crescent City bowed. This old man was an alchemy master of Crimson Crescent City and was also a grade 6 alchemy master. When he heard that someone had taken out a grade 7 pill, he hurried over to take a look. Originally, Master Yan was doubtful and did not believe it. However, when he arrived at the scene and smelled the pill fragrance in the air, he became excited. With his strength and many years of experience, he was sure that this pill fragrance was not something that a grade 6 pill could emit. In that moment, he looked at Lin Xian with excitement. Although he had his doubts about whether Lin Xian could refine a grade 7 elixir pill, he was certain that it was a grade 7 elixir pill. My friend, I am a grade 6 alchemy master of Crimson Crescent City. Can I take a look at the pill in your hand? Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and handed over the wooden box in his hand. Master Yan took a deep breath and quickly took the wooden box and opened it. Then, his face was filled with shock as he stood rooted to the ground. There was no need to examine it. Just by looking at the pill markings and pill fragrance, he was sure that it was a grade 7 pill. Old Yan, how is it? Nearby, the other elders of Crimson Crescent City quickly asked. Grade 7 pill. It's definitely a grade 7 pill. Hearing this, the elders looked at each other in shock. The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as their faces were filled with shock. Previously, they were still doubtful. However, now that Master Yan of Crimson Crescent City had spoken, they were sure that it was a grade 7 pill. Lin Xian had actually refined a grade 7 pill. This news was like a bolt of lightning that shocked them. Although they were not sure if this pill was personally refined by Lin Xian, they were sure of one thing. If this was true, Lin Xian would be a grade 7 alchemy master. His status would reach a terrifying height. Thinking of this, the crowd's gaze towards Lin Xian changed. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary person. They didn't expect that the other party was actually an alchemist. Moreover, his level was frighteningly high. I finally understand why he is able to walk together with Fairy Murong. That's right, a 7th tier alchemist. Just thinking about it is terrifying. No wonder he could obtain the favor of Fairy Murong. Everyone sighed inwardly with deep envy. On the other hand, the gloomy young man from the Shen family had a crazy look on his face. Impossible, this can't be real. I must be dreaming. His expression was ferocious as he descended into madness. He did not expect that the pill in Lin Xian's hand was really a 7th grade pill. This was unacceptable to him. As a genius alchemist, he had never placed anyone in his eyes. But now, there was actually someone who was even more talented than him and had become a 7th grade inscription master. This caused the self-confidence he had built up all this time to collapse in an instant. Little friend Lin, may I know the name of this 7th grade medicinal pill and what is its use? They were still unsure whether this 7th grade medicinal pill was personally refined by Lin Xian. Therefore, they could only address him as little friend. Master Yan was also nervous. If Lin Xian was really a 7th-grade alchemist, then he could no longer address him as little friend. Instead, he would have to address him as master. This was the rule of this world. There was no seniority based on age. Everything was based on strength. If your strength was heaven-defying, even if you were only 1 year old, everyone would address you as a senior. If your aptitude was mediocre and did not have any abilities, even if you lived for a few hundred years, no one would place you in their eyes. Lin Xian did not care about these details. He slowly said, "This medicinal pill is called the purple spiritual pill. It is not a normal medicinal pill that can increase one's cultivation. Instead, it is a somewhat special medicinal pill." "Oh, somewhat special? How so?" Master Yan asked. Everyone pricked up their ears. "This medicinal pill can allow a person to enter a very special state. I call it the ethereal state. In this state, a cultivator's perception of their martial spirit and realm will be extremely sharp. In other words, a cultivator can use this ethereal state to perfect their martial spirit." "What? Perfect their martial spirit?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Exalt realm cultivators mainly cultivated their martial souls, and martial souls were very mysterious. They could only improve and perfect their martial souls when they advanced in the Exalt realm. Yet now, a single medicinal pill could allow a cultivator to perfect their martial souls. So, it was truly too precious. How long can this ethereal state last? Master Yan's voice was trembling at this moment. He really did not expect that the purple medicinal pill in front of him would have such a miraculous effect. Not much. Only an incense stick's worth of time. Lin Xian said indifferently. What? An incense stick's worth of time? Hearing this, everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. An incense stick's worth of time was not considered much. Then how much time was considered much? Everyone's mouth twitched. One had to know that this was the ethereal state. It was something that could perfect one's martial spirit. Not to mention an incense stick's worth of time, even 1 second was considered quite a lot. Master Yan and the other elders were also shocked. They never imagined that this young man in front of them would take out such a precious item. Soon, the news spread everywhere, and even the important figures in the hall were alarmed. One had to know that although these big shots were strong, their martial spirits also had flaws. It was just that it was not easy to detect. But now, there was a medicinal pill that could allow them to discover the flaws in their martial spirits and perfect their martial spirits. This was definitely a fatal temptation to them. Because when one's martial spirit was perfected, one's cultivation strength would increase. The two of them influenced each other. Even Ancestor Qiyu was not spared. In the end, he walked out of the hall with the other big shots. "Greetings, Ancestor." Seeing Ancestor Qiyu walk out personally, the disciples of Qiyu City hurriedly knelt down. The surrounding cultivators also bowed down one after another. Ancestor Qiyu and the rest did not care about these details. They quickly walked to Lin Xian's side. Among these people, an old man in a dark green robe walked out. He had a strong and obscure aura around him. He quickly took the purple spiritual pill and carefully inspected it. "Master Mo, what do you think?" At this moment, Elder Yan asked softly. Master Mo, hearing this name, everyone was shocked. One had to know that Elder Yan was already a grade 6 pill inscription master. To be called a master by him, one could imagine how noble his status was. They guessed that this old man in a dark green robe was most likely a grade 7 pill inscription master. Thinking of this, everyone's expression was shocked. They looked at the dark green figure with deep respect. A grade 7 pill inscription master was definitely terrifying. He was an existence that all the big forces respected. Master Mo carefully inspected it for a moment. He then said in a deep voice, "That's right. It does have such an effect." Hearing this, the big shots behind him took a deep breath. Their eyes were burning with passion. Even though they had lived for countless years, they still couldn't help but feel excited when they heard this. Master Mo, who was dressed in dark green robes, looked at Lin Xian with shock in his heart. The youth in front of him was truly too young. Yet, the latter's soul strength was abnormally strong, not much weaker than his own. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying soul power at such a young age. "Little friend Lin, do you still have this pill?" Master Mo asked hopefully. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and said, "This pill was refined by chance. I only have one in my possession." Hearing this, Master Mo sighed and handed the purple spirit pill to Ancestor Chiyu. "Old friend, you're so lucky." Master Mo sighed, and the other big shots looked at Ancestor Chiyu with envy. Ancestor Chiyu took the pill and smiled with satisfaction. "Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Thank you for the pill." "Senior, you're too polite," Lin Xian said. "Little friend Lin, why don't you come in and talk? I have some alchemy matters to discuss with you," Master Mo said with a smile. The other big shots also threw out olive branches, and some even invited Lin Xian to be their guest alchemy elder. Seeing this scene, the surrounding warriors were envious. These were all true big shots. They were all 5th or 6th heavenly layer venerables. Being on good terms with them would definitely benefit them in the future. Lin Xian also smiled and replied, "All right, I'm representing Senma College this time, and I have something to discuss with you seniors." "Oh? Representing Senma College?" Ancestor Chiyu and the other big shots were stunned. They originally thought that Lin Xian was just an alchemy master, but they didn't expect him to represent Senma College at the birthday banquet. If it was true, then his identity was very different. Senma College was a very powerful force, and it was not inferior to the House of Kings. The representative sent by the Immortal Martial Academy. Putting aside his cultivation base, just his status alone was sufficient to allow him to sit on equal footing with these major characters. One had to know that this identity was different from Xin Yulong, who was a core disciple of the House of Kings. Xin Yulong was only here as an individual. Therefore, although his identity was extraordinary, it was not enough to shock Ancestor Chiyu and the others. This was because he could not represent the Xin family. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was different. As the representative of Senma College, his words could very well represent the intentions of Senma College. Ancestor Chiyu and the others could not ignore this. Thinking of this, Ancestor Chiyu's expression turned serious as he said in a clear voice, "Lin Gongzi, please." Lin Xian entered the main hall at the invitation of all the important figures. Of course, Morong Qingqing was also with them. Her status was even nobler than Ancestor Chiyu's, so no one cared where she wanted to go. As for the remaining group of ancient martial art practitioners, they were completely stunned. Their minds were blank, and they could not believe it. Am I dreaming? Wasn't he brought here by Morong Qingqing? How did he become the representative of Senma College? Who is this kid? Why do I feel that he is so mysterious? Everyone was talking about it, and they were very shocked. The disciples of Crimson Crescent City looked solemn and worried. One had to know that they had not treated Lin Xian well previously. If Lin Xian were to say something to Old Master Red Crescent City, they would be in deep trouble. Xin Yulong, Lu Yio, and the others also looked gloomy. Every identity of Lin Xian made them extremely jealous. They were of noble status and extraordinary talents, and they were usually surrounded by stars wherever they went. But now, they had been surpassed by someone else, and the other party was their enemy. This made them very unhappy, and there was even a trace of murderous intent in their hearts. Outside, the ancient martial art practitioners were discussing animatedly. Inside the main hall, the big shots were also shocked. This was because just a moment ago, Lin Xian had told them about the Immortal Martial Auction, and he had officially invited them to participate in the first Immortal Martial Auction. Ancestor Chiyu and the others were very surprised. They did not expect this young man to be so bold as to establish a new Immortal Martial Auction in the territory of the Vientiane Auction. One had to know that the Vientiane Auction was a subordinate force of Prince Ling Feng. By doing this, he was completely going against Prince Ling Feng. However, what made them even more surprised was that Lin Xian had received the support of Senma College. This caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. Because the Immortal Martial Academy had always been neutral. Although they had their own businesses, they didn't have any conflicts with the other thrones. This time, they seemed to have violated this principle and directly stood on the opposite side of Prince Ling Feng. Prince Ling Feng did not only have his own force, but he also had the Palace of Ares behind him, that was one of the top forces on the mainland, and it was not at all weaker than Senma College. Were these two great powers going to fight for supremacy? Everyone's hearts sank. It seemed that the Blood Realm was not going to be peaceful. However, these people did not reject the invitation to this auction. After all, they had to give face to Senma College. Moreover, even if Prince Ling Feng was angry, he could not find fault with them. Therefore, Ancestor Qiyu and the others quickly agreed with a smile. After that, they talked about other things. Master Mo and Lin Xian discussed the purple spirit pill. Of course, Lin Xian did not mention anything other than the prescription. He also discussed everything else with Master Mo. After all, Master Mo was a genuine 7th grade pill refiner. His experience and strength were also incomparably strong. It was a good opportunity for Lin Xian to exchange his insights and verify what he had learned. The more Master Mo talked, the more shocked he became. Although the youth in front of him was young, his knowledge and attainments in alchemy were far beyond his imagination. He had never even heard of some of the theories on alchemy before. This made him extremely shocked, and he could not help but be even more curious about Lin Xian. Lin Xian talked with many important figures for a long time before he came out with Murong Qingqing. Not long after he came out, news of Senma College's invitation quickly spread. Everyone was shocked when they found out that Lin Xian had invited all the important figures in the main hall to participate. This was definitely a big deal. Just from the name of the immortal martial auction, it was obvious that Senma College was behind it. In an instant, the surrounding martial artists were all excited. They were extremely curious about the immortal martial auction, and many even went to ask Lin Xian about it. The Shen family disciples looked gloomy and snorted coldly. The Ryu family disciples, on the other hand, looked somewhat ferocious. In particular, Lu Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The auction that Lin Xian had established was originally the Wanxiang auction. However, the Wanxiang auction had been chased away by Lin Xian. The Wanxiang auction was a subordinate force of Prince Ling Feng. The Ryu family was also one of the 8 great families under Prince Ling Feng. Their interests were the same as Prince Ling Feng's. Therefore, Lin Xian's establishment of the immortal martial auction was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. It even harmed their interests. When he saw all the forces surrounding Lin Xian, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. One must know that he was not only here for the birthday celebration, but also for another reason. He wanted to make friends with the various forces and bring them under Prince Ling Feng's command. But now, it seemed impossible. Seeing Lin Xian surrounded by the crowd, Lu Yi snorted coldly. I advise some people to know their place. An auction is not something that can be built just because you want to. Let's not talk about other things. Can you guarantee that the entire auction will be safe? If something goes wrong, I'm afraid you will become a laughingstock. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked and kept silent. Judging from Lu Yi's tone, the smell of gunpowder was too strong. Moreover, they knew about the grudge between the two parties. Not long ago, the two had even fought. Now, because of the auction, Lu Yi had developed a strong animosity towards Lin Xian. You don't have to worry about whether I can protect it or not. At least, someone like you won't be able to cause any waves in the immortal martial auction. Lin Xian said coldly. Whether I can cause any waves or not, you can give it a try. Lu Yi shouted coldly and stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. He was like a peerless beast that was awakening. Seeing the other party's ferocious look, Lin Xian's face darkened. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. The other party's continuous provocation was already on Lin Xian's blacklist. If he did not teach the other party a lesson today, the Ryu family would continue to jump around in front of him. You don't deserve to own the auction. That was originally the Wanxiang auction's territory. It belongs to our young master Ling Feng. I will let you know that there are some things that you can't touch. Lu Yi's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Who dares to try to kill me? Lin Xian sneered. All those who have tried to kill me are no longer around. I advise you to keep your tail between your legs. Don't forget that you were no match for me before. I was careless before and didn't use my full strength. If I had used my full strength, you would have died without a doubt. Lu Yil's voice was sonorous as he released his spiritual power. He was like a peerless ferocious beast, carrying a terrifying aura as he pressed down on Lin Xian. Sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. They no longer surrounded Lin Xian and quickly retreated. There was nothing they could do about it. Lu Yil's aura was too terrifying. Just his aura alone was unbearable. You want to fight? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said coldly, leave Crimson Crescent City. Don't disturb other people's birthday banquet. It's the same no matter where you go. You won't be able to change your fate of death. Since you want to choose a suitable grave for yourself, you can go wherever you want. Lu Lai's words made everyone's heart tremble. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Then, they were extremely excited. The two of them had fought before, and they were evenly matched. Lin Xian had the upper hand. If the two of them were to fight with their lives on the line, they did not know what the outcome would be. At this moment, countless cultivators were excited. They were looking forward to this battle. At the same time, they were discussing softly and guessing the outcome. Lu Yil was extremely powerful. He had reached the 4th level of the Venerable Realm at such a young age. Moreover, he was a genius disciple of the Ryu family. His strength was enough to compete with the core disciples of the House of Kings. Lin Xian was even more extraordinary. The short exchange between the two of them showed that Lin Xian's strength was at least at the 4th level of the Venerable Realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to compete with Lu Yil. Moreover, he had an even more dazzling identity, a grade 7 pill inscription master. That was an identity that everyone looked up to. Both of them were top young geniuses. Therefore, this battle would definitely be a battle between a dragon and a tiger. How can we miss such an exciting battle? At this moment, Shen Yulong also walked out with a cold smile on his face. He and Lin Xian were not on good terms. Now that there was such an opportunity, he naturally would not miss it. Next to him, murderous Qingyan also had a cruel smile on his face. Even though Lin Xian could concoct a 7th grade pill, and even though Lin Xian's talent was greater than his, if he died, he would be nothing. Thinking of this, he could not help but tremble. He must kill Lin Xian in this battle. Be careful. Morong Qingqing reminded him, the other party is as famous as the core disciples of the House of Kings. He must be extraordinary. Don't underestimate him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then, his figure flashed and he rushed into the sky, flying out of Crimson Crescent City. Morong Qingqing carried the snow-white monkey and also flew into the sky. The Crimson Dragon also turned into a ray of light and followed behind. After Lin Xian moved, Lu Yil also snorted coldly and quickly flew up. The surrounding martial artists also moved. They would not miss such an exciting battle. Everyone flew quickly and quickly followed Lin Xian. Soon, they left Crimson Crescent City and arrived at a mountain. Whoosh, Lin Xian landed on a mountain peak. This was a mountain range. The peaks were steep and precipitous, and the trees were lush. It was a primitive scene. On the mountain peak, terrifying winds whistled like blades. Lin Xian stood on the mountain peak, his black hair fluttering. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely fierce. The martial artists who came to watch the battle landed one after another and chose a suitable place to observe. Lu Yil stood in the void and looked down. In the sky, the wind whistled, but it could not move Lu Yil's clothes. His entire body was emitting light, enveloping the entire sky. Crimson red spiritual energy burned, like a sun shining in all directions. In his hand, a long spear appeared. The spear was extremely red, like a burning flame. With a light shake, a terrifying force destroyed the mountain peak below. Lu Yil held the fiery red spear in his hand. His gaze was cold as it pierced through the void. The terrifying light was vast and mighty. His aura was too strong. His entire person was like a peerless beast, unstoppable. On the mountain peak, Lin Xian stood proudly, like an immortal, and as sharp as a blade. Invisible auras gushed out crazily, and the two's auras surged in the air. Bang! Bang! A deep sound rang out, and a shocking crack spread out in the air. It was 1,000 meters long. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. They realized that they were too close to the two, and the terrifying killing intent was flying towards them. A mountain peak was split in half by the aura of the two. On the other side, the endless forest collapsed, and the trees were turned into powder. The scene was too terrifying. The two had not even made a move, but they had already caused such a scene. Fortunately, the two of them did not make a move in Crimson Crescent City. Otherwise, the entire Crimson Crescent City would be in trouble. Even Shen Yulong, Morong Qingshu, and the others looked solemn as they stared at the battlefield. In the next moment, Lu Yil made his move. He let out a long roar, and the terrifying sound waves dispersed the clouds in the sky. Then, he held the fiery red spear in his hand tightly and stabbed it out. Raging Dragon Spear Technique. Willow Lance immediately used the Ryu family's secret technique, the Raging Dragon Spear Technique. The fiery red spear emitted a blazing light that turned into countless spear lights that flew out quickly. Each spear light turned into a dragon that roared at the sky, and the sound shook the surroundings. The entire sky was filled with the shadows of the dragons, and the void trembled as if it couldn't bear it. Looking at this terrifying scene, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had seen the Raging Dragon Spear technique before. Willow Lance had used it in the demon-slaying world. But now, the power that Lu Yil used was several times stronger than Willow Lance's. This was no longer a spear light, but a real flood dragon. Its huge body carried a terrifying power as it surged forward. Countless mountains below were crushed into rubble. Willow Lance was indeed very powerful and had the ability to look down on everyone. Lin Xian also roared and pulled out the Lone Star Sword from his back. A sonorous sword sound was heard, and it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed across the void. In the next moment, terrifying cracks spread rapidly in all directions. With a sweep of the sword light was monstrous, and the sword chi surged, turning into a boundless sea of blood that exuded a terrifying bloodthirsty aura. Seeing Lin Xian make a move, everyone was shocked and their mouths were wide open. Every single one of them was incomparably blood-red in color and emanated a monstrous aura of slaughter, causing everyone's hearts to tremble and even their bodies to tremble. The blood-red sword chi was too terrifying, and it could even affect the blood in their bodies. It was as if all the blood in their bodies had been taken away and merged into the blood-red sword chi. The blood-red sword chi surged and could affect the blood in a person's body. This caused everyone to be extremely terrified. How could they fight? They would probably lose all their blood before they could even make a move. Countless blood-red sword chi surged, and the terrifying sword light was so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut open the world. In the next moment, the blood-red sword light collided with the dragons in the sky, and there was a deafening roar. Endless flames surged, and terrifying lightning struck in all directions. The entire world was destroyed. Lu Yil looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Spiritual energy burned all over his body, making him look like a god. He mustered all of his strength and charged downwards. In addition, Willow Lance looked extremely ferocious, like a demon god. Like a bloodthirsty demon king, he rushed down with thousands of flood dragon spear lights. Die, brat! His voice was like thunder, rumbling down. Lu Yil stabbed down with his fiery red spear. The mountains shook, and spiritual energy surged. The berserk spear light enveloped the entire mountain range. In the distance, everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw this. This Lu Yil was too strong, as if he wanted to destroy the entire world. He had made up his mind to kill in this battle. Apart from Xinyu, Long Morong, and Rong Qingshu, no one else could withstand such a terrifying attack. It was so much so that a single strand of aura would be able to completely exterminate them. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He looked up at the sky with an extremely cold expression. In the next moment, he waved his Lone Star Sword again. Streaks of sword chi rushed into the sky and slashed upwards. Every slash of the sword slashed a flood dragon into two halves. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword chi, and the flood dragon's shadow split apart, turning into spiritual energy and dissipating in the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again. Was Lu Yil going to be suppressed again? Lu Yil shouted again, "Martial soul, out." Following his roar, the spiritual energy behind him surged crazily. A fiery red light soared into the sky and tore it apart, as if a demon king had been reborn. It was a huge flood dragon, and the scales all over its body were emitting light. It was as dazzling as a real flood dragon. This flood dragon was over 300 meters long, and its huge body filled the sky. It waved its huge claws and easily tore the void apart. The flood dragon martial soul was Lu Yi's martial soul. After summoning his martial soul, Lu Erli's strength reached its peak. His strength rose again and reached a new peak. In the next moment, he waved the fiery red spear in his hand and launched a fierce attack. Behind him, the huge flood dragon martial soul surged and moved quickly along with Lu Yi's movements. It roared into the sky. The light around its body condensed and turned into streaks of light that fell downwards. This scene was extremely terrifying, and it could kill an ordinary fourth-rank supremacy. However, Lin Xian stood in the sky like a peerless god of death, and his body was surrounded by blood-red sword qi. He waved his Lone Star sword, and streaks of sword qi shot out in all directions as if they were splitting the sky and earth. At this moment, Lin Xian unleashed the power of the great dragon sword soul to the extreme. At the same time, he waved his hand, and an ice lotus quickly formed in front of him. Ice Lotus Martial Soul. Facing the powerful Lu Yi, Lin Xian summoned his second martial soul. Frost qi surged, and boundless cold air spread in all directions. Instantly, the trees in the 3 rivers below were all frozen, and a world of ice and snow was quickly formed. Not only that, even the streaks of light in the sky were frozen, and their speed became very slow. Some of them were even frozen into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his arm, and all the attacks were unable to get close to him. How terrifying! The cold air is too shocking. It can even freeze a spear. When the crowd saw the scene in front of them, they were extremely shocked. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Shen Yulong frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful martial soul, and even be able to suppress Lu Yi. On the other side, although Morong Qingshu didn't say anything, his eyes flickered with an uncertain light. It was obvious that the scene before his eyes had also caused him to be extremely shocked. Morong Qingqing was like a fairy, with a beautiful smile on her face. As for the other martial artists, they were all stunned. In the distance, Lu Yi stood in the sky, his black hair fluttering. His eyes were like sharp swords, piercing through the void, and his body's spiritual energy was burning fiercely. I didn't expect you to have an ice spirit martial soul, and to be able to resist my furious dragon spear art. However, do you think you can win like this? You're too naive. Lu Yi's voice was as cold as a sharp blade. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. I'll let you know that all your tricks are useless in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Lu Yi snorted. He stood on the huge flood dragon, holding a long spear in his hand. He looked like a god of war, and his expression was extremely cold. In the next moment, he flipped his palm. A big black bow appeared in his hand. It was a black bow, like a full moon. It was pitch black, and there were many mysterious patterns on it. The big black bow was as heavy as Mount Tai, and a black aura hung down, causing the entire void to buzz and tremble. Not only that, but with its appearance, there was an additional murderous intent in the sky that made people's hearts tremble. This murderous intent was too terrifying. It was like a divine sword that could destroy the sky, and it made people's hair stand on end. For a moment, the whole world was filled with a murderous aura. Feeling this aura, everyone trembled. Shen Yulong, Morong Qingshu, and the others frowned, and their expressions became extremely solemn. Could it be the Black Dragon Bow? Shen Yulong's expression was full of surprise. The Black Dragon Bow was a famous weapon. Rumor had it that it was made from the tendons of a real dragon. Ever since the Black Dragon Bow was born, it had killed many powerful warriors. It could be said to be incomparably fierce. Isn't that Prince Lingfeng's weapon? I didn't expect him to give it to Lu Yi. Rumor has it that Prince Lingfeng used the Black Dragon Bow to kill a 6th heaven venerable. One can imagine how terrifying the Black Dragon Bow is. Now that Lu Yi is using it, I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. Many people discussed animatedly. Morong Qingqing's expression was also solemn. She had naturally heard of the Black Dragon Bow's fierce reputation. However, she still chose to believe in Lin Xian because even she could not fully understand Lin Xian's trump card. She thought that he should have a way to resist the black dragon bow. It spun like a black bow, like a real dragon in the void. A terrifying bloody aura spread in all directions. The murderous aura formed a materialized light that swept across heaven and earth. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if the gates of hell had opened and countless demons had come to the human world. Lu Yil held the black dragon bow in his hand and became demonic. Then, he flicked it gently. Buzz, immediately, there was a buzzing sound in heaven and earth. The sound was very terrifying. It shook the void as if countless demons were roaring crazily. Kid, it's your fortune to be able to die under the black dragon bow. Lu Yil's expression was cold like a god fiend. The black dragon bow had once killed a 6th heavenly layer venerable realm expert. Killing Lin Xian would be a piece of cake for it. Lu Yil's black hair fluttered in the wind. He held the black dragon bow tightly with his other hand on the bowstring. Terrifying spiritual power surged and formed a fiery arrow. In the next moment, a scarlet arrow flew out quickly. A red arrow flew towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by the furious roar of a dragon. The arrow carried a terrifying murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. It was as if a dragon had appeared and roared in all directions. That aura was too terrifying, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. It carried a monstrous killing intent as it rampaged through the void. Wherever it passed, pitch-black vortexes appeared in the void. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled violently. Some of the weaker ones were so frightened by the murderous aura that they fell to the ground. Even Xin Yulong, Morong Qingshu, and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. That aura could still threaten them. As expected of the black flood dragon bow, it's really fierce. Morong Qingqing held the snow-white fox in his arms and looked ahead with a serious expression. The crimson dragon beside him was very excited. Kid, kill him and take that black bow. The moment the black dragon bow appeared, the crimson dragon took a fancy to it. According to his many years of experience, this black flood dragon bow was definitely not simple. It was very likely that it was a half-earth step artifact. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect Lu Yil to have such a powerful weapon. Its aura was not any weaker than his Lone Star sword. Facing that terrifying arrow, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He held the Lone Star sword tightly and pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his might. Then, he swept it upwards. Sword chi surged as the divine sword appeared in the sky. The sword heavily struck the blood-colored arrow, producing a loud sound that shook the heavens. The terrifying sound wave shattered more than 10 mountains in the vicinity. In the end, the blood-colored arrow that was filled with murderous aura was deflected by Lin Xian's sword. What? He actually deflected the arrow from the black flood dragon bow. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. That was the black flood dragon bow, Prince Ling Feng's weapon. It was a powerful weapon that killed a 6th level supremacy. Now, this weapon was given to Lu Yil. Although Lu Yil's strength was not as strong as Prince Ling Feng's, there was no doubt that he could kill a martial artist of the same level with this weapon. Now, Lin Xian deflected the arrow from the black flood dragon bow with a single strike. It was too shocking. Seeing this scene, Lu Yil snorted in disdain. He held the black flood dragon bow in his hand and stood in the void. He looked down like a demon god. Don't be so smug. I just shot that arrow casually. I didn't use much strength. Now, I'll show you the true power of the black flood dragon bow. Lu Yil's voice was cold as if he was the Grim Reaper. What? A casual strike. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled violently. That's too terrifying. A casual strike is already so terrifying. If he uses his full strength, how terrifying will it be? No one dared to imagine. In the next moment, under countless horrified gazes, Lu Yil drew the black flood dragon bow again. Suddenly, an arrow filled with murderous intent flew out. It was as if a flood dragon had been born. A terrifying aura swept across the void and instantly tore the void apart. A black crack appeared in the void. The entire void seemed to have been torn in half. The ground and mountains below were also split open. The terrifying murderous intent destroyed everything within a 10-mile radius, This arrow was as if a peerless demon had been born. Lin Xian let out a long roar and activated the great dragon sword soul to the extreme. He waved the Lone Star sword and slashed continuously. Streaks of sword chi flew out and slashed the terrifying demonic dragon's body. Clanging sounds were heard and countless sparks flew. It was as if a comet had hit the ground. This weapon was too terrifying. It was stained with the blood of a powerhouse and carried a demonic aura. Now that it was activated by Lu Yile, it was even more powerful. Morong Qingshu's expression was solemn. The terrifying murderous intent shocked him. The terrifying arrow whistled through the air with a monstrous murderous intent. It was like a long rainbow that instantly attacked below. If it were other honorables, they would not even need to fight back. The murderous intent that they emitted would be enough to crush them. Moreover, what made people's scalps go numb was that after shooting this arrow, Lu Yile did not stop. Instead, he waved his arm again and shot out 5 more arrows. The 5 arrows that were filled with murderous intent swept across the void and flew quickly toward Lin Xian. This time, Lu Yile was determined to kill Lin Xian. He was determined to kill him and nail him to the ground. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He quickly activated his ice martial soul and merged it with the Lone Star sword. In the next moment, a monstrous chill was emitted. Countless snowflakes surrounded him and he was like the ice god. With the Lone Star sword in his hand, he quickly rushed forward. Taking the initiative to attack? He is too bold. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled violently. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a situation, they would definitely use their extreme speed to dodge. However, Lin Xian took the initiative to meet the attack. Could it be that he is not afraid of the murderous intent? In fact, no one knew that Lin Xian was not afraid of the murderous intent. One had to know that he had inherited the Blood Sword King's legacy and cultivated the Tao of Slaughter. Therefore, although the murderous intent of the Black Dragon Bao was strong, it did not affect him. Moreover, Lin Xian did not intend to hold back this time. He had to take the initiative to attack and kill his opponent. The moment he rushed into the sky, the Red Lotus battle armor quickly formed and wrapped around his body. The terrifying murderous intent and monstrous chi waves were all blocked outside of his body. Lin Xian was like a sword god as he rushed forward and killed in all directions. Lin Xian swung his Lone Star sword continuously. Every sword chi was thicker than a mountain. It was as if they were the swords of a god. They heavily slashed at the 5 dragon arrows. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred in the void. Endless light flickered and waves of air rolled, annihilating the sky. This was not the end. Lin Xian used the Phantom Demon steps to increase his speed to the extreme. He quickly shuttled through the void and rushed towards Lu Yile. Although the Black Dragon Bao was fierce and powerful, it was also a long-range weapon. It would not be of much use in close combat, so Lin Xian chose to fight in close combat. Moreover, he had the Red Lotus armor to protect his body. He was not afraid of close combat at all. In the next moment, he arrived in front of Lu Yile like a ghost. He quickly swung his Lone Star sword, forming a mysterious sword chi, and slashed forward. "You're courting death." Lu Yile was furious. He did not expect that the other party would dare to fight in close combat. Moreover, he was able to arrive in front of him so quickly. This shocked him. In the next moment, he held the Black Dragon Bao and used it as a long saber, sweeping it out. The Black Dragon Bao was made from a real dragon. It could be said to be incomparably hard. It had already entered the ranks of Earth-rank treasures. Therefore, even if it was used as a long saber, the power would be unimaginable. A sonorous sound rang out. The entire void trembled. The ground below was also shattered into countless pieces because of the sound waves. The two of them fought in close combat. It was very intense. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty. The two of them fought all the way. Everywhere they passed, mountains and rivers would collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The people in the distance were shocked. This level of battle was too exciting. Every move was incomparably terrifying. If they went up, they would probably be turned into a bloody mist in an instant. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves. It was earth-shattering. On the other hand, Lu Yile was extremely furious. His expression was ferocious because every time they collided, he had to expend a lot of energy to block the energy waves. However, the other party was different. Lin Xian's red armor blocked all the energy waves, making him very brave and fierce. He would not be injured at all. In this tense situation, Lin Xian fought more and more bravely, and gradually showed signs of suppressing him. This was intolerable to him. Get lost! Lu Yil roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind as if he had gone mad. He quickly put away the black dragon bow. With a roar, the spirit energy in his body surged. The huge shadow of the black dragon quickly swam behind him and attached itself to his arm, completely merging with his right hand. The current situation was no longer suitable for him to use the black dragon bow, so Lu Yil did not hesitate. After fusing with the Jiao dragon martial soul, his right hand became extremely strange. The scales on it shone as if there was a Jiao dragon circling around it. When the fist struck out, a dragon's head condensed into a gauntlet that wrapped around the entire fist. Then, Lu Yil threw out a punch. The fist wind surged like a flood dragon attacking, instantly shattering the void. The terrifying fist force spread out in all directions, causing the entire void to tremble. Jiao Dragon Arm. This was Lu Yil's killing move. By fusing his martial soul with his arm, it produced a powerful attack that could even kill a fifth heaven honorable realm cultivator. Lu Yil's arm was like a demon, like a Jiao dragon coiling around it. His entire arm was emitting a cold, metallic light. On his fist, a dragon's head roared ferociously. Its cold eyes opened, carrying a ruthless and powerful aura that made one's heart tremble. Bam! That punch completely enveloped Lin Xian and sent him flying. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the Red Lotus armor to protect his body, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the terrifying force still caused his blood to churn. Needless to say, Lu Yil was indeed a powerful opponent. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He snorted coldly and quickly attacked. He activated his great dragon sword soul and released streaks of true dragon sword chi, which slashed upwards and collided with the Jiao dragon fist. In an instant, the two exchanged dozens of blows. What? He can actually resist the Jiao dragon's wall. Everyone was shocked. Lu Yil was even more shocked. This was already his most powerful killing move, but it still could not do anything to Lin Xian. He could not accept this. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and ferociously gathered the spiritual energy in his head, forming a huge vortex that quickly surged into his entire arm. Then, the spiritual energy quickly burned and turned into a powerful energy. Dragon dances in the 9 heavens. Lu Yil roared into the sky and punched out with all his might. 9 Jiao dragon shadows quickly surged out from his fist and circled around ferociously. Die, brat! Accompanied by the 9 Jiao dragon shadows, Lu Yil's ferocious laughter resounded in the sky. The 9 Jiao dragon shadows were too terrifying. They sealed the entire void, and the boundless spiritual energy seemed to want to refine Lin Xian. Feeling the aura, everyone was terrified and quickly retreated. Even Morong Qingqing frowned and was extremely nervous. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and said fiercely, "Brat, take out your trump card and kill him." Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. The 9 Jiao dragon shadows above him were too terrifying, and they made him shudder with fear. If he was hit by the 9 Jiao dragon shadows, he was afraid that even with the Red Lotus armor, he would be seriously injured. This was not the result he wanted. Therefore, in the next moment, he flipped his palm and a bright red glove covered his fist. On it, a red lotus bloomed enchantingly. As soon as the glove appeared, it immediately emitted a dazzling light that rushed into the sky like a rainbow. Even the pressure formed by the 9 Jiao dragons was greatly dispersed by the light. Red Lotus sky splitting. Lin Xian swung his fist and directly punched out. With a flash of light, a huge red fist shadow quickly flew toward the 9 Jiao dragon shadows. In the fist shadow, there seemed to be a red lotus swaying slightly and emitting a terrifying aura. What kind of fist technique is this? It's too terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Their mouths were dry and they could not believe it. Xing Yulong and Morong Qingshu were also shocked at this moment because they could clearly feel the aura of the Red Lotus glove. It was not any weaker than the Lone Star sword. What kind of weapon was that? Was it also a half-earth rank weapon? Both of them were shocked. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, the red lotus fist shadow was extremely powerful. It violently collided with the Jiao dragon's shadows, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Suddenly, the entire void exploded. The 9 Jiao dragon's shadows were torn apart like cloth. What? This is impossible! Lu Yil screamed. He was stunned and his mind was blank. That was his ultimate move, but it was easily torn apart in an instant. How was this possible? One had to know that this move was extremely terrifying. It had fused with the power of a martial soul. Even an ordinary 5th rank honorable realm would have to use all of his strength to block it. However, Lin Xian was in the same rank as him, but he had broken his attack so easily. He could not believe it. However, while he was in a daze, the huge red lotus fist shadow had already broken through the defense of the 9 Jiao dragons and rushed toward him. In an instant, the red light that filled the sky drowned him. The terrifying red lotus fist shadow surged and engulfed Lu Yil in an instant. It was a terrifying scene. The entire sky was shrouded in crimson light, like a fiery sunset. Lu Yil's entire body was submerged in the endless crimson light. Below, everyone was watching anxiously. At this moment, a scream sounded in the sky. Then, a figure flew out like a shadow. Along with the figure, countless flowers of blood splattered in the sky. What? He's injured. When the crowd saw this scene, they all exclaimed in surprise. They naturally knew who the figure that flew backwards was. Because only Lu Yil was submerged in the crimson light, while Lin Xian was standing on the other side like a god of death. The one who flew out was naturally Lu Yil. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and most of the bones in his body were broken. The punch just now was too terrifying. He couldn't resist it at all. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he used his mutated flood dragon arm to block in front of his body and counteracted most of the force. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a serious injury. That punch would have turned him into a bloody mist. Rumble, after smashing more than 10 mountains in a row, Lu Yil's body slammed heavily into the ground. Suddenly, the entire ground trembled, and a terrifying deep pit quickly formed. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouths were wide open, and their minds went blank. Xin Yulong frowned, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Obviously, this scene was beyond his expectations. Next to him, the cold 6th-grade alchemist's face was even more ferocious. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying combat strength in addition to his extraordinary talent in alchemy. This made him extremely jealous. In the distance, Morong Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. She had a beautiful smile on her face, and her jade-like hands kept rubbing the snow-white little monkey in her arms. The ground below cracked, and countless cracks spread out for thousands of miles, splitting the entire ground into several pieces. Not far away, the mountain peak collapsed, forming countless huge rocks that littered the ground, forming a ruin. Ah! At this moment, an extremely furious roar came from the ruins. It was like the howl of a devil and was extremely terrifying. Then, a terrifying force surged out and blasted all the huge rocks away. Lu Yil's figure appeared. He crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. His body was swaying, and his body was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. However, his eyes were abnormally cold. It was terrifyingly cold, like a cold blade that made people's hearts tremble. More than half of his chest had caved in and the ribs in his chest were all shattered. However, it was as if he didn't feel anything. He ignored the injuries all over his body and raised his head, staring coldly into the void. "Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll kill you." This voice was incomparably ferocious, as if a demon had crawled out of the void, causing people who heard it to have goosebumps. Lin Xian coldly snorted, "You're already injured to this extent, how are you going to kill me? How laughable. You will soon know how to kill you." Lu Yil's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with madness. Then, he rubbed his finger against the storage ring and quickly took out an elixir. This elixir was personally given to me by Prince Ling Feng. It was supposed to be used to save my life, but I didn't expect to use it here. Brat, you made me waste a peerless elixir for no reason. I'll torture you to death later and let you taste all the torture in the world. Lu Yil's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with reluctance. However, he gritted his teeth and quickly swallowed the elixir. Then, his entire body made cracking sounds. Those broken bones quickly healed, and so did the injuries all over his body. Not long after, Lu Yil was completely healed. What? What kind of elixir is that? It's so heaven-defying. He recovered from such serious injuries in an instant. Oh my god, Lu Yil is too terrifying. He actually has such a powerful technique. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as his expression darkened. He was well aware of the injuries caused by the previous punch. It was definitely a serious injury. Even a 5th-level honorable realm cultivator would not be able to recover in a short time. However, a single elixir had changed the entire situation. It had allowed the heavily injured Lu Yil to recover to his original state. Moreover, the spiritual power that he had consumed was also replenished. This caused Lin Xian to be extremely astonished. As an alchemist who had obtained the inheritance of King Pilplume, he could be said to have extraordinary knowledge in the path of alchemy. Thus, he was even more aware of how terrifying this type of alchemical pill was. To be able to achieve this effect, it was at least a 7th-level elixir, or even an 8th-level elixir. He really did not expect Lu Yil to have such a top-grade elixir. Xin Yulong, Morong Qingshu, and the others were also extremely shocked. Undying Golden Elixir, he actually has the Undying Golden Elixir. Morong Qingshu was extremely shocked. How did this guy do it? First, he had Prince Ling Feng's 10,000 Dragon Bow, and now he even has the Undying Golden Elixir. He's just a genius from the Ryu family. How could he have so many treasures? Morong Qingshu was too shocked because the Undying Golden Elixir was a treasure that only Prince Ling Feng had. Just from the name, one could tell that as long as a martial artist did not die, they could immediately recover after consuming one. This was definitely a heaven-defying elixir. This kind of elixir was usually bestowed by Prince Ling Feng to his ministers. Lu Yil was so young. How could he have gotten such an elixir? Beside him, Xin Yulong's face was also gloomy. He said in a low voice, "According to the news I received from my family, it seems that Prince Ling Feng has taken a liking to Lu Yil's sister. That's why the Ryu family's status has risen, and why Lu Yil has such a treasure." Lu Yil's sister, no wonder. If she could become Prince Ling Feng's woman, her family would definitely benefit greatly. This also explained why Lu Yil had so many treasures in his possession. After hearing this, the surrounding people were envious. They all wished that everyone could have a beautiful sister who could be chosen by Prince Ling Feng. Then, they would also be able to soar into the sky. In the distance, Morong Qingqing frowned again. This scene made her worried again. Meanwhile, the Crimson Dragon's mouth was wide open, drooling non-stop. Damn! The Undying Golden Elixir. It's the indestructible Golden Elixir. Isn't that elixir recipe lost? I didn't expect it to appear here. This is good stuff. He kept shaking his head, appearing to be very excited. Below him, Lu Yil's body had returned to normal. The corner of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. Kid, I'll let you know the meaning of regret. Oh no, I'm afraid he still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Hearing Lu Yil's words, Morong Qingqing was shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned because he realized that the other party was not boasting. He could clearly sense that Lu Yil's aura had suddenly become stronger, far stronger than before. 9 turns of the Netherworld Mantra. Lu Yil shouted angrily. His expression was unusually cold. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a demon that had just walked out of hell. His entire being was extremely demonic. An extremely terrifying and strange aura erupted from his body and swept across the entire area. 9 turns Nether Mantra. Lu Yil roared as his black hair fluttered in the wind. His entire being was like a demon from hell, becoming abnormally demonic. A strange and terrifying power erupted from his body and swept through the heavens and the earth. Feeling this aura, the surrounding people's faces changed, especially Xin Yulong, who immediately screamed. 9 turns Nether Mantra? How is this possible? He actually knows the 9 turns nether mantra. Brother Yulong, what exactly is this 9 turns nether mantra? Xianxia and the others asked in a trembling voice. This is also Prince Ling Feng's cultivation technique. It's a powerful earth-grade martial art. I didn't expect Prince Ling Feng to pass this down to Lu Yil. He was too shocked. One had to know that the 9 turns nether mantra was a true earth-grade martial art. Its power and value were immeasurable. Earth-grade martial art. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned as they looked at the sky in horror. Earth-grade martial arts were the top martial arts in the continent. It was something that every martial artist dreamed of obtaining. They didn't expect Lu Yil's final trump card to be an earth-grade martial art. Lin Xian was probably in danger. The power of an earth-grade martial art was mysterious and unfathomable. It was absolutely terrifying. Indeed, with Lu Yil's strength, if he used an earth-grade martial art, even an ordinary fifth heaven supremacy would find it difficult to contend against him. Although Lin Xian had the Lone Star Sword, his opponent's Black Dragon Bow was not to be trifled with. In this comparison, Lin Xian was definitely at a disadvantage. Unless Lin Xian also had an earth-grade martial art. However, did Lin Xian really have an earth-grade martial art? No one knew what was going on. Everyone was looking ahead nervously. This battle was really too exciting. Every time both sides used their trump cards, it was beyond their expectations, causing them to be extremely shocked. Among those of the same level, even those of the older generation could not compare. Lin Xian felt this aura and his expression turned grave. What a terrifying aura. This was an earth-tier martial art. His voice was extremely solemn. Clearly, this aura made him feel a great pressure. 9 turns nether mantra, first form. Lu Yil's voice was terrifying to the extreme. Countless rays of light shot out from his body, incomparably dazzling. At this moment, his Flood Dragon martial art also separated from his right arm and circled around his body, completely fusing with him, making him look like a war god. Boom, along with his voice, a terrifying aura quickly gushed out from his palm. In an instant, a large mountain near him was razed to the ground. The terrifying aura didn't stop and continued to surge forward. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt the threat of death looming over him. His body swayed as he executed the illusory demon steps and quickly retreated. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the Lone Star Sword. The Great Dragon Sword soul circulated rapidly within his body, and a sharp sword soul aura erupted from his body. Boom, in the next moment, a terrifying deep pit appeared where Lin Xian was standing. It was extremely huge, as though it was connected to hell. This was too terrifying. If Lin Xian was a step later, he wouldn't be able to resist that terrifying power even with the Red Lotus armor. The power of the 9 turns nether mantra didn't dissipate. Instead, it surged again and flew towards Lin Xian, determined to blast him into dust. Seeing this, Lin Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly took a deep breath and waved the Lone Star Sword. Streaks of mysterious trajectories were drawn in the air. Lin Xian quickly swung his sword and scattered them in front of him. Rumble, the sky seemed to have been sliced apart as a gigantic sword shadow formed above. In the end, it slashed down violently on the gigantic light with an incomparably violent and supreme posture. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless huge mountains were razed to the ground and rivers flowed backward, forming endless waves of air. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled violently. They all exclaimed, "He blocked it. How is this possible?" The 9 turns nether mantra was actually blocked. They were all stunned. They didn't expect such a violent attack to be blocked by Lin Xian. No one dared to imagine. That was an earth-rank martial art, the top cultivation technique on the continent. It couldn't be helped. Earth-rank martial arts were too famous. Every martial artist knew the terror of an earth-rank martial art. It could be said that whoever had an earth-rank martial art could soar to the sky. Killing people above one's level was nothing difficult. But now, Lin Xian actually blocked the terrifying earth-rank martial art. This made everyone's head explode. What? How is this possible? This is impossible. Lu Yil's pupils also constricted. A pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at Lin Xian. He didn't expect that even an earth-rank martial art like the 9 turns nether mantra couldn't kill Lin Xian. This made it hard for him to believe. Kid, I have to admit that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. But today, you will definitely die because that was just the first move of the 9 turns nether mantra. Next, let's see how many moves you can block. At the end, Lu Yi's entire body was incomparably malevolent. The netherworld aura on his body overflowed into the sky. His entire person was like a peerless demon, terrifying and terrifying. In the distance, when everyone heard this, they were incomparably shocked. Just the first move was terrifying to such an extent. Then wouldn't the following moves be heaven-defying? At the same time, they were also extremely shocked by Lin Xian. To be able to block such a terrifying and powerful move, it was really unexpected. That sword technique just now was very terrifying. I guess it's very likely to be an earth-rank martial art. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block the 9 turns nether mantra. Morong Qingshu said in a deep voice. Everyone was incomparably excited. This battle was too exciting. At this moment, Lu Lai, who was at the front, shouted again. 9 turns nether mantra, second move. As he waved his palm, an incomparably dark ray of light gushed out from his palm. It carried a monstrous chilling aura as if the gates of hell had opened. Boom, demonic clouds surged into the sky as black gas shrouded the area. The scene in front suddenly changed drastically as if it had turned into a hellish azure field. It made one's scalp tingle. Then, the dark demonic fog quickly surged and gradually formed a black figure. It was a human figure that was incomparably dark like black jade. On his head, there was a pair of devil horns and a pair of huge black wings on his back. He held a crescent-shaped sickle in his hand and emitted a chilling aura of death from his body. The human figure stood quietly in the void, emitting a monstrous murderous aura as if he had walked out from hell. This was the power of the second move of the 9 turns nether mantra, forming a netherworld envoy. Although it was just a mass of energy, it was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a true honorable realm expert. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the netherworld envoy moved. He took a step forward and dark demonic runes rose from his feet. Like a wave, they quickly spread out in all directions. The void shattered, the mountain below collapsed, and the ground sank. Violent energy quickly swept across the world. At this moment, 2 balls of black flames appeared in the eyes of the netherworld envoy. They emitted an extremely cold light as they stared at Lin Xian. The netherworld messenger's cold eyes were like 2 sharp swords that pierced through the void and stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, he quickly waved the crescent scythe in his hand and slashed down. A monstrous killing intent erupted like a flood and swept out in all directions. A pitch-black ray of light surged like the river Styx and slashed down rapidly in the void. It was as if it could split mountains and rivers and destroy the heavens. The pitch-black energy howled like a raging wave and formed an irresistible aura. It surged forward as if it was going to swallow Lin Xian whole. The scene was so terrifying that everyone in the surroundings exclaimed in shock. Morong Qingqing's beautiful face was also extremely solemn. She had even activated the spiritual energy in her body and was ready to strike at the critical moment. Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps and retreated continuously. At the same time, the red lotus armor on his body emitted a demonic light. A red lotus appeared and swayed continuously, forming a force that blocked the incoming energy. At the same time, he snorted coldly. You want to kill me? Not so easy. At the very least, you're not strong enough. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he quickly waved the Lone Star sword in his hand. Gale Lightning Sword, Dual Sword Star Destruction. In the sky, 2 gigantic sword shadows formed. They were like heavenly swords that descended rapidly. The sword slashed the entire sky into pieces. The terrifying aura shocked everyone. The gigantic firmament sword shadow seemed to be able to destroy the stars in the sky. The thick sword aura directly cut the ground in half. Lin Xian waved his sword and controlled the firmament sword shadow to collide with the black crescent scythe. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. Endless light burst forth like a rain of light and scattered in all directions. The entire void was in a state of chaos, and countless shocking cracks were spreading out. Even Xin Yulong and the rest were shocked and their pupils constricted. Even they could not do anything in such a situation. This was because the two of them were already at the peak of their level. The two energies were too terrifying. Any level 4 supremacy would be turned into ashes instantly. Even a level 5 supremacy would not be able to hold on for long. These two can be called monsters, Morong Qingshu said in a deep voice. In front of them, Lin Xian's expression was cold and his aura was sharp. He had used the second move of the Gale Lightning Sword and blocked the opponent's attack. At the same time, he did not stop. He quickly waved the sword in his hand and the third move of the Gale Lightning Sword was quickly formed. The azure blue sword moved quickly in the air, forming a very mysterious trajectory. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky, another gigantic firmament sword shadow, formed a gigantic sword shadow of the firmament sword. The moment the third firmament sword shadow was formed, it brought with it an earth-shattering aura as it danced swiftly in the void. It was as if the firmament gods and demons, as if demons were gods. Gale Lightning Sword, 3 swords frighten ghosts and gods. Suddenly, Firmament Sword S, Lin Sun, Lin Xian Lin, Heaven. Lu Lai was enraged. Originally, he thought that by taking out the 9 Revolutions Nether Mantra, he would be able to easily kill his opponent. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to be the same as him and possess an Earth-rank martial art. Therefore, the two of them were in a stalemate again. Now, the opponent dared to take the initiative to attack. This made him furious. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yi's expression was cold. His eyes emitted a ferocious light. 9 turns Nether Mantra, third move. As he roared, the pitch-black dim radiant emissary in front of him became even more terrifying. Mysterious patterns started to form on the gigantic evil demon wings. They were filled with a terrifying aura of death. He was like the Grim Reaper. As he walked on the ground, every step he took cracked the void. He quickly waved the death scythe in his hand. Countless black lights surged and turned into boundless demonic chi that devoured everything in front of him. This was the aura of the netherworld. It could take away all life. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone in the distance felt their hearts tremble. It was as if the Grim Reaper was choking them. They could not breathe. Even Xin Yulong's face was covered in sweat. Lin Xian was also under great pressure. The surging black fog formed a huge netherworld beast in the void. It roared at the sky as if it was going to devour him. Fortunately, he had the Red Lotus armor. It could withstand most of the pressure. Even so, he still felt his blood boil and his bones crackle. One could imagine how terrifying the opponent was. However, his strength was also extremely powerful. With a serious expression, he quickly waved the Lone Star sword in his hand. The third firmament giant sword carried an aura that could annihilate gods and demons. It quickly descended. The giant sword and the giant beast fought in the air. The momentum was terrifying. The entire sky was drowned. At this moment, Lu Yi's lips curled into a cruel smile. The murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. Die, brat. Following his words, the pitch-black netherworld emissary suddenly moved. Its gigantic evil demon wings spread out. In an instant, it disappeared on the spot. What? So fast? Xin Yulong was shocked. His pupils constricted. He did not even see the opponent's movements. Lin Xian, be careful. In the distance, Morong Qingqing also shouted a warning. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He activated the Red Lotus armor to the maximum. However, in the next moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. The netherworld emissary was like the Grim Reaper. He came to Lin Xian's side and took away the boundless netherworld chi. He raised the death scythe in his hand and slashed it down at Lin Xian. Seeing this, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Morong Qingqing's expression changed. She did not expect the black shadow to be so fast. It was too late for her to make a move now. She could only place her hopes on Lin Xian. The netherworld emissary in front of them swung the death scythe and shot out a pitch-black ray of light. A ball of black light, like a demonic light, devoured everything. It brought with it the terrifying power of death and slashed down. Bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The void trembled and formed a huge black hole. It expanded rapidly and occupied half the sky. Countless rays of light were swallowed by the black hole. The scene was too terrifying. The entire sky was covered by the black hole. What? He was hit head-on. It's over. It's over. Lin Xian will definitely not be able to block this move. It's a true Earth-grade martial art. Lu Yil is too powerful. He actually has so many treasures in his hands. Countless people exclaimed. Xin Yulong and the cold alchemist Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes were filled with excitement. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he had no chance of survival after being hit head-on by the Netherworld emissary. The gloomy alchemist revealed a sinister smile. So what if Lin Xian's talent was good? He was still dead. His heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. In the sky, Lu Yil laughed wildly. His terrifying voice shook the mountains and rivers. Lin Xian. Morong Qingchen looked at this scene, and a trace of despair appeared in her eyes. That beautiful face of hers was filled with endless pain. Then, her whole body started to shake slightly, and a trace of intense killing intent appeared in her eyes. A terrifying purple aura gushed out from her body. It was as if the purple aura came from the east and enveloped her delicate body. If Lin Xian died, she would not let Lu Yil leave alive. Morong Qingchen had a murderous look on her face as she was surrounded by a boundless purple aura. Her eyes were like lightning as she stared coldly at the sky above the building. In the next moment, her body swayed and she shot up into the sky like a bolt of purple lightning. Little girl Morong, don't be rash. The Crimson Dragon shouted, but he was still a step too late. In an instant, Morong Qingchen was in the sky. She waved her jade-like hand and slammed it down on Lu Yil. The void trembled as a giant purple palm formed. It was like the palm of a demon god as it slammed down from the sky. This change was so sudden that everyone was stunned. Lu Yil's laughter suddenly stopped. He looked up and his pupils constricted. At the same time, he snorted and continued to use the 9 turns nether mantra to control the nether emissary to attack the giant purple palm. An earth-shattering sound was heard as the two collided. The entire void collapsed quickly. Lu Yil took 3 steps back. He was shocked and his heart was beating wildly. This palm was too terrifying. It was beyond his expectations. Fortunately, he had the 9 turns nether mantra and managed to block the palm. However, he was extremely vigilant. His eyes were like lightning as he stared coldly in front of him. This collision also caused Morong Qingchen to stop. She floated in the void like a peerless fairy, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Seeing that it was Morong Qingchen who attacked, Lu Yil's face darkened. He asked in a low voice, Fairy Morong, what do you mean by this? If he dies, you will be buried with him. Morong Qingchen's voice was cold, but her meaning was clear. She wanted to avenge Lin Xian. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. However, Morong Qingchu's face changed drastically. His body swayed and he flew up into the sky. He quickly said to Morong Qingchen, Qingchen, Brother Lu is an important guest of the Morong family. Moreover, this battle was initiated by Lin Xian. Now that his strength is inferior, Before Morong Qingchu could finish speaking, Morong Qingchen snorted coldly. His entire body turned cold. You dare to stop my decision? His voice was filled with dominance. You misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Hearing this, Morong Qingchu quickly shook his head. His expression became very ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Although he was the young master of Crimson Crescent City was only a branch of the Morong family. The girl in front of him was the real princess of the Morong family. That status was something that even their old ancestor could not compare to, let alone him. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, he did not dare to refute Morong Qingchen's words. Morong Qingchen, I respect you as the little princess of the Morong family. I don't want to have a conflict with you, but don't go too far. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Yil's voice was cold. The current situation didn't allow him to show any weakness. If Morong Qingchen attacked, he wouldn't be the only one who would be unlucky. All the disciples of the Ryu family would be in trouble. Morong Qingchen didn't care about anything. She shouted, I've said it before. If I kill him, you'll be buried with him. As soon as she finished speaking, the purple gas became more and more condensed. It was like a purple cloud that enveloped Murongqingqing's delicate body. Then, a terrifying power was released from her body. Lu Yiel's expression was ferocious. He summoned the netherworld messenger back to his side. He was like a peerless demon, insolent beyond compare. Just as a battle was about to break out between the two of them, a light cough suddenly came from the berserk energy. Hearing this, Murongqingqing's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful face was filled with joy. Lin Xian, he's fine. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure flashed and appeared beside Murongqingqing in an instant. Lin Xian. Seeing this figure, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to still be alive. What? That's impossible. Lu Yiel screamed. His eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't help but be shocked. The attack just now was one of the killer moves of the 9 turns nether mantra. Even a level 5 supremacy would die from it. But now, Lin Xian was still alive. This was just too shocking. Murongqingqiu, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to see Murongqingqing and Lu Yiel fight. You're injured. Murongqingqing said with heartache when she saw that Lin Xian was covered in blood. I've made you worry. Leave the rest to me. Lin Xian had blood on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were unusually bright. Okay. Murongqingqing nodded, turned around, and floated down. Since Lin Xian was still alive, she wouldn't attack again. After all, this was a battle between men. After Murongqingqing left, Murongqingqiu also quickly left. Only Lin Xian and Lu Yiel were left in the sky. Humph, you're really lucky. You're still alive? Lu Yiel's voice was ferocious. You want to take my life? It's not that easy. Lin Xian said coldly. Fortunately, he had the Red Lotus armor to protect him. Otherwise, that attack would have taken his life. You're the first person to injure me so badly. So, you must pay the price. Lin Xian gripped the Lone Star sword tightly and looked straight ahead. Humph, you're just lucky that you're fine. Let's see if you can survive this time. Lu Yiel's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his body surged. The demonic clouds behind him tumbled, and he became terrifying and violent again. The nether messenger beside him flapped his demonic wings and charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of black lightning. Previously, this was the move that severely injured Lin Xian. So, when the crowd saw this move again, they looked nervous and paid close attention. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he waved the Lone Star sword in his hand again. Gale Lightning Sword, 4th Sword, Earthquake Sky. This time, Lin Xian directly used the 4th Sword of Gale Lightning Sword. Moreover, he held the huge firmament sword shadow in his hand and swept it out. With a swing of the sword, the world lost its color. The sword shadow emitted a blinding light that was more dazzling than the sun. It quickly slashed through the void. Rumble, the entire sky shattered as if someone had flipped it over. The terrifying sword radiance destroyed everything. The nether messenger had nowhere to hide and was instantly enveloped by the sword. The entire sky was bright as if countless suns were shining at the same time. The crowd could not help but scream as they covered their eyes and retreated. The radiance was too sharp. It was as if thousands of sword radiances had scattered in all directions. It was so bright that the crowd could not open their eyes. When the radiance in the sky disappeared, the crowd dared to open their eyes and quickly looked toward the sky. They happened to see the last scene. The nether messenger with the demonic horns on his head and the black demonic wings on his back disintegrated and turned into black gas that scattered in the sky. Lu Yiel was also hit by the terrifying sword radiance. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His body was covered with countless sword wounds. One of them even penetrated his chest and almost split him in half. Ah! Lu Yiel screamed crazily. He couldn't believe that his opponent could still injure him when he was using the third move of the 9 turns nether mantra. This was completely out of his expectations. The Ryu family disciples below screamed when they saw the scene. Everyone had a horrified expression on their faces. Lin Xian was too powerful, so powerful that they were terrified. Lin Xian moved quickly and rushed forward under everyone's horrified gaze. After severely injuring Lu Lai with one strike, Lin Xian moved his body and transformed into a beam of sword aura, quickly dashing forward. Lin Xian wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to take his life while he was down. Lu Yil kept retreating. His tall body was covered in blood. He roared at the sky and his black hair danced wildly. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. He was shocked. He didn't expect to be seriously injured even after using his last trump card. His pupils shrank when he saw Lin Xian rushing toward him. He twisted his body and used the 9 turns nether mantra to stabilize his body. At the same time, the nether chi behind him surged and formed a pair of black demonic wings that carried him to fly rapidly. Lin Xian roared and formed a pair of tempest wings on his back. Strange runes flowed on the wings and the wings flapped, increasing his speed to the extreme. The tempest wings and the earth-class movement technique, illusory demon steps, allowed him to catch up with Lu Yil in an instant. Lu Yil's expression changed when he saw the figure close in on him. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. 9 turns nether mantra, the 4th move. With his current strength, he could only use the first 3 moves of the 9 turns nether mantra. His body couldn't withstand the nether chi if he used the 4th move. However, he didn't have time to think about it. He had to dodge Lin Xian's attack first. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and prepared to use the 4th move of the 9 turns nether mantra. However, Lin Xian's long sword slashed down as soon as he did. The terrifying sword aura shattered the void and forcefully interrupted his mantra. Boom! Lu Yil didn't have a strong defense like Lin Xian. Therefore, he was seriously injured by the sword and fell down. Ah! Kid, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you! Lu Yil roared crazily. In the battle between the two of them, Lin Xian once again gained the upper hand and suppressed her. She couldn't tolerate this at all. However, he couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand Lin Xian's swordsmanship. Now. Just as he was roaring madly, a huge sword shadow formed above him and quickly slashed towards him. This sword was too terrifying. It contained the terrifying power of an earth-tier martial art. In an instant, it tore open the sky and ruthlessly enveloped Lu Lai. No. Seeing this, the countless sons of the Lu clan held madly. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Lu Yil's pupils constricted as he felt the fear of death. At the critical moment, he used all his strength to burn his spiritual energy and activated the 9 turn nether mantra. The black demonic wings on his back flapped and the runes on them shone brightly. He moved horizontally. However, Lin Xian didn't intend to let him go. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a sword god. He stretched out a huge palm and grabbed the nether mantra. Then, he slashed down in Lu Yil's direction. Boom, the entire void exploded once again. This sword strike shattered all the surrounding mountains, and a 1,000-mile-long crack appeared on the ground. Lu Yil couldn't escape from the nether mantra even though he had the demonic wings. His left arm was sliced off by the berserk firmament sword shadow, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The scene was too shocking. Everyone was stunned. The surrounding cultivators were all stupefied. They were like stone statues, their minds blank. They didn't expect the powerful Lu Yil to have his arm cut off. This was simply too shocking. Lu Lai's body moved horizontally as he roared at the sky. He was in a state of madness. His left arm had been turned into powder by the sword shadow. It no longer existed, and only countless blood flowers floated in the air. He couldn't bear to lose an arm. Ah! Lu Yil went crazy. The nether mantra behind him surged and burned, forming the fire of the nether. The pitch-black flames danced, carrying a strange and terrifying aura. It was like the flames of hell, causing people's hearts to tremble. The flame covered Lu Yil's body. Countless flames danced on his left arm and formed a force to heal the wound. Lin Xian's nether mantra was too powerful. Lu Yil couldn't get rid of it with his spiritual energy. He had to use the nether mantra to resist the nether mantra. Soon, the wound stopped bleeding, but his left arm was gone forever. You dare to cut off my arm? I want you dead. Lu Yil looked crazy. He couldn't accept it. Losing one of his arms had damaged his image, and his strength had also been greatly reduced. Moreover, it would be the shame of his life. It was worse than killing him. When the crowd saw this scene, they were even more terrified. That was Lu Lai. He had already used an earth-tier martial art like the 9 turns nether mantra, but he still had one of his arms chopped off. No one had expected such an outcome. Even Xin Yulong and Murong Qingshu looked gloomy and their eyelids twitched. To be honest, they thought they were peerless talents. However, compared to Lin Xian, there was a huge gap. The gap was hard for the two to accept. In front, Lu Yil went crazy. He burned his spiritual energy and turned it into nether mantra. He wanted to use the 4th move of the 9 turns nether mantra. He roared crazily. His hair fluttered, his body was covered in blood, and his expression was ferocious. Around him, the netherworld chi gradually swelled up, rolling like the waves of the sea. In the distance, Lin Xian snorted. "Don't struggle anymore. You don't have a chance." He wouldn't give Lu Yil another chance to use the nether mantra. In the next moment, he turned into a sword gleam and rushed forward. He waved the Lone Star sword in his hand and circulated the longevity incantation in his body. He absorbed the spiritual energy around him. Lin Xian once again struck out with the Gale Lightning sword in a domineering manner. The huge sword shadow filled the sky and emitted an aura that made people despair. Lu Yil shouted angrily. With his strength, he couldn't use the 4th move of the 9 turns nether mantra. He had to burn his spiritual energy and disregard the consequences. Even so, he was only barely able to unleash it. However, he couldn't resist the terrifying sword. He couldn't even use the 4th move. Boom! Lu Yil was hit by the sword and flew out like a kite. Another terrifying sword soul appeared on his body. Fortunately, he had the nether mantra around him and blocked some of it. Otherwise, the sword would have cut him in half. Even so, he still suffered an unimaginable injury. Not only that, the 9 turns nether mantra was forcefully interrupted, causing him to suffer from the backlash of his cultivation technique. His entire body suffered severe internal injuries. Even the spiritual power in his body became sluggish. It could be said that at this moment, Lu Yil was extremely weak due to internal and external troubles. On the other hand, Lin Xian became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The art of longevity in his body had a powerful recovery and circulation ability, giving him an endless supply of spiritual power. On the other hand, the Great Dragon Sword Spirit boosted Lin Xian's combat strength to the extreme. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Xian was like a sword god, unstoppable. Bang! Another sword slash viciously landed on Lu Yil's body. Suddenly, a sword wound appeared on his body, and one could clearly see the deep white bones and churned flesh. Lu Yil went completely crazy. He disregarded all consequences and swung his right fist to resist Lin Xian. The nether chi pulsed and wrapped around his fist, forming a strange force to resist Lin Xian's sword aura. The two of them exchanged a few moves. Lin Xian's sword aura became more and more fierce. He swung his sword 5 times in a row, all of which slashed at the fist. Suddenly, the powerful nether fire was also extinguished by the fierce sword light. Seeing this scene, Lu Yil was shocked, and a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. That was the nether fire. It was the most powerful flame he could form by burning his spiritual power, but it couldn't resist Lin Xian's sword aura. He couldn't believe it and turned to flee. The current Lin Xian's momentum was too strong, and he couldn't resist at all. However, Lin Xian was faster than him. The moment Lu Yil moved, Lin Xian quickly used the Ice Lotus Martial Soul. A powerful icy force enveloped the surroundings, immediately slowing down Lu Yil's speed. Streaks of blue icy aura surged, forming countless frost, as if they were about to freeze him. Damn it, get out of my way. Lu Yil was extremely angry. He quickly burned his spiritual energy to form the netherworld flame to resist the ice. However, what awaited him was another sharp sword light. This sword light drew a strange arc in the air and quickly chopped at his right arm. Suddenly, a powerful light burst out. With a blood-curdling scream, Lu Yil's right arm was chopped off again. Blood gushed out and dyed the sky red. Ah! Lu Yil let out a blood-curdling scream. Both of his arms had been chopped off. It could be said that he had completely lost the ability to fight. If he didn't have a heaven-defying elixir, it would be impossible for him to recover his arms with his current cultivation. In other words, he would become a cripple in the future. This was worse than killing him. Everyone was shocked once again. Their eyes were filled with fear. The powerful Lu Yil had lost an arm again. This was too terrifying. They knew that Lu Yil had lost. Not only had he lost this battle, but he had also lost his life in the future. A martial artist without arms was like a tiger without claws and teeth. They were afraid that Lu Yil would fall from the ranks of geniuses in the future. He might even be worse than an ordinary person. Morong Qingqing's lips curled up. She knew that Lin Xian had won this battle. No. In the sky, Lu Yil let out an indignant roar. He seemed to have gone crazy. He quickly burned all the spiritual energy in his body. Even his blood was burning. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Lu Yil's voice tore through the sky and shook the 9 heavens. He was like a demon, making one's scalp tingle. Under his desperate urging, the chi of the netherworld around him grew more and then quickly enveloped him. A pitch-black netherworld armor quickly formed and covered Lu Yil's entire body. 2 ghostly claws formed where his severed arms were. It was extremely dark and terrifying. At this moment, Lu Yil's aura was too terrifying. Wearing the netherworld armor, the netherworld flames danced on it, making him look like a demon king from hell. In the next moment, his body swayed and he charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of black lightning. Haha, let's die together. Lu Yil's face was ferocious and there was a trace of despair in his eyes. Oh no, he wants to perish together with us. Morong Qingqing became nervous again. Everyone around them was nervous. They stared at the sky and held their breaths. Lin Xian was also shocked. He could naturally sense how powerful his opponent was. He had sacrificed his life in exchange for power. His opponent's netherworld armor was probably no weaker than his red lotus armor. Moreover, his opponent was determined to perish together with him. Therefore, he could no longer hold back. An ice lotus formed under his feet. Lin Xian released his ice lotus martial soul and quickly released the merciless power of wind and snow. A violent snowstorm quickly formed around him and a dark blue world of ice and snow quickly took shape. Lin Xian did not do this because he wanted to use his ice lotus martial soul to resist Lu Yil. Instead, he wanted to use the endless snowstorm to block everyone's vision. In the next moment, he was going to release his great dragon sword soul. The surrounding snowstorm became more and more intense, forming a light screen that covered a radius of 100 miles. No one could see what was happening inside. And now, Lin Xian had summoned her great dragon sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a real dragon and it crushed the void. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword hilt. Then, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. In the next moment, a sword radiance lit up as if a real dragon had been born. It roared and surged forward. This sword radiance was so sharp that nothing could stop it. It was like a divine sword radiance that swept and destroyed everything. Bang! In the next moment, the dragon-shaped sword radiance collided with Lu Yil. Bang! 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 A terrifying explosion rang out. Under Lu Lai's horrified gaze, the underworld armor on his body was cut in half. Not only that, his entire body was cut in half along with his underworld armor. Even though he knew that he was going to die, Lu Yil did not believe that Lin Xian could cut through his underworld armor. One had to know that even a fifth heaven supremacy could not cut through the armor, but Lin Xian had done it. He did not have the chance to think about why because his body had been cut in half. He could not be more dead. Lin Xian also withdrew his great dragon sword soul. His face was extremely pale. This battle was too intense. His opponent was very powerful and had used many trump cards. Therefore, he had used too many trump cards, causing him to expend too much energy. Fortunately, he had a powerful cultivation technique like the longevity art. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use so many powerful martial arts. In the next moment, Lin Xian withdrew his ice lotus martial soul and the surrounding world of ice and snow. The crowd below could not wait any longer. When the world of ice and snow appeared, they were abnormally anxious because they realized that they could not see the situation inside clearly. Even Shen Yulong and Morong Qingshu were the same. Fortunately, they did not have to wait for long before the world of ice and snow disappeared quickly. It disappeared. Is the battle over? Someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone was shocked and looked up to take a closer look. Then, they were all stunned. Their minds went blank, and they were dumbfounded. This was because they saw Lin Xian standing in the void with a pale face. In front of him was Lu Yiol, who had been cut in half. What? Lu Yiol is dead. He was cut in half. Was he killed by a single sword radiance? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to believe it because they had seen with their own eyes how Lu Yiol wanted to perish together with his opponent. It was too terrifying. Even a 5th-level venerable wouldn't be able to resist it. However, Lu Yiol was dead, and Lin Xian was fine. What happened? Lu Yiol used such a powerful move, but he was still killed. What kind of martial arts did Lin Xian use? Everyone was puzzled and discussed spiritedly. They knew that all of this had happened when the world of ice was formed, but none of them could see the situation inside clearly. They only knew that Lu Yiol had been split in half. Lu Yiol's death caused a huge shock to everyone. They didn't expect that such a battle between the top young geniuses would end like this. That was Lu Yiol. He was a top genius and had many trump cards in his hand. In the end, he even used an earth-tier martial arts, but he was still killed here. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in the sky with reverence. Shen Yulong and a 6th-grade alchemist beside him had gloomy expressions. Their eyes were filled with shock. They felt as if they were dreaming, and they didn't dare to believe what had happened. Especially Shen Yulong, his entire body trembled slightly. One had to know that Lu Yiol was an expert who was on par with him, but now he was killed. Didn't this mean that even he wasn't a match for Lin Xian? The 6th-grade alchemist's expression was even more ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly and roared in his heart. Not only was Lin Xian's talent in alchemy better than his, but his battle prowess was also heaven-defying. He could even kill top geniuses. This made him extremely jealous and terrified. Beside him, Morong Qingshu was silent. He was extremely shocked. Previously, he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. He thought that Lin Xian was just borrowing Morong Qingqing's power. Now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. Regardless of talent or battle prowess, Lin Xian was a top existence in the younger generation. This caused a trace of fear to emerge in his heart. Even Morong Qingqing's eyes flashed. Lin Xian's methods were indeed beyond her expectations. The Ryu family disciples below were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They couldn't accept the fact that their family's top experts had been killed here. Willow Lance's legs trembled as he looked at Lin Xian. He really didn't expect that this young man, who was inferior to him a month ago, would now be able to kill the top genius of his family. Looking at that figure, a deep sense of despair rose in his heart. Lu Yiol's death not only alarmed the surrounding younger generation, but also those big shots. After all, Lu Yiol's identity was special. He was a genius of the Ryu family, and the Ryu family was one of the 8 great families under Prince Ling Feng. Furthermore, Lu Yiol's sister had become Prince Ling Feng's woman. If Prince Ling Feng knew about Lu Yiol's death, he wouldn't let the matter rest. With Prince Ling Feng's methods, killing Lin Xian would be as easy as flipping his hand. Even if Lin Xian had Senma College behind him, he wouldn't be able to escape. However, those big shots didn't say anything. Lin Xian's current status and talent didn't allow them to say anything. Ancestor Qiyu sighed as he looked at the figure in the sky, his eyes flickering. In the end, he said in a deep voice, "Send the rest of the Ryu family's disciples out." He couldn't control Lu Yiol's death. After all, it was a voluntary duel, and he had no right to interfere. However, he still had to protect the remaining Ryu family's disciples. Otherwise, if the Ryu family's disciples were all killed in Crimson Crescent City, Lu Jiao wouldn't let them off. Seeing the Ryu family's disciples retreat, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He didn't make a move. This was because these people didn't have the right to make him do anything. However, the crowd remained silent. They knew that the Ryu family wouldn't let this matter rest. Lin Xian looked coldly at the corpse in front of him. Then, he waved his hand and took the corpse's storage ring into his hand. Since he was already enemies with the Ryu family, he wouldn't return their storage ring. With Lu Yi's status, there should be a lot of treasures in the storage ring. Other things aside, the value of the Black Dragon Bow alone was enough to shock the world. Moreover, Lin Xian guessed that the storage ring might contain the 9 turns nether mantra. After all, it was a true earth-tier unbounded mantra. Its value was immeasurable. Seeing Lin Xian's action, the crowd's eyes were filled with greed and envy. However, no one dared to say anything. Even the bigwigs didn't say anything. The Crimson Dragon, on the other hand, was unusually excited. He waved his dragon claws and jumped up and down excitedly. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He shouted with all his might, "Kid, watch out." In fact, even without his warning, Lin Xian had already sensed the danger. The 10,000 beast Ding's weapon spirit in his body suddenly gave him a warning. In the next moment, he felt a shocking murderous intent enveloping him. The moment Zero warned him, Lin Xian had already used the illusory demon steps and retreated to the side. However, he had underestimated his opponent's speed. Fast, he was too fast. His opponent's speed wasn't any weaker than his illusory demon steps. This made him extremely shocked. After all, his illusory demon steps was also an earth-tier martial art. It was extremely fast. Even a 5th level supreme might not be able to catch up to him. However, his opponent was able to keep up with his speed. This made him extremely shocked. Obviously, his opponent must have an earth-tier martial art movement technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch up to him. A cold light flashed in the sky. It was like the cold moonlight, carrying a biting cold murderous intent. Then, a figure quickly approached Lin Xian like a ghost. At the same time, the cold moonlight in the sky quickly slashed down at Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled. Even Shen Yulong and Morong Qingshu's expressions changed drastically. This attack was too fast. Even they couldn't dodge it. Boom, the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body shone brightly, forming the most solid defense. In the next moment, the cold light ruthlessly slashed at the armor, emitting a clanging sound of metal clashing. Blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely glaring, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be injured. One had to know that even Lu Yi couldn't break through the armor. However, someone was able to break through the armor's defense. Lin Xian's pupils abruptly shrank as he rapidly retreated. His heart was filled with intense shock. His opponent was able to cut through his red lotus armor. This was too shocking. His armor was extremely strong. Even when he fought Lu Yi, it didn't shatter. However, his opponent had cut through his defense and injured him. Shocking. He was truly shocked. The longevity incantation in his body circulated quickly. The wound on his chest stopped bleeding. However, the cold air forever shrouded everyone's hearts. Whoosh, just as Lin Xian quickly retreated, another cold light flashed and quickly slashed at his throat. It was as if it wanted to cut off his head. A figure holding a machete quickly slashed at Lin Xian like a god of death. A figure appeared in the sky with a machete in his hand. Like a god of death, he quickly slashed at Lin Xian. Fast, too fast, the attack was so fast that no one could react in time. In the blink of an eye, the person was already in front of Lin Xian. The machete in his hand rose and fell rapidly. The blade was as cold as autumn water. The terrifying cold light was filled with boundless killing intent as if he wanted to cut off Lin Xian's head. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Just as Lin Xian had won the battle with Lu Yi, someone actually wanted to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, what made them even more shocked was that this person was too terrifying. That kind of terrifying murderous aura, that decisive move, and that one-hit kill posture showed that this person was definitely a terrifying assassin. With Lin Xian's current state and the sudden attack, it was impossible for him to dodge. Morong Qingqing's expression changed drastically. She waved her hand and struck out a large purple palm. She grabbed at the sky in an attempt to stop the assassin. However, the other party was too fast. Even if she attacked now, she could not resolve the crisis. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as well. This streak of light was far too sharp, and it had sealed off all of his paths of retreat, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Obviously, the other party was a top-notch assassin. Moreover, everything had been planned. At the critical moment, he roared angrily. He held the Lone Star sword tightly, bent his body slightly, and stabbed out quickly. Since he could not dodge, he would attack quickly. He would use offense as defense to resolve the crisis. Seeing this, the crowd gasped. At the same time, they were shocked by Lin Xian's decisiveness. In such a situation where death was certain, even a fifth-level supremacy would be scared out of his wits. However, Lin Xian thought of using offense as defense to resolve the crisis. Needless to say, he was too bold. However, this was the only way to survive. A sword light flashed and streaked across the sky like a shooting star. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the heavenly meteor. Its speed was extremely fast and powerful. Clang, the saber and the sword clashed and streaked across the void, creating countless sparks that illuminated the surroundings. This sword strike happened to hit the edge of the opponent's saber, causing it to deviate from its trajectory. However, the long blade still slid past Lin Xian's face, and the cold aura caused all the hair on his body to stand on end. But fortunately, he dodged this killing move. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They continuously cried out in surprise because this saber strike was too dangerous and too exciting. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would be able to safely dodge the fatal blow. In the air, Lin Xian let out a long howl and quickly turned around. Sword chi surged from his hand. Then, he slashed out with his sword, and a sword chi as thick as a mountain instantly slashed forward. Assassin, he met another assassin. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to make a move at this time. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill him, therefore, he did not hesitate and quickly attacked to kill his opponent. Fortunately, Zero had warned him. Otherwise, he would have been in danger today. The huge blood-red sword chi slashed forward like a long river of blood. The other party displayed a terrifying movement technique and quickly dodged the sword. However, the two assassins were forced to reveal their figures by Lin Xian. They were two people in black. They wore bronze masks on their faces, and their faces could not be seen clearly. However, one could tell from their figures that they were a man and a woman. Both of them held crescent-shaped sabers in their hands. Their bodies emitted a cold murderous aura, as if they were gods of death from hell. They did not tangle with Lin Xian. After missing their attack, they quickly flew into the distance. As assassins, they would never fight with their enemies in an open and honorable manner. However, Lin Xian sneered. This time, he did not plan to let them go. In front of him, an ice lotus quickly bloomed. Then, he stepped on the ice lotus and quickly chased after them like a sword god. In the distance, the two assassins' figures quickly faded and then disappeared into the sky. What? They disappeared. Seeing the disappearing figure, everyone was shocked. Then, they looked around and quickly searched. However, what shocked them was that they could not find the other party at all. This made them extremely shocked. How could they fight when they could not even see the enemy's figure? However, when they looked at the sky, they exclaimed. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He flew up quickly and firmly locked in a direction. He kept waving the Lone Star sword in his hand. Sword chi swept out and slashed forward. What? Can he see us? Everyone was shocked. The other party was so fast that they could not even find a trace of him. However, it seemed that Lin Xian could see everything clearly. At the side, Shen Yulong, Morong Qingshu, and the others were also frowning. Their eyes were as cold as knives, shooting out terrifying rays as they stared at the void. As top experts, the two of them could naturally see clearly. However, the other party's speed shocked them. Seeing clearly was one thing, but whether or not he could keep up with that kind of speed was another matter. However, not only could Lin Xian see them, but he could also catch up. He used the illusory demon steps to increase his speed to the maximum. At the same time, the tempest wings on his back flapped again. On the wings, strange runes kept flashing, providing him with powerful strength. He was like a lightning sword radiance, quickly catching up. With a wave of his hand, the ice lotus under his feet flew out quickly. Then, it grew rapidly and smashed forward like a huge ice mountain. This move was so powerful that it caused the entire void to collapse and countless cracks appeared. At the same time, countless blue auras hung down from the ice lotus. Like a cage, they quickly rolled out in all directions. The terrifying cold aura spread out and slowed down the speed of the two. The blue ice lotus continued to grow and smashed toward the man in black. Countless icy auras rushed toward the other party like ice dragons. The man in black could not dodge and could only turn around to take it head-on. He waved the machete in his hand and slashed out a shocking blade radiance. It was like moonlight, quickly slashing toward the other party. The blade slashed fiercely on the blue ice lotus. A sonorous sound was heard and the whole world trembled. However, this ice lotus was Lin Xian's martial soul. It was extremely powerful and directly sent the assassin in black flying. At the same time, endless icy aura quickly entered the assassin's body and bombarded him continuously. The assassin in black's face changed drastically. In an instant, the machete in his hand and his entire arm were eroded by the icy aura. A thick layer of frost formed, as if it was going to freeze his entire body. With a low shout, endless blade radiance burst out from his body and quickly resisted the icy aura. At the same time, he quickly retreated and fled into the distance. There was no other way. Lin Xian was too powerful. That kind of attack was extremely terrifying. He had no chance of winning if he faced it head-on. Moreover, as an assassin, he was better at moving in the dark and killing with one blow. Thus, since they were unable to kill Lin Xian this time around, they did not plan to attack again. Instead, they decided to quickly flee. However, just when everyone thought that the assassination was over, there was another change in the sky. 4 assassins suddenly appeared from 4 different directions and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Each of them held a long saber that was curved like a crescent moon. They quickly slashed out cold lights, completely sealing off Lin Xian's escape route. 4 black-clothed assassins appeared from 4 different directions and rushed toward Lin Xian, completely sealing off Lin Xian's escape route. These 4 people were abnormally powerful. None of them was weaker than the black-clothed assassin from before. Back then, that black-clothed assassin had almost killed Lin Xian, so one could see how terrifying he was. With 4 assassins of the same level attacking at the same time, he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Even a 5th Heaven Venerable would be killed in an instant. The others were even more shocked. They originally thought that the matter was over, but they did not expect such a shocking change to happen. It was obvious that the Chasing Life organization was determined to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would not have sent so many experts. There was no suspense in this situation. No matter who the 4 peerless assassins faced, they would definitely die. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he could not escape. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was dead for sure this time. There was no chance for him to escape. However, Lin Xian did not show much panic. Instead, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was because he had been warned by Zero and was already prepared for this attack. Therefore, he was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the 4 assassins. The longevity secret art in his body quickly circulated. He frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. At the same time, he took out the red lotus gloves and wore them on his fists. Facing 4 peerless assassins, he had 2 cards to deal with them. One was the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and the other was the Red Lotus Gloves. However, he did not want to expose the Great Dragon Sword Soul in front of everyone for the time being, so he took out the Red Lotus Gloves. Another reason was that although the Red Lotus Gloves consumed a lot of spiritual energy, it was still better than the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Moreover, it only consumed spiritual energy, unlike the Great Dragon Sword Soul which consumed spiritual energy and soul power. Moreover, Lin Xian believed that the Red Lotus Gloves could solve the problem in front of him. The bright red gloves covered his fists. Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly punched. This punch was aimed at an assassin in front of him. Boom, a terrifying red fist shadow surged out like a red savage beast. It was extremely terrifying. The assassin in front couldn't dodge at all. In an instant, he was hit by the red fist shadow. Then, his body cracked and turned into a bloody mist. From the punch to the black-clothed assassin's explosion, the whole process happened in an instant. The attacks was so terrifying that it shocked the assassins. Even the assassins in the other 3 directions were frowning. They didn't expect their target to be so terrifying that he could kill their comrade in one go. However, the 3 of them did not stop. Instead, they charged towards Lin Xian at an even faster speed. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill all 3 of them at the same time. Lin's Lin is Lin? As long as one Lin Xian. That way, their mission would be completed. Therefore, the 3 of them shouted coldly and sped up again. The 3 full moon scimitars danced in the air, and the terrifying light from the scimitars spread out in all directions. Although they saw their comrade die with their own eyes, it did not affect them at all. The 3 attacks were still aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. It had to be said that the 3 assassins were very powerful. It was obvious how terrifying the life-chasing organization was. It was no wonder that everyone's expression changed when they heard the name. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he sensed the terrifying killing intent from the other 3 assassins. With his current strength, he might not be able to use the Red Lotus Fist Shadow 3 times. Therefore, he had to kill them in one hit. Otherwise, he would be in a dangerous situation. However, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to kill 3 peerless assassins. Even if he had the Red Lotus gloves, he would have to use them 3 times. Not to mention whether Lin Xian could use them 3 times, the problem of time was unsolvable. The 3 assassins were too fast. He might only have the chance to throw one punch. However, Lin Xian was not worried. Instead, he smiled coldly. That was because the Red Lotus gloves were not his only trump card. Circulating the spiritual power in his body, Lin Xian quickly used the Blood Shadow Doppelganger from the Blood Sword Inheritance. He used all the qi and blood in his body to create an identical doppelganger. Then, he used the heaven-changing technique and quickly hid in the void. Lin Xian used the 2 ultimate techniques at the same time, causing him to disappear into the void in an instant. His doppelganger remained where he was, acting as bait. Lin Xian was very confident. Both the Blood Shadow Doppelganger and the heaven-changing technique were very mysterious. He believed that the assassins would not be able to discover them. As expected, the 3 assassins did not notice anything unusual. Instead, they continued to rush over quickly. The 3 of them were very fast. In an instant, they arrived beside the doppelganger. Then, the 3 scimitars slashed down quickly. One of the scimitars was aimed at Lin Xian's chest, another at his throat, and the third at his head. All 3 scimitars were aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. They wanted to kill him in one hit. Puff, the scimitars cut through his body. Blood splattered and the smell of blood quickly filled the air. Seeing the blood, the 3 assassins in black smiled cruelly. The people below were shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian did not dodge and was still killed. Morong Qingshu's eyes flickered. She did not say anything, but she was obviously relieved. Xin Yulong and the grade 6 alchemy inscription master smiled cruelly. Lin Xian's death was beneficial to them. Moreover, the threat that Lin Xian posed to them while he was still alive was simply too great, causing them to be extremely fearful. Now that Lin Xian was killed by the assassins of the life-chasing organization, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Morong Qingshan screamed as her expression changed drastically. Her body slowed down as she tried to rush up as well. This time, the Crimson Dragon reacted quickly. He stopped her and quickly said, "Little girl, don't worry. That's a clone." Hearing the Crimson Dragon's explanation, Morong Qingqing was relieved. However, her beautiful eyes were still fixed on the sky. In the sky, the clone split open quickly and blood splattered everywhere. The 3 assassins in black stood in front of the clone and looked at the scene expressionlessly. In the next moment, the void above them suddenly fluctuated. A figure appeared above them and quickly punched. What? Lin Xian? Isn't he dead? Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian was still alive and appeared above the 3 assassins in black. But if Lin Xian is alive, who is the dead one? Everyone was stunned. They could not understand because the sky was filled with blood. Everyone did not understand, but the 3 assassins' expressions changed drastically. Damn it, it's a clone. Let's go. One of them shouted and turned around quickly. The other two felt their scalps go numb as they fled into the distance. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Since you dare to kill me, you can all stay here. Lin Xian sneered, and then the terrifying red lotus fist shadow quickly fell. Boom, the sky was filled with red light, and a terrifying power surged down, piercing through the void. The sky was like a wave that kept shaking. The three assassins were unable to escape in the end, and they were all turned into blood mist by the punch. After killing the three assassins, Lin Xian had completely broken through the situation of certain death. He stood in the void and looked around coldly. At the same time, an ice lotus appeared above his head and quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his exhausted physical strength. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. It couldn't be helped. It was too shocking. The top 4 experts had used their strongest killing move to kill Lin Xian, but they were all killed by Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. Even a 5th Heaven Honorable Realm expert couldn't do this, but Lin Xian did it. After all, Lin Xian was only at the 4th heaven of the Venerable One realm, but he had relied on powerful methods and trump cards to kill 4 peerless assassins. This could no longer be described as shocking. It could be called a miracle. After dealing with the 4 assassins, Lin Xian stood in the void. The Ice Lotus martial soul above his head spun quickly, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his exhausted physical strength. He wasn't careless. Instead, his expression was solemn because the battle wasn't over yet. He had already killed 5 of the assassins who came to kill him, but there was still 1 assassin left. It was the black-cloaked female assassin who had almost pierced his heart. At this moment, the female assassin was trapped by the formation set up by the Crimson Dragon and couldn't escape for a while. However, it seemed that the formation wouldn't be able to trap her for long. She would probably break out soon. However, this period of time was enough for Lin Xian to recover his physical strength. The black-cloaked female assassin naturally knew what was happening in the outside world, and her face became very ugly. With a shout, she waved the scimitar in her hand and quickly slashed out a blade light. The saber chi was shocking. It tore through the sky and slashed forward rapidly. She didn't hold back this time. Instead, she used her full strength. She had no choice but to fight for her life. Lin Xian had killed her companion, so he would definitely make a move on her in the next moment. This time, they had misjudged the target's strength and caused a huge loss. Therefore, no matter what, she had to send the news back. In the sky, the horrifying saber radiance slashed on the array and tore a crack in it. Seeing this scene, the black-cloaked female assassin's face lit up. Her body turned into a ray of light and instantly rushed out. We finally got rid of this damn formation. The female assassin turned around and glared at the Crimson Dragon with cold eyes. This abominable red snake was not very strong, but its methods were extremely strange. Especially the formation that it had set up, it was actually able to trap her. This made her extremely shocked. One had to know that her movement technique was extremely strange. It was not afraid of any punishment or illusion formation. However, this movement technique was ineffective in front of her opponent. If it wasn't for her powerful strength, she was afraid that she would not have been able to break out of the formation. However, before she could catch her breath, she was greeted by a stunning saber radiance. The saber chi was like a rainbow. It shook the void and quickly slashed toward her. The horrifying saber radiance spread below and instantly tore the ground apart. A mountain was cut in half. Feeling this shocking saber chi, the black-cloaked female assassin's face changed drastically. She quickly used her movement technique and shuttled through the void like a fish. At the same time, she waved the scimitar in her hand and slashed out a saber radiance in a half-moon shape to resist the saber radiance. The sound of an intense collision was heard. Sparks flew in all directions as if 2 huge metal mountains had collided. It really made the eardrums of the surrounding people tremble and blood drip from the corners of their mouths. This attack was too terrifying. Even the aftermath was not something that they could withstand. After the attack, the black-cloaked female assassin screamed. She was sent flying by the sharp saber chi. Her eyes were filled with shock. However, in the next moment, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. With the help of this terrifying force, she used an extremely strange movement technique and quickly escaped into the distance. It seemed that her goal was very clear. She did not want to fight with Lin Xian. Instead, she wanted to leave quickly. However, Lin Xian was clearly enraged. He did not give her a chance to leave. The ice lotus under his feet spun. Streaks of icy chi surged and quickly merged into the void. Then, countless icicles quickly formed in the void in the distance, intercepting the black-cloaked female assassin. At the same time, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and the thunderstorm wings on his back to quickly chase after her. The void trembled. Countless icicles formed in the air like the teeth of a ferocious beast. They were very sharp and pierced toward the female assassin. These icicles were extremely terrifying. There were so many of them that they filled the entire sky. However, the black-cloaked female assassin's body fluttered like a ghost. She flickered quickly and dodged the icicles one after another. Then, her body gradually faded as if she was going to disappear between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. Even Xin Yulong and Morong Qingshu looked dignified. This was because the opponent's movement technique was too strange. Not only was her speed extremely fast, but it was also unexpected. Every time, she could narrowly avoid the attack. This was definitely not something that could be done with an ordinary movement technique. Rumor has it that the reason why the life-chasing organization is so terrifying is not only because of their decisive killing method, but also because they seem to have mastered a very powerful movement technique. That movement technique allows them to not be afraid of being besieged, formations, and so on. It increases their chances of escaping and greatly increases their chances of assassination. I've only heard about it before. Now it seems that the rumors are true. This movement technique is probably an Earth-rank martial art. Morong Qingshu sighed. Perhaps only an Earth-rank movement technique could achieve this effect. Lin Xian also looked dignified because he realized that the opponent's movement technique was definitely not weaker than the illusory demonic phantom steps. It was obviously an Earth-rank movement technique. Fortunately, he also had an Earth-rank movement technique and the help of the Tempest Wings, which allowed his speed to reach an unbelievable level. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would not be able to catch up with the black-cloaked female assassin. With a cold snort, Lin Xian opened his 5 fingers and grabbed forward. The concept of wind merged with the ice and quickly attacked, shattering the entire void. At the same time, he waved his long sword and urged the great dragon sword soul to form an indestructible sword chi that quickly slashed forward. This time, Lin Xian used the spring sword. The sword light was like a continuous spring rain, completely covering the entire void. Even if the opponent's movement technique was strange, it was impossible for her to ignore this attack. Sure enough, under Lin Xian's frenzied attack, the black-cloaked female assassin was forced out of her body and was forced to retreat. In front of Lin Xian, the movement technique that she was so proud of was ineffective. This made her turn pale with fright and panic. Her opponent's methods were too terrifying, especially the ice and sword chi. Not only did the terrifying ice obstruct her, but the cold chi also froze her body, causing her movement technique to be much slower than usual. The sword chi was even more terrifying. Every strike could split mountains, split rivers, and shatter the void. She did not dare to resist at all. That was because she knew that as long as she was hit, she would have no chance of survival. The sword chi in the sky pierced through the clouds, and the entire sky was filled with waves of sword light. The black-cloaked female assassin was like a black boat, shuttling through the sword light that filled the sky. She was in danger of capsizing at any time. On the other hand, Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and sword chi surrounded his body. He kept waving the Lone Star sword in his hand, and streaks of shocking sword chi swept in all directions. He relied on his powerful attack power to completely suppress the black-cloaked female assassin. If not for her strange movement technique and speed, the battle would have been over long ago. However, no matter how fast she was, Lin Xian was confident that he could kill her. He waved the Lone Star sword in his hand again, and the sword chi that filled the sky interweaved to form a powerful sword net that enveloped the black-cloaked female assassin. This time, the black-cloaked female assassin finally had nowhere to hide. She let out a delicate cry, and her entire body emitted a sharp saber light. She was like a peerless saber that merged with the machete in her hand, and she quickly slashed out. The stunning slash was very terrifying, and it was enough to kill a fifth heaven venerable. However, in the face of Lin Xian's powerful sword net, everything was futile. The two collided, and the entire void whistled. Countless rays of light splattered, and it was a terrifying scene. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too sharp. Each of them contained the power of the dragon sword soul, and they were incomparably sharp. The sword net formed by countless sword chi was like a heavenly sword that directly shattered the saber light. Boom! In an instant, the black-cloaked female assassin was severely injured, and she was sent flying while vomiting blood. The machete in her hand also shattered into countless pieces and scattered in the void. Dragon capturing hand. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he extended his palm like a fiend god. Spiritual energy surged, forming two true dragon phantoms that roared ferociously. In an instant, the true dragon's palm bound the black-cloaked female assassin's body like a chain from hell, firmly trapping her. On the other hand, Lin Xian stepped into the air like a shooting star and quickly arrived in front of his opponent. The Ice Lotus martial spirit rotated and formed countless icy chi that crazily rushed into the assassin's body. It froze her spiritual chi and prevented her from exploding. Then, his soul circulated wildly. Like an invisible hand, it quickly grabbed the other party's head, intending to forcefully search his soul. Lin Xian knew that no matter how he asked, the other party would definitely not reveal any information. Rather than wasting time, he might as well search for it himself. Soul-searching was a rather cruel method, and those who were soul-searched would usually end up in a miserable state. On the other hand, if the fox hunter's soul power was weaker than the other party's, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash and his life would be in danger. Therefore, most people wouldn't use such a method unless they were extremely confident in themselves, or if the difference in soul force between the two parties was too great, then they would use such a method. Lin Xian's soul power was heaven-defying, comparable to a 7th-grade alchemist. He was confident that his soul power was superior to his opponent's. The other party had tried to take his life several times, which made him really angry. Therefore, he used the soul-searching method. A terrifying soul power entered the other party's mind and quickly searched. Suddenly, the assassin revealed a ferocious expression and let out a miserable cry. Lin Xian was expressionless as he continued to use his soul power. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly. The storm wings on his back flapped rapidly, and countless strange runes bloomed. He turned into a ray of light and instantly flew into the distance. The assassin's body blossomed with light and exploded again. Rumble, the entire void trembled, and a huge black hole quickly appeared. It was pitch black and terrifying, and everything around it was completely shattered. In the end, nothing was left. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked ahead with a gloomy expression. This time, he had sealed the other party's spiritual chi so that she couldn't explode. However, he didn't expect that there was a special seal in the other party's mind that sealed her spiritual chi. However, when Lin Xian used brute force to assist in the search, he triggered the restriction and caused it to self-destruct. He knew that this was a powerful method set up by the other party's organization. The purpose was to prevent people from soul-searching and revealing the organization's secrets. However, all of this made Lin Xian's expression even more gloomy. The other party's actions were decisive and ruthless, and they were incomparably thorough. They didn't leave any clues. This was definitely a terrifying opponent. Moreover, the other party specialized in assassination and hid in the dark, making it impossible for him to find her. He could only passively defend. It could be said that this caused Lin Xian a lot of trouble. However, the others didn't think so. They looked at the sky and were completely stunned. This female assassin was clearly the leader of this assassination operation. Regardless of whether it was her combat strength or movement technique, she was far superior to the others. Even so, she was still captured by Lin Xian and exploded, leaving not even a bone behind. 6 peerless assassins had used the best opportunity to form the strongest killing blow. However, they had failed. Not only did they fail to kill Lin Xian, but they were all killed. This was probably something that had never happened before. One had to know that Lin Xian was not a peerless expert at the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. His cultivation was only at the 4th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, in the fierce battle with Lu Yile, he had used all his trump cards and consumed a lot of energy. It could be said that he was at his weakest moment. Even so, he still killed 6 peerless assassins. No one had ever heard of such heaven-defying combat strength. Is he really only at the 4th heaven of the Venerable Realm? Why do I feel like he's a peerless old demon? Many people looked at Lin Xian, their hearts trembling. Morong Qingshu was shocked. At this moment, he had already listed Lin Xian as the most dangerous target. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely not provoke him in the future. As for Xing Yulong and the 6th grade alchemist, their faces were extremely unsightly. Originally, they were gloating, thinking that Lin Xian was finished and would definitely be killed by the pursuing assassins. In this way, they would have no more worries. However, the result was out of their expectations. Not only did Lin Xian not die, he even killed all 6 peerless experts, completing an impossible reversal of the situation. All of this had completely stunned them. In addition, the relationship between the two sides made their faces even more gloomy. This was definitely their greatest enemy. In the distance, the big shots were also shocked. They originally thought that Lin Xian was on the same level as them because of his special status. However, after seeing this battle, their thoughts were completely overturned. This strength, this combat strength, he was definitely at the top of the younger generation. In addition, with the support of the immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian's future achievements would not be much weaker than Prince Ling Feng's. In the future, another peerless venerable would appear in the Blood Realm. Of course, the premise of all this was that Lin Xian could survive. Lin Xian had killed Lu Yile and offended the Ryu family. He had also angered Prince Ling Feng. They would not let him off so easily. Not only that, but there was also a powerful assassin organization after him. Lin Xian was in a very dangerous situation. Everyone looked at the young figure in the sky with complicated expressions. Lin Xian's eyes darkened as he fell into deep thought. In the sky, Lin Xian frowned and fell into deep thought. In the end, who was it that actually invited such a terrifying assassin organization like Zhue Ming to kill him? He was very confused. He guessed that it was someone from the Vientiane auction, but he had no evidence. However, whether it was the Vientiane auction or not, after this battle, he and Prince Ling Feng had become enemies. He shook his head slightly. He could only leave this matter to Yu Fei. The only thing he could do was increase his strength so that the other party would not dare to make a move. Today, he had killed a rank 6 assassin. Although it seemed shocking, only he knew how dangerous it was. If it were not for Zero's warning, he would not have known about the assassins in advance, let alone dodging their fatal blow. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian was even more eager to increase his strength. However, the most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. Who knew if there were other assassins nearby? Fortunately, Lin Xian still had Zero as his trump card. Other than him, no one else knew about it. This was the only thing he could rely on to fight against the other party. With Zero's warning, Lin Xian's life was not in danger for the time being. However, he swore that one day, he would find the mastermind behind this and kill him. That included this assassin organization. Anyone who tried to kill him would have to pay the price in blood. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian summoned his Ice Lotus martial soul. He then sat cross-legged on top of it and quickly circulated the immortality chant. He absorbed the spiritual energy around him to heal his injuries and to consume spiritual energy. This battle was extremely difficult. First, he fought Lu Yile and used all his trump cards. Then, he faced a peerless assassin and almost lost his life. It could be said that every time was extremely thrilling, and the slightest carelessness would result in death. However, although the battle was fierce, Lin Xian had also benefited greatly from it. Fighting with these top experts had increased his combat experience once again, and his understanding of the illusory demonic step had deepened by another level. The other party's ghostly movement technique had given him endless enlightenment. After this, his movement technique would be able to reach the next level. Quickly circulating the art of longevity, Lin Xian absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to repair the damage to his body. Not long after, he opened his eyes. His injuries and strength had recovered by about 70 to 80%, and his combat strength had recovered once again. Lin Xian had to maintain a strong fighting strength in order to deal with all kinds of sudden situations. The other party was a terrifying assassin organization. They might come to assassinate him at any time. Lin Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing through the void. Feeling that gaze, the surrounding people were shocked. Their eyelids twitched, and fear rose in their hearts. After witnessing Lin Xian's means, they were in awe of Lin Xian and did not dare to mock him like before. Now, no one dared to provoke him. Even the disciples of the Shen family became quiet. They looked at Lin Xian with a trace of deep fear. Seeing that Lin Xian had recovered, Ancestor Qiyu and the others also walked forward. "Little friend Lin, you have great means. You killed 6 peerless assassins by yourself. This strength is really impressive. I'm afraid that there are not many people in the younger generation who can defeat you. Senior, you're too polite." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. These people were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. In front of them, he would not show an arrogant attitude. Seeing that Lin Xian was not arrogant, Ancestor Qiyu and the others nodded slightly. However, they still reminded him. However, he had to be careful of the Chasing Life organization. After all, they were an extremely terrifying assassin organization and were famous in the blood field. He had to be careful. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Next, Ancestor Qiyu and the others invited Lin Xian back to Crimson Crescent City. As the birthday banquet was not over yet, Lin Xian could not refuse. He followed Ancestor Qiyu and the others back. Night fell. The sky was incomparably dark, and countless stars twinkled in the sky. In the distance, thousands of beasts roared in the mountains. The sound was terrifying. However, Crimson Crescent City was brightly lit with singing and dancing. It was a lively scene. Lin Xian drank a few cups of wine with a group of important figures in the hall. Then, he found an excuse to come out. The other party were all elders. He had nothing to say there. He might as well come out and eat to his heart's content. After all, the task of inviting them had been completed. However, when the younger generation martial artists saw Lin Xian come out of the hall, they were stunned. Then, the entire place became silent. Even the voices were much softer. Although Lin Xian had a smile on his face and looked harmless, when they thought of the battle during the day, they felt a chill run down their spines. Therefore, when they faced Lin Xian, they no longer had the confidence they had before. Instead, they were filled with respect and fear. At this moment, the disciples of Crimson Crescent City lowered their heads like docile kittens. They no longer dared to cause trouble for Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. It seemed that the battle during the day had really frightened these people. Shaking his head slightly, he walked calmly to Morong Qingqing's side. Morong Qingqing had a faint smile on her face. Her gaze was like a gentle hand caressing her cheeks. She snuggled up to Lin Xian's side. The two of them were talking non-stop. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey were eating and drinking like crazy. They were very happy. The surrounding crowd had a bitter look on their faces. They did not even dare to breathe loudly when they saw the scene. The banquet didn't end until very late. Everyone was drunk, and they all left one after another. On the second day, Lin Xian stayed with Morong Qingqing for another day. He did not leave until the third day. Morong Qingqing did not follow him back. Instead, she stayed in Crimson Crescent City. It seemed that she had other things to do. Lin Xian went on his way alone. He did not return to the academy. Instead, he flew directly to Windy City. After these few days, the materials that he needed should have been collected. He had to hurry up and let the Crimson Dragon set up the strongest array to defend the entire auction. Otherwise, if something happened during the auction, it would be very troublesome. If that happened, the auction would not be able to continue in the future. The Immortal Martial Auction was backed by Senma College. Normal people would not dare to cause trouble. However, with Prince Lingfeng's strength, it was not certain. Especially those people from the Vientiane auction. They would definitely come back to cause trouble. Moreover, the people from the Life Hunters would not let this matter rest. Also, the powerful Ryu family was a very powerful force. He had to be careful. Therefore, he decided that when the auction was held for the first time, he must apply for a few powerful elders from the school to oversee it. He would never allow anyone to cause trouble at the auction. If someone dared to cause trouble at his auction, he wouldn't mind letting them know the meaning of regret. Even Prince Ling Feng's men were no exception. After a few days, Lin Xian returned to Windy City. Windy City was bustling with activity. Every family was busy building Senma College. Under such efficient operation, the Immortal Martial Auction was built at an extremely fast speed. Now, more than half of it was completed, and only the final decoration was left. As for the materials that Lin Xian asked for, Wang Li had also finished collecting them. In other words, it was time to inscribe the inscription array. Lin Xian gave the Crimson Dragon the task of inscribing the array and instructed it to inscribe the best defensive array. As for him, he came to a quiet pavilion and prepared to organize his gains this time. In this life and death battle, he had gained a lot of experience and inspiration. Therefore, he needed to go into seclusion to quickly absorb and comprehend these things. Lin Xian's soul revolved, constantly simulating and deducing, strengthening and perfecting his movement technique. He wanted to reach the next level. This seclusion lasted for 3 days. Lin Xian had been simulating in his mind. Finally, he was able to simulate it. His Earth-class movement technique, illusory demon steps, had reached a new level and reached a whole new realm. With a smile, Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he flipped his palm and took out a storage ring. This was a new blue storage ring. There were exquisite hollow patterns carved on it. The whole ring emitted a soft light like a star. This storage ring used to be Lu Yi's storage ring. After Lin Xian killed Lu Yi, he directly took the storage ring. According to his speculation, there must be something good in this storage ring. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian used his soul power and probed it. The first thing that caught his eye was a crescent-shaped bow. It was pitch black and exuded a savage aura. With a thought, Lin Xian opened his palm and took the black bow into his hand. This black bow was the Black Dragon Bow. Back then, Lu Yi had used this Black Dragon Bow to fight Lin Xian to a standstill. Its power was not at all inferior to the Lone Star Sword. It was rumored that the Black Flood Dragon Bow was made from a real flood dragon. It could be said to be incomparably ferocious. Back then, everyone's evaluation of the Black Flood Dragon Bow was that it was absolutely not inferior to a half-Earth step artifact. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. Lin Xian gently rubbed the Black Dragon Bow with his fingers and nodded in satisfaction. In terms of power, the Black Wyrm Bow wasn't inferior to his Lone Star Sword. Moreover, the Black Wyrm Bow was made from a real Wyrm, and it carried a monstrous baleful aura, causing this treasure to become a true weapon of mass destruction. However, the Black Wyrm Bow had already been reserved by the Crimson Dragon. Ruzelong said that it was his reward for engraving the defensive array. Regarding this, Lin Xian was very generous and directly nodded in agreement. As long as the array was engraved, the Black Wyrm Bow would be the Crimson Dragon's. Although the Black Wyrm Bow was good, it wasn't a treasure in his hands. Whether it was the Lone Star Sword or the Red Lotus Gloves, they weren't inferior to the Black Wyrm Bow. Therefore, this thing wouldn't be of much use in his hands. It would be better to give it to the Crimson Dragon. Putting the Black Wyrm Bow aside, Lin Xian became excited again. This time, he quickly searched for something. That day, the reason why Lu Yi was able to engage in a fierce battle with him was because he had countless trump cards. The most shocking trump card was the 9 Revolution Nether Mantra. That was a true Earth-rank martial art. Its power was incomparably terrifying and unimaginable. Lin Xian had 2 Earth-rank martial arts in his hands, so he was very clear about the power of Earth-rank martial arts. This made him even more tempted. However, after searching the entire storage ring, he couldn't find the 9 Revolution Nether Mantra. This made him very disappointed. However, after calming down and thinking carefully, he finally understood. The 9 Revolution Nether Mantra was imparted to Lu Yi by Prince Ling Feng. Such a precious thing couldn't have been given directly. It was very likely that it was passed down orally. Therefore, Lu Yule didn't have the 9 revolution nether mantra. This was very normal. Thinking of this, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, he calmed himself down and searched the other things in the storage ring. Other than the 9 revolution nether mantra, there was another thing that made Lin Xian very excited. However, he didn't need to think to know that Lu Lai didn't have the relevant information. That thing was definitely in the hands of Prince Ling Feng. The other party was worthy of being called the top of the younger generation in the continent. He actually had such a heaven-defying treasure in his hands. This made Lin Xian very envious. He quickly transmitted his voice to ask the 10,000 life cauldron spirit. 0, do you know about the indestructible golden pill? I do. It's a famous pill from the ancient times. It's rumored that consuming one can achieve an indestructible golden body. Even a drop of blood can be reborn. That's amazing. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Then, his breathing quickened. Then do you know the recipe for the indestructible golden pill? I don't. Zero's answer was very straightforward. That thing was extremely precious even in the ancient times. It was only in the hands of a very small number of powerful people. I don't know the recipe for that pill. However, as far as I know, the Danzong seems to have the recipe for the indestructible golden pill. The Danzong. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. The Danzong again. This Danzong must be very powerful. However, what made him even more shocked was that Prince Ling Feng actually had such a heaven-defying recipe. He told Zero about his doubts. After hearing this, Zero was silent for a moment. It's nothing. If he has the indestructible golden pill, there are 2 possibilities. First, he's related to the Danzong. Second, he might have dug it out from the ancient ruins. Of course, there's also the last possibility. That is, this isn't the indestructible golden pill at all. He just called it the indestructible golden pill, or it's incomplete. Because if it's the real indestructible golden pill, its effects would be even more terrifying. Of course, it's also possible that he's not strong enough to create a complete one. That's all the information I can provide. As for the specifics, you'll have to find out for yourself. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. However, he knew that no matter what the reason was, the other party had a miraculous pill that could instantly heal a severely injured martial artist. He saw the effect with his own eyes, so there was no doubt about it. It seemed that this Prince Ling Feng was really a formidable opponent. Next, Lin Xian checked the storage ring again. He found that there were many treasures inside. Cultivation techniques, pills, treasured weapons. Everything was available. There were also many precious spiritual medicines. It could be said that this was a small treasure trove. Lin Xian divided up the techniques and pills and prepared to give them to Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others. Now that he needed a strong backup force, he wouldn't be stingy in terms of resources. As for the spiritual medicines, he kept them for himself. This time, his spiritual medicine trove was rich again. It could be said that it was a great harvest. After putting away the storage ring, Lin Xian closed his eyes again and began to adjust his state of mind. Half a day later, he adjusted himself to his peak state and slowly opened his eyes. This time, he was going to make pills. This time, not only did he go to Crimson Crescent City, but he also went to a strange place and obtained a spiritual fruit. It was a spiritual fruit that had been lost for a long time in the outside world, and it was at least 3,000 years old. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to use the spiritual fruit as the main ingredient and combine it with other spiritual herbs to make a pot of spiritual wine. After communicating with Zero, Lin Xian quickly activated his soul power and summoned the 10,000 beast Ding. Then, with a flick of his finger, a crystal-clear spiritual fruit appeared in the air, emitting a rich fragrance. With the 10,000 beast Ding, Lin Shui's efficiency in making pills and spiritual wine greatly increased, and the effect was also much better than before. Soon, a pot of top-grade spiritual wine was successfully made. After drinking a cup, Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to use the immortality chant to refine the energy contained in the wine. Just like that, time slowly passed, and another 5 days passed. The Crimson Dragon hurriedly ran over and shouted excitedly, "Xiao Xuanzi, the array is completed." Hearing this, Lin Xian stopped cultivating and opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. It was finally completed. These defensive arrays would be the greatest protection of the immortal martial auction house. With a whoosh, a red light flashed, and the crimson dragon flew in from the outside. He came to Lin Xian's side and quickly shouted, "The array is completed, quickly give me the black dragon bow." "No hurry, I want to check the array first," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Damn, kid, you dare not believe me." The crimson dragon jumped up after hearing this. "I used to believe you, but last time, you sent me to such a dangerous place. I'll check it myself." "What do you know?" the crimson dragon said. "Space transmission is the most mysterious transmission array. It's nothing to make a mistake. You have to know that other people's teleportation arrays take years or even decades to complete. For me to complete this kind of teleportation in 1 or 2 days is already a heaven-defying feat. Furthermore, the formation we're setting up this time is a defensive formation. I can inscribe a defensive formation even with my eyes closed. How dare you doubt me?" The crimson dragon was very unhappy. However, in the end, under Lin Xian's insistence, the crimson dragon accompanied him to look at the defensive formation. Finally, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction and handed the black dragon bow to the crimson dragon. It had to be said that the formations were simply too perfect. Even a 5th or 6th heavenly layer venerable realm expert would find it difficult to break through them. Even if the Vientiane auction and the Ryu family came to cause trouble, he was confident that he could defeat them. However, unless there was no other choice, he still did not want to fight during the auction. This was because no matter who won or lost, if there was a conflict during the auction, it would definitely have a great impact on the auction's reputation. This was something that Lin Xian was extremely unwilling to see happen. Therefore, he was prepared to return to the academy and request for some powerful elders to take charge. Of course, all of this had to wait until the immortal martial auction was completed. In the following time, Lin Xian stayed in Wind-Seeking City. He cultivated while waiting for the construction to be completed. Finally, half a month later, the immortal martial auction was completed. Lin Xian quickly got to work and arranged for Wang Li and the others to spread the news of the auction. This was his first auction, so the grander it was, the better. These matters were left to Wang Li, Dongfeng, and the others. He quickly returned to Senma College and prepared to request for a group of elders to take charge. At this moment, the higher-ups of Senma College were gathered in a grand hall and were discussing anxiously. Dean Xian stood in the middle of the hall, looking around and said in a deep voice. According to the news from the Palace of Ares, Lin Xian's identity has been confirmed. However, due to the current situation of the Palace of Ares, they could not acknowledge Lin Xian for the time being. However, we have to prepare to support Lin Xian with all our might. Hearing Dean Xian's words, the surrounding elders were shocked. Originally, they were only guessing about Lin Xian's identity, but now that it was confirmed, they were still shocked. They did not expect this person to be in Senma College. Since this is the case, how should we support him? One of the elders asked. Isn't he setting up the immortal martial auction? How about this, we will fully support this auction and make it the largest auction ever. Another elder suggested. Hearing this, Dean Xian nodded. Alright, then let's prepare for this auction. We happen to have some things in our hands, and we can use this auction to get them out. Everyone discussed for a while and finally nodded. This matter was considered settled. However, Dean Xian did not leave. Instead, she said, everyone, that place is about to open again. That place? The elders were stunned. Then, their expressions changed as they exclaimed, what, it's opening again? This time, it's opening so much earlier. Yeah, it hasn't even been 100 years since the last time it opened. I didn't expect it to open earlier than expected. The elders were all extremely shocked. Towards that place, they were all extremely grave and fearful. I don't know the exact reason, but it seems to be related to the seal. However, it is indeed opening. As you all know, although that place is dangerous, there are many treasures inside. It can be said to be a great opportunity. Therefore, we can't ignore it. Moreover, the opening of that place is not only related to Senma College, but also the entire Tianwu continent. Hearing this, the elders nodded. Clearly, they agreed with Dean Xian's words. How about this, let's take advantage of this auction to spread the news. It's a good opportunity for the elders of the other factions to come over and we can discuss it together. Everyone discussed quickly. In the end, they decided to leave the matter to the immortal martial auction. However, Lin Xian did not know all of this. He originally wanted to hold a grand auction, but now, it seemed that it was no longer up to him. After Lin Xian returned, the college had already arranged for someone to pick him up before he even went to look for the college. This made him extremely surprised. However, this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. Soon, he met with Wang Dianzhu and told him his thoughts. Previously, Wang Dianzhu had said that the college would not send many elders. Therefore, Lin Xian did not have much confidence in this request. However, he did not expect Wang Dianzhu to agree without hesitation. This made him extremely surprised. However, since the other party had agreed, he would not say anything. He just wanted to ensure the safety of this auction. However, what happened next made him widen his eyes and almost bite off his tongue. Not only had Wang Dianzhu agreed to send more elders to oversee the auction, he had even taken the initiative to promote it. This made Lin Xian even more surprised. His promotion and the promotion of the immortal martial auction were two different things. Senmu College was one of the top powers in the Tianwu continent. If it promoted the auction, it would definitely cause a stir among countless martial artists. Those big shots would definitely not be able to handle it. Can I ask why? Lin Xian smiled bitterly. This matter was a little out of his expectations. Wang Dianzhu laughed, since we are collaborating on the immortal martial auction, of course we can't let you handle it alone. Furthermore, we also have some things in our hands that we want to use this auction to sell. As Wang Dianzhu explained, Lin Xian became more and more alarmed. He realized that Senmu College seemed to want to play big this time. The things in Senmu College's hands were definitely not simple. If they could appear in the auction this time, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Therefore, Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this news. With Senmu College's support, the news of the auction spread at an astonishing speed. In just a few days, the news had spread throughout the entire Blood Realm. Furthermore, it spread to other parts of the Tianwu continent at an extremely fast speed. Everyone who heard the news was shocked. What was Senmu College? It was one of the top powers in the Tianwu continent. It was an existence on the level of an overlord. Such a terrifying existence actually wanted to hold an auction. Furthermore, they wanted to auction off some of the college's items. This was too shocking. One had to know that anything that Senmu College would auction off was definitely extremely precious. While the crowd was inquiring about the immortal martial auction, another name suddenly entered their field of vision. Lin Xian, a young man, was the owner of the immortal martial auction. Not only that, this auction was jointly organized by him and Senmu College. After hearing this news, everyone was extremely shocked. They could not understand what kind of ability this young man had to be able to receive Senmu College's support and favor. For a moment, everyone was trying to find out more about Lin Xian. It wasn't just the great halls of the major powers, even the ordinary martial artists were inquiring about it. Visiting the streets, teahouses, taverns, everywhere there were martial artists talking about Lin Xian. Did you know? It's said that this young man, Lin Xian, is very impressive. Although he's only a new student, he managed to become the third most influential person on the mysterious Venerate list within half a year. Freshman? Third on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. That's too terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The students of Senmu College were not ordinary people. Every one of them was a genius. To stand out among these geniuses was many times more difficult than in other places. However, Lin Xian had gone from an unknown new student to an influential figure who was ranked in the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. This leap was simply too shocking. By the way, I also heard that the 3 great factions in the wind-seeking city were all eliminated by this young man called Lin Xian. Even the Wanxiang auction was no exception. What? He was the one who did it. I thought it was Senmu College. Everyone was shocked. After all, the Wanxiang auction was under Prince Ling Feng. This kid is too bold. Although he's one of the top 3 most influential people in Senma College, isn't he courting death by going against Prince Lingfeng? Courting death? That's nothing. Another martial artist snorted. I just received news that Lin Xian killed Lu Yil at the birthday banquet in Crimson Crescent City not long ago. What? He killed Lu Yil? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. Lu Yil was very famous because he was the peerless genius of the Ryu family, and the Ryu family was one of the 8 great families under Prince Lingfeng. They were extremely powerful. However, Lin Xian dared to attack the peerless genius of the Ryu family and even killed him. This was simply too shocking. Everyone was shocked. They were extremely shocked. At that moment, another martial artist revealed more shocking news. Not only did he kill Lu Yil, but he also killed the peerless assassins of the looming life-chasing organization. What? The 6 peerless assassins of the life-chasing organization. Everyone was stunned. They felt as if their brains weren't enough to process it. The life-chasing organization was not a family like the Ryu family. It was a terrifying organization that was even more terrifying than the Ryu family. The 2 organizations were not the same at all. No matter how powerful the Ryu family was, they were still a family. They were still restricted in their actions. However, the life-chasing organization was different. They were an assassin organization that hid in the dark. No one knew where their headquarters were. However, that did not affect their reputation. Back then, 49 peerless assassins chased after a peerless powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm and killed him in the end. Such a magnificent feat deeply shocked the crowd. It could be said that the life-chasing organization was like the god of death in the blood realm. No matter who was targeted by the life-chasing organization, they would not be able to escape. However, Lin Xian killed 6 of the life-chasing organization's assassins in a row and survived a certain death situation. That was too unbelievable. As the news was revealed one after another, Lin Xian's reputation became more and more famous. Everyone was shocked and puzzled at the same time. They really wanted to know what this powerful young man who was full of miracles looked like. For a time, countless martial artists set off for Wenfeng City to find out what was going on. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Xian and the immortal martial auction spread like wildfire in the entire blood realm. However, when the Ryu family heard the news, they were extremely angry. Their family's top prodigy had been killed, which made them extremely mad. Initially, they had wanted to keep the news a secret and secretly kill Lin Xian in order to vent the hatred in their hearts. However, they did not expect that the news would be exposed in such a short period of time. Furthermore, it had spread to the point where everyone knew about it. That was a slap to the Ryu family's face. Now that everyone knew that their family's prodigy had been killed, how could they raise their heads in public in the future? This won't do. We have to kill that detestable kid to vent our hatred. Otherwise, the Ryu family will become the target of ridicule in the future. The Ryu family gritted their teeth. Meanwhile, in a huge and majestic palace, a beautiful woman was so angry that she shattered everything around her. Her actions scared the maids so much that they knelt on the ground. Lin Xian, how dare you kill my brother? I'll tear you to pieces. The beautiful woman's face was filled with killing intent, and her voice was ferocious. She was Lu Yil's younger sister, Lu Mei. The moment she heard that Lu Yil was dead, she was completely stunned. She did not believe that someone could kill her brother. Someone actually dared to kill her brother. One had to know that Lu Yil was very powerful. As one of the top martial artists of the younger generation, he had many powerful trump cards in his hands. No one of the same level could kill him. As for the older generation, they did not dare to do anything. No one dared to disrespect Prince Lingfeng. After all, she was Prince Lingfeng's woman, so no one dared to provoke her brother. However, she did not expect that someone would kill her brother. This made her extremely desperate, and she wanted to tear that person to pieces immediately. Lin Xian, so what if you have the support of Senma College? How dare you kill my brother? I'll kill you. I'll use your head as a sacrifice to my brother. Lu Mei's voice was cold. She had decided to use all her power to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, the remaining martial artists of the Wanxiang auction were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Their faces were ferocious, and their bodies were filled with murderous intent. Damn it, I'm so angry. 6 peerless assassins couldn't kill him? What the hell are those people doing? The people of the Wanxiang auction roared in anger. Sure enough, they were the ones who had hired the life-chasing organization. They had spent almost all their savings to hire the life-chasing organization to assassinate Lin Xian. They had thought that it would be a piece of cake for the life-chasing organization to kill Lin Xian. However, they had not expected the life-chasing organization to fail, twice at that. They could not believe it, and they could not accept it. Although they were Prince Ling Feng's men, they could not let Prince Ling Feng step in directly. Otherwise, this would no longer be a personal grudge. It would very likely escalate to a battle between two top forces. Therefore, Prince Ling Feng would not step in unless it was absolutely necessary. They had to use other forces. However, the assassin organization that they had been relying on was useless now. This made them extremely angry. What should we do? Do we really need to ask the higher-ups for help? No, we can't let the higher-ups do anything. Prince Ling Feng doesn't like to keep useless people around. If we can't do this, it means that we're useless. Then, we'll have no value. An old man shook his head quickly. In the end, it's all because of this damned life-chasing organization. I thought they were powerful, but they couldn't even kill a kid. They even wasted a lot of our wealth. Another middle-aged man snorted. However, a cold voice suddenly came from the void. Who gave you the guts to speak ill of the life-chasing organization behind their backs? The voice was cold and emotionless. It was as if a sharp blade had sliced through the void, sending chills down everyone's spine. Upon hearing the voice, the people from the Wanxiang auction were all stunned. They looked around nervously. In the next moment, the space in front of them rippled, and a black figure appeared before them. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. He had a sharp aura about him. Although his face was ordinary, his eyes were unusually cold and carried a strong murderous aura. When they saw this figure, the faces of the people from the Wanxiang auction changed. This was because they knew that the middle-aged man in front of them was none other than the life hunters that they had mentioned before. Only those assassins could have such a strong murderous aura. One of the old men sighed, "We didn't mean to insult Xue Ming. We were just a little impatient." The middle-aged man from before snorted coldly, "What? You guys are incompetent and failed twice in a row. You don't even allow us to speak. You should know that we paid the spirit stones. We gave you such a large sum of spirit stones, but you still couldn't complete the task. Damn it." At this moment, the black-robed assassin from Life Hunters said coldly, "You don't have to worry about the assassination. That person called Lin Xian is already on our must-kill list. Now, even if you didn't give us the task list, we would still kill him. I'm here to inform you of this matter." Hearing this, the people from the Wanxiang auction were overjoyed. Many of them even looked excited. The must-kill list of the Life Hunters was an extremely terrifying list. No one who had been on the list had survived until now. Now that Lin Xian was also on the list, they believed that it wouldn't be long before he was assassinated. When they thought of this, they revealed sinister smiles. It seemed that the two failures had really angered the Life Hunters. They must have put Lin Xian on the must-kill list to protect their reputation. Otherwise, with Lin Xian's strength, it would be impossible for him to be on the list. This was because those who were on the must-kill list were very famous and powerful martial artists. Seeing the excited expressions of the crowd, the middle-aged assassin from the Life Hunters said coldly, "I'm done with the matter. However, when I came here, I heard that someone dared to slander our Life Hunters. This made me very angry." At the end of his words, the assassin exuded a terrifying murderous aura. It formed a materialized light that spread out in all directions. The entire space suddenly froze. Everyone trembled as if they were being choked by their necks and could not breathe. The middle-aged man from the Wanxiang auction narrowed his eyes and his expression changed drastically. This was because he felt a cold murderous aura locking onto him. In the next moment, his scalp went numb. With a horrified expression, he turned around and fled. However, just as he turned around, a crescent moon light flashed in the air and slashed directly at his head. Puff, fresh blood spurted into the sky. A human head flew high up into the air before landing heavily on the ground. The middle-aged man from the auction quickly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the remaining martial artists' expressions changed drastically. They were all terrified. They didn't expect the black-robed assassin in front of them to kill them. You. One of the old men was so angry that his whole body trembled. The assassin slowly put away the crescent moon blade in his hand and said coldly, "Life hunters will not tolerate humiliation. Anyone who dares to humiliate life hunters will disappear from this world. I hope you will keep your mouth shut in the future. Otherwise, you will end up like him." After saying this, the middle-aged assassin's body gradually faded. Finally, he turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared on the spot. The surrounding martial artists looked at the headless corpse on the ground and felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Xian naturally didn't know that those people had already begun to move. He was very busy now because Senma College had released another big move. Senma College was auctioning off a wordless stone tablet. This stone tablet was left behind by a king. Because it was a king from ancient times, it contained the insights of that king during his seclusion. There were even some self-created martial arts techniques. When the news spread, the entire blood realm was shocked. Countless powerful venerables were unusually excited. Their faces flushed red. They couldn't wait to fly over and participate in the auction. A king was the most powerful existence on the continent. Moreover, that stone tablet was left behind by an ancient king. For an ancient king, that was even more terrifying. He must have been extremely powerful. Anything left behind by such a person would definitely be extraordinary. Moreover, it was left behind by that king. The things it contained were definitely unimaginable. Therefore, those super experts were all excited. Not only that, but even the ordinary martial artists were extremely shocked. They discussed and screamed endlessly. Damn. Senma College is really generous. They can actually take out such a precious thing. Yeah, I heard that all the experts in the blood realm are excited. Many people have already begun to move. End of chapter 1043. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.